If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Palace.
And today we're going over the mysterious death of Bobby Fuller, a very famous singer in the 60s, famous for his song, I Fought the Law. Remember that old catchy song, I fought the law and the law won?
I heard something like that. When I heard Fuller, I was thinking of like Fuller Brush or something, or like some weird network marketing product or something like that. I don't know. It's probably, yeah, I guess not him.
Well, he was big time. He was getting set up to being basically the next Elvis, from what a lot of people in the record industry were saying, and his popularity and all that. So this was kind of it was a big shock, and there's a lot of strange circumstances surrounding Bobby Fuller's death, which, in typical Mind Shock fashion, we will go down every single avenue in theory, leaving no stone unturned. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, thoughts, theories, leave them in the comments section. Like our Facebook page. You can also check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and patrons do get priority in selecting cases that we cover. This case is actually a request of one of our patrons as well. And it is a doozy. It is a doozy. So, Maxwell, you know all about the music scene of the 1960s, right?
Yeah, I have no idea.
You weren't a big Elvis fan?
I like his songs. I like I forgot what it's called, but I like most of his songs.
All right. Well, Elvis was actually one of Bobby Fuller's idols. But yeah, let's do the quick rundown. On July 18th, 1966, the lifeless body of a popular young rock star was found in the front seat of his car in Hollywood, California. His name was Bobby Fuller. His band, the Bobby Fuller Four, hit it big when I Fought the Law shot to the top of the charts. There were four country boys from El Paso, and Bobby was the star. Randy Fuller is Bobby's brother. They say he'd have been like Elvis. Everybody that knew him would describe him as a musical genius. Bob Keane, owner and president of Delphi Records. Bobby was one of the most on-purpose musicians I've ever met in my life. He was gonna be it. He was gonna do it. Edna Gunderson, a pop music critic of USA Today, said it was something that came from within him, and I think he was very driven from an early age. He was single-minded in the pursuit of music. When police suggested that Bobby Fuller committed suicide, it was the beginning of a mystery that continues to this day. Radio host Casey Kasem knew him well. When I heard Bobby was dead and that somebody had said he had committed suicide, I said, that's not the Bobby I know. I mean, here was a man who had everything to live for. Bobby Fuller was born with music in his blood. His idols were Elvis Presley, Roy Orbison, and especially fellow Texan Buddy Holly. When Bobby came to Hollywood and signed with Delphi Records, he seemed destined to be the next big star. By 1966, his band was headlining at hot spots across the country. From the moment his body was discovered, police thought it was suicide, even though Bobby's body was in full rigor mortis when they found him. This suggested that he had been dead for several hours. And according to Bobby's mother, suicide just didn't make sense. She also claimed that Bobby's car had been gone all night and was still not there when she checked during the following day. It wasn't until 5 p.m. when Bobby's mother went to pick up the mail that the car had mysteriously appeared with her son's body inside. Edna Gunderson said, the problem here is that dead men don't drive cars. And that car got into that lot and Bobby did not drive it. So the question is, who did? Where did it come from? Why did they bring it back? Where did they go? The death scene itself was strange. There was blood on Bobby's face and chest and on the car seat. His body and clothes were soaked with gasoline. On the floorboard was a partly full gas can with a rubber hose attached to the spout. Bob Keane of Delphi Records arrived while police were still investigating. At about the same time I got there, the plainclothes detective threw the can of gas in the dumpster. He said, quote, "It's just another rock and roll punk. He committed suicide or something like that," end quote. The police department didn't do anything. They didn't take prints. They didn't ask any questions of anybody. It was just like he was a bum off the street. So that's kind of messed up. I mean, even bums off the street deserve justice. What do you make of this, Maxwell? Does it boggle your mind that the police would just throw away evidence with potential fingerprints on it?
What item had fingerprints on it?
Well, we don't know because he threw away the can of gas that was in the vehicle. It was a partly full gas can with a rubber hose attached to the spout, as I just stated. And Bobby was actually doused with gasoline, but he wasn't lit on fire. And there was a gas can found on the floorboard of the car.
And where was the bleeding was on his face, right?
So he had blood on his face and chest, yes.
And were the well was it cuts or like kind of like bruises and like I don't know.
Well, if you heard what I just stated, that's what it states. There was blood on Bobby's face and chest, and on the car seat.
Okay, so they didn't have photos of like cuts and like where the cuts were and stuff.
It seems like he was beat up. I don't know. I don't see any reference here to knife wounds. So there was blood on his face and chest, and on the car seat. His body and clothes were soaked with gasoline. On the floorboard was a partly full gas can with a rubber hose. A police detective just chucked the can of gas in the dumpster. Like they didn't even take it in as evidence.
That's really messed up. I mean, but also I'm kind of surprised that there's no analysis of the injuries. I mean,
Well, let's
I mean this is
hold on a
1966,
second. Hold
right?
on a second. I will get to it. There's more description. I asked you if you found it weird that he threw away the gas can, and you're talking about all this other
Okay.
stuff. I mean, we're taking this one step at a
Yeah,
time.
that is weird, the gas can thing. Like I missed that.
That was the whole purpose of my question, which I reiterated twice.
Okay, that is weird. Because I for some reason when you said that, I thought you said that it seems to be that this person, Bobby Fuller, had a gas can and had it and he threw it out and I don't know, something like that. But
The
it
police
wasn't him,
detective.
it was the police.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Max Alarmy. All right.
That's really
At first, it was thought that Bobby died after drinking gasoline, but the autopsy revealed no gasoline in his stomach. His death was then attributed to inhaling gasoline fumes. According to Edna Gunderson, the coroner's report had discrepancies. On one page, it's marked an accident. On another page, there's a question mark next to the word accident and a question mark next to the word suicide. There was nothing conclusive to suggest that Bobby had committed suicide. The other unusual aspect of this case was that Bobby looked as if he had been beaten up. Now, some of this could have been the result of the early decomposition of the body, or it could have been earlier injuries or bruises, what have you. But 2 or 3 people said that he had a broken finger and that there was blood on his shirt. So nobody's talking about cuts or knife wounds, it's injuries or bruises, possibly from being beat up. Does that calm you down, Maxwell? What are you going to do with all this information now?
well. I don't know if I told you, but it just like it kind of reminded me of my childhood. I think I said it in one of the podcast episodes, but I drank gasoline when I was like 5. I don't know if that's a That might not be a surprise to you, but
Do you think it's going to be a surprise to our listeners? I think that that might be a contributing factor to why you can't remember anything because you drank a
yeah,
lot of gasoline.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because I'm thinking it's not, it wouldn't be a surprise to them. But anyway, yeah, that kind of remind me of that, and yeah, I don't know what I was trying to get to, but
If you don't know, nobody else is going
yeah,
to
no,
know.
no, because I mean, it's kind of weird to try to commit suicide. Like, wait, is that the implication that he tried to commit suicide drinking gasoline?
That was one of the suggested theories. Yes.
That's kind of rough. I mean, I don't know. Like most men, seriously, and and this is a gender thing. Like at least I think this is one of the studies. Like when men commit suicide, they kind of do it like efficiently. It has to be with a gun or like jumping off a building. It's something that ends quick, and that they kind of, you know what I mean. So drinking gasoline is like I don't know. It's just not. Yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to get to, but go on.
Nothing seemed to point to suicide, but the police were insistent. Edna Gunderson says that an offhand remark made by Bobby's mother led to the ruling. She did say that he had been upset in recent days, but she did not suggest that he had been depressed or despondent as they had reported. And she was later very upset that they had concluded that he had committed suicide because she believed that he was incapable of that. Those closest to Bobby admit that in the days leading up to his death, he was unhappy with Bob Keane and Delphi Records. Bob Keane responds, Buddy Holly was his god and he wanted to play like Buddy Holly. And I was constantly saying, no, don't do that because you're Bobby Fuller. You have your own talent. We were at odds sometimes in actually making the music, the record. But if it wasn't suicide, was it murder? The answer may lie with a beautiful young woman known as Melody. Somebody, Edna Gunderson, says Fuller kept a secret. Uh-oh, we got secret girlfriends here. Is that usually the rabbit hole that leads to the truth about how somebody was killed?
Sometimes.
Even Bobby's closest friends and his mother didn't really know much about her, except that he was occasionally seeing her, and it was very much a clandestine kind of affair. Some believe Bobby kept the affair secret because Melody's boyfriend, who may have had ties to the mob, was still in the picture. Edna Gunderson says there was a very nefarious character in LA at the time who was operating a number of nightclubs, and he had a reputation for being a violent man. Melody was supposedly his girlfriend. Bobby did have a certain amount of affection for her and tried to see her occasionally. That's all we know. Randy Fuller, Bobby's brother, remembers that Bobby had planned to go to a party with Melody the night before he was found dead. Melody was going to drive him there and introduce him to a lot of big time people. And he said that there'd probably be a lot of, drinking and everything else going on. And I told him not to do anything that would get him in any trouble or anything, and he promised me he wouldn't. What happened at the party is unknown. But soon after Bobby's death, there were rumors of a drug overdose and a possible cover up. I mean, some of these stories in time, I mean, we're talking about 60s cold cases here. It seems like these keep repeating decade after decade after decade. I mean, look at how many unsolved cold cases there are now about possible ODs at mysterious parties, mysterious girlfriends or boyfriends that were kept secret. I mean, what does this tell us about human nature? Just these constantly repeating themes.
Yeah, I don't know. We're kind of messed up.
Do you hold any hope for the human species, Maxwell?
No, we're pretty much doomed. We're done.
There's Maxwell's opinion. Bob Keane said he heard the stories. I heard that Melody had turned Bobby onto doing acid a couple of times. One of the possibilities is that he was at a party with other celebrities and something happened. An accident, possibly, or a fight. Of course, they didn't want to be involved with it, these celebrities, so someone said, well, look, let's make it look like suicide. Once again, murders or accidental deaths staged as suicides. Once again, I mean, these themes just constantly keep repeating. However, there were no drugs in Bobby's system. and no one could explain why he was doused with gasoline or how the car got back to his apartment. Randy Fuller stated, "My mother went to her grave with a broken heart, and I hurt every day over this. Somebody out there knows something, and I just wish I could know." So this was actually aired on Unsolved Mysteries. And after the Unsolved Mystery broadcast, Unsolved Mysteries actually received a call from the mysterious woman known as Melody. She confirmed many of the facts we presented in our story. This is Unsolved Mysteries, but she disagreed with two important details. First, she says she was never involved with anyone who had ties to the mob. Now, if she was involved with someone who had ties to the mob, would she admit it? Especially if they had something to do with Bobby Fuller's death.
I guess not.
So that's kind of strange how, I don't know, some people just take all of this at face value, but logically, someone who's trying to deny or deflect away from something is obviously going to deny any ties to the mob, or they would never call in the first place. Second, she insists that she was not with Bobby the night he died and that she has no knowledge of the alleged party. She also believes that Bobby did not commit suicide. So that's pretty interesting, right?
Yeah.
More recently, the cause of Bobby's death was officially changed from suicide to accident. His family would like to exhume his body in hopes that new technology might be able to solve the mystery of his death. You know, that's pretty weird. That's all pretty weird.
And that's how recent is that? Like 2015 or something?
Why would you pull that out of nowhere?
Oh, you said more recently it was officially
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the segment was aired on October 18th, 1996 of Unsolved Mysteries. So, yeah.
so that's about 33 years later.
It says well, who said anything about 2015? Oh, you mean 96? Yes. So it says years later Bobby's death was changed. So in several years after 96, I'm guessing. So anywhere from somewhere around 2000. So in 2015, a book co-written by Randy Fuller theorized that Morris Levy, the roulette records owner known for his strong arm tactics and mafia ties, was involved in Bobby's death. In 1966, Bob Keane signed a deal with Roulette to distribute Bobby's music. Randy believes that his brother may have been killed because he wanted to back out of a business deal with Morris Levy, who died in 1990. However, this theory has not been confirmed. And we're going to go deep into a lot of these different theories. But initial thoughts, initial impressions, Maxwell. What do you think? And what do you think of Melody, who's denying that she was ever involved with anybody in the mafia? And denying any knowledge of the party, however, stating that she doesn't believe that he committed suicide. I mean, what's the? It's either she's being truthful, or she's trying to cover it up, or she was threatened to maybe reach out and say that so nobody would look at the mafia ties. We really don't know. Or she was feeling guilty and she wanted to throw some kind of a bone and at least say that she doesn't think he committed suicide. Who knows?
Yeah, I would say that. Um, yeah, probably just the last thing she said.
So, what do you think?
Um, I don't know. She wait, what's her relationship again? She was dating Bobby, or was she? What was she?
Allegedly, but Bobby was seeing her allegedly occasionally. However, she had a boyfriend allegedly who was in the mob.
Ah, I see. Um, that's interesting. But actually, that sounds reasonable because like she can't say, "Oh yeah, I know who did it," and then saying that she believes that it wasn't suicide. Then that's kind of like her guilty conscience or something.
Well, yeah, and the other thing that's kind of interesting is that so originally they actually said his death was he died of asphyxia due to inhalation of gasoline. So I guess they thought that he was just randomly beaten and that had nothing to do with inhalation of gasoline. It's kind of bizarre. It's bizarre. And apparently Bobby's drummer, Dalton Powell, had been confronted by three violent guys looking for Bobby at some point before the murder. And supposedly there was also a canceled tour, so Bobby might have been depressed over the canceled tour. So there's a lot of little details that aren't commonly discussed that of course we will go over on Mindshock. So to me, I mean, what do you think, Maxwell? Maxwell, you seem to call a lot of things coincidences, but is it a coincidence that three violent guys were looking for Bobby before his murder?
Um, so who are these three guys? The like mobsters?
The only information available is what I just read. Three violent guys looking for Bobby.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not a coincidence, I guess.
Yeah, other rumors said that there was either a drug overdose or a fight at the party. It was a beach party. Allegedly, Melody drove him to this party. And his death was covered up because celebrities were at the party. So, yeah, a lot of weird stuff. This is from Unsolved Mysteries. And here's another article from ultimateclassicrock.com on Bobby Fuller's death. But before we get to that, so what do you think it was? You think it was some kind of mob? The mob angle doesn't quite make sense because the mob wants you to know that they did it. So they wouldn't be staging it as a suicide, right? I mean, they do hits in broad daylight. They want to send a message. So why that doesn't seem consistent with a mob hit? And why would they? And if it was somebody else, why was his car returned to his house? So his mother discovered the car, and his dead body is in the car. The mob doesn't really play games. Like they if they doused him with gasoline, why didn't they burn him alive? I mean, that's what certain people do to snitches or people who don't cooperate. They burn them alive. What do you think, Maxwell? What do you think? What do you think happened to Bobby Fuller?
Um, I'm guessing it was a murder.
By who?
Uh, I don't know. Uh, yeah, I don't know enough.
All right. Well, let's go over more details. So,
It's kind of hard to like also like commit suicide. It's not, well, it's not suicide because he all these well, I don't know still enough like, and you're gonna go over it. I know the bruises and the cuts and stuff. So I don't know. Like I don't know if it can't be self-inflicted. I don't know. It depends on how it looks.
and allegedly a broken finger as well.
Oh shit. That's maybe he was trying to frame someone before he killed himself. Like
Oh,
break his
well, are you saying he wanted to commit suicide and he was trying to frame someone else for his suicide?
yeah
So someone else.
yeah
Wow, that is a new mind shock theory.
I
I have not seen that. That is brilliant, Maxwell.
that
You're gonna commit suicide, but you hate someone, and for whatever reason, you don't want to kill them. So you're
yeah.
gonna you're gonna frame them for your murder while committing suicide. That's a mind shock, Maxwell. That's a mind shock.
Oh jeez.
Wow, that might have been your first mind shock. Is that the first mind shock
That's a
you?
crazy one. I'm just saying, like, well, you know, I mean, that's the. Well, I was actually trying to get to the point of like, but then again, that could be the case. Like, like I was trying to get to the point where it's too ridiculous to be a suicide because of a broken finger. But then again, like you know, you break your own finger to make it seem like a not suicide and to frame someone. I guess I don't know, or to blame it on someone. But
That would indeed be the that is quite bizarre theory that I'm not. Yeah, I don't know if a lot of people covered that possibility. I actually had not thought of that. That is quite brilliant. I had
well,
not thought of that.
that takes a commitment to the framing if you have to
Yes.
break your own finger because for you to break your own finger, you'd still be alive. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So unless you hire someone to kill you first and then break your finger before he leaves, but you know,
Oh,
whatever.
wait a second. So you're saying Bobby Fuller might not have had it in him to kill himself. So he hired someone to kill him and frame the person he wanted framed. Is that an
And
extension of your theory?
also told him to break his finger. So it's
Oh man.
that's
Oh
rough.
man, Maxwell
That's a
Maxwell
few levels up right there.
Yeah, Maxwell's really delivering the mind shocks on this podcast. All right, so 50 years after his death, Frank Mastropolo wrote this very interesting article on ultimateclassicrock.com. 50 years ago, I thought the lost singer Bobby Fuller dies mysteriously. The cause of Bobby Fuller's death at age 23 has remained a mystery for 50 years. The singer guitarist who led the Bobby Fuller Four to a top 10 hit with I Fought the Law was found dead of asphyxiation in the front seat of his mother's car on July 18th, 1966. The debate still rages whether the rising star committed suicide, died accidentally, or was murdered, or as Maxwell pointed out, committed suicide while framing somebody else for murder. Fuller and his band moved to Los Angeles from El Paso, Texas in 1964. The Fuller Four included brother Randy on bass, Jim Reese on guitar, and drummer Dwayne Quirico. Delphi Records owner Bob Keane, who discovered Richie Valens, signed the band and served as their producer, manager, and publisher. Though British invasion groups began to dominate the charts, Fuller remained true to the raw style of American rockers like Valens, Buddy Holly, and Eddie Cochran. The Bobby Fuller Four scored a local hit in 1965 with Let Her Dance, but it was the following year's I Fought the Law that won them national attention. The tune was written by Sonny Curtis, who joined the Crickets after Holly's death. The Crickets' 1960 original never charted, but Fuller's version peaked at number 9 on the Billboard Hot 100 on March 12th, 1966. I wonder how far back the hot slang, like the Hot 100, that song is hot, it's on fire. Like that was, yeah, they had that in the 60s. How far back does that go? I don't really recall watching too many old movies where they're talking like Paris Hilton saying that's hot.
What was the question?
I gotta repeat it anyway.
Yeah.
The slang word hot, like that's hot, like that's popular.
Oh
it's on
yeah,
fire.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So they had the Hot 100 in the 60s. How far back does that go? Because I don't remember movies from the 50s or the 40s or even that much in the 60s or even the 70s really using the word hot that much.
I actually I think I would say the hot as it well I don't know about referring to like music. I don't know when that happened, but I remember hearing for the first time hot like referring to like the person you're attracted to or something. That was only like 86, 87. I don't know, that's what I remember.
Hmm.
But I mean, I could be wrong, but that's when I really just started hearing that, and it was so new. Like it was weird. It was like something that
Well, it seems like
no, you know what? I'm gonna look that up because like I don't remember people saying like he's hot or she's hot like at 85 or something on 85 or
neither do I, actually.
yeah. No one in the 50s called another person hot. Well, I don't think they did. I don't know. Hmm.
So it looks like in 1955, the first Billboard charts were established. So it was called Best Sellers in Stores charts before the creation of the Hot 100. So in 1955, Billboard published the Top 100. On August 4th, 1958, Billboard premiered one main all genre singles chart, the Hot 100. This was August 4th, 1958. So hot as in popular, as in on fire. I mean, I guess the 70s people were saying, you're on fire if you're doing really good at something. But interesting. Anyway, we'll continue with our actual podcast. But I thought that was kind of interesting that even in the 60s, they were already using the word hot in that kind of context. A whirlwind of appearances followed as Keane hoped to capitalize on the record's success. The band had already packed Hollywood clubs like Ciro's and the Whiskey A Go Go. Now they performed on TV's Hullabaloo and Shivaree and even turned up as Nancy Sinatra's backing band in the beach party flick The Ghost in the Invisible Bikini. Have you seen that one, Maxwell?
No, I've never seen a ghost in a bikini.
Lasting success seemed inevitable, though Fuller was reportedly unhappy that the grinding tour schedule prevented the band from recording new material. In the early hours of July 18th, Fuller received a phone call and left his Hollywood apartment in his mother's blue Oldsmobile. Later that day, Fuller's body was found sprawled on the front seat of the car, a gas can nearby. His body was doused with gasoline. The car had been in the parking lot outside the apartment for 30 minutes before his mother discovered the body. So that's another interesting detail. He received a phone call that caused him to leave in the early hours. Huh. Bruises covered Fuller's arms and body, prompting speculation that he had been beaten or dragged. Early news reports attributed Fuller's death to suicide by asphyxiation from the gas fume. Los Angeles police apparently agreed. Fuller's associates weren't immediately questioned, and cops on the scene disposed of the gas can without dusting for fingerprints. The autopsy found no evidence that Fuller was beaten. The report stated the gas vapors in the summer heat probably caused the hemorrhages on the body. Yeah, but would that cause a broken finger? Seems like we got a lot of shady business with the autopsy.
Yes, that's weird.
The medical examiner checked both the accidental and suicide boxes on the report with a question mark next to each. But why would Fuller, at the cusp of stardom, kill himself? 3 months later, the official cause of death was changed to accidental asphyxiation. But other questions were never fully answered. If the car had only been in the lot for 30 minutes before it was discovered, how had Fuller's body reached an advanced state of rigor mortis? Had Fuller died somewhere else with his body then driven to the parking lot? A variety of wild theories followed. Fuller died accidentally after taking LSD at a party. Keene had Fuller killed to cash in on a large insurance policy that he had taken out on the singer, and even that Charles Manson had a hand in Fuller's death. None of these theories have been proven. So Charles Manson in 1966, apparently he didn't really start his cult officially until 1968. But who knows? Yeah, he was still in June 1966, he was sent for a second time to Terminal Island in preparation for early release. So he was in and out of prison. So who knows? Yeah, that doesn't seem like a likely scenario. So in the 2015 book, I Fought the Law, The Life and Strange Death of Bobby Fuller, authors Miriam Lena and Randy Fuller float a new theory. Morris Levy, the Roulette Records owner known for his strong-arm tactics and mafia ties, was involved in Fuller's death. In 1966, Keene signed a deal with Roulette to distribute Fuller's music. Randy Fuller believes that his brother may have been killed because he wanted to back out of a business deal with Levy, who died in 1990. In July 1966, Bobby had had it, Lena told LA Weekly. The band was going to break up. He wanted out of their recording contract. He wanted out of the group. He was going to go solo. They were all supposed to meet at Bob Keene's, but Bobby didn't show up because he was dead. Huh. You think that's all circumstantial, or you think that might have had something to do with it?
Yeah, I don't remember what you said.
That was like 2 seconds ago.
Um,
If the band was going to break up and Bobby wanted out of the contract, then supposedly, so he wanted to go solo, and supposedly everybody's supposed to meet at Bob Keene's,
oh, I see.
and he does. Bobby didn't show up because he was dead. Like, what happened? You think it's something that happened within the band? Keep in mind, his brother's in the band, the drummer's in the band who might have made up the story about the three violent men looking for Bobby, or not. We don't know what all this is between the band members and all. There's too much information we don't have. But is it all sketchy, or you think it could be dismissed?
it's kind of weird. Like, why would anyone? I don't know if the band's gonna break up.
Well,
Like,
because they're mad at him because if he wanted out of the band, out of the contract, because then none of them get paid, right? Because there is no Bobby Fuller 4 without Bobby Fuller.
but is there financial gain at the death?
Well, not everything's about money, right? Some of it could be about revenge or just being, if they were mad at him for screwing it all up, they were going to kill. They wanted to kill him.
Okay, I get it.
Happens all the time. Happens all the time. So, yeah, that was a very interesting article. So, yeah, let's dissect rigor mortis for a moment. So, what exactly is rigor mortis? Do you know, Maxwell? Because the time of death is critical here. Establishing a timeline is always critical. So, how long was he dead before he showed up in the car? Which again, this case is really bizarre, right? I mean, they just drop him off. So his mom is checking the driveway for the vehicle. There is no vehicle for most of the day. She looks away for about a half an hour. All of a sudden, the vehicle is there with his dead body in it. What do you make of that?
I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, how often does that happen? And so I think rigor mortis here is the key to finding out how long it had been before his death. Do you know anything about rigor mortis, Maxwell?
I don't know how long it takes, but is it like it's quick though? It's like 12 hours, right, or something, or
So
even quicker than that.
So here was a write up specifically on rigor mortis. And this is the short version. Someone posted this online. I thought it was quite a good summary. So we don't have to go over all the intricacies which medical students might have to study for years. The short version is a body turns stiff after dying. The Latin phrase rigor mortis just says that, but in Latin, so it's cooler. A freshly killed corpse, a snake, dog, deer, or human, will be loose and floppy as the muscles aren't being directed by a brain. Chemical changes take place in the muscles, gradually or quickly, and the muscles seize up and make the body rigid. Later, rigor mortis effects end, and the corpse is loose and floppy again. Coroners and pathologists use the level of rigor mortis to estimate time of death. There's no possible way that a human body would go into rigor mortis 30 minutes after death. Fuller must have been killed between 4 and 48 hours earlier, depending on many different factors. So, if it is a true observation that the car was absent in that parking lot, then present 30 minutes later with a corpse in advance rigor mortis, then someone killed Fuller elsewhere and staged the corpse as a suicide.
Wow, that's a big tell.
Yes, indeed.
Wow.
That's an interesting summary, though. I mean, the official definition in the dictionary will state the stiffening of the joints and muscles of a body a few hours after death, usually lasting 1 to 4 days. It is kind of weird. That's a really big range. So some people's bodies go loose and floppy 1 day after, others 4 days after. How bizarre is that? I mean, that's a huge difference. That's several 100% difference on
Wow.
why.
I wonder if it has to do with like, huh? Hmm. Probably not, because they would have mentioned it. But I was thinking maybe it has to do with a person's health, like maybe, you know what I mean, or age. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I'm sure
I
there's
guess
I'm sure there's a lot of factors. So basically, this happens when mycin heads are degraded by enzymes. Decomposition of myofilaments occurs approximately 48 to 60 hours after death, and this is what ends the rigor mortis. So rigor mortis starts 4 to 6 hours after death and ends 48 to 60 hours after death. So yeah, that's very interesting. So there doesn't seem to be it's not obviously not an exact science. The body can stiffen as early as 2 hours after death. So this seems to be a very big range, but either way, it definitely doesn't happen in minutes, even 30 minutes. It seems to take several hours. So some sources cite 3 to 6, others 2 to 3. That's when it begins, and then X amount of time it goes back to loose and floppy. So yes, so it seems basically impossible that he died right when it was found or shortly after. So whatever happened to him happened at least several hours earlier, if not more. So, what do you think? Do you think he really was going to go solo? And this was all just the aftermath of a business deal gone sour?
I don't know. That's possible. I mean, I don't know how much he talked to the band about it, but
The thing that doesn't make sense, if this was the mafia likes to make their handiwork known. That way it keeps people in line. Like, you don't cross the mafia, you don't cross the mob. Why would they be staging it as, I mean, it's kind of weird, especially back then.
very true. That's a good point. I think you're right. Like to for them to keep their power, they have to, or maybe you know what? Maybe it was staged pretty like pretty good because I mean, even though it's deemed like a recorded as suicide, like it's not. People don't think that, or at least people didn't think that. I don't think. I don't know.
They did think that. That was the
Oh, really?
original. But when you're not paying attention to this whole podcast, Maxwell, the original theory was that he had drank gasoline in a suicide. Then when they did the autopsy and there was no gasoline in his stomach, they changed it to he inhaled gasoline fumes and died as if by
What I'm trying to say is maybe that's the printed, but like not necessarily the public opinion. Like the
But
public
what difference
opinion
does it make? The
might.
mafia, the way the mafia works is
What I'm
they do drive-bys. They don't douse people, or they douse people in gasoline and actually set them on fire. They don't douse them in gasoline and then set the car up somewhere to make it look like a suicide, like he just returned home or something. How does that make any sense? That's not how the mob operates.
oh, okay. I just thought like maybe they're trying to be subtle about it. I don't know.
So the other theory is that if the police were corrupt and in on it, for example, throwing away gas cans with evidence on them, or they were just told not to investigate because this was like let's say it was the record manager and the record manager has ties to the mob, so technically it wasn't the mob that killed him but the record manager maybe or his men, and with the mob's connection to the police they kind of just told the police not to investigate seriously and look the other way. Would that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, the other thing that's weird with mob hits or other murders, why return the body? Like, if they killed him, why don't they just bury him out in the desert? Isn't that's usually how it works? So either they're gonna do a drive-by in broad daylight to show the mob's power, or you'll disappear into the desert and nobody will ever find you. I mean, that's pretty much how mob hits work.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Now, what I think is more likely here, once again, not to fall for any kind of black and white fallacies, if there was some, let's say it was some kind of they just wanted to beat him up and they accidentally killed him. Now what? So it wasn't an official mob hit, but if the mob was either involved, possible ties to corrupt police, possibly the record manager, they roughed him up to kind of threaten him and he accidentally died. Now maybe they would want to set it up as a suicide to absolve themselves, right? That kind of makes more sense, right?
Yeah.
If they didn't mean to kill him, so it was an accidental death, or like like the rumors go, a lot of times in a lot of unsolved cases, when they become solved and the truth finally comes out, it turns out that some of those early rumors were true. I mean, there's many cases where local rumors, it actually was what happened. Maybe not necessarily exactly, maybe not even the exact person, but rumors of a party or whatnot, an OD at a party, or some powerful people involved that wanted to make it go away, not even necessarily that they were involved or they were responsible for the death, but they were at the party. Who knows? A lot of times rumors turn out to be true. So, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. So, yeah, there's a lot of little details, like certain things that Bobby might have been unhappy with and all of these things. But the other thing that's inconsistent is in some original versions, supposedly they said he was really badly beaten up, and other accounts said that there wasn't even a scratch on him. So now there's like a mishmash and inconsistency in the reporting. It would be interesting to narrow down the insurance money, because if his manager took out an insurance policy on him as an artist or whatnot, and then he finds out that he's going to leave the band and go solo and not be under his contract, that's pretty good motive, right? Because at least he could catch the policy, because if he's leaving the contract, he's not going to be able to make money off him, but if he kills him, he gets the insurance money.
Okay.
I mean, that's not bad. And especially one, I think it would make even more sense if they didn't mean to kill him, so he wanted to just threaten him. You know, you're not leaving anywhere. You have to you have to finish out your contract. But yeah, it's weird. So, but it seems like yeah, it's weird. What if people were trying to beat him up, or maybe they were trying to kill him? Maybe they doused him in gasoline and they were about to light him on fire and kill him, and somebody saved him. And what if that somebody, for whatever reason, they didn't drive him to the hospital, they drove him back to the apartment and then just left because they didn't want to be involved? Like, let's say it wasn't a good person. What if it was some shady individual, but they didn't want him to be killed, so somehow they stumbled upon the scene? I don't know. I mean, they'd probably be shot, so I don't know how likely that is. I'm just trying to account for different scenarios that explain him being doused in gasoline, but not lit on fire, and returned in the vehicle to the apartment. I mean, none of this makes any sense. There really must be some very strange scenario to explain this, right? Because nobody's going to intentionally say, okay, let's kill Bobby Fuller. We'll douse him in gasoline, but not light him on fire. He's beat up, broken finger, and let's just return the car just for giggles. Like, what? It doesn't, like,
Uh,
because they'd have to be driving around in broad daylight with a corpse in the vehicle. Like, who's going to do that? You know what else is kind of crazy?
oh
His
man.
mother conveniently didn't see who did it, because they would have had to have been at least another car following them. Because once the driver dropped off the vehicle with Bobby Fuller's body, he jumps into the other vehicle and they escape. So why would they chance somebody seeing that? This is broad daylight in front of his apartment. Like, the mother could have been looking out the window while they dropped the vehicle. She could have seen who did this and who drove away in which vehicle. It's almost by sheer luck that she didn't. But who's going to chance this in broad daylight?
Yeah, that's yeah, I can't believe no one saw them.
Unless they did and the police silenced them. Let's go into the police conspiracy, because this is Mindshock. So here's an interesting post that someone made referring to police corruption, the mafia, and record producers and owners. So, only about a year after Fuller was found dead, Jimmy Rogers had an incident. So on December 1st, 1967, Jimmy Rogers suffered traumatic head injuries after the car he was driving was stopped by an off duty police officer near the San Diego freeway in Los Angeles. He had a fractured skull and required several surgeries. Initial reports in the newspaper attributed his injuries to a severe beating with a blunt instrument by unknown assailants. Rogers had no specific memory of how he had been injured, remembering only that he had seen blindingly bright lights from a car pulling up behind him. A few days later, the LAPD stated that off-duty LAPD officer Michael Duffy, later identified in the press as Richard Duffy, had stopped him for erratic driving, and that Rogers had stumbled, fallen, and hit his head. Yeah, that sounds legitimate. According to the police version, Duffy then called for assistance from other officers, and the three of them put the unconscious Rogers into his car and left the scene. This account was supported by the treating physicians, who had first blamed the skull fracture on a beating. By the latter part of December, they concluded that Rogers had in fact fallen, and that had caused his injuries. The following month, Rogers filed an $11 million lawsuit against the city of Los Angeles, claiming that the three officers had beaten him. The police and the LA County District Attorney rejected these claims, although the three officers were given 2-week suspensions for improper procedures in handling the case, particularly their leaving the injured Rogers alone in his car. He was later found by a worried friend. The three officers in the LA Fire and Police Protective League filed a $13 million slander suit against Rogers for his public statements, accusing them of brutality. Neither suit came to trial. The police slander suit was dropped, and in 1973, Rogers elected to accept a $200,000 settlement from the Los Angeles City Council, which voted to give him the money rather than incur the costs and risks of further court action. Rogers and his supporters still believe that one or more of the police officers beat him, although other observers find the evidence inconclusive. In the 2010 biography, Me, the Mob, and the Music, singer Tommy James wrote that Morris Levy, the mafia-connected head of Roulette Records, had arranged the attack. All of Rogers' successful singles had been released by Roulette. Now, how damning is that? So the mob or record producers, if they pay off police officers to just beat people, and then the police officers make sure the case is not properly investigated, does that explain the mystery of Bobby Fuller? Keep in mind, this happened the following year in 1967 with the Jimmy Rogers situation. Maxwell, did you get any of that?
So, I forgot.
So you didn't hear anything that I just said?
I did, and then I was thinking about it, and I thought I got it, and then when you asked me, I don't remember.
Jimmy Rogers was beaten by the police officers allegedly, and this was arranged by Morris Levy, the mafia-connected head of Roulette Records. This is the same individual that was signed to distribute Bobby Fuller's music. And if Bobby Fuller's leaving the band, there's no more contract. If he's out of the contract and going solo. So were corrupt police officers hired out to put a beating on Bobby Fuller to get him to stay in line with the contract, and then they accidentally killed him and then tried to possibly stage it as a suicide? Because police officers might not be afraid to drive around a vehicle with a corpse in it in the middle of the day. And the police officers might have their buddy, or if it was one of the officers who beat Bobby Fuller, maybe they didn't mean to kill him, but they would be throwing away gas cans or anything that had their fingerprints on it, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's such a good point. I never thought of like a police car, like how convenient it is to be like that's cool. Like any car can be pulled over, but a cop car, you don't really no one really investigates that on them in the moment, so it's presumed innocent.
Yeah, so if these or if these mafia connected record producers and distributors, if they get some corrupt cops in on the scheme with them, I mean, you got a mix of mafia record producers and corrupt cops. I mean, that's a recipe for disaster and unsolved murders, whether accidental or not, such as Bobby Fuller. And if they're mafia connected, they put pressure on the coroner. They could put pressure on the autopsy report to say what it needs to say, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So let's get a little bit more bizarre regarding the connections to these record producers. So some people criticized that Fuller's death was never properly investigated. So some people point to corruption for that being the reason, but other people point to that longtime LA police Chief William H. Parker, died of a heart attack 2 nights before Bobby Fuller. So Fuller's death wasn't considered a top priority. However, Bob Keane, his manager, apparently 3 other artists died under his management. Richie Valens and Sam Cooke, and they died in highly disputed circumstances. What do you think about that? I mean, is this a pattern where if certain artists want out of their contract, Bob Keane has them whacked? Or maybe he has the police do it?
Oh man, I don't know, man.
I mean, we're going down rabbit holes, but Richie Valens died in a plane crash with Buddy Holly. And there's a lot of conspiracy theories about the day the music died, which is when a 4-passenger plane crashed after taking off from Mason City, Iowa airport on February 3rd, 1959. In the accident report, the Civil Aeronautics Board said that pilot error was the cause of the crash. But the report didn't mention a gun belonging to Holly that was found by a farmer 2 months after the crash. Newspaper accounts of the gun discovery fueled rumors among fans that the pilot was somehow shot, causing the crash. The owner of the flying service added to the conspiracy theory by insisting his pilot was not at fault, saying the pilot might have been incapacitated. Well, that definitely, yeah, we definitely have to do a podcast on the day the music died, because this is connected to Bobby Fuller now. There's a lot of people dying under strange circumstances under Bob Keane's management, as well as strange things in connection with Morris Levy, the owner of Roulette Records. Like, what is going on in LA with the music industry at this time?
Yeah, that's a lot of musicians getting killed.
I mean, all of this is alleged, but it's quite bizarre.
I mean, I not necessarily murdered, but I just like dying. I don't know. I don't know the cause, but it's just there's just a lot of them. So
Yeah, I'm gonna read one more account. This is from Chris Lane's article, October 29th, 2015, on Houston Press. This is for the Houston Press. He fought the law, the strange mysteries surrounding Bobby Fuller's death. When Bobby Fuller was found dead on July 18th, 1966, the details around his death and a hasty investigation left many with more questions than answers. The sad story of the young singer from Texas has spawned conspiracy theories and rumors, almost from the moment his body was discovered slumped over the driver's seat of a car in a Los Angeles parking lot, which investigators quickly decided was a suicide. Tales of LSD parties gone wrong, organized crime, and other theories about the events leading up to Fuller's death have been circulating ever since. So, what did happen to Bobby Fuller that led to his death at the age of 23? The mystery is as compelling now as it was nearly 50 years ago. Robert Gaston Fuller was born in Baytown on October 26, 1942, and moved with his family to Salt Lake City until they relocated back to Texas in 1956. Landing in El Paso, Fuller was impressed with the new sound of early rock and roll, which was making waves with young people at the time. He idolized fellow Texan Buddy Holly and was inspired to pursue a career in music, a path which the young singer and guitarist took to almost immediately. During the early 1960s, Fuller put together a band with a constantly revolving roster of members and played shows at clubs around El Paso. In 1964, Fuller moved to Los Angeles with his group, now calling themselves the Bobby Fuller Four, and including his younger brother Randy on bass. The group was quickly signed to Delphi Records by a producer named Bob Keane, who had worked with numerous surf rock groups and discovered Richie Valens. Fuller's music covered lots of territory, sometimes veering towards reverb-laden surf sound, and at others revealing the influence of Buddy Holly, Eddie Cochran, and other early rockers. The group recorded both originals and covers, and in 1965 scored a hit in California with Let Her Dance, although it was the following year's release of I Fought the Law that really put the group on the national map. After the song's meteoric rise on the national charts, it seemed like great things were ahead for the band and their handsome singer. But sadly, that would not be the case. 6 months after the song hit big, Bobby Fuller was discovered dead. His body and arms were covered in bruises. So here's another account. Not only his body, but his arms covered in bruises, and he was soaked in gasoline lying face down. An open can of gas sat on the floor of the car and the windows were rolled up, leading to an initial ruling that he'd killed himself by inhaling gasoline fumes. While that sounds reasonable at face value, investigators failed to secure the scene and didn't even think to dust the gas can for fingerprints or to pursue an investigation any further than what seemed obvious from viewing the body in the car. If Fuller's death wasn't self-induced, what evidence is there that foul play was involved? Unfortunately, the botched investigation makes solid proof of much of anything difficult to find. And instead, we only have the numerous rumors and personal accounts of people close to Fuller at the time of his death to go by. Many of those closest to the singer don't believe the suicide story, and the official cause of death was changed 3 months after it was originally issued to accidental asphyxiation, which would indicate that he didn't kill himself on purpose. Why were his clothes soaked in gasoline? Even in an enclosed space, it seems unlikely that enough fumes would be concentrated to soak a person's clothing. And none of Bobby Fuller's closest loved ones indicated that he seemed depressed. Had someone intended to torch the car but had to leave in a hurry? Were the bruises on his body evidence that he'd been beaten or killed in some other trauma, and then arranged in the car to make his death look like a suicide? The car Fuller found in had only been in the parking lot a short period of time, but his corpse was already experiencing rigor mortis, which could suggest that he had died earlier in somewhere else and then been moved to the parking lot. According to some sources, Fuller's producer, Bob Keane, was fond of gimmicky marketing tricks that didn't sit well with the singer, and he was considering parting ways with Keane, eager to embark on a solo career. His brother Randy believes that Bobby was killed by someone because he wanted to back out of a business deal, but there's no hard evidence proving such a scenario. Many other theories simply don't seem plausible, such as his murder at the hands of the Manson family, or that he accidentally died while high on LSD at a party thrown by rich people who hastily constructed the suicide scene to keep their involvement secret. Notorious LA gangster and club owner Eddie Nash has been mentioned, as well as other organized crime figures who had their fingers in the mid 60s music industry. I wonder if Eddie Nash is Melody's boyfriend who had not been mentioned by name previously. A new book, Miriam Lena and Randall Fuller's I Fought the Law: The Life and Strange Death of Bobby Fuller, makes the case that a record industry leader named Morris Levy was the real mastermind behind Fuller's death. Even if he's not, Levy's reputation for rough tactics, artist exploitation, and gangland connections definitely makes him a compelling contender for an unsolved murder. But with Bobby Fuller's death still officially considered a suicide or accidental, there's not much interest in reopening an actual investigation into his death. So it's likely that we will never know for sure what happened to end the life of the popular young musician from Texas. At least we'll always have his music. Yeah, I'm sure that was not much of a consolation to his mother. Okay, so that was quite enlightening. Some people think he fought the mob and the mob won. What do you think about that?
Is that referring to the song?
Yes.
Um, Wait, you're saying that the song is referring to that?
No, I'm saying what if he got into some altercation with the mafia? Once again, if Melody is the girlfriend of a mobster, they're not going to take too kindly to someone having any kind of relationship with the girlfriend of a mobster. An example must be made, don't you think?
Oh, okay, I got you. And then, okay,
You know what's crazy though? He had the song "I Fought the Law and the Law Won." What kind of twist of fate is that if some crooked cops pulled him over and kind of beat him to death within 6 months of that song?
ah,
That's kind of messed up, right?
maybe some crazy cop like lost his mind and like he just hated the song or something. I don't know.
Why would he hate the song though? It says that the law won.
Oh wait, you're right. I thought the law one, huh?
Once again, I mean, so apparently the phone call that he got before he left. So we didn't spend a lot of time on that. We need to really, really talk about that because how often does someone get a 3 a.m. phone call that's important enough to get them to leave the house and then they show up dead? I mean, it seems like the phone call is that last critical piece. Now, was the phone call a phone call from Bob Keane talking about some kind of late night meeting that they need to attend? And Bobby Fuller is the only one that doesn't make it out of this alive. Maybe he put his foot down at the. Maybe he did go to the meeting and he put his foot down and said, "I'm done. I'm going solo." Maybe there was a fight at the meeting, and maybe he was killed accidentally in the fight, and then they all covered it up so they can't talk about it. I mean, I guess his brother probably couldn't have been there because that's too weird. It doesn't seem likely that his brother would help cover it up. But if, other than his brother, if the rest of the band members were there, I mean, we really don't know.
Yeah. Hmm. So who are uh wait, does he have siblings or does he have siblings?
Were you not paying attention? His brother played in the band with him, and
Oh yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
quoted him many times. And he's the co-author of the book that just came out on Bobby
Well,
Fuller a few years ago.
well, I wasn't paying attention because if I were paying attention, I would have known.
That's a good point, Max. Well, the other thing that's weird, so he's not found in his car. He took his mother's Oldsmobile, her blue Oldsmobile. That's something else that doesn't quite make sense. Huh. Yeah, there's a lot that just really doesn't make sense about this case. Where are you right now with the case?
I don't know. I'm kind of mystified. I mean, it's kind of like it looks well to me it looks purposeless. Like I I I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
All right, well, let me make it even more confounding. So, what a lot of people don't know is that okay, so earlier reports also state that there was a gasoline soaked rag stuffed in his mouth. So once again, there was conflicting reports. Now, a lot of times that's kind of like a snitch hit. So if somebody snitches, they're gonna pour gasoline down their throat or light them on fire. That's kind of how they roll. Certain groups roll. Obviously, they didn't set him on fire, and he's not a snitch because I don't think unless he found. Well, actually, what if he found out about the shady tactics that his manager was using in something that had nothing to do with him, but he just found out about it? What if he walked in on some kind of mob meeting and they were killing somebody?
Okay, anything's possible because we don't know jack shit. So I mean, that's possible. He walked into someone or into a meeting. Someone's getting tortured, and then he saw it. He was a witness. Done.
What if all that other stuff is true? What if Bobby Fuller is all mad and he's walking into Bob Keaton's office in the middle of the night telling him he's terminating the contract, he's going solo, and they're killing some other musician that wants out of his contract, and there's like another mob guy there, and Bobby Fuller witnesses all that.
Yeah, possible.
All right, let's get a little bit more in depth with some of the other bandmates. So Jim Reese is one of the guitarists. So he was actually interviewed. Someone asked him, whose idea was it to call the group the Bobby Fuller Four? Jim Reese responds, the thing about the Bobby Fuller Four is the name in itself is inappropriate. That was a name that was thought of between Bobby Fuller, Bob Keane, and somebody else. I don't know who. In other words, the band, the rest of us, we were never consulted about that. They set up a corporation, Bobby Fuller 4 Inc., of which we were not members. Almost from the word go, from a corporate standpoint, a business standpoint, the band was changed from 4 people to 1 man with 3 people playing with him. That's not actually what the band was. It was actually 4 guys that left El Paso to go to Los Angeles with all for one and one for all in mind. We're all equal. We're all partners in this deal. We got out there and it got taken away from us. Since Bobby was the singer, that's who they concentrated on. I don't lay all the blame on Bobby. Bobby wanted to be a star so bad to a point he didn't care what he had to do to make it. If I live to be 100 years old, I'll always believe that if we had just connected with visionary type people in the business, as opposed to the bottom line, money people, we could have conceivably been as big as the Beatles. You knew Bobby for a long time, right? Yeah, I knew him for several years before the Bobby Fuller 4 came into being. In other words, the band ultimately came into being that band. He played drums for me, in fact, at one time. So this is giving us a new aspect that we hadn't talked about before and most people don't know about. So this is just a band of people of which Bobby Fuller is just one guy. Now, as soon as they get to LA and sign with Bob Keane, all of a sudden it's the Bobby Fuller Four, and these other bandmates had no part of that. So, how would you feel if you were a drummer, a guitarist, and you were part of a band, and all of a sudden, without consulting you, the band is just named after the singer?
Yeah, that's kind of messed up.
Could you see why some of the other bandmates might be really pissed off, possibly pissed off enough to commit murder? What do you think?
Yeah, that takes a very unhealthy person to react in such a way. But anything's possible. I don't know enough about the personalities.
Well, we also have this tidbit here. Bobby wanted to be a star so bad, he didn't care what he had to do to make it. That's kind of ominous, isn't it?
I see. So yeah, he was pushing his name. That's weird. Self promotion is
Well, yeah, but
uh,
yeah, I think you missed the point there. It's not about the promotion. He's willing to do anything to make it. Is he willing to do illegal things? Is he willing to become involved with the mafia, with shady record producers?
I see what you mean. Okay. Huh. Yeah, some people are willing to do that. Some people are willing to risk their lives. So,
So, what did he become involved with? Did he become involved with something that ultimately led to his death?
but I wonder what kind of favors he would do other people to get to stardom.
I don't know, but did one of them get him killed?
Possibly, but I just yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's possible. Just
So, okay, the last thing we'll go over is his road manager. So, while not a one hit wonder, Bobby Fuller's claim to fame is one song that continues to get airplay to this day. That song is I Fought the Law. Those closest to Bobby, including his road manager, Rick Stone, do not believe Bobby committed suicide. They believe he was murdered. In this exclusive interview, we talked to Rick Stone about his days as road manager for the Bobby Fuller Four and the mysterious circumstances of Bobby Fuller's death. Where were you when you heard about Bobby Fuller's death? I was there. Let me back your questions up a little bit. The night before, we had sat around, and of course, this contradicts what I just said, but we'd been on the road for 6 months and were tired. We came in the evening before. I was sitting there with Bobby's mother watching TV, and three girls came by. Two of them were from El Paso, and they wanted to visit. I didn't know him. His mother knew him from years ago. They visited for a couple of hours. Bobby talked to him, and Bobby had me go down and get a 6-pack of beer. Bobby had a couple of beers, and the girls had a beer each, and then they left. I fell asleep on the couch watching TV. Mrs. Fuller had a little daybed in there, and that's what she slept on. It was a big 2-bedroom apartment. Bobby was in the back bedroom writing a song after they left, a song called Bittersweet. The next thing I knew, it was around 2:30 or 3 in the morning. I was real thirsty, and I got up and fixed a glass of tea, and I heard the door open. See, back then it wasn't anything unusual for us to be up that late. When you play till 2 o'clock in the morning and you don't tear down till 3 and you don't even have dinner till 4, you get home at 5 and you try to go to sleep. So it's not unusual to be up that late. He went in and went out of the living room door, and I saw him just for a second. I didn't say anything to him. He just went out. I went back and went to sleep. Next thing I know, his mother is sitting there staring at me when I woke up. She said Bobby didn't come in all night. I went, ooh, I can tell her he's probably shacking up with some gal, but I didn't know what the deal was. She said, will you go out and see if the car is still here? So I went down to the basement garage. In the basement, there was a huge parking lot, and the car was not there. So then I went out to the side lot where the van was, and I got some fresh clothes out of it for myself and got ready to go because we had a meeting at the record studio at either 9 or 10 a.m. I didn't want to drive the van because it's too damn big and there was no place to park it. So I walked to the studio. It was 2 blocks south, right off the corner of Vine between Hollywood and Sunset. Everybody showed up but Bobby. My Volkswagen was in the shop having a valve job. Jim Reese, Bobby Fuller Four guitarist, went out and we sat around eating hamburgers, and Bobby didn't ever show up. Around 3:30 or 4, it was evident he wasn't going to show up, and I told Jim, give me a ride to the garage so I can get my Volkswagen and go home. He said, fine. I picked up my bug, and then as I was driving down, I can't remember that street. It's the same street Janis Joplin's apartment was. I had a real bad feeling about Bobby all that afternoon. See, the day before, he told me he was going to break up the group and go on his own and try to get away from Bob Keane. I had a bad feeling about it. As I drove down that street, a police car with flashing lights passed me. As I turned the corner, of course, I'm right on the corner as I come up to the apartment house. It's a vacant lot. I make a left turn on Sycamore Street, and about another 50 feet, there was an entrance driveway into a dirt lot. I just went in and pulled in behind the cops. They said, hey, get out of here, you can't come in there. I just parked the car where I always parked it. I walk over, and there's Bobby laying on the front seat of the car. The police had just gotten there. What did the police report say? Well, the last time I tried to get the police report and someone else tried, they came back and said, well, the records were destroyed in a fire. Another comment was, it's been 25 years and we don't save things past 25 years. Every time you get some kind of runaround. All right, so this does not look good for the case. So basically, his road manager, Rick Stone, is corroborating that Bobby, the day before Bobby goes missing. He said he was gonna he was gonna break up the group and go solo and get away from Bob Keane. The next day he ends up dead. What do you make of this, Maxwell?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Is that just a coincidence? And then why are the police said they lost all the records in a fire? Why did the police not want to investigate? That seems to be there's some police connection here, record producer connection, and possibly also a mafia connection.
That's it's a pretty big web of conspiracies.
The windows in the vehicle were rolled up and the doors were shut but not locked, and the keys were not in the ignition. Just some more details. So, where are you at? What are your final thoughts? Did Bobby Fuller just happen to be involved with Melody, the girlfriend of a mobster, and that's just one of those red herrings? And the real cause was that he wanted to break up with Bob Keane, who happened to have an insurance policy on him, so rather than let that happen and let him break up the band, get out of the contract, and not be able to make money off him, he decides to kill him. And then we just have a lot of weirdness in the I can't make sense of the delivery of the vehicle back. Is there a way to make sense of that or no?
It's weird. It's kind of like they're trying to play a game, but it's not. Or maybe it is working. I don't know, because we're going crazy here.
You think they did that just to throw everybody off? But what's the point? Why not just leave him in the desert? I mean, how does bringing his body back, that doesn't Oh, wait a second. If they never find the body, can he collect on the insurance claim because there's no proof that he's dead?
I like that.
Yeah, okay. Okay, but why risk returning the vehicle with the body to the apartment? Why not just dump it? Why not just leave it in any parking lot? It'll be discovered soon enough. Why risk it? Unless, of course, you have the cops in on it. If you have the cops in on it, it's not that big of a risk. So,
Aren't most contracts with insurance like if it's deemed suicide or recorded suicide, the money is reduced or
that's
voided?
life insurance policy, but I believe if Bob Keane has some kind of recording artist insurance policy, I'm not sure how that would work. I don't think that's a standard life insurance. That's a good question. We need to get an entertainment lawyer on the podcast to answer that for you. If there are any entertainment lawyers out there that know the details, you could just drop it in the comments section. But final thoughts, Maxwell. What do you think?
It's kind of mysterious. No purpose. It's uh, the motives, the motives. It just doesn't hit me. I don't know, the band, the mobster. Like probably probably the most realistic one is the mobster girlfriend thing. But
You don't think
yeah,
it's shady that his road manager admitted that he wanted to go solo the day before he dies, and he's unhappy with Bob Keane. And this Levy character from Roulette Records who's involved in shady business and mob ties. That's all a coincidence. You think that's less likely than he was shacking up with the girlfriend of a mobster? That might be connected, by the way. If that mobster also works for the record, I mean, it could be a 2-for-1 deal. If he told the mobster like this guy needs to be taught a lesson, it's like, oh yeah, he's actually been seeing my girlfriend or the girlfriend of my mob associate. He definitely needs a beating.
those are good points. Um, hmm. The way you explained that is now it started to make sense, but
Maxwell Army. Well, we hope
yeah.
you guys enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime in one very, very bizarre case. If you like the podcast, you could donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit the like button. Feel free to share the podcast across social media platforms. Like our Facebook page, you can also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and patrons do get priority for requesting cases. We will get to it in a timely fashion, unlike our ever expanding list of requests. We will get to all of them sooner or later, but if you do want to support the podcast, become a patron now. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
We'll catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to Mindshock True Crime. This is Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And Johnny Mills.
And we are going over one of the most baffling and long-standing mysteries of all time. That of the demise of one Marilyn Monroe. This has been an incredibly requested case, and it is steeped in mystery and conspiracy, the likes of what most people never really realize how far some of these rabbit holes go. So, like always in typical Mindshock fashion, we will be digging deep into every single rabbit hole to see what we can uncover and make some of these pieces fit that don't seem to fit in some of these theories. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms like our Facebook page. You could also check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. All right, so here's the question everybody's been waiting for. Maxwell Powers, do you know who Marilyn Monroe is?
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a slow answer.
Miss Blonde Bombshell singing to JFK for his birthday.
Okay. So, Johnny, I know you've actually mentioned this mystery before. I'm not even sure I looked into it that deep until you mentioned it. I actually always just assumed, I've seen, before I researched the case, in the past, years and years ago, I just always assumed it was suicide, and then you kind of mentioned that there were some strange connections, and I started digging, and then there are indeed quite a few strange connections. What do you, what's your take on this whole thing?
Actually, I don't really know too much about Marilyn Monroe. I thought she just took some pills and just died or something.
You were actually the one who told me to look into the case.
Well, I know there was some weird connection with like John F. Kennedy, but that was all I really knew. I mean,
Yeah, once you start looking at the autopsy, the medical examiner, the strange issues with the discovery of the body, the ambulance driver. I mean, there were lie detector tests administered. I mean, this whole thing was investigated quite thoroughly, and there are so many pieces that just simply don't add up. Maxwell, what do you were aware of her death, of her young, she was pretty young when she died, relatively. What did you think? It was just suicide?
Um, yeah, I was, I mean, I didn't know how she died back in the day but, like, recently I came across that she was committed suicide, but, yeah, I didn't know how she died the last.
Yeah, let's go over the background of Marilyn Monroe for people like Maxwell who might have possibly heard who she was but not really know too well. And there might be some very, very critical clues hidden in her past that could help us decipher this mystery, whether it were links to possible mental insanity or some other connections to some strange people, possibly involved in the government, possibly involved in the Illuminati. And we will actually even be getting into some even more mind-shocking theories involving aliens. I'm sure that's what you want to know about, right, Maxwell?
Yeah.
what was she? She was abducted or what?
Not quite, but we'll get to that. So she was actually born June 1st, 1926, as Norma Jean Mortensen. I don't know, Norma Jean doesn't have the same ring as Marilyn. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that old name sucked.
And she died August 4th, 1962, age 36. Los Angeles, California. Born in Los Angeles, California. So the official cause of death is listed as barbiturate overdose. And she was an actress, model, singer, mostly active between the years 1945 and 1962. 3 spouses, James Dougherty, Joe DiMaggio, and Arthur Miller. So she was an American actress, model, singer. She was famous for playing the blonde bombshell characters and she became one of the most popular, if not the first, worldwide sex symbol of the 1950s and early 1960s. She was a top billed actress for only a decade, but her films grossed $200 million, which is the equivalent to $2 billion in 2018.
Damn, it's a lot.
Yeah, once you adjust numbers for inflation, it's kind of insane. Yeah, that's crazy. So, yeah, more than half a century after her death, she continues to be a major pop culture icon. Born and raised in Los Angeles, Monroe spent most of her childhood in foster homes and an orphanage and was married at the age of 16. While working in the Radio Plane Company in 1944 as part of the war effort during World War II, she was introduced to a photographer from the first motion picture unit and began a successful pinup modeling career. That work led to short-lived film contracts with 20th Century Fox from 1946 to 47 and Columbia Pictures in 1948. After a series of minor film roles, she signed a new contract with Fox in 1951. Over the next 2 years, she became a popular actress and had roles in several comedies, including As Young as You Feel and Monkey Business, and in dramas Clash by Night and Don't Bother to Knock. She faced a scandal when it was revealed that she had posed for nude photos before she became a star, but the story did not tarnish her career and instead resulted in increased interest in her films. By 53, Monroe was one of the most marketable Hollywood stars. She had leading roles in the noir film Niagara, the comedies Gentlemen Prefer Blondes and How to Marry a Millionaire, which established her star image as a dumb blonde. And I guess that's where is that where the archetype comes from? The dumb blonde archetype was Marilyn Monroe, the first of that.
I'd say so.
Yeah, it's possible.
The same year, her images were used as the centerfold and in the cover of the first issue of the men's magazine Playboy. Although she played a significant role in the creation and management of her public image throughout her career, she was disappointed when she was typecast and underpaid by the studio. I guess she would have to be underpaid if she's raking in like $2 billion. Like, how much were they paying her? She was briefly.
Maybe when she was just starting out, though. Maybe I don't know.
Well, no, that was the cumulative amount for about a decade.
Oh, okay.
She was briefly suspended in early 1954 for refusing a film project, but returned to star in one of the biggest box office successes of her career, The 7-Year Itch, in 1955. When the studio was still reluctant to change her contract, she founded a film production company in late 1954 and named it Marilyn Monroe Productions. She dedicated 1955 to building her company and began studying method acting at Actors Studio. In late 55, Fox awarded her a new contract which gave her more control and a larger salary. Her subsequent roles included a critically acclaimed performance in Bus Stop, 56, and the first independent production of MMP, The Prince and the Showgirl, 57. Monroe won a Golden Globe for her Best Actress for work in Some Like It Hot, 1959, a critical and commercial success. Her last completed film was the drama The Misfits in 1961. Monroe's troubled private life received much attention. She struggled with substance abuse, depression, and anxiety. Her second and third marriages to retired baseball star Joe DiMaggio and playwright Arthur Miller were highly publicized and both ended in divorce. On August 4th, 1962, she died at age 36 from an overdose of barbiturates at her home in Los Angeles. Although Monroe's death was ruled a probable suicide, several conspiracy theories have been proposed in the decades following her death. So, in her early life, she was born June 1st, 1926, third child of Gladys Pearl Baker. And that was actually, so her mother's maiden name was Monroe. Gladys was the daughter of two poor Midwesterners who migrated to California. At the age of 15, she married a man 9 years her senior, John Newton Baker, and had two children by him, Robert and Bernice. Bernice is a pretty good name, right? You guys are Maxwell. We actually haven't asked you. Do you have any kids?
No kids.
I mean, they sound like 50s names. Bernice is like such an ugly name.
I was thinking Maxwell would probably name his kid Bernice. Seems like the thing to do. She
Is
filed,
Bernice like the female form of Bernie?
I guess. If Bernie Sanders ever starts identifying as a woman, he'll be Bernice Sanders.
Yes.
She filed for divorce in 21, and Baker took the children with him to his native Kentucky. Monroe was not told that she had a sister until she was 12 and met her for the first time as an adult. Following the divorce, Gladys worked as a film negative cutter at Consolidated Film Industries. In 1924, she married her second husband, Martin Edward Mortison, but they separated only some months later and divorced in 28. The identity of Monroe's father is unknown, and she most often used Baker as her surname. Although Gladys was mentally and financially unprepared for a child, Monroe's early childhood was stable and happy. Soon after the birth, Gladys was able to place her daughter with foster parents Albert and Ida Bollender in the rural town of Hawthorne. They raised their foster children according to the principles of evangelical Christianity. At first, Gladys lived with the Bollenders and commuted to work in LA until longer work shifts forced her to move back to the city in early 1927. She then began visiting her daughter on weekends, often taking her to the cinema and to sightsee in Los Angeles. Although the Bollenders wanted to adopt Monroe, by the summer of 1933, Gladys felt stable enough for Monroe to move in with her and bought a small house in Hollywood. They shared it with lodgers, actors George and Maud Atkinson. Maud, that's another good name. You don't really see too many people being named Maud anymore, do you?
Is that Maud?
Yes.
That's a weird name too.
And their daughter Nellie. Some months later, in January 1934, Gladys had a mental breakdown and was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. After several months in a rest home, she was committed to the Metropolitan State Hospital. She spent the rest of her life in and out of hospitals and was rarely in contact with Monroe. You know what's weird though? Do you guys think that these mental issues are are a result of environment? So Marilyn Monroe's mother, Gladys, so she got married at 15. She got divorced, and in that time period, I don't think divorce was that common, right? In the early 1900s, I would assume compared to now, it was probably pretty rare.
Yeah, I'd say it wasn't as popular back then.
Especially with younger people and religious people. I mean, even now, deeply religious people, their divorce rates are actually quite a bit lower. But yeah, especially way back then, and to religious people, it's and then she wasn't told that she had a sister until she was 12, and she didn't meet her until she was an adult. Do you think this kind of unstable family situation contributes to paranoid schizophrenia?
I guess it could, but yeah, is it like a genetic thing though?
Well, I mean, yeah, depending on what you read, supposedly there's components of everything, just like with every disease. There's some genetic predisposition, and obviously diet, lifestyle, stress. Probably stress has a factor in it. I would think stress is kind of big in everything. Maxwell, any thoughts on this?
About I forgot what you said, but something about schizophrenia or something.
Contributing factors, because Marilyn Monroe's mother didn't exactly have the most stable life, especially, I mean, it's a lot more of an average life nowadays, but back in the early 1900s, it seems like it was incredibly unstable for the time,
Oh, I see.
even for Hollywood.
So you're saying if
She was
those
married. She was married at 50. Married at 15. Divorced young. Had a sister that she didn't know about until she was 12. I mean, it's yeah. This is not the average happy. Struggling financially, mentally. Although I have to give her credit, she seemed like she constantly kept in touch with Marilyn the whole time, and then she moved. She finally got a small house and had her move in with her. So this wasn't the case of some kind of an abandonment. So that's
Yeah.
also important to note when we're dissecting Marilyn Monroe's life and psychology. this isn't exactly an abandonment situation, although she didn't even know who her father was.
Huh.
And not to get into the gossip realm, but did Gladys know who Marilyn Monroe's father was? Because she might have not known exactly either.
Huh. Yeah, that's true.
So these aren't the most stable of lifestyles. Monroe became a ward of the state, and her mother's friend Grace McKee Goddard took responsibility over her and her mother's affairs. In the following 4 years, she lived with several foster families and often switched schools. For the first 16 months, she continued living with the Atkinsons and was sexually abused during this time. George and Maud Atkinson. Those were the actors who also had a daughter. Huh. Always a shy girl, she now also developed a stutter and became withdrawn. In the summer of 1935, she briefly stayed with Grace and her husband, Irwin Doc Goddard, and 2 other families until Grace placed her in the Los Angeles Orphans Home in Hollywood in September 1935. While the orphanage was a model institution and was described in positive terms by her peers, Monroe found being placed there traumatizing. As to her, it seemed that no one wanted me. Encouraged by the orphanage staff who thought that Monroe would be happier living in a family, Grace became her legal guardian in 1936, although she was not able to take her out of the orphanage until the summer of 1937. Monroe's second stay with the Goddards lasted only a few months because Doc molested her. Man, this is rough. It seems like everywhere she's staying, there's some really shady individuals.
Wait, Which one molested her?
Well, this was Doc Goddard, but then also it's sourced that while living with the Atkinsons, who are other actors, she was also abused. Her mother's friend, Grace McGee Goddard, that was her mother's friend. The husband of her mother's friend was Irwin Doc Goddard. So it seemed like a whole bunch of different people abused her, which that can't be good.
Was that at the foster home or the orphanage or whatever?
No, this was while she was staying with the Goddards for several months.
Mm.
After staying with several of her relatives and Grace's friends and relatives in Los Angeles and Compton, Monroe found a more permanent home in September 1938 when she began living with Grace's aunt, Anna Atchison Lower, in the Sawtell district. She was enrolled in Emerson Junior High School and was taken to weekly Christian Science services with Lauer. Monroe was otherwise a mediocre student, but she excelled in writing and contributed to the school newspaper. Due to the elderly Lauer's health issues, Monroe returned to live with the Goddards in Van Nuys in either late 1940 or early 1941. That must have been really sketchy. Like, why would she? That's so weird. That's pretty weird. After graduating from Emerson, she began attending Van Nuys High School. In early 1942, the company that employed Doc Goddard relocated him to West Virginia. California child protection laws prevented the Goddards from taking Monroe out of state, and she faced the possibility of having to return to the orphanage. As a solution, she married their neighbor's 21-year-old son, a factory worker, James Jim Doherty. The wedding took place on June 19, 1942, just after her 16th birthday. Monroe subsequently dropped out of high school and became a housewife. She later stated that the marriage didn't make me sad, but it didn't make me happy either. My husband and I hardly spoke to each other. This wasn't because we were angry. We had nothing to say. I was dying of boredom. In 1943, Doherty enlisted in the Merchant Marine and was stationed on Santa Catalina Island, where Monroe moved with him. She had an interview with Life magazine 1962, so this would be pretty close to the time of her death. When I was 5, I think, that's when I started wanting to be an actress. I loved to play. I didn't like the world around me because it was kind of grim, but I loved to play house. It was like you could make your own boundaries. When I heard that this was acting, I said that's what I want to be. Some of my foster families used to send me to the movies to get me out of the house, and there I'd sit all day and way into the night. Up in front, there with the screen so big, a little kid all alone, and I loved it. So from 44 to 49, is when she entered modeling in her first film roles. In April 44, Doherty was shipped out to the Pacific, where he would be for the next 2 years. So Marilyn moved in with his parents and began a job at the Radio Plane Company, a munitions factory in Van Nuys. Did you guys know that Marilyn Monroe worked at making munitions for World War II?
That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, I didn't know that. That's cool.
In late 44, she met photographer David Conover, who had been sent by the U.S. Army Air Force's first motion picture unit to the factory to shoot morale-boosting pictures of female workers. Although none of her pictures were used, she quit working at the factory in January 1945 and began modeling for Conover and his friends. Defying her deployed husband, she moved on her own and signed a contract with the Blue Book Modeling Agency in August 1945. You know what's crazy? Thinking about this in hindsight, isn't that like a pretty brave thing to do? In the 40s, you're a housewife and you just decide to move out on your own and embark on a career. That's pretty crazy if you think about it.
Yeah,
I guess
I heard that about Marilyn Monroe. Like she was a real go-getter. But no one really saw her as that. Like when she was famous, but she was a hard worker. At least that's what I heard from that psycho actress mom daughter. What's her name?
What?
Her mom was in the Psycho movie. It was she heard it from her. I heard it from that actress. Anyway, just
Wait, Jamie Lee Curtis?
yeah. Yes, that's yeah.
Yeah, the word that comes to mind for me is bold. Like she must have been pretty bold to just do that. Like now everybody does that, but back then, I mean, that's crazy. As a model, Monroe occasionally used the name Jean Norman. She straightened her curly brunette hair and dyed it blonde to make herself more employable. It'd be funny if she was the first, because before the movie Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, I mean, was the whole blonde thing that crazy? Like how many people became bleached blondes? Now, like the past few decades, it's kind of been a big thing. I guess starting in the 80s, right? It got really big, but yeah, she did this. She did this in the 40s. Her figure was deemed more suitable for pinup than fashion, and she was featured mostly in advertisements and men's magazines. According to Emmeline Snively, the agency's owner, Monroe was one of its most ambitious and hardworking models. By early 46, she had appeared on 33 magazine covers for publications such as Pageant, US Camera, Laugh, and Peak. Through Snively, Monroe signed a contract with an acting agency in June 46. After an unsuccessful interview at Paramount Pictures, she was given a screen test by Ben Lyon, a 20th Century Fox executive. Head executive Daryl F. Zanuck, who was unenthusiastic about it, but he was persuaded to give her a standard 6-month contract to avoid her being signed by rival studio RKO Pictures. Monroe's contract began in August 46, and she and Lyon selected the stage name Marilyn Monroe. The first name was picked by Lyon, who was reminded of Broadway star Marilyn Miller. The last was picked by Monroe after her mother's maiden name. In September 46, she divorced Doherty, who was against her having a career. Monroe had no film roles during the first few months of her contract and instead dedicated her days to acting, singing, and dancing classes. Eager to learn more about the film industry and in order to promote herself, she spent time at the studio lot to observe others working. Yes, she is a real go-getter. Her contract was renewed in February 47, and she was given her first 2 film roles, bit parts in Dangerous Years, 47, and Scudda-Hoo, Scudda-Hey, 48. I'm sure Maxwell's seen those films, right?
Yeah.
Really?
Nah, I have no fucking idea what they are.
The studio enrolled her in the Actors Laboratory Theater, an acting school teaching the techniques of group theater. She later stated that it was my first taste of what real acting in a real drama could be, and I was hooked. Despite her enthusiasm, her teachers thought her too shy and insecure to have a future as an actress, and Fox did not renew Monroe's contract in August of 47. She returned to modeling while also doing occasional odd jobs at film studios, such as working as a dancing pacer behind the scenes at musical sets. Monroe was determined to make it as an actress, and she continued studying at the Actors' Lab, paying for the classes herself. In October 47, she appeared as a blonde vamp in the play Glamour Preferred at the Bliss Hayden Theater, but the production was not reviewed by any major publication and ended after only a few performances. To promote herself, she frequented producers' offices, befriended gossip columnist Sidney Skolsky, and entertained influential male guests at studio functions, a practice she had begun at Fox. She also became a friend and occasional sex partner of Fox executive Joseph M. Schenck, who persuaded his friend Harry Cohn, the head executive of Columbia Pictures, to sign her in March 1948. While at Fox, Monroe was given roles of a girl next door. At Columbia, she was modeled after Rita Hayworth. Her hairline was raised and her hair was bleached to platinum blonde. She also began working with the studio's head drama coach, Natasha Lytess, who would remain her mentor until 1955. Her only film at the studio was the low-budget musical Ladies of the Chorus, 1948, in which she had her first starring role as a chorus girl who was courted by a wealthy man. She also screen tested for the lead role in Born Yesterday, 1950, but her contract was not renewed in September 1948. Ladies of the Chorus was released the following month but was not a success. After Columbia, Monroe became the protege of Johnny Hyde, who was the vice president of the William Morris Agency. Their relationship soon became sexual and he proposed marriage, but Monroe refused. He paid for a silicone prosthesis that was implanted in Monroe's jaw and possibly for a rhinoplasty, and arranged a bit part in the Marx Brothers film Love Happy 1950. Monroe also continued modeling, and in May 1949, she posed nude for photos taken by Tom Kelly. Although her role for Love Happy was very small, she was chosen to participate in the film's promotional tour in New York that year. So in the 50s were her breakthrough years, and in 53 was her rise to superstardom. She had 3 movies released in 1953, Niagara, which grossed $6 million at the box office. She won the Fastest Rising Star Award in January 1953. Then the satirical musical comedy Gentlemen Prefer Blondes was released and established her screen persona as a dumb blonde. It grossed $5.3 million, double production costs. In September of that year, Monroe made her television debut on The Jack Benny Show. Her third film that year, How to Marry a Millionaire, was released in November. $8 million in rentals. Biggest box office success at that point in her career. And she was on the cover and the centerfold of the very first issue of Playboy, December 1953. So her contract didn't change since 1950. So after all those hits and making all that money, she still was paid less than all the other stars, and she could not choose her projects or coworkers. When she refused to shoot another musical comedy, a film version of The Girl in Pink Tights, which was to co-star Frank Sinatra, the studio suspended her January 4th, 1954. You know, it's kind of weird. I'm not sure about the what the exact details of actors' contracts are today, but generally they especially the bigger stars, they approve, like they're not forced to do any films. Like if you don't want to do a movie, you don't sign the contract to do the movie. You don't get suspended from the studio.
Yeah, that is pretty weird.
But I guess that's how they did things back then. So she married Joe DiMaggio on January 14th, San Francisco City Hall. Then they went to Japan on a combo honeymoon business trip. Is that how you did your honeymoon, Maxwell? Maxwell?
No, wait, how did I do it?
Well, I'm asking you.
No, I mean, but how did you think that I did it?
Well, what I just said, Marilyn Monroe and Joe DiMaggio did a combo honeymoon business trip to Japan.
Oh yeah, that's a good way to do it. But I didn't do that.
In September 54, Monroe began filming Billy Wilder's comedy The 7-Year Itch, where she starred opposite Tom Ewell as a woman who becomes the object of her married neighbor's sexual fantasies. Although the film was shot in Hollywood, the studio decided to generate advanced publicity by staging the filming of a scene on Lexington Avenue in Manhattan. In the shoot, Monroe is standing on a subway grate with the air blowing up the skirt of her white dress, which became one of the most famous scenes of her career. The shoot lasted for several hours and attracted a crowd of nearly 2,000 spectators, including professional photographers. And that's probably one of the most famous photos ever, right?
Which one, the skirt thing?
Yeah, the Subway Grape from the 7-Year Itch.
Yeah, it's probably her most popular one. I think they made a statue out of that or something.
7-year itch.
Yeah, the publicity stunt placed Monroe on international front pages, and it also marked the end of her marriage to DiMaggio, who was furious about the stunt. The union had been troubled from the start by his jealousy and controlling attitude. Spotto and Banner have also alleged that he was physically abusive. After
Wait,
Monroe,
was that a planned thing, or is that something that she walked by and then they took photographs? Or I don't know if you
were you
mentioned that.
not were you not paying attention?
No, I was not paying attention. So
They
was
were
it made up or not?
recreating a scene from the movie, so
Oh,
it was all planned.
yeah. Okay. Why do you keep asking me if I wasn't paying attention? Like I wasn't.
Well, maybe you should.
Yeah, but it's been 40 episodes.
You got to keep trying. Well, I don't know. Some of the podcasts you do pay attention, so I don't know. And those that you do, I don't ask you that because you're up to date, you're up to speed, and you're giving relevant information. So I don't need to ask that question. But after filming for the 7-Year Itch wrapped in November, Monroe began a new battle for control over her career and left Hollywood for the East Coast. It looks like the East Coast West Coast thing started way earlier than the rap wars. What do you think, Johnny?
Yeah, beef was going on.
Marilyn Monroe versus Hollywood. She and photographer Milton Green founded their own production company, Marilyn Monroe Productions, an action that has been called instrumental in the collapse of the studio system. Announcing its foundation to the press in January of 55, Monroe stated that she was tired of the same old sex roles. I want to do better things. People have scope, you know. She asserted that she was no longer under contract to Fox, as the studio had not fulfilled its duties, such as paying her promised $100,000 bonus for the 7-Year Itch. This began a year-long legal battle between her and the studio. The press largely ridiculed Monroe for her actions, and she was parodied in the 7-Year Itch writer George Axelrod's Will Success Spoil Rock Hunter, 1955, in which her look-alike, Jane Mansfield, played a dumb actress who starts her own production company. That's kind of messed up. Was she like the first actress to ever start her own production company? I'm not sure. I mean, 55 was, that wasn't that long ago. But I would assume she'd be one of the first. That's again another bold move, and they're making fun of her for it. That's kind of messed up. Monroe dedicated 1955 to studying her craft. She moved to Manhattan and took acting classes with Constance Collier and attended workshops on method acting at the Actors Studio run by Lee Strasberg. She grew close to Strasberg and his wife, Paula, receiving private lessons at their home due to her shyness, and soon became a family member. She dismissed her old drama coach, Natasha Leites, and replaced her with Paula. The Strasbergs remained an important influence for the rest of her career. Monroe started undergoing psychoanalysis at the recommendation of Strasberg, who believed that an actor must confront their own emotional traumas and use them in their performances. You guys think that's kind of a dangerous thing to do? I don't know.
What's a dangerous thing to do?
The psychoanalysis stuff?
For an actor to confront their emotional traumas and use them in their performances. Especially
that
if
whole
they're
method acting
Heard
thing?
a lot of people do that technique. Like they kind of like bring up their old shit and then they bring it to the scene.
Yeah, I know, but if it's really deeply traumatic, like her life, I mean, that's not the run of the mill. Oh, you broke up with your boyfriend, or you had a loved one die. I mean, yeah, obviously, for things like that, everybody goes through that. You could use it in acting, but I mean, she was abused by all these different people. Her mother went insane. Like this is a step beyond like the norm. Is it kind of dangerous to be doing that? I know I can't help but think there were definite psychological aspects to her life that had something to do. Well, obviously, if she committed suicide, it had something to do with her demise. But if she became involved in some kind of a conspiracy, did these play a role? In her private life, Monroe continued her relationship with DiMaggio despite the ongoing divorce proceedings. She also dated actor Marlon Brando and playwright Arthur Miller. She had first been introduced to Miller by Kazan in the early 1950s. The affair between Monroe and Miller became increasingly serious after October 1955, when her divorce from DiMaggio was finalized and Miller separated from his wife. The FBI also opened a file on her. Is it common for the FBI to open files on famous actors and actresses?
Probably.
Maybe. The studio feared that Monroe would be blacklisted and urged her to end the affair, as Miller was being investigated by the FBI for allegations of communism and had been subpoenaed by the House of Un-American Activities Committee. Despite the risk to her career, Monroe refused to end the relationship, later calling the studio heads born cowards. That's pretty bold as well. You think the FBI has a file on, like, Tom Cruise? Scientology's taken over. Are you a Scientologist, Maxwell?
They probably have files on like everybody though, but I mean, good or bad, I guess.
Maxwell, you're a Scientologist?
Nah, I don't really understand it.
What is Scientology? Is it just science?
Oh man, that's funny. We would probably have to do a dedicated podcast on Scientology and all that it entails. It's got some sci-fi origins, but it has some interesting views about a lot of things as well. But yeah, it's pretty weird.
So you're a Scientologist?
No, I am not. Like I said, it's pretty weird. A little too weird for me. By the end of the year, Monroe and Fox had come to an agreement about a new 7-year contract. It was clear that MMP would not be able to finance films alone, and the studio was eager to have Monroe working again. The contract required her to make 4 movies for Fox during 7 years. She'd be paid $100,000 for each movie and granted the right to choose her own projects, directors, and cinematographers. She would also be free to make 1 film with MMP per each completed film for Fox. That's not a bad contract. 56 to 59. Monroe began 1956 by announcing her win over in 20th Century Fox. The press, which had previously derided her, now wrote favorably about her decision to fight the studio. Time called her a shrewd businesswoman, and Look predicted that the win would be an example of the individual against the herd for years to come. In March, she officially changed her name to Marilyn Monroe. Her relationship with Miller prompted some negative comments from the press, including Walter Winchell's statement that America's best-known blonde moving picture star is now the darling of the left-wing intelligentsia. Monroe and Miller were married in a civil ceremony at the Westchester County Court in White Plains, New York on June 29th, and 2 days later had a Jewish ceremony at the Wacabuck, New York home of Kay Brown, who was Miller's literary agent. With the marriage, Monroe converted to Judaism, which led Egypt to ban all of her films. Did you know about that, Johnny?
Nah, I didn't know about that.
That's kind of weird, though. So, isn't Egypt kind of Arab and they're sort of conservative, right? Why were her films not banned before that? I mean, I would assume like that those kinds of American films, were they really that popular in Arab countries?
I don't know. Maybe it's just a weird time back then.
Maxwell, any thoughts on that?
No, I'm not familiar with those religions, and I'm not really good at that.
Due to Monroe's star image as a sex symbol and Miller's position as an intellectual, the media saw the union as a mismatch. This was demonstrated by Variety's headline, "Egghead Weds Hourglass." That's kind of weird. So she had a whole bunch more successful films. In August, she got a Golden Globe for Best Actress for her performance in Bus Stop. In August 1956, Monroe began filming MMP's first independent production, The Prince and the Showgirl, at Pinewood Studios in England. It was based on Terence Rattigan's The Sleeping Prince, a play about an affair between a showgirl and a prince in the 1910s. The main roles had first been played on stage by Laurence Olivier and Vivien Leigh. He reprised his role and directed and co-produced the film. The production was complicated by conflicts between him and Monroe. He angered her with patronizing statements, "All you have to do is be sexy," and his attempts to get her to replicate Lee's interpretation. He also disliked the constant presence of Paula Strasberg, Monroe's acting coach, on set. In retaliation to what she considered Oliver's condescending behavior, Monroe deliberately arrived hours late and became uncooperative, stating later, "If you don't respect your artists, they can't work well." Her drug use escalated, and according to Spato, she became pregnant and miscarried during the production. She also had arguments with Green over how MMP should be run, including whether Miller should join the company. Despite the difficulties, the film was completed on schedule by the end of the year. It was released to mixed reviews in June 1957 and proved unpopular with American audiences. It was better received in Europe, where she was awarded the Italian David di Donatello and the French Crystal Star Awards and was nominated for a BAFTA. After returning to the US, Monroe took an 18-month hiatus from work to concentrate on married life on the East Coast. She and Miller split their time between their Manhattan apartment and an 18th century farmhouse that they purchased in Roxbury, Connecticut. They spent the summer in Amagansett, Long Island. She became pregnant in mid-1957, but it was ectopic and had to be terminated. An ectopic pregnancy is a complication of pregnancy in which the embryo attaches outside of the uterus. Yeah, she had a really troubled life. She suffered a miscarriage a year later. Her gynecological problems were largely caused by endometriosis, a disease from which she suffered throughout her adult life. Monroe was also briefly hospitalized during this time due to a barbiturate overdose. During the hiatus, she dismissed Green from MMP and bought his share of the company as they could not settle their disagreements, and she had begun to suspect that he was embezzling money from the company. You know what's crazy, though? If you were going to murder Marilyn Monroe or someone of that nature who has known drug problems, wouldn't you stage it as an overdose? Because nobody would question that, right? Especially if that person had overdosed previously.
Yeah, that's the way it would be done.
See, I didn't have to ask you if you were paying attention, Maxwell.
I only listened to the last part. I don't know what you said.
Most of my questions are like that. Monroe returned to Hollywood in July 1958 to act opposite Jack Lemmon and Tony Curtis in Billy Wilder's comedy on gender roles, Some Like It Hot. Although she considered the role of Sugar Cane another dumb blonde, she accepted it due to Miller's encouragement and the offer of receiving 10% of the film's profits in addition to her standard pay. The difficulties during the film's production have since become legendary. Monroe would demand dozens of retakes and could not remember her lines. She sounds like she's having Maxwell problems, or act as directed. Curtis famously stated that kissing her was like kissing Hitler due to the number of retakes. Does that statement make any sense to anybody? Johnny Maxwell, what the heck does that mean?
I guess it's like the worst person possible or something, right?
Yeah, but he said it was like kissing Hitler due to the number of retakes. So, like, I think most people would be happy to do as many retakes as possible, right?
Wait, who said that?
The guy that had to kiss her.
Huh. Did she have a mustache? It was like rubbing on his face too much?
Monroe herself privately likened the production to a sinking ship and commented on her co-stars and directors saying, "But why alter many of her scenes, which in turn made her stage fright worse?" And it is suggested that she deliberately ruined several scenes to act them her way. Wait. In the end, Wilder was happy with Monroe's performance and stated, "Anyone can remember lines, but it takes a real artist to come on set and not know her lines and yet give the performance she did." Is that a backhanded compliment or something? Despite the difficulties of its production, Some Like It Hot became a critical and commercial success when it was released in March 1959. Monroe's performance earned her a Golden Globe for Best Actress and prompted Variety to call her a comedian with that combination of sex appeal and timing that just can't be beat. It has been voted one of the best films ever made in polls by the BBC, the American Film Institute, and Sight and Sound. From 1960 to 1962, her career declined and even more personal difficulties. After Some Like It Hot, Monroe took another hiatus until late 1959 when she returned to Hollywood and starred in the musical comedy Let's Make Love about an actress and a millionaire who fall in love when performing in a satirical play. She chose George Cukor to direct, and Miller rewrote portions of the script which she considered weak. She accepted the part solely because she was behind on her contract with Fox, having only made one of 4 promised films. The film's production was delayed by her frequent absences from the set. Monroe and her co-star Yves Montand had an affair which was widely reported by the press and used in the film's publicity campaign. Let's Make Love was unsuccessful upon its release in September 1960. Crowther described Monroe as appearing rather untidy and lacking the old Monroe dynamism. And Hedda Hopper called the film the most vulgar picture she's ever done. Truman Capote lobbied for her to play Holly Golightly in a film adaptation of Breakfast at Tiffany's, but the role went to Audrey Hepburn, as its producers feared that Monroe would complicate the production. The last film that Monroe completed was John Huston's The Misfits, which Miller had written to provide her with a dramatic role. She played Rosalind, a recently divorced woman who becomes friends with three aging cowboys played by Clark Gable, Eli Wallach, and Montgomery Clift. The filming in the Nevada desert between July and November 1960 was again difficult. The 4-year marriage of Monroe and Miller was effectively over, and he began a new relationship with set photographer Ing Morath. Monroe disliked that he had based her role partly on her life and thought it inferior to the male roles. She also struggled with Miller's habit of rewriting scenes the night before filming. Her health was also failing. She was in pain from gallstones, and her drug addiction was so severe that her makeup usually had to be applied when she was still asleep under the influence of barbiturates. In August, filming was halted for her to spend a week detoxing in a Los Angeles hospital. Despite her problems, Huston stated that when Monroe was playing Rosalind, she was not pretending to an emotion. It was the real thing. She would go deep down within herself and find it and bring it up into consciousness. Monroe and Miller separated after filming Wrapped, and she was granted a quick divorce in Mexico in 1961. The Misfits was released the following month, but it failed at the box office. Its reviews were mixed, with Variety complaining of frequently choppy character development, and Bosley Crowther calling Monroe completely blank and unfathomable, and stating that unfortunately for the film's structure, everything turns upon her. Despite the film's initial failure, it has received more favorable reviews from critics and film scholars in the 21st century. Geoff Andrew and the British Film Industry Institute has called it a classic. Houston scholar Tony Tracy has described Monroe's performance the most mature interpretation of her career. And Jeffrey McNabb of The Independent has praised her for being extraordinary in portraying Rosalind's power of empathy. The first 6 months of 1961, she was preoccupied by health problems. Monroe underwent surgery for her endometriosis, had a cholecystectomy, is the surgical removal of the gallbladder, and spent 4 weeks in hospital care, including a brief stint in a psychiatric ward for depression. She was helped by her ex-husband, Joe DiMaggio, with whom she now rekindled a friendship. In spring 1961, Monroe also moved back to California after 6 years on the East Coast. She dated Frank Sinatra for several months, and in early 1962 purchased a house in Brentwood, Los Angeles. Monroe returned to the public eye in the spring of 1962. She received a World Film Favorite Golden Globe Award and began to shoot a new film for 20th Century Fox, Something's Got to Give, a remake of My Favorite Wife from 1940. It was to be co-produced by MMP, directed by George Cukor, and to co-star Dean Martin and Sid Charisse. Days before filming began, Monroe caught sinusitis. Despite medical advice to postpone the production, Fox began as it planned in late April. Monroe was too ill to work for the majority of the next 6 weeks, but despite confirmations by multiple doctors, the studio tried to put pressure on her by alleging publicly that she was faking it. Wow, that's really messed up. Can you imagine that? Wow. On May 19th, she took a long break to sing Happy Birthday, Mr. President on stage at President John F. Kennedy's early birthday celebration at Madison Square Garden in New York. She drew attention with her costume, a beige skin-tight dress covered in rhinestones, which made her appear nude. Monroe's trip to New York caused even more irritation for Fox executives who had wanted her to cancel it. So that's basically the biggest moment that Maxwell remembers from Marilyn Monroe's career. Monroe's next filmed a scene for Something's Gotta Give in which she swam naked in a swimming pool. To generate advance publicity, the press was invited to take photographs of the scene. The photos were later published in Life. This was the first time that a major star had posed nude while at the height of their career. When she began Again on sick leave for several days, Fox decided that it could not afford to have another film running behind schedule when it was already struggling to cover the costs of Cleopatra, 1963. On June 7th, Fox fired Monroe and sued her for $750,000 in damages. She was replaced by Lee Remick, but after Martin refused to make the film with anyone other than Monroe, Fox sued him as well and shut down the production. The studio blamed Monroe for the film's demise and began spreading negative publicity about her, even alleging that she was mentally disturbed. Fox soon regretted its decision and reopened negotiations with Monroe later in June. A settlement about a new contract, including recommencing Something's Gotta Give and a starring role in the black comedy What a Way to Go, 1964, was reached later that summer. To repair her public image, Monroe engaged in several publicity ventures, including interviews for Life and Cosmopolitan and her first photo shoot for Vogue. For Vogue, she and photographer Bette Stern collaborated for 2 series of photographs, one a standard fashion editorial and another of her posing nude, which were later published posthumously with her title, The Last Sitting. In the last weeks of her life, she was also planning on starring in a biopic of Jean Harlow. All right, so that's the background of her life. It seemed marred with a lot of tragedy, abuse, stress, health issues, and drug use. Some people would say not unlike a typical Hollywood superstar, although obviously not all of them are quite like that. It is kind of messed up that the studio kind of like fired her, sued her, but at least they tried to fix it, I guess. That's good.
Uh,
No comments on her life, Maxwell, Johnny? Now that we got the background of her life all laid down.
yeah, I guess.
All right, so let's go into her death. So the final months of her life, Monroe lived at 12305 Fifth Helena Drive in the Brentwood neighborhood of Los Angeles. Her housekeeper, Eunice Murray, was staying overnight at the home on the evening of Saturday, August 4th, 1962. So Maxwell, try to keep up here. There's some critical figures in her death. So keep this straight. You got Marilyn Monroe. Then you have Eunice Murray, her housekeeper. Murray awoke at 3 a.m. on August 5th and sensed that something was wrong. Although she saw the light from Monroe's bedroom door, she was unable to get a response and found the door locked. Murray then called Monroe's psychiatrist, Dr. Ralph Greenson, who arrived at the house shortly after and broke into the bedroom through a window, finding Monroe dead in her bed. Monroe's physician, Dr. Hyman Engelberg, arrived at the house at around 3:50 a.m. and pronounced her dead at the scene. At 4:25 a.m., they notified the Los Angeles Police Department. Monroe died between 8:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. on August 4th. The toxicology report revealed that the cause of death was acute barbiturate poisoning. She had 8 milligrams per 100 milliliters of solution, chloral hydrate, and 4.5 milligrams percentage of pentobarbital or Nembutal in her blood, and 13 milligram percentage of pentobarbital in her liver. Empty medicine bottles were found next to her bed. The possibility that Monroe had accidentally overdosed was ruled out because the dosages found in her body were several times over the lethal limit. The Los Angeles County Coroner's Office was assisted in their investigation by the Los Angeles Suicide Prevention Team, who had expert knowledge on suicide. Monroe's doctors stated that she had been prone to several fears and frequent depressions, with abrupt and unpredictable mood changes, and had overdosed several times in the past, possibly intentionally. Due to these facts and the lack of any indication of foul play, Deputy Coroner Thomas Noguchi classified her death as a probable suicide. Monroe was an international star, and her sudden death was front-page news in the U.S. and Europe. According to Lois Banner, it's said that the suicide rate in Los Angeles doubled the month after she died. The circulation rate of most newspapers expanded that month. And the Chicago Tribune reported that they had received hundreds of phone calls from members of the public who were requesting information about her death. French artist
Crustacean.
Jean Cousteau commented that her death should serve as a terrible lesson to all those whose chief occupations consist of spying on and tormenting film stars. Her former co-star Laurence Olivier deemed her the complete victim of ballyhoo and sensation. And bus stop director Joshua Logan stated that she was one of the most underappreciated people in the world. Her funeral, held at the Westwood Village Memorial Park Cemetery on August 8th, was private and attended by only her closest associates. The service was arranged by Joe DiMaggio and her business manager Inez Melson. Hundreds of spectators crowded the streets around the cemetery. Monroe was later entombed at crypt number 24 at the Corridor of Memories. In the following decades, several conspiracy theories, including murder and accidental overdose, have been introduced to contradict suicide as the cause of Monroe's death. The speculation that Monroe had been murdered first gained mainstream attention with the publication of Norman Mailer's Marilyn, a biography, in 1973, and the following years became widespread enough for the Los Angeles County District Attorney John Van de Kamp to conduct a threshold investigation in 1982 to see whether a criminal investigation should be opened. No evidence of foul play was found. So, Maxwell, let's see if you could follow the details. There's not that many here. Eunice Murray awoke at 3 a.m., light under the door, but the door was locked. She called the psychiatrist, Ralph Greenson, arrived at the house, broke into the bedroom through the window, finding Monroe dead in her bed. Then we have Monroe's physician, Dr. Hyman Engelberg, arrived at the house at 3:50. Why would they not call the police immediately? Do you guys find that strange? So the psychiatrist shows up, he finds her dead. Why is he going to call her doctor? Call an ambulance.
Yeah, that is pretty weird.
That doesn't make any sense. So let's get into some of the conspiracies here. So there's a few write-ups that were done that are pretty good online. The assassination is one of the 3 conspiracies alive today. Many believe that Robert Kennedy may have committed the crime himself. It was rumored that not only had he shared secrets that could bring down his family, but his brother, JFK, shared secrets as well. It was rumored that Monroe was delusional and believed she would become the next First Lady. Even though the affair with Robert Kennedy was never proven, witnesses place him near Monroe's home during the night of her death. I don't know who these witnesses are. We're going to have to...
They got Robert Kennedy near her house?
Yeah.
So he was in California.
He was in California, yes, but the question is whether he was in that area or not. Another outlandish conspiracy theory is that Marilyn Monroe's death was caused by the mafia. RFK was all about stopping the mafia's rise to power. Perhaps they killed Monroe in their vengeance against the Kennedy brothers. Another conspiracy of Monroe's death is it's rumored that the government helped cover it up. Phone records were destroyed that night, along with Monroe's personal diaries. So if that's true, we're going to have to track that down. But if all her stuff was destroyed, I mean, that's kind of weird.
She could have done it herself, too.
The most logical... Yeah, that's a good point. If she was suicidal and she wanted to destroy all her stuff. But wait, how could she destroy her own phone records, though?
Oh, that I don't know. I thought there was, like, other stuff, like, in the room, like a diary, you said.
Yeah, those were destroyed as well. But it's not clear at what point were they destroyed. Were they discovered...
Wait, how did they know that it existed?
I don't know. Well, of course, phone records would exist because you have to check whatever she called.
But knowing about diaries, I don't know.
Yeah, we're going to have to track that down because if the diaries were discovered after her death and then however much time later, we don't know where they went. They were all destroyed. That's kind of weird. But the most logical of the 3 conspiracies, it was an accident. She was killed from a rectally administered barbiturate enema. Don't you have those frequently, Maxwell?
Wait, they proven that?
No, it's just as a theory.
Oh.
So someone had to have administered the enema. The theory is Dr. Greenson, who worked with her main doctor, Dr. Engelberg, accidentally overdosed her because he did not realize she was taking other medication. Milton Rudin, Monroe's attorney, insisted he heard Dr. Greenson confess that he did not know about the other prescriptions. A good doctor would not want to admit that he or she had made a mistake, especially a high-profile case like this one. The last conspiracy theory is that Marilyn Monroe committed suicide. There is little evidence to support this theory. When she was found, she was lying face down in her pillow with sleeping pills scattered beside her. Generally, an overdose of sleeping pills would cause one to vomit and for the legs to cramp up. This did not seem to occur with Monroe. This led many to believe it was not a suicide. According to reports, she died sometime before 4 a.m., but the police were not called until much later. The theory is that the advertisement department of 20th Century Fox Film Corporation had to give them the okay to call the police, but that is a far-fetched rumor. Most likely, it was everyone covering themselves to make sure they did not get caught. So the sleeping pill bottles were allegedly strategically arranged near her bed, as if someone tossed them to make it look like she took the sleeping pill. So the actual coroner's finding states Miss Monroe has suffered from psychiatric disturbance for a long time. On more than one occasion, when disappointed or depressed, she has made a suicide attempt. On these occasions, she had been rescued. In our opinion, the same pattern was repeated on August 4th, except for the rescue. But not everyone is so sure, including one of the actresses who played her. The new Lifetime miniseries, The Secret Life of Marilyn Monroe, makes it seem as if Monroe was in and out of mental hospitals. According to Kelly Garner, who plays the sex symbol in the film, said it's like historical fiction during an interview with FoxNews.com. I've heard so many different things, Garner said. I don't want to think that she killed herself. That's a hard one for me. That one makes me sad. The UK's Metro reported that it happened, quote, many times before her untimely death, referring to overdoses. So they were alleging that she had overdosed multiple times. But once again, if she was murdered and if it was someone who knew about the overdoses, that would be a good way to stage it. So, yeah, once again, many people believe that the Kennedys murdered Monroe if she allegedly had an affair with President John F. Kennedy and also his brother, Robert F. Kennedy. So, and some people think that it could have been Robert who was jealous of John, or John who was jealous of Robert, or all of that, if she was kind of playing both brothers. That wouldn't be the first time. I'm sure Maxwell has watched quite a few movies with this plot line, since Maxwell likes movies. Is that right?
What kind of plot lines?
What I just said?
What did you say?
If you can only remember the very last thing that I said, that's what it was. That Marilyn Monroe was seeing both John F. Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy, or back and forth between the two brothers. So if she was playing both brothers, one of them could have got jealous over the other and killed her.
Oh, okay, got it.
Or at the same time.
Some would have find that blasphemous, as by all accounts, John F. Well, both of the Kennedys are pretty well respected, but yeah, especially John F. Kennedy. You know, it would be crazy if there was some kind of a weird government conspiracy that had something to do with Marilyn Monroe and John F. Kennedy getting killed. If John F. Kennedy told her something he shouldn't have told her, and then if she got mad and threatened to say something about it, because if she was bold, she probably wouldn't be that scared of saying anything, right? And then, of course, Robert F. Kennedy was also assassinated. So what would be crazy is if something that both of those Kennedys and Marilyn were involved in got them all killed. And does it have something to do with the mafia? There's a lot of strange mafia activity going on, especially at that time. In the book, The Murder of Marilyn Monroe, Case Closed, written by investigative reporter Jay Margolis and New York Times bestselling author Richard Buskin, the alleged murder of Monroe was orchestrated by RFK and co-conspirators like brother-in-law and actor Peter Lawford after the actress threatened to air dirty political secrets they had disclosed to her. Bobby Kennedy was determined to shut her up regardless of the consequences. Peter Lawford said after her death, according to the authors, "It was the craziest thing he ever did, and I was crazy enough to let it happen." Lawford apparently felt guilty after her death, which is when he made this statement, the UK's Daily Mail wrote. What the heck? So Peter Lawford admitted this? I was crazy enough to let it happen. So I guess he's alleging that Bobby Kennedy mentioned something to him and he didn't do anything about it. So that's what he means by let it happen, not that he actually helped. But yeah, the murder supposedly was conducted by giving her a lethal injection via enema. Traces of pills were not found in her stomach during the autopsy, and nothing to drink the pills with was discovered in the room either. There also wasn't any vomit, which is usually what happens when a person overdoses. So what do you guys think about that? So you think overdose is unlikely due to face down position, no pills in her stomach, no vomit, and strange timeline of them not calling an ambulance right away.
Wait, no needles were found? No needles into her arm or anything? Like needle holes?
Supposedly not, no.
Then I would go with the enema route.
Can't they detect that in there or no?
What?
I don't know if there's something that was placed in there.
I don't know, but from the autopsy, it seems like it was just the presence in her liver and in her bloodstream, barbiturates. So the mafia comes into play for several reasons, Metro noted. They either wanted to frame the Kennedys to make it look like they were guilty, or the mafia murdered her for the Kennedys. So what do you think?
We need her diaries.
You think she would write that in her diary, whatever political secrets that were told to her?
I mean, they were destroyed for some reason, so there had to be something good in there. I mean, yeah, if she was killed, I mean, and didn't actually overdose herself, she had to have known something. Or just...
Or not necessarily if one of the brothers was just jealous, if it was the Kennedy brothers. Or there could be something we don't know about. Like, so a lot of those studio bosses have been involved in mafia matters and murders before. You know, when you're talking millions of dollars and contracts, they could have just put out a hit on her. They could have paid off her doctor. They could have paid off her psychiatrist. I mean, that's how people do these things, right? So if there was some kind of a business deal, so here's a report from Variety from 2010. Monroe's autopsy report did not note the presence of any sort of residue that would have been left behind the 50 or so pills she allegedly popped, as well as that Miss Murray, her housekeeper, waited several hours after finding Miss Monroe's dead body before contacting the authorities. Then there are the missing phone records that would have shown just who Miss Monroe called on the night she died, who Miss Murray called on the morning she was found. So we don't have any of that information for some reason. Of course, there are the most horrific and salacious theories that Miss Monroe was snuffed out by the Kennedy family so that she would not publicly spill the beans on her alleged affairs with both John F. Kennedy and Robert Kennedy, who both, it is believed by some, may have told Miss Monroe any number of politically explosive tidbits that she may or may not have recorded in her diaries that apparently, and according to some theories, also went missing in the hours and days after her death. So it seems like she did not destroy them. So it seems like they were present and then they were taken or destroyed by somebody.
Were they in photographs at all or no? I guess it was done.
Yeah, there are photographs from the police that first arrived and photos of them taking the body out of the house. But
no diaries of it? No diaries in the photos?
It would be unclear. Yeah, it's unclear. I mean, there's books, notebooks and stuff, but yeah, it's unclear where the diaries would have been. I don't know if it was just lying around wherever, but how would you know which was the diary and which like maybe there were multiple diaries, some of them went missing, some of them didn't. Are you guys ready for the alien conspiracies? It's what you've been waiting for, Maxwell?
Yeah, I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I don't believe in aliens.
You don't believe in aliens?
Nah.
This was posted on the Inquisitor, June 6, 2017. CIA murdered Marilyn Monroe to stop her from disclosing that JFK saw Roswell UFO, documentary claims. A new documentary titled Unacknowledged features UFO investigator and ET conspiracy theorist Dr. Stephen Greer pushing the bizarre claim that Marilyn Monroe was murdered by the CIA after she threatened to leak top secret information she obtained from her lover, President John F. Kennedy, about the alien UFO that allegedly crashed at a ranch near Roswell, New Mexico in July of 1947. Unacknowledged claims that Monroe was having affairs with both JFK and his brother, Robert Kennedy. She was murdered in a CIA-orchestrated plot after she threatened to revenge against JFK and Robert for breaking up with her. She threatened to expose the U.S. government cover-up of information about aliens and extraterrestrial visitors to Earth. The evidence that supports the bizarre conspiracy, according to Greer, comes from a top-secret CIA memo produced 2 days before Monroe died that reveals that Monroe's phone was wiretapped and that the agency knew Monroe was planning to reveal that JFK visited a secret airbase where he saw the remains of the UFO that allegedly crashed at Roswell. But a CIA spokesperson, Jonathan Liu, has reportedly denied the claims contained in the alleged top secret CIA memo. Well, what would we expect him to do? Like, let's say the claims were legit and the memo is legit. Would we expect them to confirm that it's legit, or would they deny? I mean, it's always weird to me how people can take at face value government agents denying something that's classified. What do you guys think about that?
I don't know. I'm just wondering why he would tell her that.
Yeah, but hold on. Let's focus on the CIA memo, though. If the CIA memo is legit, that means they tapped her phone and they knew she was involved in something top secret. Because we knew the FBI had a file on her for her connections to her husband with communism and stuff, which is completely different than a CIA file having to do with extraterrestrials. No thoughts, Maxwell?
I just I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't just let it go and just let the disbelief take over. Because I just
why they didn't let Marilyn just say whatever she was going to say and then just call her crazy?
yeah. Like,
Yeah, that's a
I
good
just
point.
think
That's a good point.
I just think I don't know, man. It's just weird.
The CIA spokesperson told Express such claims are baseless and do not merit serious consideration. However, the spokesperson refused to comment further when asked why the CIA has not made any effort to stop Greer from making false allegations of murder against the agency. In the film, directed by Michael Mazzola, Greer claimed that Monroe did not die from a drug overdose. Instead, she was murdered after she threatened to reveal secrets about UFOs and aliens that she obtained from JFK. However, some skeptics have accused the producers of Unacknowledged of exploiting the fact that more than 50 years after Monroe was found dead in her 12305 Fifth Helena Drive home in Los Angeles, controversy continues to swirl around the cause of her death. The controversy persists in conspiracy theory circles, though the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office had ruled Monroe's death a probable suicide. Accidental overdose was ruled out after it was found that she had ingested a huge amount of barbiturates. Conspiracy theory claims that Monroe did not commit suicide but was murdered became very popular in the 1970s. Most conspiracy theories about her death involve President John F. Kennedy and his brother Robert, who allegedly had separate affairs with Monroe. The persistence of the rumors in the media during the 1970s and the early 1980s forced the office of the Los Angeles County District Attorney to review the case in 1982, looking at the possibility of opening a criminal investigation, but the investigators found no credible evidence to support any of the popular theories that Monroe was murdered. But if they had found evidence, and they had found that it might have been some kind of government involvement, that they didn't want to open the can of worms, obviously they would say that there was no evidence to keep the lid on that, especially if there was something CIA involved. So I don't know why people do. It's so weird how people never logically approach it from that angle. Because if you don't know what the truth is, you're not just going to assume things. Because if it was some kind of top secret government involvement, that could never be known, especially not by a standard LAPD investigation. So they of course they would never want an investigation. So, however, in his new documentary Unacknowledged, ufologist and ET conspiracy theorist Dr. Stephen Greer, founder of the Center of Study for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, claims that evidence obtained from top secret CIA documents suggests that JFK had shared highly classified information about the alleged Roswell UFO incident with Monroe. The CIA was aware and concerned about the relationship between Monroe and JFK. The agency allegedly feared that Kennedy could accidentally or deliberately leak sensitive information to Monroe, who was known to have been struggling with substance abuse and mental health issues. But to Maxwell's point, if she's struggling with mental health issues, nobody would have believed her anyway, probably. I don't know. The agency therefore began wiretapping Monroe's phone calls to monitor her conversations. Greer claimed to have obtained a top secret memo allegedly produced by the CIA 2 days before Monroe died and a transcript of a phone call between Monroe and the journalist Dorothy Kilgallen, who included references to a wiretapped phone call between Monroe and Robert Kennedy. What do you think about that, Johnny? No thoughts, Johnny?
Nah, not really.
You're turning into Maxwell.
I don't know nothing about this. It's like so hard to talk about. It's like, I don't know.
Well, I didn't know
So
about
weird.
this before either. Supposedly, there's a transcript of a phone call between Monroe and journalist Dorothy Kilgallen. And that includes references to a wiretapped phone call between Monroe and Robert Kennedy. The memo allegedly suggests that JFK told Monroe that he visited a secret airbase where evidence of intelligent extraterrestrial life was preserved. This, according to Greer, was a reference to the alleged remains of a UFO spacecraft recovered from a crash site near Roswell, New Mexico in July 1947. Monroe was reportedly very upset that the Kennedys broke up with her. She threatened to retaliate by holding a press conference to reveal the secrets about President Kennedy's visit to a secret airbase to inspect things from outer space. We have a number of smoking gun documents, including a wiretap of Marilyn Monroe on the day before she died, which has never been declassified, Greer said. She was threatening to hold a press conference to tell the world what Jack Kennedy had told her during pillow talk about having seen debris from an extraterrestrial vehicle at what the document calls a secret airbase. Greer alleged that Monroe was murdered because she threatened to disclose top secret UFO and ET information. It's a tragic situation because she was an actress. She didn't understand the national security state and the viciousness of those who want to keep those kinds of secrets, Greer concluded. Greer is a prominent member of the UFO and alien disclosure community. Members of the disclosure movement believe that the U.S. government is colluding with the governments of leading technological nations to enforce a global UFO and ET truth embargo. The alleged truth embargo is designed to keep vital information about UFO visitations and alien contact with Earth as a secret. UFO disclosure advocates, including Greer, believe that a major reason why the U.S. government placed an inflexible embargo on disclosure of truth about aliens and UFOs is that the government is benefiting secretly from access to advanced technology provided by intelligent extraterrestrial species. One of the most advanced technologies that aliens have allegedly revealed to the U.S. government is the so-called free energy technology. But powerful interests in the fossil fuel industry are suppressing the revolutionary knowledge. All right, so what do you guys think about that? Johnny, Maxwell, no thoughts at all? Doing a podcast or what?
I'm waiting for Johnny's response so I can try to gather some more information.
Oh, I was doing the same thing.
Everybody wants to know what Maxwell thinks.
Shit.
You didn't follow a single thing, Maxwell? Supposedly, this guy Greer, some people think Greer is some kind of a shill or CIA operative himself, putting out disinfo on aliens or whatnot. There's a lot of controversial stuff about Greer out there. But putting that aside for a second, if there is a CIA memo that Marilyn was planning to somehow say something about JFK or Robert Kennedy, aliens, whatever, and there's a wiretap of this conversation, can you not remember that? I said that like 4 times already.
Yeah, so what about it? That's a good motive to kill her.
Do you think it's unrelated to her death? So she's wiretapped by the CIA.
It could be related. I mean, if she was wiretapped, that means there was some secret revealed. So that could ruin someone's reputation, like John F. Kennedy's or Robert Kennedy's. So yeah, it could be related. That's kind of messed up. Well, why did they start to? I guess they suspected her.
I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of messed up, man.
It is. Her whole life is kind of messed up. It's such a tragic. It's so tragic. Her life is very, very tragic. Johnny, thoughts?
Nah, not really.
All right, so one more thing we'll go over. Some people think this whole thing is a hoax, but I will give the report anyway in the interest of covering every single angle in this case. So this is a number of years old now. Retired CIA agent confesses on deathbed, "I killed Marilyn Monroe." Mr. Hodges, so in Norfolk, Virginia, a 78-year-old retired officer of the CIA, Norman Hodges, has made a series of astonishing confessions since he was admitted at the Centura General Hospital on Monday. He claims he committed 37 assassinations for the American government between 1959 and 1972, including the actress and model, Marilyn Monroe. Mr. Hodges, who worked for the CIA for 41 years as an operative with top-level security clearances, claims he was employed as a hitman by the organization to assassinate individuals who could represent a threat to the security of the country. Trained as both a sniper and a martial arts expert, Mr. Hodges says he also has significant experience with unconventional methods of inflicting harm upon others, like poisons and explosives. Mr. Hodges swears he remembers vividly each of the assassinations he committed for the CIA. He claims that all 37 of the murders he committed on American soil were ordered by his commanding officer, Major James Jimmy Hayworth. The elderly man claims he committed his assassinations between August 1959 and March 1972, at a time when he says, quote, "the CIA had its own agenda," end quote. He says he was part of an operative cell of 5 members which carried out political assassinations across the country. Most of their victims were political activists, journalists, and union leaders, but he also claimed that he killed a few scientists and artists whose ideas represented a threat to the interests of the United States. Mr. Hodges says that Marilyn Monroe remains unique among his victims, as she is the only woman he ever assassinated. He claims he has no regrets, however, as he says that she had become a, quote, "threat to the security of the country," end quote, and had to be eliminated. We had evidence that Marilyn Monroe had not only slept with Kennedy, but also with Fidel Castro, claims Mr. Hodges. My commanding officer, Jimmy Hayworth, told me that she had to die and that it had to look like a suicide or an overdose. I never killed a woman before, but I obeyed orders. I did it for America. She could have transmitted strategic information to the communists, and we couldn't allow that. She had to die. I just did what I had to do. Marilyn Monroe died between midnight and 1 a.m. on August 5th, 1962. Mr. Hodges claims he entered her room while she was sleeping and injected her with a massive dose of chloral hydrate, a powerful sedative, mixed with Nembutal, a short-acting barbiturate, causing her death. The 70-year-old man was placed under custody by the FBI, which is taking Mr. Hodges' confession very seriously and has opened an investigation to verify his allegations. The investigation might be very complicated, however, as very few written files are available on such secret activities, and most of the actors implicated in the various cases are already dead. The most important witness in the story after Mr. Hodges himself, his alleged commanding officer, Major James Hayworth, died of a heart attack in 2011. 2 of the other 3 CIA assassins identified by Mr. Hodges are also dead, and the last one, Captain Keith McInnes, went missing in action in 1968 and is presumed dead. What are your guys' thoughts on that one?
I guess that's it. He did it.
That seems pretty incredible to me. Like, how? What year was that confessed?
The earliest story of this I can find is 2015, but it might have been circulating earlier. They're just news reports, so a lot of people are saying that they're kind of this whole thing is a hoax. It's not clear whether they're regarding the story as a hoax or that this guy was they checked this guy's background out and this was just delusional or something, and he just made up the story and they couldn't verify anything about him, so they're calling it a hoax. It's unclear, or if this is a real report and this is actually real and it was verified, then of course they would say it's a hoax, right? To put the lid on it. It's kind of weird how, like, what does the public expect to happen if it's not a hoax? Like, if this could be verified in any way, they would shut it down so quick.
Yeah.
Johnny, any thoughts on this deathbed confession?
No.
So you think it's all BS, Johnny? They see, yeah, it's hard to verify a lot of this stuff because if it is all top secret stuff, it's yeah, it's weird. All right, I'm just gonna close with some oddities. I found a very interesting write up by a very astute redditor. A few years ago, I read several books on her life and death, and I believe the Kennedys had her killed to silence her. She was involved with both John and Bobby. There was physical evidence such as no pill residue in her stomach and no water or liquids found in her room in which to swallow the supposed pills. Some of her organs vanished from the morgue, as did some autopsy paperwork. Also, 2 ambulance drivers responded to a 911 call hours before her housekeeper claimed to have discovered her. These 2 EMTs said there were men in suits at her house. They passed lie detector tests at different points in time. Also, her housekeeper in later years hinted in being forced to lie about the night Marilyn died. She was even recorded on camera making a remark after an interview. I recall a theory that Marilyn was given an injection into her armpit that killed her. It appeared she overdosed and left no marks. Bobby Kennedy was proven to have been in California that night, and some have placed him at the scene. So this is a very interesting comment, and we're going to have to track all of this down in the next episode. But it seems like there were sources that reported that there was an earlier 911 call, and that there were men in suits in her house. So does that mean FBI, CIA, or mafia? You know what's funny? The mafia guys usually wear suits too, right? So if they saw guys in suits in her house, that doesn't tell us exactly who they were, right? Why does the mafia dress the same way as FBI and CIA agents? That's kind of
They're
weird.
both the same thing.
Oh, that's a new Johnny Mills theory. Oh man, that one's crazy. That one's crazy. So we went over quite a few rabbit holes. We got aliens, we got mafia, we got FBI, CIA cover-ups. A lot of strange things happening, and we will continue to examine and go down more of these rabbit holes in the next episode. We hope you enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, like our Facebook page. You can also check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, where if you become a patron, you can submit your own request, which we will get to very, very quickly. Any thoughts, questions, comments, theories of your own, feel free to drop them in the comments section for discussion. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Power.
And Johnny Mills.
We'll catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And JR.
And today we will be discussing alternate conspiracy theories regarding the death of the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, one of the greatest martial artists of all time, Bruce Lee. Now, obviously, it's commonly known that the main theory surrounding his death is some kind of allergic reaction to an equagesiac headache pill given to him by Betty Ting Pei. But the mysterious circumstances regarding his death, especially in regards to rumors of feuds with film studio heads and the like with possible triad connections, continue to persist. And many people remain skeptical and continue discussing this topic. So I will pick JR's brain regarding any of this knowledge in his. He's been deployed in the Far East at one point, and he's worked with military commanders, I believe. Is that true, JR?
Yes. That's correct.
So you could
correct,
shed
Bruce.
some light.
I have been deployed in the middle.
So you can shed some light on the possible behavior in association with high-ranking individuals in Chinese society and the triads and organized crime. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through, otherwise you won't get them. If you like this particular podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. You could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. All right, JR, so let's jump into it. Do you accept the common explanation for Bruce Lee's death, or do you think some of these film moguls might have had something to do, either through altercations or all these other rumors, with Bruce Lee's death?
Well, so no, I mean Bruce. The fact is that Bruce Lee is probably one of the best well-known martial artists of all time. And there is a lot of conspiracy regarding his death. I will say that by and large, I think that there are probably simple answers to complex questions, but I can't necessarily pinpoint anything because I'm not 100% on the story, and I don't think anybody is. So there's always going to be that vacuum of conspiracy.
What do you think about Chuck Norris's take on Bruce Lee's death? That it was only a number of years back where Chuck Norris actually chimed in even on the death of Bruce Lee. So this is what he said. He claims to know what really caused his death. Here's what Chuck Norris said. So what happened when he was in Hong Kong preparing for his next movie, he was working with a girl named Betty. He got a severe headache, so Betty gave him some antibiotics for the headache. And with the medication he had taken for his back, they reacted to each other and made his brain swell up and created an aneurysm or ruptured blood cells in his brain, and that's actually what happened.
Well, Bruce, first and foremost, I wanted to say, I understand that there's, Chuck Norris is, Chuck Norris, and, I think everyone at some point or another in their life or career has heard a Chuck Norris joke. Regarding Mr. Lee's demise, I can say that it's a very possible thing that he was given medication. I mean, Mrs. Lee wasn't necessarily, we don't necessarily know where she got the pills from.
No. It wasn't his wife who he was with. It was with Betty Ting Pei, another actress.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Pei. I apologize.
Some people actually allege that he was having an affair with Betty Ting Pei, and that's why it took so long for paramedics to get to the house, because they were trying to keep that all covered up and hush-hush.
It's possible, but in my experience of paramedics, they simply went to the residence. I mean,
She didn't call the paramedics. Apparently, she called either Raymond Chow or some other film guy who delayed. They
might have delayed the actual dispersal of the paramedics. However, the actual medical staff on hand, and in my experience, they don't really care about who you are or what you're.
No, of course not. We're
famous
not
people that drop like flies all day.
Of course. I'm talking about the lack of urgency in notifying the paramedics. That's what I was referring to.
It's possible that, he took a pill that, caused his brain to swell. I mean, when we talk about, the witch trials in Massachusetts, I mean, there are people out there that maintain that, they're actually witches, and then there are people that maintain that they simply had wheat ergot poisoning and, just dropped dead due to that particular situation. I don't really think we'll know because, it's not a situation where the pharmaceutical company or anything regarding the actual medication itself was ever extensively looked at.
Well, also, cerebral edema is extraordinarily rare to cause death, especially at that time.
That's true, but Bruce Lee was extraordinarily rare.
I mean, would that point to or against him having some kind of health issue like that? I mean, he was in peak physical condition.
Somebody that is an anomaly is capable of carrying an anomaly.
All right, that's a very good point. You ever hear the old Bruce Lee story? This is my favorite story to tell people. All these world champs. So you're aware that Bruce Lee's never officially entered any martial arts competition or held a single title? Are you aware of that?
No, but he could just poke his fingers through like a metal helmet,
So he did do a demo. He did a demonstration in Long Beach. I think this was like 67, something like that. And like he just mopped the floor with all these world champions. He actually told them exactly where he was going to hit them. Told them, "Are you ready?" And he's like, "Okay, now I'm coming." And they couldn't stop his punch. And he did this in front of like a gigantic audience. So after the demonstration, all these lifetime world champions are going up to him, and they're like, "Oh yeah, can you teach us?" He's like, "No, I can't." And they're like, "Why?" And he's like, "Okay, you see this?" And he takes 2 cups. He fills 1 cup with Coca-Cola, and he fills 1 cup with water. And he's like, "This represents your knowledge," and it's the cup of Coca-Cola. "This represents my knowledge," and it's the cup of water. Now, like, you see what happens, and he takes the cup of water and he tries to pour it on the cup of Coca-Cola, and it overflows. He's like, "That's why I can't teach." And I think one of the only students that had to counter that was Chuck Norris. And I think what Chuck Norris did, I think he emptied the cup of Coca-Cola and said, "What about now?" And then Bruce Lee said, "Okay."
Was Chuck Norris, was he a student of Bruce Lee?
Yes. There was a whole bunch
Really?
of...
I actually, that's one of the few things on earth that I didn't know.
Chuck Norris, believe it or not, does have an ego problem. Now, it's not as big as other people. I don't think he'll ever actually admit it, but I think he says, "We trained together." I think that's how he puts it. But like everybody knows what that means. Like,
Yeah, Bruce Lee taught him his magical, secrets. Yeah.
Because here's the thing. He was already like 9-time undefeated world champion by the time he met Bruce Lee. Why would he train with Bruce Lee if Bruce Lee's not... There's no reason for him to train with Bruce Lee if he's like a 9-time world champion. Everybody knows what was up there. Hearing Chuck's cool, but hearing some of his stories, he doesn't have anywhere near as bad of an ego as most people, but he's like, "Yeah, we learn stuff from each other." I'm like...
Yeah, nah. Yeah. Nah. I already automatically, that just sent off like 20 flags in my brain.
Bigger flag? He never once said Bruce Lee's name until after Bruce Lee died. How's that for Reddit? He never once dared to say something like that. Bruce Lee learned stuff from me. He never once opened his mouth while Bruce was still alive about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel really bad about Bruce Lee because, even his own wife capitalized on his, and she didn't do that while he was alive either, So, that was, Bruce actually had a pretty sad life, when you think about it. He was like Dan Osmond. He was like this realized human that no one respected in his own time.
He was vastly respected in his own time. And Osmond was to an extent too, but obviously not unexpected. Like Bruce Lee, he actually was trashed. All these people, they didn't open their mouths until he died. If you notice that. All the people talking trash about Bruce, they started after July, 1973. They didn't talk trash while he was still alive. That should tell you something.
Well, would you talk trash about Bruce Lee?
Yeah,
I don't know. Not really.
I
don't necessarily know if I'm considered it's not like the type of situation where they're gonna send people to your house, but Bruce Lee just walks into a room. Yeah, I wouldn't talk trash about Bruce Lee. Would you?
No. Yo, what gets me?
Would you? It's not even. It's not even. It's risk versus reward. Would you just risk saying the wrong thing, for pissing him off?
Do you want to hear a story of when someone did? This is supposedly this is the reason he was bumped off. This is one of the rumors. So Bruce Lee's known for his temper, by the way. So even though he was this outstanding philosopher and martial artist, he had a bad temper, and he knew it. He's kind of like you in that regard. He made no bones about it. He knew he had a bad temper, and he just knew it. It's just one of those things. So there was this meeting in 1973. I think it was either before Enter the Dragon or it was about Game of Death. And so one of the Chows, who's head of the studio, now nobody knows why he did this. You could explain, people, you could explain what his deal was in this situation. So Bruce Lee is in a meeting. There's 12 people there, including a bunch of bodyguards for Chow and security. So Chow says that Bruce Lee's actually not going to be doing the fight choreography for his own movie for the next movie. Bruce Lee. Now, this is actually unexpected. I didn't expect Bruce Lee to do this, but this is a rumor. Supposedly, Bruce Lee pulls a knife and puts it to his throat. Like none of the bodyguards moved. He pulled a knife on Chow, put it to his throat, and he's like, "What do you mean?"
Yeah.
We all know Bruce Lee doesn't need the knife. So, I mean, I don't know if the rumor is true or not. Whatever. 2 weeks later, Bruce Lee was dead. So, supposedly there were.
Well, I mean, it could have been a thing where it was just like it was pumped that it was a knife. Most likely, it was like the pinky side of his hand that he just like grazed across his throat. Like, I mean, like, cause really, like, I mean,
can you explain to me the logic behind saying that to his face in a meeting room? Like, I don't understand.
yeah. Well, I mean, that guy, obviously, like, he was trying to, like, no, I actually do understand that because that's a real Asian thing. Like, that was a power play, like, because that was him initiating like the Eastern like class system, and like Bruce just wasn't having it. Like that's
why? No,
that's
but you think so? That guy knew Bruce Lee very well. Obviously, he knew that Bruce Lee wasn't going to have it. So that's the part I struggle with. He knew Bruce Lee wasn't just going to sit there and say, "Okay." He knew that. So I don't understand if the rumor is true. Some people think that
in the Asian culture, even like I mean like that's almost like spitting at the feet of the emperor when you know that like that he probably knew, but like that Bruce would never stand for that, but like he was insulting him through another statement.
Why would he do that though?
That's part of the Asian, like I mean like like they put you through mental tests. Like it was some sort of mental test where he knew that Bruce would never stand for that. He knew that he couldn't do the movie without Bruce, but like he wasn't gonna kowtow to Bruce because there was probably something off screen that like Bruce requested or wanted.
Like a money issue or something?
Yeah, exactly. And then like he said that to him in a room full of people. So Bruce couldn't just like kill him like instantly or snap his neck, but like he said it in a manner that suggested that he was superior. And in the Asian culture, when you raise your tone, there are 4 tones in the Chinese language, and there are 4 tones in the there's 4 tones in the Eastern tongue. When you raise your tone, that denotes a completely different meaning than the tone below it. So the fact that he said what he said, I don't really know enough to know, like, because I don't really know the issue that you're talking about, but the fact that he misconstrued the information, that can be regarded as an insult, like, very easily. Very, very easily.
No,
The Russians are kind of the same way, but, like, they're not as in...
But what was his end game? Like, Bruce was his, like, dollar, like, that was his dollar sign. What he wanted...
He was sending him a message. He was sending him a message subliminally that only him and Bruce probably understand. But, like, by saying that, he didn't mean any of it, because he was sending him a message subliminally. Those 2 are the only people on Earth that know what it was, but it was a message. It wasn't a statement, it was a message.
Now,
and Bruce was just like, fuck you.
If that rumor was true, do you find it coincidental that Bruce was dead within 2 weeks of that meeting? You probably already know, but Chow is connected to all the triads in Hong Kong, so...
Yeah, well, I mean, that sounds like some sort of, like, Yakuza shit. So, I mean, like, obviously, like, maybe Bruce was involved in, like, like, some sort of, like, like, there was some sort of issue, like, regarding, like, the fact that he was dead 2 weeks later, like, that is very convenient. And, like, especially with the Chinese, like, because, like, it's not like Americans where it's, especially, like, with, like, the current situation, oh, I'm going to shoot a cop. They'll flush you down a drain. So, like, like, to make sure that there's nothing left. So, like,
so let me ask you something. Let's put this in historical context, JR. So, back then in the late 60s, early 70s, the Asians were kind of used, or specifically the Chinese, I believe, were viewed as the weak men of Asia or something like that, like the sick men of Asia. Like, the Chinese specifically were viewed as the weakest and the lowest. So, in a time like that, where Bruce Lee kind of became the first major mainstream.
Well, in the modern era, I mean, you also have to understand, Bruce, that like
Now,
you know,
hold
like
on, hold
the
on.
Asian,
Let me
the
finish
the
my
Asian, the idea of dynasty has existed longer. I mean, they're almost as old as the Egyptian.
Well, let me finish my question. In historical context, do you believe that some like triad or movie studio boss, he would snuff out the symbol of their people of strength, success, power, all these things that Bruce Lee was that actually transcended every single culture, but specifically propping up the Chinese culture? Do you believe that like some random studio boss was that petty to snuff out Bruce and everything he symbolized for not for the entire people?
Well, absolutely. I mean, honestly, Bruce, have you looked at media in general? So, I mean, like, you know, we can be extremely petty regarding that particular regard. And in fact, you know, I don't really believe that in the time period in which you speak, that media was held to the candlestick that it is today. Like today, it's all about media. Like we're a very media-oriented culture. When you go back to like the 60s and 70s, there was still like hope. Like, you know, it was before the internet like liquidated everything. Like there was still hope. So like it wasn't the same. You're not talking about like if it was a media boss of a media mogul of today. Is it the media mogul of yesteryear? No, I don't believe so. You know, the Eastern culture, and it extends beyond Asia. It extends into Russia. It extends into that part of the world. You know, being involved in media is not the same in that particular wing of the earth as it is in America. In America, we hold it to a very high value. There, I mean, if you actually ask a Chinese man about the validity of 90% of the China Times, like they'll be honest with you, and you don't have to like your users can just like your listeners can like just ask people like at random like any real person, anybody that reads the China Times that actually reads the real version of the China Times, not the Americanized, Anglo-Saxon version. The ones that read the real version will tell you that they're completely full of shit. And anybody that wants to dispute that, let them do so on through your messaging. I'd be happy to answer any questions. But to answer your question, I think that the problem is Bruce. I think that anybody that's as capable as that individual has a particular ego. Egos clash. It doesn't really matter at a certain point if I were to keep pushing you in the shoulder. It doesn't really matter how much stronger I am than you or how much stronger you are than me. At a certain point, when people get poked in the shoulder, they'll act. So, obviously there was some sort of measure that existed, or some sort of situation that they only know about because obviously it was sacred.
So let me backpedal a little bit, and I'm gonna. There have been so many different claims regarding who pulled the knife on who at what moment and whether or not it was in a meeting room.
I find it very difficult to believe that Bruce Lee would need to pull an implement in order to get what he wanted.
Well,
I will say that.
Some people believe he was just making a statement for the visuals, because if he wanted to knock him out, that would have been a blur that nobody would have seen, so it might have not been as effective of a method.
But today we remember Bruce Lee for the visuals, and it was all done without wires. We're not talking about The Matrix. We're talking about somebody that...
Let me read this account from Bruce Lee, Fighting Spirit, a biography. When Bruce went back to Hong Kong to resume work on Game of Death, he also resumed his running battle with the Hong Kong press over his rumored relationship with Taiwanese actress Betty Ting Pei. Betty was used to the attention of the scandal press and had a reputation for fooling around and taking drugs. Golden Harvest alleged that many of the rumors circulating about Bruce were transparent lies planted in the press by unknown persons at Shaw Brothers Studios. Yet Bruce's relationship with Raymond Chow was now beginning to turn a little sour. he had begun to put pressure on him by asking Run Run Shaw for a $2 million to do a film for him. Bruce had gone as far as shooting some test footage for a film in which he would act traditional Mandarin warrior roles, although this would seem to be a contradiction of his earlier rejection of the classical arts. In truth, Bruce had no intention of signing any contract with Shaw or of going through with the project. It was simply a ploy to deliver a straightforward message to Chow. But Shaw lost no time in trumpeting the news of the project from the headlines of the Hong Kong newspapers. Bruce was pressuring Chow because he was concerned whether Chow was giving him accurate accounting over Way of the Dragon. Bruce was also angry that Chow had gone ahead on foreign release deals while he wanted to hold out for better offers. He was also upset by a story that had appeared in Golden Harvest's in-house magazine, which claimed that Raymond Chow had not only discovered Bruce Lee, but was, quote, like a babysitter, end quote, to him. Bruce retorted, the article puts forth the notion that I am like a stupid child who relies solely on Raymond. You can see where this is going, right?
Yeah.
On July 10th, 1973, Bruce Lee was at Golden Harvest Studios when he heard that one of the many others who claimed credit for discovering or making him was also in the building, none other than Lo Wei, the man who had proclaimed himself to be Hong Kong's first millionaire director and the man who had taught Bruce Lee how to fight. Now you can see really where it's going, right? Now it would seem
Yeah.
that Lo Wei's genius had suddenly deserted him. While Bruce Lee had gone on to make Enter the Dragon, Lo Wei had completed what was originally intended as Bruce's third film, Yellow-Faced Tiger. Do you see any problems with that title, JR?
Well, first and foremost, I think that just from like a that's almost kind of like with the current situation regarding race and so on and so forth, I think that if I made a movie or you made a movie called African Dragon, it would really piss off a lot of people, like just simply based on the fact that yellow face very derogatory.
Chuck Norris was also in that film, by the way. Yellow-Faced Tiger. It was released in the U.S. as Slaughter in San Francisco. Do you think that was wise?
Well, I mean, you first of all, you're touching on multiple issues, Bruce. The first and foremost is that studios or actual businesses make the perfect decision every time. And I think that, whether we're talking about you're talking to a federal worker, I don't think that any organization makes 100% decision that's accurate all of the time. I will say a couple of things regarding Mr. Lee, who I deeply respect. Mr. Lee had anger problems. Mr. Lee had an ego, rightfully so. However, the people that own the organizations that finance these particular engagements also have egos. And whether or not they're able to perform as Mr. Lee did without wires, not like Keanu Reeves, not like The Matrix, was actually able to perform full contact on the spot, on the fly, in front of a lens, that doesn't necessarily guarantee him, that he's not going to intersect with the people that actually run the dog and pony show.
All right, let me finish.
I have a very famous. I like to throw this around. Like pack up your circus and go home. The people that own the circus, they're not necessarily the ones that actually run the circus. They just own the circus. There's and there's an ego involved. Like you're talking about a battle of egos. Like Mr. Lee may have been, I think, probably beyond Mr. Osmond, one of the most capable individuals in the modern era. But that said, there's always going to be a call to rein in. It's a push and pull. With any media, there's a push and pull.
Are you saying this might be a case as simple as certain film moguls connected with triads might have thought Bruce Lee got a little too big for his britches. Is that what you're saying?
Or he said the wrong thing at a table during, an opening. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
I mean,
Well,
simplicity. Wait. Let me just say this, Bruce. Simplicity is the sign of perfection. Simplicity at its base is a sign of perfection. It's very easy for the human brain to come up with a lot of complex answers for a lot of simple problems. It could be, and I maintain, not fully understanding the entire situation, and if you want to do a separate podcast, that's fine, but the fact is that simplicity is a sign of perfection. It's very easy to overanalyze something that could have just simply been a dispute over money. Or maybe the guy looked at his wife wrong. Who knows?
So okay. Well, I'm going to go back to that in a moment, but let me finish reading this account. So, Yellow-Faced Tiger, aka Slaughter in San Francisco, starring Chuck Norris. The movie had not made Lo Wei his next $1 million. Rather than letting the obvious speak for itself, Bruce could not resist confronting Lo Wei and telling him what he thought of him once more. Does that surprise you, JR, based on what you just said?
No, it does. Not necessarily. Again, there are two sides to every story. What you're speaking of, we only will ever have 50% of the equation. Does it pass to a bigger picture? Yeah, of course. But in the current context, you're speaking of 50% at most of the equation. And in most cases, what you're stating was diluted, so it's not a 50%.
Well, yeah, we don't know if this is true or not. Bruce burst into the screening room where the director Lo Wei was viewing a film called Snake Girl along with Mrs. Lo Wei and Chow's partner Leonard Ho. Bruce yelled at Lo Wei, who did not react, knowing it would have been futile to fight with Bruce Lee. Do you find that an understatement? Yeah.
Well, I gotta tell you, Bruce, I can't speak for every human being on planet Earth, but if Bruce Lee came to my studio and wanted to speak to me, or he wanted a private audience, or whatever Mr. Lee wanted, I probably would have provided him, because I'm not prepared to fight with Bruce Lee.
No, but
I think he's proven himself that it's not just about motion pictures, and it's not just about being in front of a lens, that he was actually a willing and able individual.
But what do you find it curious that Lo Wei allegedly told newspapers that he taught Bruce Lee how to fight, and yet in this alleged instance, he's quietly taking a verbal thrashing without doing anything about it in front of his wife? Like, at what point?
Well,
At what
well,
point?
let me say this. Let me say this, Bruce. And this is my statement. And you can, I'm sure your public is gonna hose me when I say this. There are two types of crap players. You know what craps are?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're in the casino, there's two types of craps players. There's the type that learn it at the table. Okay, and they may or may not win. Then there are the people that play it on the street. Those are the ones where you can walk in after you've thrown it across and hit a sidewalk. You know how to throw the dice. Okay, so I can't say with any degree of certainty because I don't know, but I will say that Mr. Lee, precipitated an exceptional, mastery of the field to a point where I don't believe that anybody of that particular gauge can be trained. I think it was something that was learned. I don't know Mr. Lee's full history, but I will say that I think that the fact that any individual could say that he was trained, I think that also might be a translation error from Chinese to English or, whatever, where he might have discovered, I think would be a better word. I think that probably would have been a more appropriate word. If I was in the presence of Mr. Lee, I would have used that terminology as opposed to trained, because I think that
let me
can
ask
be
you a more-
regarded as insult,
let me ask
especially to
you,
somebody that's their life's work.
let me ask you a more pointed question. What percent of the population you think would sit there and quietly take a verbal thrashing in front of their wife by Bruce Lee? I mean, at a certain point, what percentage of Bruce Lee's aura would be enough? At what percentage would someone just be that emasculated in front of their wife and just sit there and take it like a small child being scolded? What do you think of that, JR? Like, it seems almost comical, does it?
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, like, see, I've never been in the presence of anybody that you're speaking of. Let me just say this. If I was in the presence of Mr. Mayweather or Mr. Tyson, I think I might have to accept it, regardless of whether I wanted it. So in the time of Mr. Lee, I think that might be something where you probably went home and, like, he probably beat the shit out of his wife, but, like, you know, because she just happened to be sitting there. But I wouldn't necessarily go toe-to-toe with an individual that was as competent in the martial arts realm, you know, not being an expert in martial arts.
So now Lo Wei, again, long rumored to be connected with triads. If you're Lo Wei and Bruce Lee berated and verbally thrashed you in front of your wife, would you be itching to get vengeance, and would you employ triad contacts to snuff out Bruce Lee in that type of scenario?
Well, I wouldn't do any of that, but I mean, that's not like my particular area of expertise.
I said if you were Lo Wei, if you were this film mogul with triad connection.
I think that, like, you know, like it, you know, like it's apples and oranges. I mean, like, we're talking about a gentleman that had an exceptional talent, you know, to where he could poke his fingers through metal. So, I mean, if you're dealing with somebody like that and it's realistic, it's not fake, it's real. You know, you might just accept, like, you know, like Mr. Lee's, like, statements. I mean, however, I mean, you know, and we're talking about human beings here. These are not people that are, you know, they could be straight, they could be drunk, they could be, you know, under, you know, mental duress of some sort. So, I mean, you know, like, yes, there might be triad connection. You know, a point-and-click interface, such as a weapon, can be utilized in a variety of capacities. However, you know, if you're talking about a triad or any type of criminal organization, that has to be handled very delicately, because you have to pick and choose. You can't necessarily just, like, do whatever you want.
Are you saying Bruce Lee was acting a little too brash in relation to Lo Wei, and
I don't necessarily know. You know, when it comes to the decorum of particular cultures, that can be held to, you know, when you are in Brazil, if, you know, your mother is scolding you, you look at the ground out of respect. There are certain things that don't necessarily occur in Western culture that occur in other cultures. I'm saying that things may have been said, things may have been done, there might have been slight movements that occurred that created a vacuum that only people within that realm would understand.
All right, let me finish this account. So Bruce yelled at Lo Wei, who did not react, knowing it would have been futile to fight with Bruce Lee. Bruce then returned to Chow's office. Minutes later, Mrs. Lo Wei appeared in Chow's office to tell Bruce that he should behave with more decorum. So, okay, this is really bizarre.
And again, we're okay. So I wasn't even aware of that.
Hold on. Let me just wrap my head around this. Lo Wei is too scared to tell Bruce, so he sends his wife to tell Bruce what to do. Now, keep in mind, this is the early 70s, okay, in Hong Kong, and Bruce has this film mogul's wife walking up to him to tell him how to behave. I mean, this is a big web to untangle. What do you make of this, JR?
Well, I do know that in Eastern culture, women are actually held in much higher regard than they are in Western culture, and that's unfortunate because I believe that women are the salt of the earth. They're the ones that give us life. I will say that I think that that actually makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways because he sent someone that he knew was defenseless to interact with Mr. Lee, and as a result, Mr. Lee could have had, he had two choices. He could have beat the shit out of her, okay, and he could have, completely thrown it all away, or he could have listened to her. I don't know how to illustrate that because, certain people have certain perspectives when it comes to women telling them off.
Hold on.
But I believe in the Eastern culture, it's extremely regarded. I'm not an expert.
I believe you're mistaken here. Wives, mothers, particularly mothers or grandmothers, like elders are very respected. So an elder female, of course, highly regarded.
He sent someone that had no chance of defending themselves against someone that is to this day, and we're talking about the 70s here, we've gone how many decades, and he's still regarded as one of the greatest martial artists of all time. You're sending some lady in there. I believe that was done out of two regards. Not necessarily just because he wanted to tell him off and he needed his wife to do it, but he also sent his wife in there as a sign that he had himself dissented, but he still wanted to project a message.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure there because if she came of her own free will, which again we don't know any of this information. We're all just speculating on different scenarios.
This is complete conjecture at this point. Like I don't really know.
Yeah, we're just speculating. So she might have been pissed off because her man was emasculated in front of her. She might have done that of her own free will. We don't know. Or he forced her to do it because he was pissed, as you said. We don't know. Maybe that was true.
That's true, but in the current period in which you're speaking of, especially in the east wing of the earth, that's highly unlikely. Most likely, he wanted a message delivered, knew
hold on.
that he had pissed Bruce off to the point where it may have become physical. So instead of actually projecting it himself, which may have resulted in an escalation, he sent a de-escalated individual into the situation in order to deliver a message.
Yes, that's one part.
In which Bruce has two choices. He could punch her out or he could be a man about it.
You already said that. He's actually got more choices, which we'll get into. But yeah, so there's these different theories on what could have happened. Maybe he was actually baiting Bruce, and he wanted Bruce to hit his wife because he knew Bruce was that mad, because then he could use that against him. We don't know what kind of.
Well, is it reported that Bruce actually struck his wife?
Well, if you let me finish making the points, we can continue on with the account. I'm trying to make a few points here before we continue with the account, and you keep.
Yeah,
So we don't know what kind of 3D chess these people are playing. So we're not sure what Lo Wei's motivations here were by sending his wife. However, based on the phrasing of this account here, it seems like it's saying that she told Bruce that he should behave with more decorum. So in general, obviously, in China, respect is a really big thing. So even when someone disrespects you. So it doesn't say that she politely asked him to behave with more decorum. That would behoove.
We're talking about, you also have to understand, we're Western folk discussing a situation where if I were in Taiwan and I cut in front of you in line and you said something about me cutting in front of you, you would be the one that would be disrespectful. So, I mean, there are certain aspects of this culture that are not like that. It would have to be laid out.
Unbecoming of Bruce. So some people would view that as disrespectful. So is she having an emotional outburst towards Bruce? So let's continue with the account here, and we'll see. Like, this is what Bruce Lee
Well,
did.
she might be though, because I mean, like again, like like in the particular culture in which you're speaking of, women are allowed to have outbursts, and it's accepted, and it's understood that that's acceptable. In our culture, like it's like they don't call it a wife beater for nothing. In
Do you want to finish
this particular culture,
to tell Bruce that he should behave with more decorum? This had the opposite effect. Tempers flared, and a small crowd gathered. Bruce charged back into the screening room and berated Lo Wei even more. Okay.
well, it could be considered disrespectful to send your wife in when you should be the man.
Yeah, that's the point I was making before. The police were called after Lo Wei claimed that Bruce had pulled out a short knife concealed in his belt buckle and threatened to stab him. The police could find no such knife and attempted to smooth out the situation rather than make arrests and involve lawyers. Lo Wei insisted Bruce sign a hastily improvised cease and desist letter promising simply, quote, I, Bruce Lee, will leave Lo Wei alone, end quote. The whole studio was in uproar, and in order to get the police out and reporters away, Bruce signed the letter. Later, he became annoyed when he realized that this had given Lo Wei's version of the events more substance. So would you consider that an alpha move by pulling out a pen and paper and wanting a particular individual to write that they will leave you alone? Is that considered a manly alpha move? I've actually never heard of that happen in any kind of confrontation.
Well, no, but you again, Bruce. I mean, not to extend this further than it needs to be extended. I will say a couple of things. First and foremost, it takes one thing to be outed by a lady. I mean, as a man, and and ladies are very good at pointing out the flaws within masculinity. I will also say that in addition to that, there were external pressures from the presence of a police department in which, again, in Eastern culture, it's not uncommon where the police just like pull out their weapons and they machine gun you if there's an issue. Again, I don't want to disrespect anybody, but like that is a proven fact. Like it's not like it is here now where like, they read you your rights and handcuff you and like there's like a trial. Like if the police feel threatened in any manner, in any part of the East, it can escalate to an extreme level extremely quickly. So he was pressured into possibly signing a particular document. In addition to that, I will also say that the signing of the document, it could be considered an emasculation. However, since we don't actually know the story behind.
I wasn't saying it was emasculating to sign it. I was saying it was emasculating to ask the other person to sign it. Can you imagine pulling out a piece of paper and scribbling, like demanding that this individual leave you alone as a man in front of your wife?
Again, like we go back to if this was Floyd Mayweather or if this was Mike Tyson, I may actually execute that because I'm not equipped to handle the wrath that is that particular individual.
Okay.
When it comes to Bruce Lee, who again is bigger than they will ever be, I may or may not have. I mean, it depends on the situation, and this is all speculation. But I mean, personally, I would just make him happy to get him out of my fucking building. Personally.
So you believe he didn't send his wife, and his wife went to berate Bruce Lee of her own volition? That's
Not necessarily. He may have sent his wife.
Okay.
I maintain, you know, I do have experience within the Eastern realm, and I will say that having a woman berate you in the Eastern quadrant of the Earth is something where if you're gonna make a sudden move, that's an extreme sign of disrespect. And we're not talking about the disrespect to you. We're also talking about the disrespect to the 3 generations below you. That can cause a particular situation.
Okay.
So I think that, you know, like, again, we're talking about a highly speculative.
Yes. Okay. Let me finish this account as it pertains to Bruce Lee's death. That evening, when Bruce appeared on Enjoy Yourself Tonight, the incident was raised by the show's host, Ho Sho Sin. Without mentioning Lo Wei by name, Bruce made his dislike of the director more obvious. Bruce had already explained that if he really wanted to kill anyone, he would not need to use a knife, but could simply strike with his finger. But on the TV show, and
that's the most solid thing that we've talked about in the past
yes,
10 minutes.
But on the TV show and at the host's insistence, Bruce offered to give a slightly less drastic demonstration of his skills. Although it was only a simple shoulder push, Ho was sent sprawling across the floor. To viewers who, like Ho, were unused to the rigors of martial arts training, it looked severe, as if Bruce had slammed into the host very hard. This resulted in yet another wave of critical headlines. Worse still, the articles all tended to sympathize with Lo Wei. I mean, and that would lead people to question who owns the newspapers and the media outlets and what triad ties do they have. But anyway, and the day's events were cited as further evidence of Bruce's growing arrogance. Just after his collapse, recalls Taki Kimura, Bruce called me from LA and said, "You never write, you never call me." I said, "I'm enjoying what you're doing, you don't need me." He said, "If I can help you, Taki, you're still my #1 friend, and don't forget that. Let me know what you need. Anything you want, I haven't changed, I'm still the same guy." He never forgot that I helped him out in the past and I never asked for anything. He told me to send the old plane ticket that he'd given me to go to Hong Kong to start work on Game of Death, and he'd replace it. Okay, I don't know why it talked about that guy. Anyway, so yeah, so Bruce Lee, of course, the common version is that he took this equagesiac pill for a headache when he was at Betty Ting Pei's house, but some people, of course, think that the triads had something to do with it based on this interaction with Lo Wei. Other rumors persist that it was something to do with Raymond Chow and he was pissing everybody off. The truth, of course, is unknown. So now that we've gone over this particular situation, this particular theory, this Bruce Lee conspiracy that he was hit by triads, mafiosos, Chinese mafiosos, what do you personally believe as what was the cause of Bruce Lee's demise?
I think that with every situation, I think that, you know, like, again, simplicity is a sign of perfection. I think that it can be very blown out just based on the fact that it was Bruce Lee. If this was Joe Blow, we probably wouldn't be having this discussion because there wouldn't be a conspiracy. I think the fact that there is a conspiracy, it probably should have been looked into further. Considering the connection regarding the triad, I'm sure that was snuffed out very quickly. I will say that it's very possible that he was poisoned or there was some sort of malice. But again, you know, I hold a neutral position because I don't have enough factual evidence to actually give a concrete...
Do you think that's accidental, that such factual evidence does not exist? I mean, some people say that it looked like Bruce Lee's open casket looked like plaster. It looked like it was a fake dummy with a plaster face.
The same thing could be said about Jim Morrison from The Doors. There are people to this day that believe that he's still wandering the earth and that he faked his own death because he couldn't deal with his own pain.
But do you think it's accidental that the concrete definitive evidence doesn't exist? Because there's shady things about the autopsy report. There's shady things surrounding his death. Do you think that's accidental, or do you think just because of the stature, the magnitude of a superstar that he was, that there were destined to be shady things no matter how he met his fate?
Not necessarily. There are many celebrities out there that have made really hardcore contributions to entertainment and to the media and to just, people in general. And their deaths are very finite and very secure.
That's a good point.
I will say that I think that this may be a situation where we need to take peace from the East, in that you don't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. And why would they kill the goose?
Well, that's like we were
if he
talking
laid
about
the golden
before.
eggs?
Is it a case of damaged egos that were petty enough to want to wipe out a superstar that was kind of positively representative of their entire people, who at that point in history were not necessarily favorably looked upon by a lot of the world?
Possibly, if you look at the past dynasties of that particular wing of the world, it's not unheard of.
Yeah, that is true. All right, so there you have it. Alternate conspiracies revolving around Bruce Lee's death, which it should tell us something about just how much of an impact he had on the world, because people are not only still talking about him and watching his movies, but they're still discussing conspiracies around his death. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comment section. You could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case and topic requests. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Jared tapping out.
We'll catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and we are going over the Britney Spears conspiracy. Now, this podcast has been long in the making, long requested. It's actually requested a number of years ago now at the beginning of the podcast. And the reason why is, up until recently, Britney Spears' conservatorship, which is now public knowledge, it was initially being denied. All the coincidence theorists and the authority-worshipping cultists, they just did not believe that Britney Spears did not act of her own free will in all capacities, business, financial, her family, and otherwise. Obviously, it's all known now, and the coincidence theorists pretend that they never denied and they never made fun of this conspiracy, but it indeed was a widespread conspiracy, and it goes pretty deep. I mean, the Britney Spears conspiracies go into human cloning, CIA Illuminati projects, all of these things that a lot of pop stars are subjected to in terms of wacky out there conspiracy theories. But this is Mindshock, and we have to objectively, neutrally, scientifically, logically examine all of the theories, and that's what's on the agenda tonight. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support the channel. Help us create more mind-shocking podcasts in a variety of topics. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through, or you could just go to youtube.com/Mindshock and manually peruse our ever-growing back catalog and see the latest podcasts as they are released if you are not getting updates.
You could share this podcast on social media platforms, of which you could find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or request. You could also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so first of all, let's get this out of the way. I am indeed a Britney Spears fan. I'll be honest with you. I love her music. I do. I'm a Britney Spears fan. For my money, I don't know if it gets any better than when she sings Don't Let Me Be the Last to Know. I celebrate the woman's entire catalog. I'll let the Mindshock listeners out there decipher for themselves whether that was in jest or not. But all kidding or not kidding aside, if you don't know who Britney Spears is, then you must be living under a rock on Mars. Britney Spears, obviously known as the Queen of Pop, a music icon rivaling Michael Jackson. And there might be some Michael Jackson fans who possibly might take offense with that. But yeah, Britney Spears is a music superstar, possibly unlike any other, both in terms of fame and fortune and the tabloids. Of course, her public breakdown, if that's what it was, again, we'll be going down a couple different lines of thought and theory regarding that breakdown, the head shaving, the attacking the SUV. All of these things will be going down rabbit holes in the music videos and the current situation with the Free Britney movement, which started as a conspiracy theory. Of course, I will not miss the opportunity to point out the authority-worshipping cultists who are simply indoctrinated coincidence theorists who deny basically anything out of the ordinary or anything that's uncomfortable for them to believe, whether it's something as supposedly simple as a conservatorship for a pop star. This isn't some alien conspiracy. But if it's something that they don't want to believe, they assume that coincidence theorist position, leaning on faith and fallacies to justify it. So there are, of course, many conspiracy theories involving famous people. I mean, we can go to Elvis for this. It's nothing new. But before we dive into all of them, I'm going to do a brief overview from mirror.co.uk of just all of the craziest conspiracy theories before we go into the deep dive. So this was actually written by Molly Pike, published April 27, 2019. Britney Spears' craziest conspiracy theories claim she's a clone and a political puppet. There have been several conspiracy theories about Britney Spears, 37, which is how old she was in 2019, during her 2-decade-long career. She had an incredible career, from being America's sweetheart as a teen to suffering a public breakdown and then making a comeback and winning back legions of fans. So it's perhaps unsurprising that conspiracy theorists have tried to determine how Britney Spears, 37, has enjoyed such enduring success. The mom of two is going through a difficult time and recently entered rehab due to her father's poor health, but that hasn't stopped them from making bizarre claims about Britney's past. From being a clone to being a puppet of the Bush presidency. Here's all of the maddest conspiracy theories about Britney. Britney is a clone. The theory claims that Britney and her then-boyfriend Justin Timberlake were in a car accident shortly before the release of Spears' album Baby One More Time in 1999. Cruel theorists claim Britney was decapitated and instantly killed in the wreck. Her record label was forced to clone her so they'd continue making money off her music, it's claimed. They made several clones throughout her career, which theorists claim is proved by Britney's changing looks. Britney's ups and downs throughout her time in the spotlight were allegedly caused by all the different women pretending to be the real thing. According to the theory, Justin was left with severe burns in the accident, but is still alive and in a coma. Yes, the man responsible for bringing Sexy back is apparently a clone too. Of course, this theory can be debunked by the sheer fact that human cloning doesn't exist, and it seems to be the invention of 2 US DJs who were fired for starting the rumor that Brit had died. Okay, now before we get to that, this is something I wanted to really point out in terms of these celebrity clone conspiracy theorists. And by the way, if you believe this is an abuse of Mindshock, using logic and reason to decipher pop culture conspiracies, feel free to voice your concerns in the comment section as well. But I am a man of the people, and the people have spoken. And the people have spoken many times, as this was one of the most requested podcasts going back a number of years now, to the beginning of Mindshock. And again, I am a man of the people, so this podcast will be done, and it will be comprehensive and exhaustive in nature. So here's the thing. If they're cloning sheep in the 90s, and that's now civilian knowledge in the 90s, it's basically turned into civilian tech in the 90s. If military tech is up to 50 years ahead of US tech, I mean, again, the conversation would maybe be different 5 years ago, 10 years ago, but we're in 2021 now. And after the year we've had in 2020 with all of these crazy conspiracy theorists being proven completely correct, I mean, there were conspiracy theorists predicting these pandemic situations, regardless of whether you think whether you think the virus is real or not, but just in terms of the response, the power grabs, the vaccine agenda, all of these things. I mean, Alex Jones and some of these other crazy conspiracy theorists, all proven correct with much better track records than the coincidence theorists. So as in terms of human cloning, without appealing to incredulity or any of these other logical fallacies, is it really out of the realm of possibility that human cloning technology exists? Now, I'm not saying it does or it doesn't. I'm just saying I wouldn't find it that surprising if they were going public with cloned sheep in the 90s. Can we imagine what they were cloning that they were not going public with in the 90s? In the 80s? In the 70s? And what are they doing now? Is it really that outlandish? So now here's where the black and white fallacies come in. Just because human cloning technology might exist doesn't mean they're cloning Britney Spears. Again, if this is some advanced military tech, are they really going to use it on a pop star? Now, if they were going to use it on someone, I guess they would use it on Britney Spears if music moguls could get their hands on the technology. Now, I'm not saying they could or they couldn't, but if they could, then Britney Spears would be a good candidate, regardless of whether she was killed or not. Obviously, the theory is with the cloning that she's still alive and she has clones. Not that she was killed. I don't actually remember that rumor that she was actually killed and cloned. Obviously, the rumors are that she was cloned, just like all these other celebrities. I mean, there's a lot of theories about Eminem being cloned. That doesn't mean he was killed. That doesn't mean he's dead, although we don't know if he is or he isn't, if that conspiracy is true. Again, this is Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Continuing on here with the article, Britney was a puppet for the Bush administration. Britney said she completely trusted the president. Another conspiracy theory claims that Britney was used as a puppet by George Bush during his U.S. presidency. It's claimed that she helped drum up support for the invasion of Iraq due to her huge popularity. When asked about the war, Britney told an interviewer at the time, "Honestly, I think we should trust our president in every decision that he makes, and we should just support that and be faithful to what happens." When asked if she trusted Bush, she responded, "Yes, I do." Now, what's weird about that is, especially, or possibly not weird about that, is before the internet was as big as it is today, or even in, let's say, the post-2000, to post-2010, so before 2010 or so, I mean, when did the internet really explode? I mean, people had internet before 2010, 2011, but it wasn't everybody. It was a much smaller percentage of the population. It's not like today. I believe like maybe 2016, 2017, at that point, the internet was absolutely everywhere. In 2000, 2004, 2008 even, it was not absolutely everywhere at every time with the plethora of information and topics being discussed that are discussed now. Now it's literally everyone and everything. Up to 2010 even or so, that was not the situation. Particularly just even the culture going from the 90s to the early 2000s, even though the internet existed, it was not mainstream per se. People still mostly watched the Idiot Box to get their information. The radio was, of course, much bigger than it is today, even though radio is not completely dead today. But it was still a lot bigger back then, and we'll be getting into that as well. I will address one other issue here, which is Operation Mockingbird. So this so this is basically the infiltration of the media by the CIA per se for the purpose of propaganda. Now there's a whole bunch of variants to Operation Mockingbird. I'll probably be doing a dedicated podcast on this with JR, but here's what Wikipedia says about it, and then we'll get into a little bit more here just to set the stage for Britney Spears pop music and all of the Illuminati symbolism allegedly present in pop music, music videos, and all of these things, and that has been for quite some time. It's actually quite interesting watching videos even from the 90s with all of the pyramids, all-seeing eye, hand gestures, all of these interesting things that have gone back quite some time. And when you compare it, obviously the coincidence theorists write it all off as a coincidence, but when you compare it to, for example, indie music videos made by indie artists not signed to major record labels, not having their music videos directed by these Hollyweird people injecting all the symbolism, there's none of that. So if it was all coincidental, you would expect to see all this same symbolism in indie music videos, and on the indie scene, obviously you don't see that. So anyway, so Operation Mockingbird, on Wikipedia, it says it's an alleged large-scale program of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, but this was already admitted and declassified, so it's very telling that Wikipedia still throws the word alleged in there when this is all, at this point, it's all public knowledge and admitted. But anyway, began in the early years of the Cold War and attempted to manipulate news media for propaganda purposes. So they also state they attempted to, not that they actually did. Obviously they did. According to author Deborah Davis, Operation Mockingbird recruited leading American journalists into a propaganda network and influenced the operations of front groups. CIA support of front groups was exposed when a 1967 Ramparts magazine article reported that the National Student Association received funding from the CIA. In 1975, Church Committee congressional investigations revealed agency connections with journalists and civic groups. None of these reports, however, mentions by name an Operation Mockingbird coordinating or supporting these activities. Background: in the early years of the Cold War, efforts were made by the United States government to use mass media to influence public opinion internationally. After the United States Senate Watergate Committee in 1973 uncovered domestic surveillance abuses directed by the executive branch of the U.S. government, and the New York Times in 1974 published an article by Seymour Hersh claiming the CIA had violated its charter by spying on anti-war activists. Former CIA officials and some lawmakers called for a congressional inquiry that became known as the Church Committee. Published in 1976, the committee's report confirmed some earlier stories that charged that the CIA had cultivated relationships with private institutions, including the press. Without identifying individuals by name, the Church Committee stated that it found 50 journalists who had official but secret relationships with the CIA. In 1977, Rolling Stone magazine article stated the CIA and the media reporter Carl Bernstein expanded upon the Church Committee's report and said that around 400 press members were considered assets by the CIA. In The Rising Clamor, The American Press, the CIA, and the Cold War, David P. Hadley wrote that the continued lack of specific details, provided by the Church Committee and Bernstein's expose proved a breeding ground for some outlandish claims regarding CIA and the press. As an example, he offered unsourced claims by reporter Deborah Davis. Davis asserted in her 1979 biography of Katharine Graham, owner of the Washington Post, Catherine the Great, that the CIA ran an Operation Mockingbird during this time. Davis wrote that the Prague-based International Organization of Journalists, the IOJ, received money from Moscow and controlled reporters on every major newspaper in Europe, disseminating stories that promoted the communist cause. And that Frank Wisner, director of the Office of Policy Coordination, a covert operations unit created in 1948 by the U.S. National Security Council, had created Operation Mockingbird in response to the IOJ, recruiting Phil Graham from the Washington Post to run the project within the industry. According to Davis, by the early 1950s, Wisner owned respected members of the New York Times, Newsweek, CBS, and other communications vehicles. Davis wrote that after Cord Meyer joined the CIA in 1951, he became Operation Mockingbird's principal operative. Neither the Church Committee or any of the investigations that followed it find there was such an operation as described by Davis. And if there was, would they find it? And if they did find it, would they make that public? Hadley summarized, Mockingbird, as described by Davis, has remained a stubbornly persistent theory, and added the Davis Mockingbird theory that the CIA operated a deliberate and systematic program of widespread manipulation of the U.S. media does not appear to be grounded in reality, but that should not disguise the active role the CIA played in influencing the domestic press's output. Now, what kind of statement is that? I mean, you're basically talking to both sides of your mouth there. So, would it really be that surprising that the CIA would control the media and Hollywood? It really wouldn't be that shocking. I mean, I'm not sure how far the coincidence theorists are willing to dig in and deny any and all possibilities of this going on, but there is just so much evidence. And what I will address next is this quote that the coincidence theorists pretend was debunked, again in standard faith-based scientism, authority worship, cult behavior, which is all they have since they don't have actual facts. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. This was attributed to William Casey, CIA director. And there was an old meme that had the CIA floor logo with this quote, and it says, "Read it again, let it sink in good and hard." So, of course, all of the coincidence theorists got instantly triggered, because how would the corrupt profiteers have allowed that? That couldn't have been said. So it has to be just crazy QAnon type people that are propagating that. Well, here's the thing. There were people present when he said that. This is one such person. I am the source for this quote, which was indeed said by CIA Director William Casey at an early February 1981 meeting of the newly elected President Reagan with his new cabinet secretaries to report to him what they had learned about their agencies in the first couple weeks of the administration. The meeting was in the Roosevelt Room in the West Wing of the White House, not far from the Cabinet Room. I was present at the meeting as assistant to the Chief Domestic Policy Advisor to the President. And this is Barbara Honegger, with her personal account online, who has verified this information. So she was an assistant to the Chief Domestic Policy Advisor to the President. Casey first told Reagan that he had been astonished to discover that over 80% of the intelligence that the analysis side of the CIA produced was based on open public sources like newspapers and magazines. As he did to all the other secretaries of their departments and agencies, Reagan asked what he saw as the goal of the CIA, to which he replied with this quote, which I recorded in my notes of the meeting as he said it. Shortly thereafter, I told senior White House correspondent Sarah McClendon, who was a close friend and colleague, who in turn made it public. And there were several legislative aides to senators who also backed her story and vouched for her honesty. So that just goes to show on how coincidence theorists just pretend it's all fake without knowing. And again, I'm not saying you should have believed that meme when you saw it. I'm saying if you weren't in that meeting, you don't know if it's true or not. So pretending it's just silly nonsense, I mean, that's a staple of coincidence theorists, obviously, because they're kind of allergic to logic and reason. But that's just a very, very interesting quote. I'll read it one more time before we get back to Britney Spears. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false, said by William Casey on the mission of what are the goals of the CIA, corroborated by people present at that meeting with Reagan and other individuals as well. Okay, so I'm going to lay the stage a little bit more with mainstream sources now, because if you're a coincidence theorist and that triggered you really, really hard, I'll do a little bit more mainstream sources. We'll go theatlantic.com, How the CIA Hoodwinked Hollywood by Nicholas Show, July 14th, 2016. Since its inception, the agency has wooed filmmakers, producers, and actors in order to present a rosy portrait of its operations to the American public. The CIA has a long history of spooking the news, dating back to its early days when the legendary spy master Allen Dulles and his top staff drank and dined regularly with the press elite of New York and Washington, and the agency boasted hundreds of U.S. and foreign journalists as paid and unpaid assets. In 1977, after the systematic media manipulation was publicly exposed by congressional investigations, the CIA created an Office of Public Affairs that was tasked with guiding press coverage of intelligence matters in a more transparent fashion. And of course, there'd be no need for this office if these Operation Mockingbird claims were false. So the agency insists that it no longer maintains a stable of friendly American journalists. Yeah, I mean, obviously everybody should trust them. I mean, look at their track record. And that its effort to influence the press are much more above board. But in truth, the intelligence empire's efforts to manufacture the truth and mold public opinion are more vast and varied than ever before. One of its foremost assets, Hollywood. The agency has established a very active spin machine in the heart of the entertainment capital, which works strenuously to make sure the cloak and dagger world is presented in heroic terms. Since the mid-90s, but especially after 9/11, American screenwriters, directors, and producers have traded positive portrayal of the spy profession in film or television projects for special access and favors at CIA headquarters. Ever since its inception in 1947, the CIA has been covertly working with Hollywood. I'll say that one again. Ever since its inception in 1947, the CIA has been covertly working with Hollywood. But it wasn't until the mid-90s that the agency formally hired an entertainment industry liaison and began openly courting favorable treatment in films and television. During the Clinton presidency, the CIA took its Hollywood strategy to a new level, trying to take more control of its own myth-making. In 96, the CIA hired one of its veteran clandestine officers, Chase Brandon, to work directly with Hollywood studios and production companies to upgrade its image. We've always been portrayed erroneously as evil and Machiavellian. Erroneously? Is that what you would expect a CIA asset to say if it was true? Brandon later told The Guardian, "It took us a long time to support projects that portray us in the light we want to be seen." And that's a very, very interesting way to say that. Not the truth, but the light in which we want to be seen. The flag-waving Tom Clancy franchise began a centerpiece of CIA propaganda in the 90s with a succession of actors. Alec Baldwin, Harrison Ford, and finally Ben Affleck, starring in films like Patriot Games, Clear and Present Danger, and The Sum of All Fears, which pit the daring agent Jack Ryan against an array of enemies, from terrorists to South American drug lords to nuclear-armed white supremacists. The long relationship between Affleck, a prominent Hollywood liberal, and Langley seems particularly perplexing, but the mutual admiration has paid off handsomely for all concerned. concerned. According to The Guardian, during the production of The Sum of All Fears, the 2002 Clancy thriller starring Affleck, the agency was happy to bring its makers to Langley for a personal tour of headquarters and to offer the star access to agency analysts. When filming began, CIA liaison Brandon was on set to advise. Brandon, the CIA's man in Hollywood, was also a frequent presence on the set of Alias, the TV espionage series starring Affleck's then-wife, Jennifer Garner. The series, which debuted in September 2001, reflected the pervasive paranoia of the post-9/11 era, that climate of permanent anxiety so beloved by national security agencies. Created by the Hollywood powerhouse J.J. Abrams, who would go on to reboot the Star Trek and Star Wars franchises, the show featured Garner as Sidney Bristow, a CIA undercover agent who infiltrated a global conspiracy. In March 2004, the CIA announced that Garner, reflecting the growing merger between Langley and Hollywood, had filmed a recruitment video for the agency. The video emphasizes the CIA's mission and its need for people with diverse backgrounds and foreign language skills. The agency's press release stated, Ms. Garner was excited to participate in the video after being asked by the Office of Public Affairs. The CIA's film industry liaison worked with the writers of Alias during the first season to educate them on fundamental tradecraft. Although the show Alias is fictional, the character Jennifer Garner embodies the integrity, patriotism, and intelligence the CIA looks for in its officers. As Hollywood became increasingly embedded with Langley following 9/11, CIA employees often saw their public affairs colleagues giving various celebrities personalized tours of the headquarters. I can't tell you how many times this happened, recalled the former CIA officer John Kiriakou. He would regularly bump into a parade of Hollywood types, including Harrison Ford and Ben Affleck. He often wondered why these actors were allowed to walk around a top-secret facility. Because he's going to be playing a CIA guy in a movie, that's the criteria now? You just have to be a friend of the agency and you can come in and walk around? In the meantime, people who are undercover are having to walk through the halls with their hands over their faces because these people aren't cleared. It's insane. Langley's investment in Ben Affleck and vice versa paid handsome dividends with the hugely popular, if factually challenged, 2012 film Argo, directed by Affleck, who also starred as the CIA makeup artist Tony Mendez. Based on a 2007 Wired article by Joshua Behrman, Argo told the sort of true story of how the CIA rescued several American hostages in Tehran with the help of Mendez, who set up a fake Hollywood production company and was pretending to shoot a science fiction fantasy film in Iran. According to Richard Klein, a consultant who helps connect Hollywood studios with the CIA and other government agencies, Argo was the first movie to get permission to film inside Langley headquarters in 15 years. And this is actually a really long article. I'm going to stop it here, but it goes on to highlight other films, and it's kind of viewing it from one side as opposed to the other side, where the CIA threatened or coerced certain productions not to make certain movies or change scripts and etc. I won't be getting into that for this one, but it's also interesting on how Ben Affleck's buddy, Matt Damon, had his famous spiel in the movie Good Will Hunting about working for the NSA and what he thought of government agencies in general. But here's what I'm going to address in terms of the other way around with CIA nefarious influences in Hollywood. This was actually posted on spyculture.com, The CIA in Hollywood. No author listed. Tricia Jenkins' The CIA in Hollywood was one of the books that inspired me to start this site, and the recently published second edition expands considerably on the original. Because the CIA is resistant to FOIA requests and other forms of inquiry, Jenkins amassed a wide range of open source materials and interviewed various people from both the CIA, or formerly of the CIA, and from the entertainment industry. The result is an extremely accessible book on how the CIA operates in the film and TV industries, and a very well-researched academic textbook. For researchers, spy enthusiasts, and fans of the curious, The CIA in Hollywood is not only an important tome, but also an intriguing and at times disturbing read. A Brief History of the CIA in Hollywood. Jenkins's work primarily focuses on the recent and modern-day relationship, presumably due to the profound lack of books on the topic. However, a brief history is necessary to understand her discoveries and analysis. The CIA began getting involved in the entertainment industry from its inception, but usually on an ad hoc basis without any obvious overall strategy. Early forays included Animal Farm, produced by a British animation house to ensure maximum deniability, and The Quiet American, which was produced with some degree of official cooperation from the CIA. And Animal Farm is indeed very, very dark. We won't get into that, but that is bizarre with its occult symbolism and all of that and things of that nature. However, until The Bay of Pigs, the CIA largely eschewed approaches from the industry, denying requests for involvement in various productions, writing themselves out of films, and even using CBS to prevent a TV show being made by a rival company. Another curious incident occurred at a meeting at the Pentagon in 1953 where William Godell, the deputy assistant to the Secretary of Defense Special Operations, mentioned that CIA officer Tracy Barnes has MGM people making a movie out on the West Coast. CIA Deputy Director for Plans Frank Wisner wrote a memo to Godell denying this and saying that Barnes was simply sharing footage with the producers that might be included in the final movie, and that the CIA were categorically not having MGM make a film. This illustrates the paranoia of the early CIA regarding even internal rumors of their involvement in Hollywood. It was not until after the failed Bay of Pigs invasion that the CIA became a topic of public conversation and widespread reporting and criticism, and at this point they began opening up somewhat. It would be another decade before a movie crew would be allowed to film at CIA headquarters in Langley for Scorpio, and another 30 years before the agency established their entertainment liaison office. During this period, numerous films featuring the CIA were released, mostly depicting the agency as either morally corrupt, engaging in assassinations, blackmail, and other extremely illegal activities. Would that be accurate or not? Or just incompetent, failing to recognize the importance of information, making ludicrous errors in judgment, and so on. Would that also be accurate? While in the 70s and 80s, the CIA were busy with other things such as Watergate, lying to the Church Committee, and Afghanistan, Iran-Contra, when the Soviet Union fell, they found themselves without enough to do. Senator Patrick Moynihan introduced 2 bills calling for the abolition of the CIA in 91 and 95. And there was, for the first time in its history, a serious discussion about whether the CIA was necessary. In part as a response to this, but also as a response to the classic Hollywood depiction of the agency, the CIA established their Entertainment Liaison Office in 1996. It goes on to talk about Chase Brandon and all these other things that we talked about. So there's clearly a relationship between the CIA and Hollywood, the entertainment industry. And I'm gonna go over one more article. This is from SputnikNews.com, Sputnik International, for a little bit more of an objective viewpoint. Documents expose how U.S. government uses Hollywood to promote and propagandize. A vast swath of documents revealing the extent of U.S. government influence in Hollywood, including editing scripts and blocking critical movies from ever being made, have been unearthed, indicating U.S. officials have been covertly helping produce at least 800 major movies and 1,000 TV shows since 1910. The files were uncovered by Tom Secker, an independent researcher, and Dr. Matthew Alford, a teaching fellow at the University of Bath, after diligent trawling of over 4,000 U.S. military and intelligence documents obtained under the Freedom of Information Act. They form the basis of the duo's book, National Security Cinema. Among the trove are official diary reports from assorted military entertainment liaison offices, documents from the Department of Defense and Central Intelligence Agency on changes made to film scripts, production assistant agreements signed between military officials and film producers, and internal government communications about the entertainment industry. So the Pentagon was actually involved in the U.S. film industry going back to the 1910s. So, and then of course the OSS, the precursor to the CIA. All of this information was also covered on independent.co.uk. So these are mainstream sources that all pretty much prove the interest of the CIA and the US government in Hollywood and the entertainment industry. So now that we've laid that groundwork, so hopefully some of the coincidence theorists listening can stop whining about unproven allegations and things of that nature. They can check these references for that. So would it be out of the realm of possibility that Britney Spears or some of these other major stars were either paid off or heavily suggested to back US presidents or certain political ideologies? I guess not. So that was a long circle around from Britney Spears and George Bush, but also the sentiment at the time. Again, this is pre-widespread use of the internet. More people trusted the government and the president than they do these days. So that could have also been innocent, of course. Okay, Britney is being imprisoned by her dad. Fans have launched the campaign Free Britney after rumors were started that she was forced into rehab against her will. It was reported that Britney had checked into a health facility after her 66-year-old father, Jamie, underwent corrective surgery on his intestines and colon following a life-threatening rupture. Britney's father continues to act as her conservator after a court decided in 2008 that the pop star lacked the ability to make decisions for herself. She was forced to deny that she'd been imprisoned against her will, saying, "My situation is unique, but I promise I'm doing what's best at this moment. You may not know this about me, but I am strong and stand up for what I want. Your love and dedication is amazing, but what I need right now is a little bit of privacy to deal with all the hard things that life is throwing my way." Now, does that sound like a prepared statement or what? Keep in mind, at the time, this conservatorship was considered a conspiracy theory. I can't reiterate that because, again, just a couple years ago, when it was first suggested, when it was first requested on Mindshock, the sentiment was that you'd be kind of crazy for believing that there's some kind of conservatorship for Britney. Of course, she either agreed to it or this was something that was not conspiratorial in any fashion. So those are the generic theories we'll be approaching. So obviously we have to go into Britney Spears' background. And of course we have music producers and managers that are all intertwined in the entertainment elite of Hollywood with of course their own government connections. I'll be doing the quick rundown on Wikipedia. Britney Jean Spears, born December 2nd, 1981, is an American singer, songwriter, dancer, actress. She is credited with influencing the revival of teen pop during the late 90s and early 2000s, for which she is referred to as the Princess of Pop. After appearing in stage productions and television series, Spears signed with Jive Records in 97 at age 15. Her first two studio albums, certified diamond in the US, Baby One More Time and Oops, I Did It Again, 99 and 2000 respectively, were global successes and became two of the best-selling albums of all time, along with making her the best-selling teenage artist of all time. The former's title track was named the greatest debut single of all time by Rolling Stone in 2020. And the latter held a 15-year record for fastest-selling album by a female artist in the U.S. within the first week of sales, with over 1.3 million copies. Now, with these kinds of numbers and this kind of cash flow, again, if you had the capability to clone somebody, and there's, let's not fall for black and white fallacies. Some people believe this MK Ultra infiltration of Hollywood was also done. So MK Ultra, the mind control program of the CIA, alleged to have ceased. However, of course, they denied it in the first place. So the coincidence theorists who, again, at the time that the MK Ultra theories, before this was all public and exposed, the coincidence theorists were, of course, doing their silly little goofball rants. Oh, there's no way the government would do mind control experiments on the citizens. So it's really, really funny to see how the coincidence theorists have to do all this mental gymnastics and then pretend they never denied it once it goes public, and then they just repeat the process with the new conspiracy theories where they pretend that they can obviously not be valid under any circumstance. But would it behoove government interests to have control of highly influential individuals in the music and movie industries. I mean, that's a no-brainer. Do I even have to answer that question? Spears adopted more mature and provocative themes and aesthetics for her next two studio albums, Britney 2001 and In the Zone 2003, and made her feature film debut in a starring role in Crossroads 2002. And how people didn't win some Academy Awards for that film, I still do not know. She became the executive producer of her fifth studio album, Blackout 2007, which is often critically referred to as her best work. And I'll be getting into a few mind shocks on what happened between In the Zone and Blackout. And that is, of course, the subject of many a conspiracy, but one step at a time. Due to a series of highly publicized personal struggles, promotion for the album was limited, and she was later involuntarily placed in a conservatorship. Since then, she released the chart-topping albums Circus 2008 and Femme Fatale 2011, the latter of which became her most successful era of singles in the US charts. She embarked on a 4-year concert residency, Britney Piece of Me, at Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino in Las Vegas to promote her next two albums, Britney Jean 2013 and Glory 2016. Since 2019, Spears has been involved in a legal dispute over her conservatorship. So, and yeah, it's around 2019 when the coincidence theorists had to kind of pretend they never denied any issues with this conservatorship. Because now, of course, it is public knowledge and the so-called Free Britney movement is picking up steam. It's actually trending right now on Twitter. We're now February 2021. Spears has scored 6 number one albums on the Billboard 200. She has also 4 solo number one singles on the US Billboard Hot 100, Baby One More Time, Womanizer 3, and Hold It Against Me. As a featured artist, the S&M remix also topped the Billboard chart. Other singles, Oops, I Did It Again, Toxic, and Scream and Shout, topped the charts in most countries. With 3 in 2009 and Hold It Against Me in 2011, she became the second artist after Mariah Carey in the Hot 100's history to debut at number 1 with 2 or more songs. Spears' heavily choreographed videography is considered a focal point to the success of her career, for which she has been awarded the Michael Jackson Video Vanguard Award. She has earned numerous awards and accolades, including a Grammy Award, 13 Guinness World Records, 6 MTV Video Music Awards, 7 Billboard Music Awards, including the Millennium Award, the inaugural Radio Disney Icon Award, and a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Regarded as a pop icon, Spears has sold over 100 million records worldwide, including over 70 million solely in the US, making her one of the world's best-selling music artists. She was ranked by Billboard as the 8th biggest artist of the 2000s decade. In the United States, she is the 4th best-selling female artist of the Nielsen SoundScan era, as well as the best-selling female album artist of the 2000s. In 2004, Spears launched a perfume brand with Elizabeth Arden Inc. Sales exceeded $1.5 billion as of 2012. Forbes has reported Spears as the highest-paid female musician of 2002 and 2012. She has the list of most searched celebrities 7 times in 12 years, a record since the inception of the internet. We're seeing the word inception a lot in all of these articles on this podcast. Life and early career, 1981 to 1997. Early life and career beginnings. Britney Jean Spears was born on December 2nd, 1981 in Macomb, Mississippi, the second child of Lynn Irene Bridges and James Parnell Spears. Her maternal grandmother, Lillian Portell, was English, born in London, and one of Spears' maternal great-great-grandfathers was Maltese. Her siblings are Brian James and Jamie Lynn Spears, born in the Bible Belt, where socially conservative evangelical Protestantism is a particularly strong religious influence. She was baptized as a Southern Baptist and sang in a church choir as a child. As an adult, she has studied Kabbalist teachings. And of course, so has Madonna and the occult, of course, a lot more of a talked about connection. We'll not be going into that for this podcast. We have enough to go over here. At age 3, she started attending dance lessons in her hometown of Kentwood, Louisiana, and was selected to perform as a solo artist at the annual recital. Spears made her local stage debut at age 5, singing "What Child Is This?" at her kindergarten graduation. During her childhood, she also had gymnastics and voice lessons and won many state-level competitions and children's talent shows. She said about her ambition as a child, "I was in my own world. I found out what I'm supposed to do at an early age." At age 8, Spears and her mother, Lynn, traveled to Atlanta, Georgia to audition for the 90s revival of the Mickey Mouse Club. Casting director Matt Casella rejected her as too young, but introduced her to Nancy Carson, a New York talent agent. Carson was impressed with Spears' singing and suggested enrolling her at the Professional Performing Arts School shortly after Lynn and her daughters moved to a sublet apartment in New York. Spears was hired for her first professional role as the understudy for the lead role of Tina Denmark in the off-Broadway musical Ruthless. She also appeared as a contestant on the popular television show Star Search and was cast in a number of commercials. In December 92, she was cast in the Mickey Mouse Club alongside Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake, Ryan Gosling, and Kerry Russell. After the show was canceled in 1996, she returned to Mississippi and enrolled at McComb's Park Lane Academy. Although she made friends with most of her classmates, she compared the school to the opening scene in Clueless with all the cliques. "I was so bored. I was the point guard on the basketball team. I had my boyfriend and I went to homecoming and Christmas formal, but I wanted more." In June 97, Spears was in talks with manager Lou Pearlman to join the female pop group Innocence, with an S. Lynn asked family friend and entertainment lawyer Larry Rudolph for his opinion and submitted a tape of Spears singing over a Whitney Houston karaoke song along with some pictures. Rudolph decided that he wanted to pitch her to the record labels, for which she needed a professional demo made. He sent Spears an unused song of Toni Braxton. She rehearsed for a week and recorded her vocals in a studio with a sound engineer. Spears traveled to New York with the demo and met with executives from 4 labels, returning to Kentwood the same day. 3 of the labels rejected her, saying that the audiences wanted pop bands such as the Backstreet Boys and the Spice Girls, and there wasn't gonna be another Madonna, another Debbie Gibson, or another Tiffany. Tiffany, that's an 80s throwback. 2 weeks later, executives from Jive Records returned calls to Rudolph. Senior Vice President of A&R Jeff Fenster said about Spears' audition that it's very rare to hear someone that age who can deliver emotional content and commercial appeal. For any artist, the motivation, the eye of the tiger is extremely important, and Britney had that. Spears sang Houston's "I Have Nothing" for the executives and was subsequently signed to the label. They appointed her to work with producer Eric Foster White for a month, who reportedly shaped her voice from lower and less poppy delivery to distinctively unmistakable Britney. After hearing the recorded material, President Clive Calder ordered a full album. Spears had originally envisioned Sheryl Crow music, but younger, more adult contemporary. She felt secure with her label's appointment of producers since it made more sense to go pop because I can dance to it, it's more me. She flew to Cheiron Studios in Stockholm, Sweden, where half of the album was recorded from March to April 1998, with producers Max Martin, Dennis Pop, and Rami Yacoub, among others. And there's actually been some dispute over what they did with her voice, because if you listen to her singing as a kid, she has a very, very deep and powerful voice, and so it would be very difficult for her to completely change it into this baby voice, which of course she's known for. And there's a little bit of a dispute who started doing that, when, how, and we'll be going into that a little bit later. 1998 through 2000, Baby One More Time, and Oops, I Did It Again. After Spears returned to the United States, she embarked on a shopping mall promotional tour to promote her upcoming debut album. Her show was a 4-song set, and she was accompanied by 2 backup dancers. Her first concert tour followed, an opening act for NSYNC. Her debut studio album, Baby One More Time, was released on January 12, 1999. It debuted at number 1 on the U.S. Billboard 200 and was certified 2 times platinum by the Recording Industry Association of America after a month. Worldwide, the album topped the charts in 15 countries and sold over 10 million copies in a year. It became the highest-selling album ever by a teenage artist. The title track was released as the lead single from the album. Originally, Jive Records wanted its music video to be animated. However, Spears rejected it and suggested the final concept of a Catholic schoolgirl. The single sold 500,000 copies on its first day and peaked at number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100, topping the chart for 2 consecutive weeks. It has sold more than 10 million copies, making it one of the best-selling singles of all time. Baby One More Time later received a Grammy nomination for Best Female Pop Vocal Performance. The title track also topped the singles chart for 2 weeks in the UK and became the fastest-selling single ever by a female artist, shipping over 460,000 copies. It would later become the 25th most successful song of all time in British chart history. Spears is the youngest female artist to have a million seller in the UK. The album's third single, You Drive Me Crazy, became a top 10 hit worldwide and further propelled the success of the Baby One More Time album. The album has sold 25 million copies worldwide, making it one of the best-selling albums of all time. It is the best-selling debut album by any artist. On June 28th, 1999, Spears began her first headlining Baby One More Time tour in North America, which was positively received by critics. It also generated some controversy due to her racy outfits. An extension of the tour titled Crazy 2K followed in March 2000. Spears premiered songs from her upcoming second album during the show. Oops, I Did It Again, her second studio album, was released in May 2000. It debuted at number 1 in the US, selling 1.3 million copies, breaking the Nielsen SoundScan record for the highest debut sales by any solo artist. The album has sold over 20 million copies worldwide to date, making it one of the best-selling albums of all time. Rob Sheffield of Rolling Stone said that the great thing about Oops, under the cheese surface, Britney's demand for satisfaction is complex, fierce, and downright scary, making her a true child of rock and roll tradition. The album's lead single, Oops, I Did It Again, peaked at the top of the charts in Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and many other European nations. The album, as well as the title track, received Grammy nominations for Best Pop Vocal Album and Best Female Pop Vocal Performance, respectively. The same year, Spears embarked on the Oops, I Did It Again tour, which grossed $40.5 million. She also released her first book, Britney Spears' Heart to Heart, co-written with her mother. On September 7th, 2000, Spears performed at the 2000 MTV Music Awards. Halfway through the performance, she ripped off her black suit to reveal a flesh-colored bodysuit, followed by heavy dance routine. It is noted by critics as the moment that Spears showed signs of becoming a more provocative performer. Amidst media speculation, Spears confirmed she was dating NSYNC member Justin Timberlake. Spears and Timberlake would both graduate from high school via distance learning from the University of Nebraska High School. That's kind of weird. Wonder what the connection to Nebraska was. She also bought a home in Destin, Florida. 2001, 2002, Britney and Crossroads. In January 2001, Spears performed as a special guest in the Super Bowl 35 halftime show, headlined by Aerosmith and NSYNC. In February 2001, Spears signed a $7 to $8 million promotional deal with Pepsi and released another book, co-written with her mother, titled A Mother's Gift. Her self-titled third studio album, Britney, was released in November 2001. While on tour, she felt inspired by hip-hop artists such as Jay-Z and the Neptunes and wanted to create a record with a funkier sound. The album debuted at number 1 in the Billboard 200 and reached top 5 positions in Australia, the UK, and mainland Europe, and has sold 9 million copies worldwide. Stephen Thomas Erlewine of AllMusic called Britney the record where she strives to deepen her persona, making it more adult while still recognizably Britney. It sounds like the work of a star who has now found and refined her voice, resulting in her best record yet. The album was honored with 2 Grammy nominations, Best Pop Vocal Album and Best Female Pop Vocal Performance for Overprotected, and was listed in 2008 as one of Entertainment Weekly's 100 best albums from the past 25 years. The album's first single, I'm a Slave for You, became a top 10 hit worldwide. Spears' performance of the single at the 2001 MTV Video Music Awards featured a caged tiger wrangled by Bhagavan Antle and a large albino python draped over her shoulders. It was harshly received by animal rights organization PETA, P-E-T-A, who claimed the animals were mistreated and scrapped plans for the anti-fur billboard that was to feature Spears. Jocelyn Venna of MTV summarized Spears' performance at the ceremony, saying, "Draping herself in a white python and slithering around a steamy garden setting, surrounded by dancers in zebra and tiger outfits, Spears created one of the most striking visuals in the 27-year history of the show." To support the album, Spears embarked on the Dream Within a Dream tour. The show was critically praised for its technical innovation, the piece de resistance being a water screen that pumped 2 tons of water into the stage. The tour grossed $43.7 million, becoming the second highest grossing tour of 2002 by a female artist, behind Cher's Farewell Tour. Her career success was highlighted by Forbes in 2002 as Spears was ranked the world's most powerful celebrity. Interesting. Spears also landed her first starring role in Crossroads, released in February 2000. Although the film was largely panned, critics praised Spears' acting, and the film was a box office success. Crossroads, which had a $12 million budget, went on to gross over $61.1 million worldwide. In June 2002, Spears opened her first restaurant, Nyla, in New York City, but terminated her relationship in November, citing mismanagement and management's failure to keep her fully apprised. In July 2002, Spears announced she would take a 6-month break from her career. However, she went back into the studio in November to record her new album. Spears' relationship with Justin Timberlake ended after 3 years. In December 2002, Timberlake released the song Cry Me a River as the second single from the solo debut album. The music video featured a Spears lookalike and fueled the rumors that she had been unfaithful to him. As a response, Spears wrote the ballad Every Time with her backing vocalist and friend Annette Artani. The same year, Limp Bizkit frontman Fred Durst said that he was in a relationship with Spears. However, Spears denied Durst's claims. In a 2009 interview, he explained that, "I guess at the time it was taboo for a guy like me to be associated with a gal like her." So this isn't a gossip podcast, so I'm not going to really get into the exact breakup details. I'm sure all the Britney Spears fans already know them. What's interesting is neither one of them, I think, officially confirmed exactly what happened. I guess they had some kind of agreement not to disclose that and feed the tabloid fodder. But what's curious is that former Michael Jackson accuser and flip-flopper on that. He originally defended Michael Jackson, then he said that Michael Jackson abused him. Wade Robson, apparently that's who Justin Timberlake thought Britney Spears was cheating on him with. Spears did not confirm or deny. And Robson's old girlfriend said that he was pursuing Britney Spears, but I don't know if there was any official corroboration on that. And Robson, of course, is a music video choreographer working with a lot of big pop stars. And so in the media, basically, Britney Spears was the one that was drugged through the mud, so to speak, as the cheater. And Justin Timberlake came out with the video Cry Me a River, supposedly about being cheated on by Britney Spears. And there's a Britney Spears lookalike in the video. Okay, so just to make that short, for the people who have done some serious digging, apparently there were sightings of Justin Timberlake with other random young women at clubs and such prior to the whole situation with Robson. So, is it possible they both cheated with each other, or Justin Timberlake was the only one cheating? I don't know. His interview with Barbara Walters is, of course, a little bit sketchy. For those that have seen that, he comes off as deceptive, of course. I'm not going to go through a big deep dive there, but again, let's not fall for black and white fallacies. Either or both could be true. However, there are, of course, timeline issues as Spears and Timberlake were seen together and even interviewed together after the alleged Robson situation. So, yeah, there's a lot of problematic and timeline issues regarding their split, but would Britney Spears be the type of person to call him out on cheating on her, or would she just never address that, regardless of whether she cheated herself or not? I don't know. I will leave that for the gossipers to discuss. Just wanted to address that quickly because this podcast is obviously not a hit piece on Britney Spears, and people seem to just take at face value certain information without considering all possibilities, especially when Spears has not officially gave her side of the story. 2003 to 2005, In the Zone and Marriages. In August 2003, Spears opened the MTV Video Music Awards with Christina Aguilera performing Like a Virgin. Halfway through, they were joined by Madonna, with whom they both kissed. The incident was highly publicized. In 2008, MTV listed the performance as the #1 opening moment in the history of MTV Video Music Awards, while Blender magazine cited it as one of the 25 sexiest music moments on television history. Spears released her 4th studio album, In the Zone, in November 2003. She assumed more creative control by writing and co-producing most of the material. Vibe called it a supremely confident dance record that also illustrates Spears' development as a songwriter. NPR listed the album as one of the top 50 most important recordings of the decade, adding that the decade's history of impeccably crafted pop is written on her body of work. In the Zone sold over 609,000 copies in the U.S. during its first week of availability in the U.S., debuting at the top of the charts, making Spears the first female artist in the SoundScan era to have her first 4 studio albums to debut at #1. It also debuted at the top of the charts in France and the top 10 in Belgium, Denmark, Sweden, and the Netherlands. In the Zone has sold 6 million copies worldwide. The album produced 4 singles: Me Against the Music, another interesting possible subliminal hinting at more going on behind the scenes with Britney Spears' career. A collaboration with Madonna, Toxic, which won Spears her first Grammy for Best Dance Recording, Every Time, and Outrageous. In January 2004, Spears married childhood friend Jason Allen Alexander at a Little White Wedding Chapel in Las Vegas, Nevada. The marriage was annulled 55 hours later following a petition to the court that stated Spears lacked understanding of her actions. In March 2004, she embarked on the Onyx Hotel Tour in support of In the Zone. In June 2004, Spears fell and injured her left knee during the music video shoot for Outrageous. Spears underwent arthroscopic surgery. She was forced to remain 6 weeks with a thigh brace, followed by 8 to 12 weeks of rehabilitation, which caused the Onyx Hotel Tour to be canceled. During 2004, Spears became involved in the Kabbalah Center through her friendship with Madonna. And cue the occult Illuminati connections. In July 2004, Spears became engaged to American dancer Kevin Federline, whom she had met 3 months before. The romance received intense attention from the media since Federline had recently broken up with actress Shar Jackson, who was still pregnant with their second child at the time. The stages of the relationship were chronicled in Spears' first reality TV show, Britney and Kevin Chaotic, which premiered on May 17, 2005 at UPN. Spears would later refer to the reality show in a 2013 interview as probably the worst thing I've done in my career. They held a wedding ceremony on September 18, 2004, but were not legally married until 3 weeks later on October 6th due to a delay finalizing the couple's prenuptial agreement. Shortly after, she released her first perfume with Elizabeth Arden, Curious, which broke the company's first week gross for a perfume. In October 2004, Spears took a career break to start a family. Greatest Hits, My Prerogative, her first Greatest Hits compilation album, was released in November 2004. Spears' cover version of Bobby Brown's My Prerogative was released as the lead single from the album, reaching the top of the charts in Finland, Ireland, Italy, and Norway. The second single, Do Something, was a top 10 hit in Australia, the UK, and other countries of mainland Europe. In August 2005, Spears released Someday I Will Understand, which was dedicated to her first child, a son, who was born the following month. In November 2004, she released her first remix compilation, Be in the Mix, The Remixes, which consists of 11 remixes. 2006 to 2007, Personal Struggles and Blackout. In February 2006, pictures surfaced of Spears driving with her son Sean on her lap instead of in a car seat. Child advocates were horrified by the photos of her holding the wheel with one hand and Sean with the other. Spears claimed that the situation happened because of a frightening encounter with paparazzi and that it was a mistake on her part. The following month, she guest starred on the Will and Grace episode Bye Bye Baby as closeted lesbian Amber Louise. She announced she no longer studied Kabbalah in 2006 in May, explaining, "My baby is my religion." That's a good quote. In August 2006, Spears posed nude for the cover of Harper's Bazaar. The picture was compared to Demi Moore's August 91 Vanity Fair cover. In September 2006, she gave birth to her second child, a son. In November 2006, Spears filed for divorce from Federline, citing irreconcilable differences. Their divorce was finalized in July 2007 when the couple reached a global settlement and agreed to share joint custody of their sons. Spears' aunt, Sandra Bridges Covington, with whom she had been very close, died of ovarian cancer in January 2007. In February, Spears stayed in a drug rehabilitation facility in Antigua for less than a day. The following night, she shaved her head with electric clippers at a hair salon in Tarzana, Los Angeles. She admitted herself to other treatment facilities during the following weeks. Now, in this period in her life, there were a lot of after-the-fact rumors, of course, MK Ultra type breakdowns, and if you follow celebrity culture and all of this celebrity news, you have a lot of different celebrities. Amanda Bynes was also in the news a lot with alleged breakdowns of sorts. And those who point to some kind of Illuminati MK Ultra mind control experiments say that this typically happens due to those experiments or MK Ultra breaks in programming and things of that nature. Make of that what you will, but regarding the head shavings, I believe her manager or someone close to her at the time actually said the reason she did that is because she had to do a drug test to see her sons, and she apparently was doing drugs that would have been detected in her hair, and that's why she shaved her head to not fail a drug test or something of that nature. Again, I don't know if that apparently the manager or whoever was closer at the time did in fact say that. Whether or not that is actually true is of course another matter. In May 2007, she produced a series of promotional concerts at House of Blues venues titled the M&M's Tour. In October 2007, Spears lost physical custody of her sons to Federline. The reasons of the court ruling were not revealed to the public. Spears was also sued by Louis Vuitton over her 2005 music video Do Something for upholstering her Hummer interior in counterfeit Louis Vuitton cherry blossom fabric, which resulted in the video being banned on European TV stations. In October 2007, Spears released her fifth studio album, Blackout. The album debuted atop the charts in Canada and Ireland, at number 2 in the US, Billboard 200, France, Japan, Mexico, and the UK, and the top 10 in Australia, Korea, New Zealand, and many European nations. In the US, Spears became the only female artist to have her first 5 studio albums debut at the top 2 slots of the chart. The album received positive reviews from the critics and has sold over 3 million copies worldwide. Blackout won Album of the Year at the 2008 MTV Europe Music Awards and was listed as the 5th best pop album of the decade by The Times. Spears performed the lead single Gimme More at the 2007 MTV Video Music Awards. The performance was widely panned by critics. Despite the criticism, the single enjoyed worldwide success, peaking at number 1 in Canada and within the top 10 in almost every country it charted. The second single, Piece of Me, reached the top of the charts in Ireland and reached the top 5 in Australia, Canada, Denmark, New Zealand, and the UK. The third single, Break the Ice, was released the following year and had moderate success due to Spears not being able to promote it properly. In December 2007, Spears began a relationship with paparazzo Adnan Ghalib. And that is another bizarre side story. 2008 to 2010, conservatorship and circus. In January 2008, Spears refused to relinquish custody of her sons to Federline's representatives. She was hospitalized at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center after police had arrived at her house, noted she appeared to be under the influence of an unidentified substance. The next day, Spears' visitation rights were suspended at an emergency court hearing, and Federline was given sole physical and legal custody of their children. She was committed to the psychiatric ward of Ronald Reagan UCLA Medical Center and put on a 5150 involuntary psychiatric hold under California state law. The court placed her under a conservatorship led by her father, Jamie Spears, and attorney Andrew Wallet. Wow. Would you hire an attorney named Andrew Wallet? And I wonder where his loyalties would lie, giving them complete control of her assets. She was released 5 days later. Man, that attorney's name is really Andrew Wallet. I mean, is this some kind of weird staged reality where those are the giveaways? I mean, that's a heck of a coincidence right there. They gave Andrew Wallet complete control of her assets. Huh. The following month, Spears guest starred on the show How I Met Your Mother, episode 10 Sessions, as receptionist Abby. She received positive reviews for her performance, as well as bringing the series its highest ratings ever. In July 2008, Spears regained some visitation rights after coming to an agreement with Federline and his counsel. In September 2008, Spears opened the MTV Video Music Awards with a pre-taped comedy sketch with Jonah Hill and an introduction speech. She won Best Female Video, Best Pop Video, and Video of the Year for Piece of Me. A 60-minute introspective documentary, Britney for the Record, was produced to chronicle Spears' return to the music industry, directed by Phil Griffin. For the Record was shot in Beverly Hills, Hollywood, and New York City during the third quarter of 2008. The documentary was broadcast on MTV to 5.6 million viewers. For the 2 airings on the premiere night, it was the highest rating in its Sunday night time slot and in the network's history. In December 2008, Spears' 6th studio album, Circus, was released. It received positive reviews from critics and debuted at number 1 in Canada, Czech Republic, and the US, and within the top 10 in many European nations. In the US, Spears became the youngest female artist to have 5 albums debut at number 1, earning a place in the Guinness World Records. She also became the only act in the SoundScan era to have 4 albums debut with 500,000 or more copies sold. The album was one of the fastest-selling albums of the year and has sold 4 million copies worldwide. Its lead single, Womanizer, became Spears' first chart topper on the Billboard Hot 100 since Baby One More Time. The single also topped the charts in Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Finland, France, Norway, and Sweden. It was also nominated for the Grammy Award for Best Dance Recording. In January 2009, Spears and her father obtained a restraining order against her former manager, Sam Lutfi, ex-boyfriend Adnan Ghalib, and attorney John Eardley, all of whom had been claimed to conspire to gain control of Spears' affairs. Spears embarked on The Circus, starring Britney Spears tour in March 2009. With a gross of US $131.8 million, it became the 5th highest grossing tour of the year. In November 2009, Spears released her second greatest hits album, The Singles Collection. The album's lead and only single 3 became her 3rd number 1 single in the US. In May 2010, Spears' representatives confirmed she was dating her agent, Jason Trewick, and that they had decided to end their professional relationship to focus on their personal relationship. Spears designed a limited edition clothing line for Candies, which was released in stores in July 2010. In September 2010, she made a cameo appearance on a Spears-themed tribute episode of the television series Glee, titled Britney Brittany, with an both spellings. The episode drew the series' highest ratings. 2011-2012, Femme Fatale, and The X Factor. In March 2011, Spears released her 7th studio album, Femme Fatale. The album peaked at number 1 in the US, Canada, and Australia, and peaked within the top 10 on nearly every other chart. Its peak in the US tied Spears with Mariah Carey and Janet Jackson for the 3rd most number 1s among women. It has sold 1 million copies in the US and has been certified platinum by RIAA. The album's lead single, Hold It Against Me, debuted atop the Billboard Hot 100, becoming Spears' 4th number 1 single on the chart and making her the 2nd artist in history to have 2 consecutive singles debut at number 1 after Mariah Carey. The 2nd single, Till the World Ends, peaked at number 3 on Billboard Hot 100 in May, while the 3rd single, I Wanna Go, reached number 7 in August. Femme Fatale became Spears' first album in which 3 of its songs reached the top 10 of the chart. The 4th and final single, Criminal, was released in September 2011. The music video sparked controversy when British politicians criticized Spears for using replica guns while filming the video in a London area that had been badly affected by the 2011 England riots. Spears' management briefly responded, stating, "The video is a fantasy story featuring Britney's boyfriend Jason Trewick, which literally plays out the lyrics of a song written 3 years before the riots ever happened." In April 2011, Spears appeared in a remix of Rihanna's song S&M. It reached number 1 in the US later in the month, giving Spears her 5th number 1 on the chart. On Billboard's 2011 year-end list, Spears was ranked number 14 on the Artist of the Year, 32 on Billboard 200 Artists, and 10 on Billboard Hot 100 Artists. Spears co-wrote Riplash, a song from the album When the Sun Goes Down, 2011, by Selena Gomez and The Scene. In June 2011, Spears embarked on the Femme Fatale tour. The first 10 dates of the tour grossed $6.2 million, landing the 55th spot on Pollstar's Top 100 North American Tours list for the halfway point of the year. This tour ended on December 10th, 2011 in Puerto Rico after 79 performances. A DVD of the tour was released in November 2011. August 2011, Spears received the Michael Jackson Video Vanguard Award at the 2011 MTV Video Music Awards. The next month, she released her 2nd remix album, Be in the Mix, The Remixes Volume 2. In December 2011, Spears became engaged to her longtime boyfriend, Jason Trewick, who had formerly been her agent. Trewick gained legal control of Spears as his fiancé and became a co-conservator alongside her father in April 2012. In May 2012, Spears was hired to replace Nicole Scherzinger as a judge for the 2nd season of the U.S. version of The X Factor, joining Simon Cowell, L.A. Reid, and fellow new judge Demi Lovato, who replaced Paula Abdul. With a reported salary of $15 million, she became the highest-paid judge on a singing competition series in television history. However, Katy Perry broke her record in 2018 after Perry was signed for a $25 million salary to serve as a judge on ABC's revival of American Idol. Spears mentored the teens category. Her final act, Carly Rose Sonnenklar, was named the runner-up of the season. Spears did not return for the show's 3rd season. Spears appeared on the song Scream and Shout with will.i.am, which was released as the 3rd single from his 4th studio album, Willpower. This song later became Spears' 6th number 1 single on the UK singles chart and peaked at number 3 on US Billboard Hot 100. Scream and Shout was among the best-selling songs of 2012 and 2013, with denoting sales of over 8.1 million worldwide. The accompanying music video was the 3rd most viewed video in 2013 on Vivo, despite the video being released in 2012. In December 2012, Forbes named her music's top-earning woman of 2012, with estimated earnings of $58 million. 2013 to 2015, Britney Jean and Britney Piece of Me. Spears began work on her 8th studio album, Britney Jean, in December 2012 and enlisted will.i.am as its executive producer in May 2013. In January 2013, Spears and Jason Trewick ended their engagement. Trewick was also removed as Spears' co-conservator, restoring her father as the sole conservator. Following the breakup, she began dating David Lucato in March. The couple split August 2014. During the production of Britney Jean, Spears recorded the song Ooh La La for the soundtrack of The Smurfs 2, which was released in June 2013. On September 17, 2013, she appeared on Good Morning America to announce her 2-year concert residency at Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, titled Britney Piece of Me. It began on December 27, 2013, and included a total of 100 shows throughout 2014 and 2015. During the same appearance, Spears announced that Britney Jean would be released on December 3, 2013 in the US. It was released through RCA Records due to the disbandment of Jive Records in 2011, which had formed the joint RCA Jive label group, initially known as BMG label group, between 2007 and 2011. Britney Jean became Spears' final project under her original recording contract with Jive, which had guaranteed the release of 8 studio albums. The record received a low amount of promotion and had little commercial impact, reportedly due to time conflicts involving preparations for Britney Piece of Me. Upon its release, the record debuted at number 4 on the US Billboard 200 with first week sales of 107,000 copies, becoming her lowest peaking and lowest selling album in the US. Britney Jean debuted at number 34 on the UK albums chart, selling 12,959 copies in its first week. In doing so, it became Spears' lowest charting and lowest selling album in the country. Work Bitch was released as the single from Britney Jean on September 16, 2013, one day earlier than expected after being leaked online. It debuted and peaked at number 12 on the US Billboard Hot 100, making Spears' 31st entry on the chart and the 5th highest debut of her career on the chart, and her 7th in the top 20. It also marked Spears' 19th top 20 entry and overall her 23rd top 40 single. The song marked Spears' highest sale debut since her 2011 number 1 single, Hold It Against Me. Work Bitch debuted and peaked at number 7 on the UK singles chart. The song also peaked within the top 10 charts in Brazil, Canada, France, Italy, Mexico, and Spain. The second single, Perfume, premiered on November 3rd, 2013, 2 days earlier than originally announced. It debuted and peaked at number 76 on the US Billboard Hot 100. In October 2013, she was featured as a guest vocalist on the song SMS Bangers by Miley Cyrus from the latter's 4th studio album, Bangers. On January 8th, 2014, Spears won Favorite Pop Artist at the 40th People's Choice Awards at the Microsoft Theater in Los Angeles. In August 2014, Spears confirmed she had renewed her contract with RCA and that she was writing and recording new music for her next album. Spears announced via Twitter in August 2014 that she would be releasing an intimate apparel line called The Intimate Britney Spears. It was available to be purchased beginning on September 9th, 2014 in the US and Canada through Spears' Intimate Collection website. And I am sure all of the Mindshock listeners want to know more about that. It was later available on September 25th for purchase in Europe. The company now ships to over 200 countries, including Australia and New Zealand. On September 25th, 2014, Spears confirmed on Good Morning Britain that she had extended her contract with the Axis and Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino to continue Britney Piece of Me for 2 additional years. Spears began dating television producer Charlie Ebersol in October 2014. The pair were split in June 2015. In March 2015, it was confirmed by People magazine that Spears would release a new single, Pretty Girls with Iggy Azalea, on May 4th, 2015. The song debuted and peaked at number 29 on the Billboard Hot 100 and charted moderately in international territories. Spears and Azalea performed the track live at the 2015 Billboard Music Awards from the Axis, the home of Spears' residency, to positive critical response. Entertainment Weekly praised the performance, noting Spears gave one of the most energetic televised performances in years. On June 16, 2015, Giorgio Moroder released his album Deja Vu that featured Spears on Tom's Diner. The song was released as the 4th single from the album on October 9th. In an interview, Moroder praised Spears' vocals and said that she did a good job with the song, and also stated that Spears sounds so good that you would hardly recognize her. At the 2015 Teen Choice Awards, Spears received the Candy Style Icon Award, her 9th Teen Choice Award. In November, Spears guest starred as a fictionalized version of herself on the CW series Jane the Virgin. On the show, she danced to Toxic with Gina Rodriguez's character. 2016 to 2018, Glory continued residency, and the Piece of Me tour. In 2016, Spears confirmed via social media that she had begun recording her 9th studio album. On March 1st, 2016, V Magazine announced that Spears would appear on the cover of the 100th issue, dated March 8th, 2016, in addition to revealing 3 different covers shot by photographer Mario Testino for the milestone publication. Editor-in-chief of the magazine, Stephen Gann, revealed that Spears was selected for the V100 issue because of her status as an icon in the industry. On the decision, Gann stated, "Who in our world did not grow up listening to her music?" In May 2016, Spears launched a casual role-play gaming application titled Britney Spears' American Dream. The app, created by Glue Mobile, was made available through both iOS and Google Play. On May 22nd, 2016, Spears performed a medley of her past singles at the 2016 Billboard Music Awards. In addition to opening the show, Spears was honored with the Billboard Millennium Award. On July 14th, 2016, Spears released the lead single, Make Me, from her 9th studio album, featuring guest vocals from American rapper G-Eazy. The album Glory was formally released on August 26, 2016. On August 16, 2016, MTV and Spears announced she would perform at the 2016 MTV Video Music Awards. The performance marked Spears' first time returning to the VMA stage after her widely panned performance of Gimme More at the 2007 show 9 years earlier. Along with Make Me, Spears and G-Eazy also performed the latter's hit song Me, Myself, and I. Spears appeared on the cover of Mary Claire UK for the October 2016 issue. In the publication, Spears revealed that she had suffered from crippling anxiety in the past and that motherhood played a major role in helping her overcoming it. "My boys don't care if everything isn't perfect. They don't judge me," Spears said in the issue. In November 2016, during an interview with Las Vegas Blog, Spears confirmed she had already begun work on her next album, stating, "I'm not sure what I want the next album to sound like. I just know that I'm excited to get into the studio again and actually have already been back recording." In the same month, she released a remix version of Slumber Party as the second single from Glory, featuring Tinashe. She began dating Slumber Party music video co-star Sam Asghari after the two met on set. In January 2017, Spears received 4 wins out of 4 nominations at the 43rd People's Choice Awards, including Favorite Pop Artist, Female Artist, Social Media Celebrity, as well as Comedic Collaboration for a skit with Ellen DeGeneres for The Ellen DeGeneres Show. In March 2017, Spears announced that her residency concert would be performed abroad as a world tour, Britney Live in Concert, with dates in select Asian cities. In April 2017, the Israeli Labour Party announced that it would reschedule its July primary election to avoid conflict with Spears' sold-out Tel Aviv concert, citing traffic and security concerns. That's actually quite an interesting record. Is that one of her Guinness World Records, that she is the only musician that has caused a primary election to be rescheduled in a country? Spears' manager Larry Rudolph also announced the residency would not be extended following her contract expiration with Caesars Entertainment at the end of 2017. On April 29, 2017, Spears became the first recipient of the Icon Award at the 2017 Radio Disney Music Awards. On November 4th, 2017, Spears attended the grand opening of the Nevada Childhood Cancer Foundation Britney Spears campus in Las Vegas. Later that month, Forbes announced that Spears was the 8th highest earning female musician, earning $34 million in 2017. On December 31st, 2017, Britney performed the final show of Britney Piece of Me. The final performance reportedly brought in $1.172 million, setting a new box office record for a single show in Las Vegas and breaking the record previously held by Jennifer Lopez. The last show was broadcast live with performances of Toxic and Work Bitch airing on ABC's Dick Clark's New Year's Rocking Eve to a record audience of 25.6 million. In January 2018, Spears released her 24th perfume with Elizabeth Arden, Sunset Fantasy, and announced the Piece of Me tour, which took place in July 2018 in North America and Europe. Tickets were sold out within minutes for major cities, and additional dates were added to meet the demand. Pitbull was the supporting act for the European leg. The tour ranked at 86 and 30 on Pollstar's 2018 year-end Top 100 Tours chart, both in North America and worldwide, respectively. In total, the tour grossed $54.3 million, with 260,531 tickets sold, and was the 6th highest grossing female tour of 2018 and was the UK's second best-selling female tour of 2018. On March 20th, 2018, Spears was announced as part of a campaign of French luxury fashion house Kenzo. The company said it aimed to shake up the jungle world of fashion with Spears' La Collection Memento No. 2 campaign. On April 12, 2018, Spears was honored with the 2018 GLAAD Vanguard Award at the GLAAD Media Awards for her role in accelerating acceptance for the LGBTQ community. On April 27, 2018, Epic Rights announced a new partnership with Spears to debut her own fashion line in 2019, which would include clothing, fitness apparel, accessories, and electronics. In July 2018, Spears released her first unisex fragrance, Prerogative. On October 18, 2018, Spears announced her second Las Vegas residency show, Britney Domination, which was set to launch at Park MGM's Park Theater on February 13, 2019. Spears was slated to make $507,000 per show, which would have made her the highest paid act on the Vegas Strip. On October 21st, 2018, Spears performed at the Formula One Grand Prix in Austin, which ultimately served as the final performance of her Piece of Me tour. 2019 to the present, conservatorship dispute and the hashtag Free Britney movement. On January 4th, 2019, Spears announced an indefinite work hiatus and the cancellation of her planned Las Vegas residency after her father, Jamie, suffered a near-fatal colon rupture. In March 2019, Andrew Wallet resigned as her co-conservator of her estate after 11 years. Andrew Wallet. Wow, okay. Spears entered a psychiatric facility amidst... Andrew Wallet? Really? Really? Oh, man. Spears entered a psychiatric facility amidst stress from her father's illness that same month. The following month, a podcast titled Britney's Gram alleged that Jamie had canceled the planned residency due to Spears' refusal to take her medication, that he had been holding her in the facility against her will since January 2019 after she violated a no driving rule, and that her conservatorship was supposed to end in 2009. This gave rise to a movement to terminate the conservatorship dubbed hashtag Free Britney. It has garnered support from a number of celebrities, including Cher, Paris Hilton, and Miley Cyrus, as well as the nonprofit organization the American Civil Liberties Union. Following the podcast, fans staged a protest outside the West Hollywood City Hall on April 22, 2019. Spears stated that all was well 2 days later and had left the facility on April 26th. During a May 2019 hearing, Judge Brenda Penny ordered an expert evaluation of the conservatorship. In September 2019, Spears' ex-husband Federline obtained a restraining order against her father following an alleged physical altercation between her father and one of her sons. Spears' longtime care manager, Jody Montgomery, temporarily replaced Jamie as her conservator on September 10, 2019. In the same month, a hearing resulted in no decisions made about the arrangement. An interactive pop-up museum dedicated to Spears opened in Los Angeles in February 2020. She released Glory's Japanese exclusive bonus track Mood Ring and debuted a new cover of the album to streaming and digital platforms worldwide in May 2020. In August 2020, Jamie called the hashtag Free Britney movement a joke and its organizers conspiracy theorists. There we have that word again. Critical thinkers are always conspiracy theorists in the eyes of coincidence theorists and those that are afraid of having the truth investigated. On August 17th, Spears' court-appointed lawyer submitted a court filing that documented Spears' desire to have her conservatorship altered to reflect her current lifestyle and her stated wishes, to instate Montgomery as her permanent conservator, and to replace Jamie with a qualified corporate fiduciary as conservator of her estate. So I guess not Andrew Wallet. Andrew Wallet. Oh, man. 4 days later, Judge Penny extended the establishment arraignment until February 2021. which is this month. In November 2020, Judge Penny approved Bessemer Trust as co-conservator of Spears' estate alongside Jamie. And before we go back to a lot of these issues with the conservatorship, isn't it kind of scary how someone who, so supposedly Britney Spears' mental evaluations are that she is not impaired, so, or at least her current ones. So it's kind of scary that somebody, especially as powerful as Britney Spears, complete adult, a mature adult at this stage anyway, I mean, we won't go into the past years, can't even do as they will with their own finances or with their life or business decisions. I mean, it's just absolutely mind-boggling and mind-shocking. Just really, really bizarre. So, some more background info here. Influences: Spears has cited Madonna, Janet Jackson, and Whitney Houston as being major influences in her career, her 3 favorite artists as a child, whom she would sing along to day and night in her living room. Houston's I Have Nothing was the song she auditioned to that landed her record deal with Jive Records. Spears also cites Mariah Carey as one of the main reasons she started singing. Throughout her career, Spears has drawn frequent comparisons to Madonna and Jackson in particular in terms of vocals, choreography, and stage presence. According to Spears, I know when I was younger I looked up to people, like, Janet Jackson and Madonna, and they were major inspirations for me. But I also had my own identity and I knew who I was. In the 2002 book Madonna Style by Carol Clerk, she is quoted saying, I have been a huge fan of Madonna since I was a little girl. She's the person that I've really looked up to. I would really, really like to be a legend like Madonna. Spears cited That's the Way Love Goes as the inspiration for her song Touch of My Hand from her album In the Zone, saying, I like to compare it to That's the Way Love Goes, kind of a Janet Jackson thing. She also said her song Just Love Me from her Glory album also reminded her of That's the Way Love Goes. After meeting Spears face-to-face, Janet Jackson stated, she said to me, I'm such a big fan, I really admire you. That's so flattering. Everyone gets inspiration from someplace, and it's awesome to see someone else coming up who's dancing and singing and seeing how all these kids relate to her. A lot of people put it down, but what she does is a positive thing. Madonna said of Spears in the documentary Britney for the Record, I admire her talent as an artist. There are aspects about her that I recognize in myself when I first started out in my career. She has also named Michael Jackson, Mariah Carey, Sheryl Crow, Otis Redding, Shania Twain, Brandy, Beyonce, Natalie Imbruglia, Cher, and Prince as sources of inspiration. Spears has also felt inspired by artists of younger generations such as Selena Gomez and Ariana Grande. Musical style: Spears is described as a pop artist and generally explores the genre in the form of dance pop. Following her debut, she was credited with influencing the revival of teen pop in the late 1990s. Rob Sheffield of Rolling Stone wrote, Britney Spears carries on the classic archetype of the rock and roll teen queen, the dungaree doll, the angel baby who just has to make a scene. In a review of Baby One More Time, Stephen Thomas Erlewin of AllMusic referred to her music as a blend of infectious rap, inflected dance pop, and smooth balladry. Oops, I Did It Again saw Spears working with several R&B producers, which led to a combination of bubblegum, urban soul, and raga. Her third studio album, Britney, derived from the teen pop niche rhythmically and melodically, but was described as sharper, tougher than what came before, incorporating genres such as R&B, disco, and funk. Spears has explored and heavily incorporated the genres of electropop and dance music in her records, as well as influences of urban and hip-hop, which are most present in the Zone and Blackout. In the Zone also experiments with Eurotrance, reggae, and Middle Eastern music. Femme Fatale and Britney Jean were also heavily influenced by electronic music genres. Spears' ninth studio album, Glory, is more eclectic and experimental than her previously released work. She commented that it took a lot of time, it's really different. There are like 2 or 3 songs that go in the direction of more urban that I've wanted to do for a long time now, and I just haven't really done that. The music found on Baby One More Time and Oops, I Did It Again generally addresses themes as love and relationships from a teenager's point of view. Following the massive commercial success of her first 2 studio albums, Spears' team and producers wanted to maintain the formula that took her to the top of the charts. Spears, however, was no longer satisfied with the sound and themes covered on her records. She co-wrote 5 songs and chose each track's producer on her 3rd studio album, Britney, which lyrics address the subjects of reaching adulthood, sexuality, and self-discovery. Sex, dancing, freedom, and love continue to be Spears' music main subjects on her subsequent albums. Her 5th studio effort, Blackout, also addresses issues such as fame and media scrutiny, most notably on the song Piece of Me. Spears' music has also been noted for some catchphrases. The opening in her debut single "Baby One More Time," "Oh Baby Baby," is considered to be one of her signature lines and has been parodied in the media by various artists such as Nicole Scherzinger and Ariana Grande. It has been used in varying forms throughout her music, such as simply "Baby" and "Oh Baby," as well as the Blackout track "Ooh Ooh Baby." On the initial development of "Baby One More Time," Barry Weiss noted Spears' inception of the catch. Andrew Wallet, man. Andrew Wallet, the lawyer to manage your finances. Oh, man. All right, let's get focused here. Barry Weiss noted Spears' inception of the catchphrase from her strange ad-libbing during the recording of the song. He commented further, "We thought it was really weird at first. It was strange. It was not the way Max wrote it. But it worked. We thought it would be a really good opening salvo for her." The opening line in "Gimme More," "It's Britney, bitch," has become another signature phrase. An early review of Blackout suggested... Andrew Wallet. Whoa. Okay. An early review... Oh, man. An early review of Blackout suggested the phrase was simply laughable. Amy Roberts of Bustle called it an indelible cultural turning point, transforming a frenetic, floundering moment in the superstar's career to one of strength and empowerment. Spears is a soprano. Other sources state that she possesses a contralto vocal range. Prior to her breakout success, she is described as having sung much deeper than her highly recognizable trademark voice of today, with Eric Foster White, who worked with Spears on her debut album Baby One More Time, being cited as shaping her voice over the course of a month. Upon being signed to Jive Records to where it is today, distinctively, unmistakably Britney. Rami Yacoub, who co-produced Spears' debut album with lyricist Max Martin, commented, "I know from Dennis, Pop, and Max's previous productions, when we do song, there's kind of a nasal thing. With NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys, we had to push for that mid-nasal voice. When Britney did that, she got this kind of raspy, sexy voice." Guy Blackman of The Age wrote that the thing about Spears, though, is that her biggest songs, no matter how committee-created or impossibly polished, have always been convincing because of her delivery, her commitment, and her presence. Spears expressively Andrew Wallet, whoa! Spears expresses perfectly the conflicting urges of adolescence, the tension between chastity and sexual experience, between hedonism and responsibility, between confidence and vulnerability. Producer William Orbit, who worked with Spears... Oh, this is going to be tough because of this Andrew Wallet guy. Man, he should have had a different name. Producer William Orbit, who worked with Spears on her album Britney... Would you have a lawyer named Andrew Wallet? I don't know. Producer William Orbit, who worked with Spears on her album Britney Jean, stated regarding her vocals, "Britney didn't get so big because she put on great shows. She got to be that way because her voice is unique. You hear 2 words and you know who is singing." Spears has also been criticized for her reliance on auto-tune and her vocals being over-processed on records. Erlewin criticized Spears' singing abilities in a review of her Blackout album, stating, "Never the greatest vocalist, her thin squawk could be dismissed early in her career as an adolescent learning the ropes, but nearly a decade later, her singing hasn't gotten any better, even if the studio tools to masquerade her weaknesses have." Wow, that is brutal. But if he listened to her sing as a child, I mean, she's clearly very, very talented, and she has broken out some live songs. namely something to talk about in live performances without any kind of lip syncing or auto tune that are quite powerful. So yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. It's I guess haters gonna hate. Joan Enderman of the Boston Globe remarked that Spears sounds robotic, nearly inhuman on her records, so processed is her voice by digital pitch shifters and synthesizers. Kayla Upadhyaya of the Michigan Daily has provided a different point of view, saying auto-tuned and overprocessed vocals define Spears' voice as an artist and in her music. Auto-tune isn't so much a gimmick as it is an instrument used to highlight, contort, and make a statement. Adam Markovitz of Entertainment Weekly opined that Spears is no technical singer, that's for sure, but backed by Martin and Dr. Luke's wall of pound, her vocals melt into a mix of baby talk coo and coital panting that is, in its own over-processed way, just as iconic and propulsive as Michael Jackson's yips or Eminem's snarls. That's an interesting take on it. Man, Andrew Wallet. The guy's name is Andrew Wallet. Okay. Stage performances and videos. Spears is known for her stage performances, particularly the elaborate dance routines which incorporate belly dancing and tempered erotic moves that are credited with influencing dance-heavy acts such as Danity Kane and the Pussycat Dolls. Rolling Stone readers voted Spears as the second favorite dancing musician. Spears is described as being much more shy than what her stage persona suggests. She has claimed that performing is a boost to her confidence. It's like an alter ego type thing. And that's something else too, the whole alter ego thing. I'd probably have to do a podcast on that in its own right, but it's got some deep occult roots. A lot of stars, particularly singers, refer to this alter ego. Some people believe it's tied to this MK Ultra, split personality, side effects, and all of these things. Something clicks and I go and turn into this different person. I think it's kind of a gift to be able to do that. Her 2000, 2001, and 2003 MTV Video Music Awards performances were lauded, while her 2007 presentation was widely panned by critics as she teetered through her dance steps and mouthed only occasional words. Billboard called her 2016 comeback performance at the show an effective but not entirely glorious bid to regain pop superstardom. After her knee injuries and personal struggles, Spears' showmanship and dance abilities came under criticism. Serge F. Kovaleski of the New York Times watched her Las Vegas concert residency in 2016 and said, "Once a fluid natural dancer, Miss Spears can appear stiff, even robotic today, relying on flailing arms and flashy sets." Las Vegas Sun's Robin Leach seemed more impressed over Spears' efforts on the concert by saying that she delivered a flawless performance on the residency's opening night. It has been widely reported that Spears lip-syncs during live performances, which often draws criticism from music critics and concert goers. Some, however, claimed that although she got plenty of digital support, she doesn't merely lip-sync during her live shows. In 2016, Sabrina Weiss of Refinery 29 referred to her lip-syncing as well-known fact that's not even taboo anymore. Noting on the prevalence of lip-syncing, Los Angeles Daily News opined, "In the context of a Britney Spears concert, does it really matter? You just go for the somewhat ridiculous spectacle of it all." Spears has commented on the topic, saying, "Because I'm dancing so much, I do have a little bit of playback, but there's a mixture of my voice and the playback," she added. "It really pisses me off because I'm busting my ass out there and singing at the same time, and nobody ever gives me credit for it." Well, I would say her real fans do. In 2012, VH1 ranked Spears as the fourth greatest woman of the video era, while Billboard ranked her as the eighth greatest music video artist of all time in 2020, explaining the storylines, the outfits, the dancing. Right from the start, the pop princess established the lengths of her creativity with some of the most memorable videos of the last 3 decades. She has been retroactively noted as the pioneer for her early career videography. She conceptualized the iconic Catholic schoolgirl and cheerleader motif in the Baby One More Time video, rejecting the animation video idea. She also made the Oops, I Did It Again video dance-centric rather than space-centric, as her producers suggested. She also used her dancers' intuition to help select the beats for each track. Public image. Upon launching her music career with Baby One More Time, Spears was labeled a teen idol, and Rolling Stone described her as the latest model of a classic product. The unneurotic pop star who performs her duties with vaudevillian pluck and spokesmodel charm. The April 1999 cover of Rolling Stone featured Spears lying on her bed wearing an open top, revealing her bra and shorts while clutching a Teletubby. The American Family Association referred to the shoot as a disturbing mix of childhood innocence and adult sexuality, and called on God-loving Americans to boycott stores selling Britney's albums. Spears responded to the outcry commenting, "What's the big deal? I have strong morals. I'd do it again. I thought the pictures were fine, and I was tired of being compared to Debbie Gibson and all of this bubblegum pop all the time." Shortly before, Spears had announced publicly that she would remain abstinent until marriage. An early criticism of Spears dismissed her as a manufactured pop star, the product of a Swedish songwriting factory that had no real hand in either her music or her persona, which Vox editor Constance Grady assesses as being perpetuated from the fact that Spears debuted in the late 90s when music was dominated by rockism that prizes so-called authenticity and grittiness of rock above all else. Spears' slick, breezy pop was an affront to rockist sensibilities, and claiming that Spears was fake was an easy way to dismiss her. Ron Levy for Rolling Stone noted that, "I have to tell you, if the record company could have created more than one Britney Spears, they would have done it, and they tried." And of course, the occultists and hardcore conspiracy theorists with their tinfoil hats would say that that was a nod to the cloning situation and the cloning theories, which we will be getting to shortly. Billboard opined that by the time she released her sophomore album, Oops, I Did It Again, there was a shift occurring in both the music and her public image. She was sharper, sexier, and singing about more grown-up fare, setting the stage for 2001's Britney, which shed her innocent skin and ushered her into adulthood. Britney's lead single, I'm a Slave for You, and its video were also credited for distancing her from her wholesome bubblegum star image of the past. Stephen Thomas Erlewin of AllMusic commented, "If 2001's Britney was a transitional album capturing Spears at the point when she wasn't a girl and not yet a woman, its 2003 follow-up In the Zone is where she finally completed that journey and turned into Britney the adult woman." Erlewine compared Spears to fellow singer Christina Aguilera, explaining that both equated maturity with transparent sexuality and the pounding sounds of nightclubs. Brittany Spanos of LA Weekly said that Spears set the bar for the adulthood transition teen pop stars often struggled with. Spears' erratic behavior and personal struggles during 2006 through 2008 were highly publicized and affected both her career and public image. Erlewine reflected on that time of her life by saying that each new disaster was stripping away any residual sexiness in her public image. In a 2008 article, Rolling Stone's Vanessa Gregoriadis described her much publicized personal issues as the most public downfall of any star in history. Wow, sounds like some people could be jealous, huh? Spears later received favorable media attention. Billboard claimed that her appearance at the 2008 MTV Music Video Awards was a picture of professionalism and poise after her disastrous 2007 performance at the show. While Business Insider published an article about how Spears lost control of her life and then made an incredible career comeback, Spears later reflected on that tumultuous time of her life and career. "I think I had to give myself more breaks through my career and take responsibility for my mental health. I wrote back then that I was lost and didn't know what to do with myself. I was trying to please everyone around me because that's who I am deep inside. There are moments where I look back and think, what the hell was I thinking?" In September 2002, she was ranked 8th on VH1's 100 Sexiest Artists list and in December 2012, Complex ranked her 12th on its 100 hottest female singers of all time list. Spears commented on her sex symbol image by saying, "When I'm on stage, that's my time to do my thing and go there and be that. And it's fun, it's exhilarating just to be something that you're not, and people tend to believe it." Now that's an interesting and intelligent comment there that shows a good amount of self-awareness. In 2003, People magazine cited her as one of the 50 most beautiful people. Spears is recognized as a gay icon and was honored with the 2018 GLAAD Vanguard Award at the GLAAD Media Awards for her role in accelerating acceptance for the LGBTQ community. Spears addressed the unwavering loyalty and lack of judgment of her LGBTQ fans in Billboard's love letters for the LGBTQ community. She said, "Your stories are what inspire me, bring me joy, and make me and my sons strive to be better people." Manuel Betancourt of Vice magazine wrote about the queer adoration, especially of gay men, on Spears and said that where other gay icons exude self-possession, Spears' fragile resilience has made her an even more fascinating role model, closer to Judy Garland than to Lady Gaga. She's a glittering mirror ball, a fractured reflection of those men on the dance floor back onto themselves. HuffPost's Ben Appel attributed Spears' status as a gay icon to her oh-so-innocent, not that innocent, Monroe-like sensuality, her sweet, almost saccharine nature, her beyond basic but addictive pop songs, her dance moves, her Phoenix out of the fire comeback from a series of mental health crises, and her unmistakable tenderness. Britney is camp, she is a fashion plate, a doll. Britney is a drag queen. Since her early years of stardom, Spears became a tabloid fixture and a paparazzi target. Steve Huey of AllMusic claimed that among female singers of Spears' era, her celebrity star power was rivaled only by Jennifer Lopez. Britney Spears was Yahoo's most popular search term between 2005 and 2008, and has been in a total of 7 different years. Spears was named as most searched person in the Guinness World Record Book edition 2007 and 2009. She was later named as the most searched person of the decade, 2000 through 2009. As a public figure, Spears has never been very publicly political. In October 2001, she registered as a Republican in Louisiana, according to public records. In a September 2003 interview on CNN, she spoke about then U.S. President George W. Bush and the Iraq War by saying, "We should just trust our president in every decision that he makes and be faithful in what happens." In 2016, she posted pictures of a meeting with Hillary Clinton on social media. In December 2016, Spears publicly showed support for the DREAM Act in the wake of the announcement that Donald Trump would end the DACA policy, which previously granted undocumented immigrants who came to the country as minors a renewable 2-year period of deferred action from deportation. She posted a photo of herself on social media wearing a black t-shirt that reads, "We're all dreamers," in white letters, the caption read, "Tell Congress to pass the DREAM Act." In 2020, during the COVID-19 pandemic, Spears posted an image on her Instagram account stating, during this time of isolation, we will feed each other, redistribute wealth, strike. We will understand our own importance from the places we must stay." Along with 3 emoji roses, a symbol commonly used by the Democratic Socialists of America, she later voiced support for the Black Lives Matter movement and George Floyd protests in the wake of his murder, saying, "My heart breaks for my friends in the black community and for everything going on in our country. Right now, I think we should all do what we can to listen, learn, do better, and use our voices for good." Legacy. Referred to as the Princess of Pop, Spears was credited as one of the driving forces behind the return of teen pop in the late 90s. Rolling Stone's Stacey Lamb explained that she helped to usher in a new era for the genre that had gone dormant in the decade that followed New Kids on the Block. Spears would lead an army of pop stars built on slick Max Martin productions, plenty of sexual innuendo, and dance-heavy performances. She became one of the most successful artists of all time and a cautionary tale for a generation, whether they paid attention or not. Glamour magazine contributor Christopher Rosa describes her as one of pop music's defining voices. When she emerged onto the scene in 1998 with Baby One More Time, the world hadn't seen a performer like her. Not since Madonna had a female artist affected the genre so profoundly. Billboard's Robert Kelly observed that Spears' sexy and coy vocals on her debut single, Baby One More Time, kicked off a new era of pop vocal stylings that would influence countless artists to come. In 2020, Rolling Stone ranked the song at number 1 on a list of the 100 greatest debut singles of all time, and Rob Sheffield described it as one of those pop manifestos that announces a new sound, a new era, a new century, but most of all, a new star. With Baby One More Time, Spears changed the sound of pop forever. It's Britney, bitch, nothing was ever the same. Alim Kiraj of Dazed called Spears one of pop's most important pioneers. After 18 years as a performer, Billboard described her as having earned her title as one of pop's reigning queens. Since her early days as a mouseketeer, Spears has pushed the boundaries of 21st century sounds, paving the way for a generation of artists to shamelessly embrace glossy pop and redefine how one can accrue consistent success in the music industry. Entertainment Weekly's Adam Markovitz described Spears as an American institution, as deeply sacred and messed up as pro wrestling or the filibuster. In 2012, she was ranked as the 4th VH1's 50 Greatest Women of the Video Era show list. VH1 also cited her among its choices on the 100 Greatest Women in Music in 2012 and the 200 Greatest Pop Culture Icons in 2003. In 2020, Billboard ranked her 8th on its 100 Greatest Music Video Artists of All Time list. Spears' work has influenced numerous artists, including Katy Perry, Meghan Trainor, Demi Lovato, Kelly Key, Christiana DeBarge, Little Boots, Charlie XCX, Marina Diamandis, Tegan and Sarah, Pixie Lott, Grimes, Selena Gomez, Haley Steinfeld, Pablo Vittar, Tinashe, Victoria Justice, Cassie, Leah Wellbaum of Sloth Rust, The Saturdays, Normani, Miley Cyrus, Cheryl, Lana Del Rey, Ava Max, Billie Eilish, Sam Smith, and Rina Sawayama. And I do not know most of those people. Okay, during the 2011 MTV Video Music Awards, Lady Gaga said that Spears taught us all how to be fearless and the industry wouldn't be the same without us. Gaga has also cited Spears as an influence, calling her the most provocative performer of my time. Before Spears joined the X Factor, Simon Cowell explained that he is fascinated by Britney. The fact that she's one of the most talked about, not just pop stars, but people in the world today means that you've got this star power. She's still hot, she's still having hit records, and she's still controversial. There's a reason for that. Marina Diamandis named Spears as the main influence behind her album Electra Heart. Lana Del Rey has said that the music video for Toxic inspires her. Spears has a direct influence on singer Porcelain Black's work after growing up around her music as a child. Black describes her music as a love child between Marilyn Manson and Spears. Rita Ora's music video for Only Want You was inspired by Spears' Every Time music video and said in a stories from Instagram, "Hey, Britney Spears, this was for you because I love you so. Pay homage to the ones who inspire you. #icon." Spears has been credited with redefining Las Vegas residencies as a retirement place for musicians. Britney Piece of Me was described as the natural evolution of Celine Dion's powerhouse Vegas residency, a still charting star of another generation, redefining the role of strip headliner. Forbes named Spears the 6th highest earning female musician of 2015. She is credited with influencing and paving the way for other artists' residencies such as Jennifer Lopez, All I Have, Bruno Mars's Bruno Mars at Park MGM, and Backstreet Boys Larger Than Life. The arrival of Spears saw the pop promoters finally tap into the younger crowd arriving in town for a good time. Spears' much publicized personal struggles and her career comeback after this period has inspired some artists. Gwyneth Paltrow's character in the 2010 film Country Strong was inspired by the singer's treatment by the media. According to film director Shayna Fest, that's where this movie came from. I mean, I was seeing what was happening in the media to Britney Spears. I think it's tragic how we treat people who give us so much, and we love to see them knocked down, to build them back up again, to knock them down again. Nicki Minaj has cited Spears' comeback after her much-publicized personal issues as an inspiration. Spears' hounding by paparazzi and personal struggles also contributed to inspiring Barry Manilow's album 15 Minutes. Manilow said she couldn't have a life without them pulling up next to her car and following her and driving her crazy to the point where that was around the time she she shaved off her hair. We all looked at it in horror, so it seemed like a thing to be writing an album about. Bebo Norman wrote a song about Spears called Britney, which was inspired by culture's make-or-break treatment of celebrities. Awards and achievements. Throughout her career, Spears has earned numerous awards and accolades, including a Grammy Award, 13 Guinness World Records, 6 MTV Video Music Awards, including the Michael Jackson Video Vanguard Award, 7 Billboard Music Awards, including the Millennium Award, and the inaugural Radio Disney Icon Award, the GLAAD Media Awards Vanguard Award, and a star in the Hollywood Hall of Fame. She is listed by the Guinness World Records as having the best-selling album by a teenage solo artist for her debut album, Baby One More Time, which sold over 13 million copies in the U.S. Melissa Ruggieri of the Richmond Times-Dispatch reported she's also marked for being the best-selling teenage artist. Before she turned 20 in 2001, Spears had sold over 37 million albums worldwide. As of 2017, according to the BBC, she has sold over 100 million records worldwide, making her one of the best-selling music artists of all time, and more than 70 million records in the US, including 36.9 million digital singles and 33.6 million digital albums. Spears is also recognized as the best-selling female album artist of the 2000s in the US, as well as 5th overall. In December 2009, Billboard ranked Spears the 8th artist of the 2000s decade in the United States. She is one of the few artists in history to have had a #1 single and #1 studio album in the US during each of the 3 decades of her career. With 3 in 2009 and Hold It Against Me in 2011, she became the second artist after Mariah Carey in the Hot 100's history to debut at #1 with 2 or more songs. In 2016, Spears ranked at number 20 on Billboard's Greatest of All Time Top Dance Club Artists list. Philanthropy. Spears founded the Britney Spears Foundation, a charitable entity set up to help children in need. The philosophy behind the foundation was that music and entertainment has a healing quality that can benefit children. The foundation also supported the annual Britney Spears Camp for the Performing Arts, where campers had the opportunity to explore and develop their talents. In April 2002, through the efforts of Spears and the Britney Spears Foundation, a grant of $1 million was made to the Twin Towers Fund to support the children of uniformed service heroes affected by the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, including New York City Fire Department and the Emergency Medical Services Command, the New York City Police Department, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, the New York State Office of Court Administration, and other government offices. However, it was reported in 2008 that the foundation had a deficit of $200,000. After the singer went through the conservatorship, her father and lawyer, Andrew Wallet, zeroed out the effort, leading to its closure in 2011. Which is quite sad. Britney Spears probably would have wanted that to continue, but her father and lawyer Andrew Wallet might have wanted to line their wallets further. On October 30th, 2001, Spears, alongside Bono and other popular recording artists under the name Artists Against AIDS Worldwide, released an album consisting of multiple versions of Marvin Gaye's What's Going On, with the intention to benefit AIDS programs in Africa and other impoverished regions. In the wake of Hurricane Katrina in 2006, Spears donated $350,000 to Music Rising. Later in 2011, the singer raised $200,000 during an evening of Southern style at a private residence in Beverly Hills to benefit the St. Bernard Project, with the help of several celebrities including Hilary Duff, Selena Gomez, Kelly Osbourne, Kellen Lutz, and Kim Kardashian. Spears has also helped several charities during her career, including Madonna's Kabbalah-based Spirituality for Kids. That sounds ominous. Cancer charity Gilda's Club Worldwide, Promises Foundation, The United Way, with the latter focusing on giving families with various disadvantaged situations new hope and stable foundations for the future. October 24, 2015, Spears donated $120,000 to the Nevada Childhood Cancer Foundation. In addition, $1 of each ticket sale for her Las Vegas residency, Britney Piece of Me, was donated to the nonprofit organization. Spears also fundraised for the charity through social media, in addition to selling limited edition merchandise, with all proceeds going to the NCCF. On October 27, 2016, Spears partnered with Zappos and X-Cycle to host the Britney Spears Piece of Me charity ride in Boca Park, Las Vegas, to raise additional money towards her goal of $1 million for the NCCF, with $450,000 having already been raised from Spears' ticket sales and merchandise. Participants were entered for a chance to win a spin class with Spears herself. The event ultimately went on to raise $553,130. The fundraising ultimately led to the development of the NCCF Britney Spears campus in Las Vegas, which saw its grand opening on November 4th, 2017. Spears also regularly participates in Spirit Day to combat bullying of LGBTQ youth and bullying. In March 2020, Spears was participating in the hashtag Do Your Part challenge. I thought that said Do Your Pet challenge. Oh man, Andrew Wallet's got me seeing funny. Spears was participating in the hashtag Do Your Part challenge, which entails helping people with anything they might need during the coronavirus crisis. She told fans to send her messages on Instagram if they needed supportive words during the coronavirus pandemic, with Spears picking 3 fans. Okay, so now that we have an extensive background on Britney Spears and all these timelines, there's a couple things curiously not mentioned here. And of course, the number one thing we will be talking about is an album known as Original Doll, featuring the song Mona Lisa. This, of course, is nowhere to be found on the official Wikipedia, and its very existence denied by record labels, which is very curious. So I will be reading 2 articles here, which are both similar, but they kind of encompass the conspiracy for the cloning. And even if we take the cloning out of the picture, it still leaves a few other issues on the table, including how Britney Spears was treated, how her career was supposedly out of her hands for a period of time, even before the conservatorship, and all of these shady dealings that encompass the Britney Spears conspiracy. This is an article written on Medium.com by Ranuk Nambiar, March 3rd, 2019. Britney asked for help, and no one listened. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got a little story to tell about Mona Lisa and how she suddenly fell. Britney Spears is unequivocally a cultural icon. She has provided iconic, timeless moments for each generation. From her debut with Baby One More Time that defined the late 90s to her infamous Slave for You performance with an albino Burmese python at the MTV Video Music Awards. Of course, this was just one of her many memorable performances, from the time she stripped to a nude-colored bodysuit for Oops, I Did It Again, to kissing Madonna on the lips in front of Justin Timberlake, and I'll bet infamously her tumultuous return and underwhelming opening at the 2007 VMAs. Of course, along with all this looms her mental health struggles, which culminated in what is likely her darkest year. From hooking up with a member of the paparazzi to bashing the car of another's with an umbrella after shaving her head clean, Britney was in the headlines for all the wrong reasons. When she performed that year at the VMAs, it was clear that the Princess of Pop was not ready for the stage again. Following rehabilitation, a messy divorce, a custody battle, and the control of her finances being handed over to her father, Britney finally returned with her far more successful Circus. The events of that year still resonate with pop culture today, with Katy Perry having ignorantly joked about it on the Grammys red carpet a year back. As outsiders, we can label Britney however we like, from a poor role model to an ineffective mother, from a harlot to an unprofitable alcoholic. What we must remember, however, is that on a cold winter's day in 2004, at the height of her fame with Toxic, Britney Spears illegally premiered an unreleased song on the radio. A song that would eerily mimic itself in reality as she would slowly lose herself and break down. As the story goes, the radio station Kiss FM received a call from someone claiming to be Britney Spears, and how they wanted to premiere a new song on the radio. As anyone else would, Jesse Lozano, the host of the station, dismissed the call as a prank. Someone like Britney Spears, whose fame at the time is comparable to that of Taylor Swift, would never just randomly call a station and put out a song. Sure enough, of course, the one, the only, Britney Spears shows up at the station with her dog, her bodyguard, and an unmarked CD in hand. A shell-shocked Lozano and Britney quickly settle in for this unscripted appearance. Britney, while sounding chirpy, does refrain from conversing. Instead, she is more keen to get the song played. This new song, titled Mona Lisa, was in Spears' words expected to be the lead single from her supposed follow-up to In the Zone, titled Original Doll. And then, of course, even Original Doll there denotes that there are other dolls made from the original doll, and this is the first doll. As per Q, and also, of course, Mona Lisa itself, obviously very popular for being forged, one of the most forged pieces of art, and that's without even getting into the occult significance of Mona Lisa. Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa. As per Q, this song plays. However, the song is anything but a toxic 2.0. At the time, Spears was a cultural and defining sex icon who was known more for her sensuality than her lyricism. However, on this track, we see Spears deliver her most vulnerable and eerie performance yet. Music can induce a variety of emotions: love, lust, hatred, jealousy, and sadness. However, very few tracks ever instill a sense of fear in the listener. Mona Lisa undoubtedly is one of these ominous tunes. The song revolves around a woman by the name of Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa is one of the most well-known and culturally significant paintings to ever exist. Its home, the Louvre, reported that a good majority of visitors came solely to see this one painting. Hence, she is referring to herself as Mona Lisa. Just like those visitors, the world was tantalized and obsessed with Britney Spears. They couldn't have enough of her. Everything she touched turned to gold. Her relationship with Timberlake was one of the most high-profile romances to ever exist. Britney Spears was the most valuable item anyone could have in possession. But that's the thing. They treated her as a prized asset, not as a human. The paparazzi had no regard for Britney's personal space and frequently stalked her for days on end. Her house would be crowded with photographers like roaches. Every little misstep of hers was broadcast repeatedly for the world to relish. Privacy was a distant dream. A photo of Britney Spears could fetch more money than the next 3 celebrities on the list combined. She was a walking, talking gold mine, and they exploited her for it. In the song, she sings, "Ladies and gentlemen, I've got a story to tell about Mona Lisa and how she suddenly fell. Now see, everyone knew her, they knew her oh so well. Now I'm taking over to release her from her spell." Again, how occultish are those references? Yes, she said that. The song actually has 2 characters. One is this Mona Lisa, the other is the real Britney Spears. At the time, her generation of stars like Christina Aguilera and Justin Timberlake all had successful but generic pop hits. It was clear that every move of Britney was controlled by her label. Even her lyrical content was moderated by her team. Even today, Britney has held up that sex appeal image of hers. However, it was clear that she didn't want that anymore. She wanted to be freed from the strings. This is solidified in the bridge where she croons, "Now ladies, does that make you cry? Huh? Now fellas, you have to say goodbye, 'cause Mona Lisa's got to fly. Everyone, may we have a moment of silence." Mona Lisa, aka the fake Britney, was coming to a closure. Britney was just a step away from pulling back the curtains and revealing her true self. In a way, she was getting ready to kill the old Britney. Sound familiar? It's important to remember the position Britney was in. There was no Twitter or Instagram where she could directly communicate with the public. No Twitter rants or calling out of people. Any hint of rebellion could be silenced by record labels, which is what makes the knowledge of this song that much bigger of a miracle. It showcases the hurdles Britney had to overcome, from her over-controlling label to her possessive team and finally the paparazzi. It shows how desperately she wanted to be heard and she was willing to do anything for it. 1 week after the premiere of the song, her record label would deny the existence of any upcoming album. The version of Mona Lisa that was heard on the radio would never see the light of day. And the one that would appear on the Chaotic EP is a far more conservative remix. Britney's life would also take a turn for the worst, as her life would instead turn into a reality show for the world to gorge on. Any music that was planned on an original doll is either buried or erased altogether. Without major internet connections, it was difficult to leak it as well. It was clear that Britney was planning something that would upturn the conventional hierarchy of label and artist, that would have revolutionized the industry in a way comparable to the Weinstein effect. Unfortunately, we may never know what would have happened. After 3 problematic years, Britney would return with her 5th studio album, Blackout. None of the tracks scheduled for Original Doll would make it on Blackout, and Britney has never referenced the lost album ever again. In today's time, record label censorship and the consequences of fame is still an open secret. Of course, the only difference is that Twitter now exists, and artists can at any time express their opinion sans censorship. But imagine, if even now this exists, then fathom the levels of silencing that occurred back in the day. The only hint of this we have is a low-quality 3-minute clip from an interview where Britney Spears premiered a song that would never be heard again. And here are their full lyrics here. This is the story about Mona Lisa, the Mona Lisa. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got a little story to tell about Mona Lisa and how she suddenly fell. See, everyone knew her. They knew her oh so well. Now I am taking over to release her from her spell. She's the original. She's unforgettable. She wants you to know she's been gone. It's kind of incredible. She's so unpredictable. She wants you to know she's been gone, she's been gone, she's been gone. She was taken under, drowning in her sea, running like an angel. She was crying and could not see. Oh no, now see, everyone's watching as she starts to fall. They want her to break down, be a legend of her fall. I mean, is this a weird, dark premonition? I mean, it's very, very eerie. She's the original, she's unforgettable, and she wants you to know she's been gone. It's kind of incredible. She's so unpredictable, she wants you to know she's been gone, she's been gone, she's been gone. Ladies, does that make you cry? Mona Lisa's got to fly. Nobody really dies. Everyone we have a moment of silence right here. God. She's the original, she's unforgettable, she wants you to know she's been gone. It's kind of incredible, she's so unpredictable. She wants you to know that she's home, that she's home. She's the original, she's the unforgettable, she wants you to know she's been gone. It's kind of incredible, she's so unpredictable, she wants you to know that she's home, that she's home, that she's home. Nobody really dies. So is that indicative of cloning right there? There's also a couple of changed lyrics to now don't have a breakdown, you will hit the freaking wall. And then, of course, the she's been cloned lines. Also, she's been cloned. Mona Lisa, she's been cloned. What is she trying to say here? You almost can't make this stuff up. And what followed was a period of turmoil for her. So was this her trying to break free of these contracts and other people controlling her at that time, and then she failed to do so, and this caused a major, major breakdown? Was this a result of some MK Ultra mind control experiments, or was she really cloned? And it is quite a rabbit hole to look at some of these celebrity cloned videos. Some of them are obvious nonsense. Others, they seem to have some interesting points about the shapes of skulls and all these things, but is it possible that celebrities could have doubles simply like political figures? Not necessarily for safety, but if you're that rich and you don't want to do certain appearances, I mean, would you have a double? I don't know. There's a lot. Again, let's not fall for black and white fallacies. Maybe she was cloned, maybe she wasn't. Maybe she did have a double. And I'm going to go over one more article which goes into a little bit more background here. This was posted April 27th, 2014 by Hunter Schwartz. This is BuzzFeed.com, The Secret History of Britney Spears' Lost Album. 10 years ago, Britney Spears said she was working on an album called Original Doll, but her label denied its existence. The search for Britney's lost album and the freedom that still eludes her. The KISS-FM offices in Burbank, California were nearly deserted the day Britney Spears called. It was December 2004, just before New Year's Eve. And Jesse Lozano was filling in for the regular host who was on vacation. Britney Spears is on the phone, he was told. She says she wants to play her new song. Lozano thought it was a prank. Usually you don't believe that, he told BuzzFeed in March, but an hour later the singer was outside the station's Burbank studio with a bodyguard, her chihuahua, and Lozano recalled no shoes. She had a CD with her and said, "Can we play it on the air?" Britney Spears live in studio. Do you have to take a super secret CIA mission secure route to Burbank from your crib so you don't get followed? Lozano asked. So that's how he's starting this interview. Already references to super secret CIA terminology. Oh man, Andrew Wallet. All right. She responds, no. He says, I didn't see anybody outside. She says, I know, it's awesome. I walked out there wasn't one camera anywhere. She says, I know, it's great. Well, thanks for hanging tonight. Good luck with your album. It's untitled. It's probably going to be titled Original Doll. So, and it's half done? Yeah, it's halfway done right now. All right, so maybe by the summer, maybe by the fall. She says, yeah, maybe a little bit earlier. They came back from commercial break. Spears introduced the song she'd come to play, Mona Lisa. It was the first and last time Mona Lisa would be on the radio. A representative for Jive, her record label, told Billboard a week later that the song wouldn't be serviced to radio and no album is scheduled at the moment. They did, however, note that Spears was in the studio working on some material. Today, our pop stars tend to be open and imperfect, a byproduct of the social media age. Miley Cyrus and Justin Bieber are in their fans' feeds, selling their music but also talking about their lives. But 10 years ago, when Britney brought Mona Lisa to the radio station, there was no Instagram, only TRL. Original Doll and what Spears hoped it would become represented a shift in the pop music landscape away from the Disney-groomed turn-of-the-century pop star toward something more honest and raw that we see today in Lorde, Rihanna, and others. Lorde, Rihanna, and others. The 22-year-old Spears didn't have a Twitter account to vent with or a SoundCloud page she could post her songs on, but for a small window of time, she managed to bypass the gatekeepers to tell the public what was on her mind. She had long been criticized as a puppet, but Original Doll was her attempt to cut the strings. But it would be 3 years, 2 trips to rehab, and 1 divorce before she would release another studio album. And by then, Original Doll was scrapped and forgotten. While some of the songs, which may have ended up on the album like Mona Lisa, were eventually leaked or released, the mystery of Britney Spears' lost album remains, and piecing together its story offers a rare and revealing look inside the mind of a carefully managed pop icon before her fall. Over the years, fans have put together mock Original Doll album covers and created their own track lists culled from B-sides and leaked tracks. Message board threads devoted to the album have stirred speculation and conspiracy theories, and every so often users claiming to have a friend of a friend who worked at Jive who would post an alleged detail. However, multiple former employees of Jive told BuzzFeed they were unfamiliar with the album, and a source who worked with Spears during the time said Original Doll was never scheduled internally. Anything Spears said was it was just her talking about her plans. She didn't say much, just 22 words in a single interview. But Original Doll has become Spears' smile, the infamous abandoned Beach Boys album and a fascinating piece of pop folklore. Those who worked with Spears prior to Mona Lisa said she wanted to be more involved in the songwriting process. Songwriter Michelle Bell first met Spears in 2002 when she was in the studio working with Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, who had remixed Overprotected, a song from Britney's self-titled 2001 album. She had on a blue thermal top and it had a little cigarette burn in it, Bell said. I thought this couldn't be her. This is her sister. She looked like she was dressing from the mall in Louisiana. Spears' recent breakup with Justin Timberlake inspired several songs she wrote at the time, Bell said. During their sessions, Timberlake's Cry Me a River, written about their breakup, was released. In its music video, he broke into the home of a Spears lookalike. I think she was really hurt by Cry Me a River, Bell said. Songwriter Angela Hunt, who co-wrote Britney's Do Something, recalled one recording session with Spears in 2002 in a New York City studio where Jive often put up artists, when Timberlake was also in the building rehearsing for an award show performance. We couldn't hear Justin exactly, but you could hear the music, hear the voice, she said. She was a little irritated by that. Then she came in and it was like nothing happened and we started recording, and she was a complete professional from beginning to end. Every time has been described as Spears' response to Cry Me a River and an apology. I may have made it rain. Please forgive me. My weakness caused you pain, and this song's my sorry. Bell recalled the first time Spears played Every Time for her on the piano during their 2002 sessions. She definitely can play the piano, no one really knows that. Bell told her she loved it, but Spears was hesitant about singing it for her A&R, the record label employee who would decide which songs would make the album. Another interesting point that when I referenced her and Justin Timberlake's relationship, if Justin was the one who cheated first, let's say, and she never even knew about it, even if she cheated herself and she never knew that Justin cheated, even if he did, what position does that put him into for releasing Cry Me a River and all of this aftermath if she still doesn't know? I would assume they might both know about each other, who knows. Anyway, just a quick aside there since they were mentioning that here. She said nobody really listens to her, Bell said. She just wanted someone to say, I believe in you beyond this pop machine. Bell developed a good relationship with Spears, and the pair worked on a number of songs together. After a while, she sort of trusted me, she said. One song they wrote during the 2002 session titled Look Who's Talking was about Timberlake, but contained references in its lyrics. Only he and Spears would understand. That song was totally about him, Bell said. It was all, let's not put it all out there. She was like, he'll know what we mean, but the rest of the world won't. In one line, Bell remembered Spears used the word justify for its double meaning. Timberlake's album was called Justified. I was true to you, justify my point of view, she sang. That's actually pretty interesting, isn't it? And kind of goes to what I was just saying before. If she said, I was true to you, perhaps she did not cheat on him, and there was another reason that we don't know about. Spears wanted to experiment with her sound. Chaotic, which became the theme song for her 2005 UPN reality show of the same name, was described by Bell as animated. I've just begun having my fun sounded like a Britney-fronted No Doubt song, and Falling was country influenced. She also wanted to try to record more R&B sounding songs. I think she wanted to go in an R&B direction like Justin was doing with Cry Me a River, Bell said. Spears' Me Against the Music, which became the lead single for her 2003 album In the Zone, bore more than a passing similarity to Justified's lead single Like I Love You, with its funked out acoustic guitars and tight drum tracks. Hunt called many of the songs that came out of these sessions empowering in regards to Do Something. Hunt recalled Spears thinking, I don't have to be unclothed to say what I'm thinking. I can just say it with these words, leave me alone, I just want to do me. I think that's what she meant by that. I can just say what I feel, I don't have to be anything extra. On Takeoff, Spears sang about tolerance, love, and peace. Bell called it her version of Michael Jackson's Black or White. It was about being tolerant about gay people. It was gay people discrimination, basically loving yourself and being connected, Bell said. I think it was ahead of Lady Gaga. I think people would have looked at her and thought she had something to say. It was ahead of its time. She talked about war and how war is wrong. In 2013, Bell tweeted some lyrics from the song, They Say Get Ready for the Revolution. I think we ought to find some sort of solution. But Jive wasn't impressed. I think maybe they thought it was not close enough to her brand, Bell said. She called In the Zone the filtered down version of Original Doll, or the more pop version. She wanted to make a record that was more vibey and more personal and honest, Bell said. Ultimately, Spears still hoped her songs would have their day. I think she knew I can come back to these songs later, Bell said. When Spears' In the Zone was released in 2003 of November, none of Bell's or Hunt's songs made the cut, although Every Time did. Even without these revelatory songs, the album was adventurous and sexy and marked a continued evolution of her sound and image through songs like Grammy-winning Toxic, Me Against the Music featuring Madonna, and Touch of My Hand, a song about masturbation. I think the record label was like, no, you've got to stay the course you're on, which was a strong pop star a little longer, Bell said. It's a lot of pressure to keep that spot. While most of Spears' original teen pop contemporaries had fallen off the charts, In the Zone debuted at #1, her fourth consecutive album to do so, which was at the time a record among female artists. But by the beginning of 2004, Spears was becoming more of a tabloid fixture. In January, she got married for 55 hours to childhood friend Jason Alexander in Las Vegas, leading Us Weekly to declare Britney out of control on its cover. While people asked, is she over the edge? Still in March, she set out on her most ambitious tour yet, the 93-city Onyx Hotel tour, to support In the Zone. It was also her most provocative. During one song, she writhed around in a clear bathtub wearing a nude-covered, diamond-encrusted bodysuit, while for another, she and a male dancer, each wearing only underwear, danced on a bed and kissed. It was a grueling schedule, with frequent back-to-back performances in cities hundreds of miles apart with perhaps a day or two in between. I was on the road for a while, and whoever scheduled my tour must have been out of their mind, she said in an episode of Chaotic. I was doing way too much stuff. I was over it. Spears didn't want to be on tour. She often skipped soundcheck, and she didn't seem to be giving her all during performances. Only one song in the 16-song set doesn't appear to have been lip-synced. But she was happier after meeting Federline, a backup dancer who'd worked with Destiny's Child, Pink, and Justin Timberlake. He was in Timberlake's Like I Love You music video. During a break at home in Los Angeles, Spears met Federline on a night out and, soon smitten, invited him to Europe for the tour's second leg. When Kevin came into the picture with all of us, you could see the sparkle in her eye, her security guard, Mo, said on Chaotic. You could see how she was more chipper. She wasn't as down as much. They saw that I wasn't a bitch anymore, and they're like, she's happy, let's keep him around, Spears said on the show. It was also during this time that Spears brought Mona Lisa to soundcheck before one of her shows, said Stephanie Alexander, a backup singer on the tour. She sang it a cappella and had her band work out an arrangement. She said she wanted to record it and release it as a single. It's not unusual for a seasoned artist to come and try new songs for an album, Alexander said. For Britney, it was unusual because she was a pop act. They tweaked and perfected the song over several soundchecks. Spears said she wanted Gregorian chanting, which Alexander found interesting because Crimea River also featured Gregorian chanting. She also noted the similarities between the bridges of the two songs. I definitely think she was responding to Crimea River, she said. Although Spears never spoke with her backup singers or band about the meaning of the song, Alexander said she viewed it as a song about an amazing gem of a woman who is being taken for granted and ultimately self-destructs. It wasn't lost on us, the lyrics of the song, she said. The lyrics painted this character tragically. Mona Lisa was recorded in Sweden during a tour stop with members of Spears' road band and Bloodshy and Avant, the team who produced Toxic. It definitely has the raw thing going on it, Spears would tell KIISFM during the December 2004 interview, according to MTV. My band, we didn't use Pro Tools or anything with it. It was all live. There was a lot of stuff you can do to make it better. It's going to get better. It will get better. This is a really, really rough mix. Alexander said she vaguely remembered another song Spears had on tour but wasn't sure. I still can't say for certain if that is a mirage in my mind or if there actually were something else, she said. Regardless, there was to be no more new music recorded while on the road. The tour was cut short in June. The cancellation was attributed to an injury Spears sustained to her left knee during a music video shoot for the In the Zone track Outrageous, but not everyone on tour believed that. There was a lot of speculation about the reason the tour was canceled so abruptly, Alexander said. Most people attributed it to a relationship with Kevin, but it was the second injury since the tour began. She injured her left knee in March during a performance in Moline, Illinois, which forced her to cancel 2 shows, and she had previously undergone minor orthopedic surgery on her left knee in 1999, according to a complaint filed in February 2005 in a New York Supreme Court. Footage captured her fall mid-spin, and she was later seen on crutches. During the flight to New York City for the video shoot, Spears and Federline got engaged. They were married in October. In a blog post on her website that month titled Letter of Truth, Spears said she was taking time off to enjoy life. I've actually learned to say no, she wrote. With this newly found freedom, it's like people don't know how to act around me. Should we talk to her like we did when she was 16, or like the icon everyone says she is? My prerogative right now is to just chill and let all of the other overexposed blondes on the cover of US Weekly be your entertainment. Good luck, girls. She also chalked up her knee injury to divine intervention. I know that my knee gave out on me this past summer so that I would have no choice but to stop, she wrote. My body was shutting down and needed rest. It's funny how the man upstairs works. Her words were interpreted as a temporary retirement, but she clarified what she meant in a later blog post. What I meant was I am taking a break from being told what to do, she wrote. The things I've been doing for work lately have been so much fun because it's not like work to me anymore. For her first Greatest Hits album released November 2004, she recorded a cover of Bobby Brown's My Prerogative. The lyrics echoed her blog, I don't need permission, make my own decisions, that's my prerogative. If she was going to make music, she wanted it to be on her terms. When she brought Mona Lisa to KIISFM 8 weeks later, all signs point to her going rogue and doing it without the knowledge of her label. Typical new single rollouts are much more calculated than calling a radio station that day of, and no one involved in the writing or recording of the song had been paid yet, backup singer Alexander said. Spears used Mona Lisa as a pseudonym when she co-directed her first music video for Do Something. The empowerment song co-written by Hunt was released on her November 2004 Greatest Hits album. I kind of think she's like my alter ego whenever I feel like being mean or possibly like busting people around to get stuff right, she told TRL. It's kind of easier to be called Mona Lisa instead of Britney. The words Mona Lisa also appear for a split second in the video, written across a door that opens to reveal Spears and her bandmates. The only other song Spears recorded during this time was Someday I Will Understand, written in 2005, 2 weeks before she found out she was pregnant with her first child with Federline. Spears called it a prophecy on Chaotic. It seemed very obvious what the song was about, motherhood, but there was no physical sign that Britney was pregnant during those sessions. Sean McGee, who engineered, programmed, and mixed the song, wrote in an email, Certainly we didn't ask her any questions. I would not have wanted to pry into her personal life, but when the news came out a few weeks later, it wasn't too much of a surprise. Like every time, the ethereal ballad had been written by Spears at a piano and produced by Guy Sigworth, who had worked with Bjork and Madonna and was one half of the short-lived duo Frou Frou. Engineer McGee said he was impressed with Spears' songwriting. I think it's actually very difficult lyrically to write something like Someday without being mawkish, he said. A lot of pop singers would really struggle to write about it in a sensitive and personal way, but Britney had written something really beautiful, great melody, great lyrics, but still totally pop and totally her. Much harder than it sounds. McGee said he wasn't told whether the song was to be a one-off single or part of a record. If there was a larger context to it at the time, I wasn't aware of it, he said. Although he remembered Mona Lisa was mentioned by one of her label executives as a departure for Britney from what she'd done before. Someday and re-recorded and reworked Mona Lisa both ended up on the 2005 EP that came with the DVD release of Chaotic. On the new Mona Lisa, the line "'cause she's gone" became "she's been cloned." And the second verse was rewritten to be even more prophetic. Now see everyone's watching as she starts to fall. They want her to break down and be a legend of a fall, Spears sang. Lost albums, or perpetually delayed ones, are predisposed to impossibly high expectations. The mythology behind them can, over time, outweigh what the music would have been. Brian Wilson believed the Beach Boys' Smile would change popular music forever, and producer Scott Storch said Dr. Dre's still unreleased Detox would be the most advanced rap album musically and lyrically. Spears was never as boastful of her music, but many fans believe Original Doll would have been a masterpiece. It would have probably be a universally acclaimed album by her and gain her respect. It would probably win her a Grammy or two as well. Who knows? One user posted on a message board in 2012. Hunt, the Do Something songwriter, marveled at the level of fans' fascination with Spears' unreleased music, something she said she doesn't see for other artists. Fans frequently bombard her over social media, asking her to leak Britney's songs, including music she didn't even work on, like Rebellion, a song said to have been recorded for her 2007 album Blackout. She compared Spears' unreleased songs from these years to a final letter written by someone before they died. Perhaps listeners hope to find clues in the lyrics to what Spears was thinking before her breakdown. Ultimately, the Chaotic EP comes the closest to showing what Original Doll would have been, as it is the only collection of original music released between Spears' Mona Lisa interview in 2004 and Blackout in 2007. Spears told KIIS-FM she was halfway finished with the album, but it's unclear whether she meant she had recorded half of an LP or just had half of an album's worth of ideas written down somewhere. If there are songs she had recorded during that time that weren't eventually released or leaked, we might never know. The producers who worked with her during this time, Bloodshy and Avant and Guy Sigsworth, declined to comment for this story. And Belle, who uploaded some unreleased songs to her Tumblr in 2012, said she got a call from someone at the label who asked her to stop. If they can make money off of it later, they don't want anyone giving it out for free, she said. Spears was not made available for an interview, and her longtime manager, Larry Rudolph, declined to answer questions. Not supporting it, commenting on it, or providing any info for an expletive story with zero factual basis, he said in an email. During the time she worked, I mean, it's a weird kind of denial that this ever existed. It's just really bizarre. During the time she worked on Original Doll, Spears wrote and sang about freedom, something she has even less of today. Following her second hospitalization in a psychiatric ward in 2008, she was put under a still ongoing conservatorship, giving her father control over much of her life and finances. And of course, Andrew Wallet. Her latest LP, Britney Jean, released in November. Man, I can't believe that guy's named Andrew Wallet. Her latest LP, Britney Jean, released in November, was marketed as her most personal album yet. It included songs alluding to her faith and her children, but absent were her tracks about independence like the ones she had identified with so much a decade earlier. The Britney Jean song Passenger actually advocates the opposite. Although the lyrics can be read as a spiritual metaphor or about love, hearing "I'll let you lead the way now, 'cause I want you to take the wheel. I've never been a passenger" feels ironic coming from a 32-year-old woman who had been a passenger to her own life, at least legally, for 6 years and counting. In Japan in 2003, Spears was asked what her next record would be like. In the lead-up to In the Zone, it was a town hall-style interview. She was polite but seemed bored. There only out of duty, as she answered questions she had answered countless times before. It might be a little too early to talk about the next album, but if you had a choice of producers or artists that you'd like to collaborate with, who would you like to name? One fan asked. I think because I did collaborate on this record with so many people, I would probably on the next one make it kind of my own thing and just probably work with one producer, Spears said. I really know how the process works, and I know I can do it on my own. So she said that in 2003. Interesting. So, yeah, the other thing with this Mona Lisa song and being cloned, the Mona Lisa obviously being one of the most fabricated pieces of art and the cloning. Back in 2004, it was these conspiracy theories about celebrities being cloned, that was not a thing. If it was on the fringes of, in the real corners of the internet. It wasn't, all over social media where pretty much everybody had heard of it. It wasn't as prominent. So that is kind of bizarre. It's really, really bizarre. And then the nature of just going into a radio station and doing that whole thing, and then the denial over all of that after the fact. And then what's made it even more sad, if you listen to that original raw version, I mean, she's mostly singing in her real voice. And that's really the tragedy that a lot of people see in this unreleased album and the entire Britney Spears conspiracy. Aside from the clone stuff, of course, and the MK Ultra stuff, if we take that out of the picture for a moment, what's the real conspiracy here? That music executives, music producers took advantage of a talented singer, morphed her into this baby voice singer in order to exploit her commercially, to make the most money possible, instead of allowing her to be a technical singer in her real voice. And would she be even more popular, more famous, with a bunch of Grammys today if she had developed her authentic self, so to speak? And even more sad, there were even signs, if you look at the song Lucky is a song that was released in 2000 from her second album, Oops, I Did It Again, and it is quite, it's really bizarre. If you listen to it, there's a music video, it's really sad, and she's talking about being sad and lonely and all of these things. There's hidden signs, people who have followed her career in a few different songs, and especially Mona Lisa, of course. It's really, really bizarre. You see it everywhere. The Overprotected song, Lucky. I mean, these are songs that aren't talked about as much as all her other songs. There's a lot there. And then, of course, you do see a lot of these bizarre moments in interviews. People point to MK Ultra signs there. But it's really sad, because if she had successfully been able to execute this original Doll album under her own power, without this outside manipulation and control by studio execs, possibly family members, who all wanted to cash in on her, would her life have been different? Would there have been no breakdown? Would there have been no psychiatric wards? And would there be no conservatorship? I mean, these are questions that have to be asked, and these are really the crux of the conspiracy. So I'm going to close this podcast out with a really interesting post from a user since deleted on the subreddit Popheads. And it is quite interesting because it keeps in mind the time frame of Britney's rise to stardom and celebrity culture in general. Pop history lesson: we wanted Britney Spears to fail. A look back. It's a rehash of the way Britney Spears was subjected to so much hatred by the media and the public. The general reaction to her now is very, very different. Again, this was posted approximately 4 years ago. Please, if you have any points you'd like to add, go right ahead. As you can tell, I don't believe in too long didn't read, so if you want to write your own essay, be my guest. Okay. The hatred for Britney's mere existence has always been horrific because she was young, attractive, sexual, and commanded a stage. The Baby One More Time video was considered the height of sleazy and slutty, if you can believe that. People were so offended by it, and by the Rolling Stone shoot she did soon after. Most people don't know she orchestrated both. There was a creepy obsession with her breasts and virginity because she appeared to have implants and told media she was a virgin. It's like people felt they'd be able to ruin her if they could just prove she had the surgery or had the sex. It was the weirdest cultural fixation. She had interviewers twice her age asking her about it. And there's an archived article here about her being asked to comment on the status of her sex life at 20 years old in the middle of a live press conference. This was a press conference before a Pop Award ceremony in Cannes, France. A lone journalist bravely posed the question everyone had been dying to ask: is it true you were still a virgin? The packed room fell silent. Miss Spears, who had been dating boy band singer Justin Timberlake for more than 2 years, thought for a moment. I wish I'd never said anything about being a virgin now. When pressed further, she added, that's private. From 98 to around 2001, she was largely seen as disposable. Over in a few years, kinda how people viewed Rihanna at first, except no one hated on Rihanna irrationally. To be fair, Brit's lip-syncing didn't help. As Britney's sales went through the roof, the hate turned into she's the end of music, the wrong generation, etc. In 2003, Avril Lavigne was marketed as the anti-Britney. The term was used in almost every article and interview at the time. Britney started right when internet culture was brand new. I remember looking around the early 2000s internet as a kid for Britney Spears and finding a game where you shove objects in her mouth, then kill or beat her up. It was so disturbing, and there were tons of hate sites like that. This was before you just complained on Twitter. I actually can't believe this, but I managed to find one of the worst, most slut-shaming sites from years ago right here. And there's a link here to anomalies-unlimited.com/Britney. This site is no longer up, but if you go to the archive of it on Wayback Machine, it just mostly has a lot of not nice stuff to say about her, mostly revolving around degrading comments around sexual routines and all that of her performances. Now, this is a perfect sum up of how non-fans saw her back then. The worst part is this person has a point about sexualization and exploitation of women and girls, but they blame Britney instead of the corrupt male-dominated music industry. The same thing happened to Kesha. In 2003, a U.S. politician's wife said she would shoot Britney if she could in a speech about preventing domestic violence. That's kind of messed up. I don't remember that. This was Daily Mail. Kendall Ehrlich was trying to make a politically correct point about women getting well educated so they did not have to rely on anyone else. She told the Conference on Domestic Violence, it is incredibly important to get that message to young women. You know, really, if I had an opportunity to shoot Britney Spears, I think I would. Later, a spokeswoman for the wife of U.S. Governor Robert Ehrlich said she was a working mother with a young son and made an inadvertent comment to express her concerns about the influence of pop culture on children. Spears' record label said Mrs. Ehrlich had shot herself in the foot by promoting violence. Yeah, that's really messed up. Britney addressed it here.
Because what was the thing? Was it the governor of Maryland's wife? She was at a domestic violence prevention conference. I think
I've heard this. What did she say?
That she wanted to kill you. But no, I think I'm right thing to say it. But you must have thought that was quite funny.
Yeah, it's funny. You can't take it. I feel sorry for her. No, seriously, yeah. She probably needs to get.
She's. Oh. Someone who's the governor of Maryland doesn't sound like a stud, does he?
Which was on Graham Norton, where she kind of played it off jokingly. And that's another thing too that's kind of interesting. Britney Spears seemed, I'll round it, I'll talk about this as I'm closing the podcast too, but she seems really nice for a celebrity. All these other celebrities are apparently quite nasty people, and she's so nice, and she had all of this corruption and toxicity around her, and yet she kind of remained nice, and she still seems nice, again, if she's not a clone, of course. Britney was the prime example of the wrong girl, the one everyone held up as a bad example of the worst sort of role model. You always heard people trying to be cool, saying stuff like, I can't stand these 12-year-olds who dress like Britney Spears, so fake and slutty. Now they probably say Miley Cyrus. Google that phrase leads to ridiculous articles like this. Do they all have to dress like Britney? This was in The Guardian. Teachers slammed the tweenies' obsession with looking and acting older than their years. Now Fashion Magazine editor and mother Louise Chun agrees that it's all gone too far. Article from August 2003. When this picture went viral, every media outlet called her fat. That's kind of messed up. really bizarre too, because this would constitute probably anorexic in 2020 and beyond times. Simon Cowell went to see her 2004 tour and said she should have hit the gym more before going on stage, then randomly said Christina is more talented. Those are interesting comments from Simon Cowell. Okay. Justin expletive on her after their breakup has been well publicized recently, but it was also teamed with Christina framing a lot of her stripped promo around constantly dissing her too, not to mention Justin Timberlake and Christina toured together that year, and Christina only got worse after losing all attention to Britney with the Madonna kiss. Speaking of, the public despised Britney's VMA performances at first. They were seen as what was wrong with the VMAs. The 2001 where she ripped off her costume, the host said, from Mickey Mouse Club to the strip club. So the media framed it like she spent the whole performance slowly getting naked in front of children. Hilariously extra quote from above link, Britney Spears provided some medieval thrills by hanging, drawing, and then quartering the Rolling Stones. I can't get no satisfaction in a transparent body stocking. For a few moments, it was as if child pornography had gone overground. The slave performance reaction was almost identical to how people saw the Miley Thick performance, depraved and sleazy. It was very weird watching public opinion do a complete 180 on both performances. I never imagined they'd be seen as iconic or the pinnacle of VMA performances one day. And that's an interesting point, of course. People actively rooted for her marriage to K-Fed to end to the point where Matt Lauer told her about the hatred in that infamous 2006 interview. She had expletive up a few times in public with her baby when that interview happened. Most outlets public went off at her for not apologizing profusely and for not admitting she was a terrible mother. Lauer asks her, is Britney a bad mom? Wow, that's really messed up. There's also a photoshopped image that was popular at the time of her pregnant and smoking. I had to tell so many people it was fake when she got pregnant again that Pink is the new blog guy who was at the peak of popularity then snapped, I love the internet because I managed to find his post. She looked really bad in this horrible satin potato sack. I'm not sure how many babies she's pregnant with, but it looks like at least 8. I think it's safe to say that her career is going to quit on her. Britney looked a tiny bit better as she left the Late Show, mainly because her coat covered up her chubby back. She looks like a thicker Kimberly Stewart with parents like Spetterline. I'm shocked Sean Preston isn't a raging alcoholic already. And I do not know who this I guess this is some kind of Australian guy who was a popular blogger at the time. Delightful. Immediately after her 2007 VMAs performance, host Sarah Silverman called Britney's children's mistakes and talked explicitly about Britney's genitals. And this was actually right after her 2007 VMA performance, like right after she was on stage. That's kind of messed up.
25 years old, and she's already accomplished everything she's going to accomplish in her life. It's mind-blowing. And she's so grown up. She's a mother, you know? It's crazy. It's weird to think that just a few years ago on this very show, she was this, like, sweet, innocent little girl in slutty clothes riding around with a python. Have you seen Britney's kids? Oh my God, they are the most adorable mistakes you will ever see. They are so cute. They're as cute as the hairless vagina they came out of. I'm serious, they're this cute, you guys.
Classy lady, Sarah Silverman, of course. And what's kind of ironic is that Britney Spears is still relevant, whereas I don't know if anybody talks about Sarah Silverman anymore, and you can compare their accomplishments as well. She said Britney hadn't achieved everything she'll ever achieve. If that isn't actively wanting someone to fail, I don't know what is. There was also Perez Hilton, who said both her children looked disabled. Fans were infuriated when he got to open her circus tour a year later. In 2007, the Associated Press publicized that they were preparing Britney's obituary. What? AP readies Britney's obituary. We are not wishing it, but if Britney passed away, it's easily one of the biggest stories in a long time. AP Entertainment editor Jesse Washington tells Us Magazine. What the heck? That's pretty messed up. And what's even crazier is how she still, if they had done this to other people, I mean, it's just, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Also in 2007, Craig Ferguson made a specific promise to no longer make fun of her on his show because he felt it was all getting out of control. Too Long Didn't Read. People have always wanted Britney to fail in all aspects of her life. Many still do. The hate for her has been so synonymous with her name as her success. I guess it's a good sign that some people who saw my original post didn't know about it. That means things are changing. Not fast enough, though. Her X Factor promo run made it to Reddit a couple years ago, and the comments were horrific. And of course, there was the whole leave Britney alone thing. But anyway, it was kind of crazy because in hindsight, a lot of this got swept under the rug on how the Idiot Box portrayed Britney Spears, especially in troubling times, and then just making fun of her. And also how she kind of, if she's not a clone, and if this MK Ultra stuff, again, is true or not true, she kind of had the last laugh, and hopefully she overcomes the conservatorship soon. But she kind of explained this as well in interviews. Everybody was kind of expecting her to fail and to just go back home. But she stayed in LA, and she made her successful comeback. And to obviously one of the most successful music stars of all time, despite everybody wanting her to fail. And she did it with her personality intact in terms of you would think she would become the most bitter, hateful person after all of this that has happened to her, but apparently she did not. Now, obviously, some people say that she was more lethargic in certain performances. It seemed like she may have been drugged and on drugs. It's tough. It's tough. I mean, who knows if she was using to cope or if they were prescribed, and if she's under the conservatorship, that's the other aspect of the conspiracy. What are these people prescribing her? And why? Is it to keep her in a kind of stupor so she doesn't realize she's being exploited? And again, this doesn't necessarily have to involve the CIA or record producers. I mean, her own family, unfortunately, could be doing that to her in order to pocket and control her money and get guys like Andrew Wallet to help with that. So that is the gist of the Britney Spears conspiracy and the Free Britney movement. It is very, very messed up, as have been a lot of her life has been as well. And I guess we will never know what would have happened if she hadn't been made and forced to perform with that baby voice the whole time. But she's had moments where she's broke out of that. If you look up her performance on Something to Talk About, she sings that quite well. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the Mindshock podcast. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal, help support the channel so we can make more mind-shocking podcasts in a variety of topics, from true crime to the paranormal to various conspiracies, all in comprehensive, logical, objective fashion. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notification, make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. You could also just go to youtube.com/Mindshock to manually peruse our ever-expanding catalog and see when the latest podcasts are revealed, as well as live streams. Share this podcast if you liked it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And you can let us know as well if you think this was an abuse of Mindshock logical analyses. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is the episode many have been waiting for. Kurt Cobain, frontman of the infamous band Nirvana. And his death was very highly publicized, one of the most publicized deaths in the world of music and in general. And theories persist to this day that perhaps his death was not a suicide. This, other than Scott Peterson, Casey Anthony, some of these other cases that I've just gone over that were highly requested, Kurt Cobain is next on the list of most requested cases. So I'll be taking a look, and there's a lot to unpack here. I have briefly visited this case in the past. There are a few anomalies. Obviously, that does not mean there was some vast conspiracy, but that does mean they need to be addressed, and pretending they don't exist is not a way to get to the truth, because the truth, of course, is not afraid of investigation, and this is Mindshock. I am your host, Bruce McGuire. If you enjoyed this podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. If it's still not working, just go to youtube.com/Mindshock for all the latest podcasts in the true crime, conspiracy, and paranormal universe. If you like this particular podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case, topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests, and depending on your tier, you could be a guest on the podcast. And to all the patrons out there, thank you for your patronage. Do not forget to get your requests in. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So I think most people know who Kurt Cobain is on a surface level. If you're familiar with your 1990s celebrities or the music scene in some capacity. But for those that are not, I am going to do an overview on Kurt Cobain, the man, the musician, the public persona, the private persona. Are there clues in his personal life or professional life that can help everyone understand exactly what happened? So, Kurt Donald Cobain, born February 20th, 1967, died April 5th, 1994, age 27. In Seattle, Washington. Official cause of death, suicide by gunshot. And we will be examining the validity of those claims. So just right from the wiki, he was an American singer, songwriter, and musician, best known as the guitarist, primary songwriter, and frontman of the rock band Nirvana. Through his angst-fueled songwriting and anti-establishment persona, Cobain's compositions widened the thematic conventions of mainstream rock music. He was often heralded as a spokesman of Generation X and is considered to be one of the most influential musicians in the history of alternative rock. Born in Aberdeen, Washington, Cobain formed the band Nirvana with Chris Novoselic and Aaron Burkhardt in 1987 and established it as part of the Seattle music scene, which later became known as grunge. After signing with major label DGC Records, Nirvana found global success with Smells Like Teen Spirit, and who hasn't heard that song, from their critically acclaimed second album, Nevermind, 1991. Although Cobain was hailed as the voice of his generation following Nirvana's sudden success, he resented this, believing his message and artistic vision had been misinterpreted by the public. In addition to Smells Like Teen Spirit, Cobain wrote many notable songs for Nirvana, including About a Girl, In Bloom, Come As You Are, Lithium, Polly, Something in the Way, All Apologies, and Heart-Shaped Box. During the last years of his life, Cobain struggled with heroin addiction and chronic health problems such as depression. He also struggled with the personal and professional pressures of fame, as well as his marriage to musician Courtney Love. In March 1994, Cobain overdosed on a combination of champagne and Rohypnol. Most people probably know that as roofies. It's a benzodiazepine. And subsequently entered an intervention and underwent a detox program. On April 8th, 1994, Cobain was found dead at his home in Seattle at the age of 27. Police concluded he had died on April 5th from a self-inflicted shotgun wound to his head. Cobain was posthumously inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame along with Nirvana bandmates Krist Novoselic and Dave Grohl in their first year of eligibility in 2014. Rolling Stone included Cobain in its list of 100 greatest songwriters of all time, 100 greatest guitarists, and 100 greatest singers of all time. He was ranked 7th by MTV in 22 greatest voices in music. In 2006, he was placed 20th by Hit Parader on their list of 100 greatest metal singers of all time. Early life, Cobain was born at Grays Harbor Hospital in Aberdeen, Washington, February 20th, 1967, the son of waitress Wendy Elizabeth and automotive mechanic Donald Leland Cobain. His parents were married July 31st, 1965 in Idaho. His ancestry included Dutch, English, French, German, Irish, and Scottish. His Irish ancestors emigrated from Carrickmore, County Tyrone, in 1875. Researchers found there were shoemakers originally named Cobain, C-O-B-A-N-E, who came from Inishitiev, a town within Carrickmore. They first settled in Cornwall, Ontario, Canada, and then in Washington. Cobain himself believed his family came from County Cork. His younger sister Kimberly was born April 24th, 1970. Cobain's family had a musical background. His maternal uncle, Chuck Freidenberg, played in a band called the Beachcombers. His aunt, Marie Earle, played guitar and performed in bands throughout Grays Harbor County, and his great-uncle Delbert had a career as an Irish tenor, making an appearance in the 1930 film King of Jazz. Kurt was described as being a happy and excitable child who also exhibited sensitivity and care. His talent as an artist was evident from an early age, as he would draw his favorite characters from his films and cartoons, such as the creature from the Black Lagoon and Donald Duck, in his bedroom. This enthusiasm was encouraged by his grandmother, Iris Cobain, who was a professional artist. Cobain began developing an interest in music at a young age. According to his Aunt Marie, he began singing at the age of 2. At 4, he began playing the piano and singing, writing a song about a trip to a local park. He listened to artists like the Ramones and Electric Light Orchestra, and from a young age would sing songs like Arlo Guthrie's Motorcycle Song, The Beatles, Hey Jude, Terry Jacks's Season in the Sun, and the theme song to the television show of the band The Monkees. When Cobain was 9 years old, his parents divorced. He later said that the divorce had a profound impact on his life, while his mother noted that his personality changed dramatically. Cobain became defiant and withdrawn. In a 1993 interview, he elaborated, "I remember feeling ashamed for some reason. I was ashamed of my parents. I couldn't face some of my friends in school anymore because I desperately wanted to have the classic, typical family. Mother, father. I wanted that security, so I resented my parents for quite a few years because of that." Cobain's parents both found new partners after the divorce, although his father had promised not to remarry. After meeting Jenny Westby, he did, to Kurt's dismay. Cobain, his father, Westby, and her 2 children, Mindy and James, moved into a new household together. Cobain liked Westby at first, as she gave him the maternal attention he desired. In January 1979, Westby gave birth to a boy, Chad Cobain. This new family, which Cobain insisted was not his real one, was in stark contrast to the attention Cobain was used to receiving as an only boy, and he soon began to express resentment toward his stepmother. Cobain's mother began dating a man who was abusive. Cobain witnessed the domestic violence inflicted upon her, with one incident resulting in her being hospitalized with a broken arm. Wendy steadfastly refused to press charges, remaining completely committed to the relationship. Cobain behaved insolently toward adults during this period of his youth and began bullying another boy at school. Such misconduct eventually caused his father and Westerby to take him to a therapist, who concluded that he would benefit from a single-family environment. Both sides of the family attempted to bring his parents back together, but to no avail. On June 28, 1979, Cobain's mother granted full custody to his father. Cobain's teenage rebellion quickly became overwhelming for his father, who placed his son in the care of family and friends. While living with the born-again Christian family of his friend Jesse Reed, he became a devout Christian and regularly attended church services. He later renounced Christianity, engaging in what was described as anti-God rants. The song Lithium is about his experience while living with the Reed family. Religion remained an important part of his personal life and beliefs. So far what we have, again, are just typical signs in terms of human psychology of trauma, of damage by not having the traditional family, but also by thinking you had to, and that I'm sure caused some perceptions issues as well. Unfortunately, nowadays, divorce is a lot more common than in the early 90s, so perhaps he wouldn't have felt quite the same, but no doubt, obviously not good for children, obviously can cause some psychological issues. Obviously, having a parent in an abusive relationship, also not very sound in the development of a child. Although uninterested in sports, Cobain was enrolled in a junior high school wrestling team at the insistence of his father. He was a skilled wrestler, but despised the experience. Because of the ridicule he endured from his teammates and coach, he allowed himself to be pinned in an attempt to sadden his father. Later, his father enlisted him in a Little League baseball team where Cobain would intentionally strike out to avoid playing. Now, again, we have here some telltale signs of some psychological issues, particularly in relation to his father. Cobain befriended a gay student at school and suffered bullying from peers who concluded that he was gay. In an interview, he said that he liked being associated with a gay identity because he did not like people, and when they thought he was gay, they left him alone. He stated, "I started being really proud of the fact that I was gay, even though I wasn't." His friend tried to kiss him, and Cobain backed away, explaining to his friend that he was not gay, but remained friends with him. In the 1993 interview with The Advocate, Cobain claimed that he was gay in spirit and, quote, probably could be bisexual, end quote. He also stated that he used to spray paint "God is gay" on pickup trucks in the Aberdeen area. Police records show that Cobain was arrested for spray painting the phrase "ain't got no how whatchamacallit" on other vehicles. And that's spelled N-O, not K-N-O-W. Ain't got N-O how whatchamacallit. One of his personal journals states, "I am not gay, although I wish I were, just to piss off the homophobes." Cobain often drew during school classes. He would draw objects, including those associated with the human anatomy. When given a character assignment for an art course, Cobain drew Michael Jackson, but was told by the teacher that the image was inappropriate for a school hallway. He then drew an image of then-President Ronald Reagan that was seen as unflattering. As attested to by several of Cobain's classmates and family members, the first concert he attended was Sammy Hagar and Quarterflash, held at the Seattle Center Coliseum in 1983. Cobain, however, claimed that the first concert he attended was the Melvins, and he wrote prolifically in his journals of the experience. Interesting. As a teenager living in Montesano, Washington, Cobain eventually found escape through the thriving Pacific Northwest punk scene, going to punk rock shows in Seattle. During his second year in high school, Cobain began living with his mother in Aberdeen. 2 weeks prior to graduation, he dropped out of Aberdeen High School upon realizing that he did not have enough credits to graduate. His mother gave him a choice: find employment or leave. After 1 week, Cobain found his clothes and other belongings packed away in boxes. Feeling banished from his own mother's home, Cobain stayed with friends, occasionally sneaking back into his mother's basement. Cobain also claimed that during periods of homelessness, he lived under a bridge over the Wishkah River, an experience that inspired the song Something in the Way. However, Nirvana bassist Novoselic later said he hung out there, but you couldn't live on those muddy banks with the tides coming up and down. That was his own revisionism. All right, so already we have a somewhat problem childhood despite a lot of talent both creatively and athletically. We have issues with his father, then he lives with his father's friends. Then he lives with his mother who eventually kicks him out. So every step of the way there are psychological issues here, from either inattention from his stepmother, resentment for a new family which he didn't consider his real family, to going to church, then renouncing God, then moving back with his mother, who was previously in an abusive relationship, unknown. It doesn't quite state whether or not that was an ongoing abusive relationship during the time he was there, but then being, as he felt, banished from his own home and homeless to some extent, or just staying with his friends or elsewhere. So again, with a lot of these tortured artists, so to speak, if he had led a completely normal life, what would that have looked like? What would the result be in terms? I mean, a lot of these artistic people, whether musicians or otherwise, they might not have been as creative artists without the pain, so to speak, of course. And obviously, this is all cliche to talk about, but it might be very relevant just in terms of his history. And people who commit suicide, they do have psychological trauma of varying degrees most of the time. He does fit the bill here, and that's before getting into the drug issues. Again, doesn't mean he actually committed suicide, of course. There are plenty of people who fit the bill, so to speak, and live traumatic lives, both in childhood and adulthood, that don't end up killing themselves. So again, we're not falling for any black and white fallacies. This is Mindshock, but we are examining his history and try to have as much information as possible to make any determinations. In late 1986, Cobain moved into an apartment paying his rent by working at the Polynesian Resort, a Polynesian-themed resort on the Pacific coast at Ocean Shores, Washington, approximately 20 miles north of Aberdeen. During this period, he was traveling frequently to Olympia, Washington, to go to rock concerts. During his visits to Olympia, Cobain formed a relationship with Tracy Marander. The couple had a close relationship, but one that was often strained with financial difficulties and Cobain's absence when touring. Marander supported the couple by working at the cafeteria of the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, often stealing food. During his time with Marander, Cobain spent most of his time sleeping into the late evening, watching television, and concentrating on art projects. Her insistence that he get a job caused arguments that influenced Cobain to write About a Girl, which was featured on the Nirvana album Bleach. Marander is credited with having taken the cover photo for the album. She did not become aware that Cobain wrote about a girl, about her, until years after his death. Soon after his separation from Marander, Cobain began dating Toby Vale, an influential punk Zionister of the Riot Girl band Bikini Kill, who embraced the DIY ethos. Do it yourself. After meeting Vale, Cobain vomited, as he was so completely overwhelmed with anxiety caused by his infatuation with her. This event inspired the lyric, "Love you so much it makes me sick," which appears in the song Aneurysm. While Cobain regarded Vale as his female counterpart, his relationship with her waned. He desired the maternal comfort of a traditional relationship, with which Vale regarded as sexist within a countercultural punk rock community. Vale's lovers were described by her friend Alice Wheeler as fashion accessories. Cobain and Vale spent most of their time together as a couple discussing political and philosophical issues. In 1990, they collaborated on a musical project called The Bathtub is Real, in which they both sang and played guitar and drums. They recorded their songs on a 4-track tape machine that belonged to Vale's father. In Everett True's 2009 book Nirvana, the biography, Vale is quoted as saying, "Kurt would play the songs he was writing. I would play the songs I was writing and would record them on my dad's 4-track. Sometimes I'd sing on the songs he was writing and play drums on them. He was really into the fact that I was creative and into music. I don't think he'd ever played music with a girl before. He was super inspiring and fun to play with. Slim Moon described their sound as, quote, like the minimal, quiet pop songs that Olympia is known for. Both of them sang it was really good, end quote. Cobain's relationship with Vale inspired the lyrics of many of the songs on Nevermind. Once, while he was discussing anarchism and punk rock with friend Kathleen Hanna, another member of Bikini Kill, Hanna spray-painted Kurt Smells Like Teen Spirit on Cobain's apartment wall. Teen Spirit was the name of a deodorant Vale wore. Cobain, unaware of the deodorant's existence, interpreted the slogan as having a revolutionary meaning, and it inspired the title of the Nirvana song, Smells Like Teen Spirit. It's always quite interesting to see the backstories on some of these iconic songs. Career early music projects. On his 14th birthday, February 20th, 1981, Cobain's uncle offered him either a bike or a used guitar. Kurt chose the guitar. Soon he was trying to play Led Zeppelin's power ballad, Stairway to Heaven. He also learned how to play Louie Louie, Queen's Another One Bites the Dust, and The Cars' My Best Friend's Girl, before he began working on his own songs. Cobain played left-handed despite being forced to write right-handed. In early 1985, Cobain formed Fecal Matter after he dropped out of Aberdeen High School, one of several joke bands that arose from the circle of friends associated with the Melvins. It initially featured Cobain singing and playing guitar, Melvins drummer Dale Crover playing bass, and Greg Hokinson playing drums. They spent several months rehearsing original material and covers, including songs by the Ramones, Led Zeppelin, and Jimi Hendrix. Fecal Matter disbanded in 1986, while the Melvins supported their debut EP, 6 Songs. Fecal Matter is a pretty interesting name for a band. During high school, Cobain rarely found anyone with whom he could play music. While hanging out at the Melvins' practice space, he met Chris Novoselic, a fellow devotee of punk rock. Novoselic's mother owned a hair salon, and the pair occasionally practiced in the upstairs room of the salon. A few years later, Cobain tried to convince Novoselic to form a band with him by lending him a copy of a home demo recorded by Cobain's earlier band, Fecal Matter. Nirvana. After months of asking, Novoselic finally agreed to join Cobain, forming the beginnings of Nirvana. Religion appeared to remain a significant muse to Cobain during this time, as he often used Christian-related imagery in his work and developed a budding interest in Jainism and Buddhist philosophy. The band name Nirvana was taken from the Buddhist concept, which Cobain described as freedom from pain, suffering, and the external world, a concept that he aligned with the punk rock ethos and ideology. Cobain was disenchanted after early touring due to the band's inability to draw substantial crowds and the difficulty of sustaining themselves. During their first few years playing together, Novoselic and Cobain were hosts to a rotating list of drummers. Eventually, the band settled on Chad Channing, with whom Nirvana recorded the album Bleach. I like how they put that. They settled. Released on Sub Pop Records in 1989. Cobain, however, became dissatisfied with Channing's style and subsequently fired him, which made the band in need of a new drummer. They eventually hired Dave Grohl, who helped the band record their 91 major label debut, Nevermind. With Nevermind's lead single Smells Like Teen Spirit, Nirvana quickly entered the mainstream, popularizing a subgenre of alternative rock called grunge. Cobain struggled to reconcile the massive success of Nirvana with his underground roots and vision. He also felt persecuted by the media, comparing himself to Frances Farmer. For those that don't know, Frances Farmer was an actress and television hostess. She appeared in over a dozen feature films over the course of her career, though she garnered notoriety for the various sensationalized accounts of her life, especially her involuntary commitment to psychiatric hospitals and subsequent mental health struggles. And she was a native of Seattle, Washington.
Cobain began to harbor resentment against people who claimed to be fans of the band, yet refused to acknowledge or misinterpreted the band's social and political views. A vocal opponent of sexism, racism, and homophobia, he was publicly proud that Nirvana had played at a gay rights benefit supporting No on 9 in Oregon in 92. The show was held in opposition to Ballot Measure 9, a ballot measure that, if passed, would have directed schools to teach that homosexuality was abnormal, wrong, unnatural, and perverse. Cobain was a vocal supporter of the pro-choice movement, and Nirvana was involved in L7's Rock for Choice campaign. He received death threats from a small number of anti-abortion activists for participating in the pro-choice campaign, with one activist threatening to shoot Cobain as soon as he stepped on stage. Collaboration with other artists. In '89, members of Nirvana and fellow American alternative rock band Screaming Trees formed a side project known as The Jury. The band featured Cobain on vocals and guitar, Mark Lanegan on vocals, Chris Novoselic on bass, and Mark Pickerel on drums. Over 2 days of recording sessions on August 20th and 28th, 1989, the band recorded 4 songs, also performed by Lead Belly, Where Did You Sleep Last Night, an instrumental version of Grey Goose, Ain't It a Shame, and They Hung Him on a Cross, the latter of which featured Cobain performing solo. Cobain was inspired to record the songs after receiving a copy of Lead Belly's last sessions from friend Slim Moon. After hearing it, he felt a connection to Lead Belly's almost physical expressions of longing and desire. In '92, Cobain contacted William S. Burroughs about a possible collaboration. Burroughs responded by sending him a recording of The Junkies' Christmas, which he recorded in his studio in Lawrence, Kansas. 2 months later, at a studio in Seattle, Cobain added guitar backing based on Silent Night and To Anacreon in Heaven. The two would meet shortly later in Lawrence, Kansas, and produced The Priest They Called Him, a spoken word version of The Junkies' Christmas. After attaining mainstream success, Cobain became a devoted champion of lesser-known indie bands, covering songs by The Vaselines, Meat Puppets, Wipers, and Fang on stage and or in the studio, wearing Daniel Johnston t-shirts during photo shoots, having the K Records logo tattooed on his forearm, and enlisting bands like Butthole Surfers, Shonen Knife, Choke Boar, and Half Japanese along for the In Utero tour in late '93 and early '94. Cobain even invited his favorite musicians to perform with him. Ex-Germs guitarist Pat Smear joined the band in '93, and the Meat Puppets appeared on stage during Nirvana's '93 MTV Unplugged appearance to perform 3 songs from their second album, Meat Puppets 2. It's an original name. Nirvana's Unplugged set also included renditions of The Man Who Sold the World by British rock musician David Bowie and the American folk song Where Did You Sleep Last Night, as adapted by the American folk musician Lead Belly. Cobain introduced the latter by calling Lead Belly his favorite performer, and in a '93 interview revealed he had been introduced to him from reading the American author William S. Burroughs. I remember Burroughs saying in an interview, "These new rock and roll kids should just throw away their guitars and listen to something with real soul, like Lead Belly," Cobain said. "I'd never heard about Lead Belly before, so I bought a couple records, and now he turns out to be my absolute favorite of all time in music. I absolutely love it more than any rock and roll I ever heard." Nirvana's acoustic Unplugged set, which was released posthumously as an album in 1994, may have provided a hint of Cobain's future musical direction. The record has drawn comparisons to REM's '92 release, Automatic for the People. And in '93, Cobain predicted that the next Nirvana album would be, quote, pretty ethereal, acoustic, like REM's last album, end quote. Yeah, he talked a lot about what direction he was heading in. Cobain's friend, REM's lead singer Michael Stipe, told Newsweek in 1994, "I mean, I know what the next Nirvana recording was going to sound like. It was going to be very quiet and acoustic with lots of stringed instruments. It was going to be an amazing expletive record, and I'm a little bit angry at him for killing himself. He and I were going to record a trial run of the album, a demo tape. It was all set up. He had a plane ticket. He had a car picking him up. And at the last minute, he called and said, 'I can't come.'" Stipe was chosen as the godfather of Cobain and Courtney Love's daughter, Frances Bean
Cobain. Cobain immersed himself in artistic projects throughout his life as much so as he did in songwriting. The sentiments of his artwork followed the same subjects of his lyrics, often expressed through a dark and macabre sense of humor. Noted were his fascination with physiology, his own rare medical conditions, and the human anatomy. According to Novoselic, Kurt said that he never liked literal things. He liked cryptic things. He would cut out pictures of meat from grocery store flyers, then paste these orchids on them, and all this stuff. And all this stuff on In Utero about the body, there was something about an anatomy. He really liked that. You look at his art, there are these people, and they're all weird, like mutants. And dolls, creepy dolls. Often unable to afford artistic resources, Cobain improvised with materials, painting on board games and album sleeves, and painting with an array of substances, including his own bodily fluids. The artwork seen in his journals later drew acclaim. Many of Cobain's paintings, collages, and sculptures appeared in the artwork of Nirvana's albums, such as the covers of Incesticide and In Utero. His concepts featured in Nirvana's music videos, sometimes leading to arguments with the video producers. Cobain contributed backing guitar for a spoken word recording of beat poet William S. Burroughs' entitled The Priest They Called Him. Cobain regarded Burroughs as a hero. During Nirvana's European tour, Cobain kept a copy of Burroughs' Naked Lunch, purchased from a London bookstall. Cobain met with Burroughs at his home in Lawrence, Kansas in October 1993. Burroughs expressed no surprise at Cobain's death. Quote, "It wasn't an act of will for Kurt to kill himself. As far as I was concerned, he was dead already," end quote. Now that is quite an ominous thing for Burroughs to say. So he met Kurt and he thought he was dead already. That is sad in a lot of ways, I suppose, but if he was still producing music and art, I don't know. Personal life, relationships, and family, there are differing accounts of the date that Kurt first met Courtney Love, although the actual events remain similar. Now, I mean, that's never good when you can't even nail down when people met, especially celebrities. I mean, it's kind of rough, but let's see what we got here. In his 1993 authorized biography of Nirvana, Michael Azerrad states, January 21st, 1989, Dharma Bums gig in Portland where Nirvana played as support. While the Charles R. Cross 2001 Cobain biography has Love and Cobain meeting at the same Satyricon nightclub venue in Portland, but a different Nirvana show. January 12th, 1990. That's kind of weird. I mean, that's a whole year difference. I mean, that's substantial. Both still led ardent underground rock bands. Okay, Love made advances, but Cobain was evasive. Early in their interaction, Cobain broke off dates and ignored Love's advances because he was unsure if he wanted a relationship. Cobain noted, quote, "I was determined to be a bachelor for a few months, but I knew that I liked Courtney so much right away that it was a real hard struggle to stay away from her for so many months," end quote. Love first saw Cobain perform in 1989 at a show in Portland, Oregon. They talked briefly after the show, and Love developed a crush on him. Everett True, who was an associate of both Cobain and Love, disputes the earlier versions in his 2006 books, claiming that he himself introduced the couple on May 17th, 1991. So, well, I mean, this is kind of crazy. There's 3 different dates for when they met. Substantial time span differences here. Now, what this all means, I'm not sure. I'm not saying it had anything to do with his untimely death one way or another. But it's interesting that even in the 90s, in the modern era, we're not talking Jack the Ripper days right now, where we do have quite a lot of details on who was what, where, when, how, in the middle of the night, even back in the 1880s. If you haven't checked out the Mindshock Jack the Ripper podcast, check those out. But it's weird. You have 3 different accounts. Now, this guy, Everett True, he wants credit for introducing them for some reason. I mean, that's kind of weird. Unless he really did. He claimed he introduced them May 17th, 1991. Huh. The other account is January 1990. So it's over, it's like a year and a half after that, which is a whole nother year after the 89 date. Now, what's strange, the 1993 authorized biography of Nirvana. So the earliest date we have is January 21st, 1989. Only in 2001 was this challenged. So this was much more removed from the time period. Then it's a 1990 date claim. And then 5 years later, Everett True claims a year and a half after that, May 17th, 1991. Now, what it all means, I'm not saying it means that much, because if he did bump into her in 89, maybe in 1990 they kind of sort of possibly bumped again, but maybe they did have an official introduction. I don't know if they saw each other on and off but kept it under wraps. Nobody knew about it, so Everett True might have thought he was introducing both of them when he really wasn't. Is that a possibility? So I don't know how much it means, but I did track down an article, The Moment Kurt Cobain Met Courtney Love, and this was written by Charles R. Cross. It was published April 5th, 2014, and updated July 12th, 2017. And this is the same guy that wrote the 2001 biography. And there are more details here. Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love first locked eyes on each other at 11 in the evening on Friday, January 12, 1990, and within 30 seconds they were tussling on the floor. The setting was the Satyricon, a small dimly lit nightclub in Portland, Oregon. Kurt was there for a Nirvana gig. Courtney had come with a friend who was dating a member of the opening band, the wonderfully named Oily Bloodmen. Already infamous in Portland, Love was holding court in a booth when she saw Kurt walk by a few minutes before his band was set to appear on stage. Courtney was wearing a red polka dot dress. "You look like Dave Pirner," she said to him, meaning the remark to sound like a small insult but also a flirt. Kurt did look a bit like Pirner, the lead singer of Soul Asylum. As his hair had grown long and tangled, he washed it just once a week, and then only with a bar of soap. Kurt responded with a flirt of his own. He grabbed Courtney and wrestled her to the ground. It was in front of the jukebox, Courtney remembered, which was playing my favorite song by Living Colour. There was beer on the floor. So it seems like he interviewed her for this biography, and so this is stating that this was 1990, not 1989. So was that a mistake earlier, or did she indeed see him but didn't talk to him? So their first real interaction was this interaction in 1990. She was glad her comment had gotten attention, but she hadn't expected to be pinned on the floor by this little waif of a boy. For his part, Kurt hadn't counted on his opponent being so tough. She was 3 inches taller than he was and stronger. Without his high school wrestling experience, she might have won the tussle. But the roll on the floor was all in jest, and he pulled her up with his arms and gave her a peace offering. A sticker of Chim Chim, the speed racer monkey he had made his mascot. Kurt later would say he was immediately attracted to Love. "I probably wanted to expletive her that night, but she left." He wasn't sure. But the day he met Courtney, he still had a girlfriend, and she was with him. But the connection between Kurt and Courtney was sexual. Wrestling was a fetish of Kurt's, and an opponent as worthy as Courtney was a major turn-on. So I guess If this is to be rectified with previous information, he wanted to be a bachelor. He had a girlfriend at the time that he met her, so I guess they separated, then he wanted an X amount of months to go by. But they parted that night, but Courtney followed Nirvana's career the way a baseball pitcher in the American League might follow the exploits of a National League player. She read Nirvana's clips in the rock press, and she put Kurt's Chim Chim sticker on her guitar case, even though she remained unconvinced about the band. Their early material was too metal for her. Like most rock critics at the time, she preferred Mudhoney, and after listening to Love Buzz in a record store, she passed on buying the single. Seeing the band in concert later, she was more struck by their strange physical appearance. Christ was really, really big, she observed, and he dwarfed Kurt to the point where you couldn't see how cute Kurt was because he looked like a tiny boy. Her opinion of Nirvana and the tiny boy changed entirely when she bought the Sliver single in October 1990. When I played it, she recalled, it was like, oh my god, I missed this. On the B-side was Dive, which became her favorite Nirvana song. It is so sexy and sexual and strange and haunting, she noted. I thought it was genius. Courtney soon nicknamed Kurt Pixie Meat because of both his diminutive size and Kurt's worship of the Pixies. Courtney confessed to Dave Grohl that she had a crush on Kurt, and when Dave told her Kurt was suddenly single, Courtney sent Kurt a heart-shaped box filled with a tiny porcelain doll, 3 dried roses, a miniature teacup, and shellac-covered seashells. Before sending it, she rubbed her perfume on it like a magical charm. Kurt was already obsessed with dolls. He would repaint their faces and glue human hair onto their heads. The resulting creatures were both beautiful and grotesque, looking as much like child corpses as dolls. It's kind of disturbing. Kurt and Courtney met the second time in May 1991 during an L7 concert at the Palladium in Los Angeles. Kurt was backstage drinking cough syrup directly from the bottle. In a bit of fate, Courtney opened her purse and displayed her own vial of cough syrup, a more powerful brand. They wrestled to the ground again. The vibe was very sexual. When Kurt let her up, they talked shop. Courtney was quick to brag that her band Hole had finished recording Pretty on the Inside, with Kim Gordon of Sonic Youth producing. Kurt talked about his own album, which was still in production. Kurt was usually meek when meeting someone for the first time, but in his efforts to impress Courtney, he pulled out every name and credential he could. He clearly wanted to one-up her. As Kurt soon discovered, few could gain a verbal advantage over love. She knew far more about the music business than he did, and Hole's career was accelerating as quickly as Nirvana's at the time. In their conversation, Kurt disclosed he was staying at the Oakwood Apartments. Courtney told him she lived just a few blocks away. She wrote down her phone number on a bar napkin and told him to call her sometime. She was earnestly flirting, and he was flirting back. He called her later that night at 3 in the morning. There was a lot of noise in the background, Courtney recalled. Kurt pretended as if he were phoning only because he wanted to discover where she got her cough syrup. He'd begun to prefer this to all other intoxicants that spring. But what he really wanted was to talk to her more, and as Kurt found out, Courtney could talk. This night, her normally booming voice was just a whisper. Her ex-boyfriend and bandmate Eric Erlandson was sleeping in the next room. At the time, she was also in a long-distance relationship with Billy Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins. Some people might be familiar with that band. They talked for an hour, and it was a conversation Kurt would remember for weeks. Though he was typically direct and short-tempered on the phone, there were occasional individuals who could bring out the conversationalist in him, and Courtney was one of these. He was able to say things over the phone he'd been unable to speak in person just a few hours earlier. Kurt mentioned the heart-shaped box and thanked Courtney for it. It touched her that he'd noticed, but soon she went on to other topics, spewing forth a stream of consciousness rap that included producers, critics, Sonic Youth, guitar playing, cough syrup brands, and songwriting, among other brief stops. She switched from subject to subject the way someone might flick the channels of a television remote control. When Kurt described the conversation to his friend, Ian Dixon, he began by declaring, "I've met the coolest girl in the whole world." As Dixon and his other friends came to complain that May, Kurt would not stop talking about her. It was Courtney says this, Courtney says that. It would be 5 months before they would see each other again. But during that time, Kurt would recall their conversation frequently, wondering if it was real or just a drug-induced dream caused by too much cough syrup. And another interesting thing to explore is the difference of dynamics in the early 90s, early mid 90s, maybe even late 90s, but in this case, the early 90s, where two people meet, they can have a conversation in person, one conversation on the phone, and then not speak again for months. But still remember each other, not only remember each other, but basically pick up right where they left off. It was just very interesting how the world was a completely different place in the early 90s. And for those who remember, it is quite interesting. So, that aside, let's go back to the breakdown. Cobain was already aware of love through her role in the 1987 film Straight to Hell. I haven't seen that one. I want to check that out. According to True, the pair were formally introduced at an L7 and Butthole Surfers concert in Los Angeles in May 1991. In the weeks that followed after learning from Grohl that Cobain shared mutual interest with her, Love began pursuing Cobain. In late 1991, the two were often together and bonded through drug use. On February 24th, 1992, a few days after the conclusion of Nirvana's Pacific Rim tour, Cobain and Love were married on Waikiki Beach in Hawaii. Love wore a satin and lace dress once owned by Francis Farmer, and Cobain donned a Guatemalan purse and wore green pajamas because he had been, quote, too lazy to put on a tux, end quote. 8 people were in attendance at the ceremony, including Grohl. In an interview with The Guardian, Love revealed the opposition to their marriage from various people. Kim Gordon of Sonic Youth sits me down and says, if you marry him, your life is not going to happen. It will destroy your life. But I said, whatever. I love him and I want to be with him. It wasn't his fault. He wasn't trying to do that. Love was already pregnant, and the couple's daughter, Frances Bean Cobain, was born August 18th, 1992. A sonogram of the couple's as-yet unborn baby was included in the artwork for Nirvana's single, Lithium. In a 92 article in Vanity Fair, Love admitted to using heroin, not knowing that she was pregnant. However, Love claimed that Vanity Fair had misquoted her. But the event created a media controversy for the couple. While Cobain and Love's romance had always been a media attraction, they found themselves hounded by tabloid reporters after the article was published, many wanting to know if Frances was addicted to drugs at birth. The LA County Department of Children's Services took the Cobains to court, stating that the couple's drug usage made them unfit parents. See, that's kind of bizarre, because by that logic, there's a whole lot of other unfit parents with a lot less money to provide for the children that are not taken to court. Love later claimed to have ceased heroin use upon learning of her pregnancy. That's weird, though. So the Department of Children's Services, don't they need proof? Don't they need some kind of proof, not just a quote, possibly a misquote from a magazine? That's kind of weird. Sexuality. In October 92, when asked, well, are you gay, by Monk magazine, Cobain replied, if I wasn't attracted to Courtney, I'd be a bisexual. In another interview, he described identifying with the gay community and the advocates, stating, I'm definitely gay in spirit, and I probably could be bisexual. And if I wouldn't have found Courtney, I probably would have carried on with a bisexual lifestyle. He also said that he thought he was gay and wanted to find a chicken hawk and sell his ass. He described himself as being feminine in childhood and often wore dresses and other stereotypically feminine clothing. Some of his song lyrics, as well as phrases he would use to vandalize vehicles and a bank, included God is gay, Jesus is gay, homosexual sex rules, and everyone is gay. Cobain openly advocated for LGBTQ plus rights. I'm assuming they weren't called that back then, including traveling to Oregon to perform at a benefit opposing the 92 Oregon ballot Measure 9 and his supported local bands with LGBTQ plus members. He reportedly having felt different from the age of 7 and was a frequent target of homophobic bullying in his school due to him having a gay friend. Cobain was interviewed by two gay magazines, Out and The Advocate. In the 93 interview with The Advocate, being described as the only interview the band's leader says he plans to do for Incesticide, an album whose liner notes included a statement decrying homophobia, racism, and misogyny. If any of you in any way hate homosexuals, people of different color, or women, please do this one favor for us. Leave us the expletive alone. Don't come to our shows, and don't buy our records. Health. Throughout most of his life, Cobain suffered from chronic bronchitis and intense physical pain due to an undiagnosed chronic stomach condition. His first drug experience was with cannabis in 1980 at age 13. He regularly used the drug during adulthood. Cobain also had a period of consuming notable amounts of LSD as observed by Marinder, and was really into getting expletived up. Drugs, acid, any kind of drug, observed Krist Novoselic. Cobain was also prone to alcoholism and solvent abuse. According to the Telegraph, Cobain had depression. His cousin brought attention to the family history of suicide, mental illness, and alcoholism, noting two of her uncles who had died by suicide with guns. Cobain's first experience with heroin occurred sometime in 1986, administered to him by a local drug dealer in Tacoma, Washington, who had previously supplied him with oxycodone and aspirin. He used heroin sporadically for several years, but by the end of 1990, his use developed into a full-fledged addiction. Cobain claimed that he was determined to get a habit as a way to self-medicate his stomach condition. It started with 3 days in a row of doing heroin, and I don't have a stomach pain. That was such a relief, he related. However, longtime friend Buzz Osborne disputes this, saying that his stomach pain was more likely caused by his heroin use, saying, quote, he made it up for sympathy, and so he could use it as an excuse to stay loaded. Of course he was vomiting. That's what people on heroin do. They vomit. It's called vomiting with a smile on your face, end quote. So is it a chicken or the egg scenario? Because obviously both these things are possible. His heroin use began to affect the band's Nevermind supporting tour. One such example came the day of the band's 92 performance on Saturday Night Live, where Nirvana had a photographic session with Michael Levine. Having used heroin beforehand, Cobain fell asleep several times during the shoot. Cobain divulged to biographer Michael Azerrad, I mean, what are they supposed to do? They're not going to be able to tell me to stop, so I really didn't care. Obviously, to them, it was like practicing witchcraft or something. They didn't know anything about it, so they thought that any second I was going to die. The morning after the band's performance on Saturday Night Live, Cobain experienced his first near-death overdose after injecting heroin. Love resuscitated him. Prior to a performance at the New Music Seminar in New York City in July 93, Cobain suffered another heroin overdose. Rather than calling for an ambulance, Love injected Cobain with naloxone to bring him out of his unconscious state. Cobain proceeded to perform with Nirvana, giving the public every indication that everything was business as usual. Death. Following a tour stop at Terminal 1 in Munich, Germany on March 1st, 1994, Cobain was diagnosed with bronchitis and severe laryngitis. He flew to Rome the next day for medical treatment and was joined there by his wife, Courtney Love, on March 3rd, 1994. The next morning, Love awoke to find that Cobain had overdosed on a combination of champagne and Rohypnol. Cobain was immediately rushed to the hospital and was unconscious for the rest of the day. After 5 days in the hospital, Cobain was released and returned to Seattle. Love later stated that the incident was Cobain's first suicide attempt. On March 18, 1994, Love phoned the Seattle police, informing them that Cobain was suicidal and had locked himself in a room with a gun. Police arrived and confiscated several guns and a bottle of pills from Cobain, who insisted that he was not suicidal and had locked himself in the room to hide from Love. Love arranged an intervention regarding Cobain's drug use on March 25, 1994. The 10 people involved included musician friends, record company execs, and one of Cobain's closest friends, Dylan Carlson. The intervention was initially unsuccessful, with an angry Cobain insulting and heaping scorn on its participants and eventually locking himself in the upstairs bedroom. However, by the end of the day, Cobain had agreed to undergo a detox program. Cobain arrived at the Exodus Recovery Center in Los Angeles on March 30th, 1994. The staff at the facility were unaware of Cobain's history of depression and prior attempts at suicide. When visited by friends, there was no indication to them that Cobain was in any negative or suicidal state of mind. He spent the day talking to counselors about his drug abuse and personal problems, happily playing with his daughter Frances. These interactions were the last time Cobain saw his daughter. The following night, Cobain walked outside to have a cigarette and climbed over a 6-foot-high fence to leave the facility, which he had joked earlier in the day would be a stupid feat to attempt. He took a taxi to Los Angeles Airport, flew back to Seattle. On the flight, he sat near to Duff McKagan of Guns N' Roses. Despite Cobain's own personal animosity towards Guns N' Roses and specifically Axl Rose, Cobain seemed happy to see McKagan. McKagan later stated, "He knew from all of my instincts that something was wrong." Most of his close friends and family were unaware of his whereabouts. On April 2nd and 3rd, Cobain was spotted in numerous locations around Seattle. On April 3rd, Love contacted private investigator Tom Grant and hired him to find Cobain. Cobain was not seen the next day. On April 7th, amid rumors of Nirvana breaking up, the band pulled out of the 1994 Lollapalooza Music Festival. April 8th, Cobain's body was discovered at his Lake Washington Boulevard home by electrician Gary Smith, who had arrived to install a security system. Apart from a minor amount of blood coming out of Cobain's ear, the electrician reported seeing no visible sign of trauma and initially believed that Cobain was asleep until he saw the shotgun pointing at his chin. A suicide note was found addressed to Cobain's childhood imaginary friend, Boda, that stated that Cobain had not, quote, felt the excitement of listening to as well as creating music along with really writing for too many years now, end quote. A high concentration of heroin and traces of diazepam were also found in his body. Cobain's body had been lying there for days. The coroner's report estimated Cobain to have died April 5th, 1994, at the age of 27. Okay, what's strange here, Courtney Love is hiring a private investigator to find Cobain, and he's at his own house? Huh. I mean, did the private investigator think to check his house? I mean, I don't know. This is a little strange, but okay. A public vigil was held for Cobain on April 10th, 1994, at a park at Seattle Center, drawing approximately 7,000 mourners. Pre-recorded messages by Novoselic and Love were played at the memorial. Love read portions of the suicide note to the crowd, crying and chastising Cobain. Near the end of the vigil, Love distributed some of Cobain's clothing to those who still remained. Grawl said that news of Cobain's death was, quote, probably the worst thing that has happened to me in my life. I remember the day after that I woke up and I was heartbroken that he was gone. I just felt like, okay, so I get to wake up today and have another day, and he doesn't. End quote. Grawl believed that he knew Cobain would die at an early age, saying that sometimes you can't save someone from themselves. And in some ways, you kind of prepare yourself emotionally for that to be a reality. Dave Reed, who was for a short time Cobain's foster father, said that he, quote, he had that desperation, not the courage to be himself. Once you do that, you can't go wrong because you can't make any mistakes when people love you for being yourself. But for Kurt, it didn't matter that other people loved him. He simply didn't love himself enough. End quote. A final ceremony was arranged for Cobain by his mother, May 31st, 1999, and was attended by both Love and Tracy Marander. As a Buddhist monk chanted, Daughter Frances Bean scattered Cobain's ashes into McLean Creek in Olympia, the city where he, quote, had found his true artistic muse, end quote. The death of Kurt Cobain has since been a topic of public fascination and debate. Cobain's artistic endeavors and struggles with heroin addiction, illness, and depression, as well as the circumstances of his death, have become a frequent topic of controversy throughout the world. According to a spokesperson for the Seattle Police Department, the department receives at least one weekly request to reopen the investigation, resulting in the maintenance of the basic incident report on file. In March 2014, the Seattle Police developed 4 rolls of film that had been left in an evidence vault. A reason was not provided for why the rolls were not developed earlier. According to the Seattle Police, the 35mm film photographs show the scene of Cobain's dead body more clearly than previous Polaroids taken by the police. Detective Mike Ciesinski, a cold case investigator, was instructed to look at the film because, quote, it is 20 years later and it's a high media case, end quote. Ciesinski stated that Cobain's death remains a suicide and that the images would not have been released publicly. The photos in question were later released one by one, weeks before the 20th anniversary of Cobain's death. One photo shows Cobain's arm still wearing the hospital bracelet from the drug rehab facility he checked out of just a few days prior to returning to Seattle. Another photo shows Cobain's foot resting next to a bag of shotgun shells, one of which was used in his death. All right, so right off the bat here, just general impressions from Courtney Love's relationship with Kurt Cobain. So supposedly, if all of this is to be believed, and again, I haven't seen any really reasons not to believe the history here, despite some possible inconsistencies, she's saved him from drug overdoses before. He's had suicide attempts before he escaped from this facility, from a rehab facility. History of mental illness and suicide in the family, some trauma as a child, and a troubled upbringing, young adulthood. So all of the signs are there. Again, that doesn't mean he killed himself, but Courtney Love is hiring a private investigator. Now, the investigator doesn't think to check Kurt Cobain's own house, but how many people hire PIs to find somebody if they killed somebody or hired someone to kill that person? I actually don't know this. The true crime aficionados out there can chime in here. How often is a PI hired to make it look like someone didn't kill their significant other or whoever? But I don't know, for whatever reason, just looking over all this information, the history, the daughter, it seems to me, just on the surface, obviously we're going to dig deeper here, on the surface, just on the surface, without looking at any of the issues with the suicide itself, it seems like Courtney Love would not have done this. But then again, I mean, the statistics are more in favor of a female being killed by her significant other than a male. So again, statistics not on the side of probability here. But however, we can't overlook issues. Now again, this is one of the more innocent issues, I would say, because it's not like they didn't have Polaroids at all or the Polaroids were lost. They had them, plus they had additional 35mm photographs, which for whatever reason were never developed, but they were left in an evidence vault. So again, if somebody was trying to get rid of them, I mean, I guess they would have chucked them, right? They wouldn't have left them in the evidence vault. So this is one of the instances where it seems like it really could have been an innocent mistake, because, I mean, those do happen sometimes. It's not all conspiracy all the time on Mindshock. So real quick, just on his legacy and influence, Cobain has been remembered as one of the most iconic rock musicians in the history of alternative music. His angst-fueled songwriting and anti-establishment persona led him to be referenced as the spokesman of Generation X. In addition, Cobain's songs widened the themes of mainstream rock music of the 80s to discussion of personal reflection and social issues. On April 10th, 2014, Nirvana was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Grohl, Novoselic, and Love accepted the accolade at the ceremony, where Cobain was also remembered. Cobain is one of the best-known members of the 27 Club, a list of musicians who died when they were 27 years old. Now, there are quite a few individuals who are part of this 27 Club. Now, the interesting thing is when you compare and contrast, let's say, the 26 Club or the 28 Club to the 27 Club, are there more that just happen to die at 27? I mean, 25 is also a big one, 33. So, I don't know. Some people read into this in a numerology fashion, and maybe there's something to it, but of course, that is a topic for another podcast. Bill Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins referred to Cobain as the Michael Jordan of our generation. He also stated that Cobain opened the door for everyone in the 90s alternative rock scene. Lars Ulrich of Metallica reflected on Cobain's influence, stating that with Kurt Cobain, you felt you were connecting to the real person, not to a perception of who he was. You were not connecting to an image or a manufactured cutout. You felt that between you and him there was nothing. It was heart to heart. There are very few people who have that ability. Reflecting on Cobain's death over 10 years later, MSNBC's Eric Olson wrote, in the intervening decade, Cobain, a small, frail, but handsome man in life, has become an abstract Generation X icon viewed by many as the last real rock star. A messiah and a martyr whose every utterance has been plundered and parsed. In 2005, a sign was put up in Aberdeen, Washington that read, "Welcome to Aberdeen. Come as you are," as a tribute to Cobain. The sign was paid for and created by the Kurt Cobain Memorial Committee, a nonprofit organization created in May 2004 to honor Cobain. The committee planned to create a Kurt Cobain Memorial Park and a youth center in Aberdeen. Because Cobain was cremated and his remains scattered into the Wishkah River in Washington, many Nirvana's fans visit Veretta Park near Cobain's former Lake Washington home to pay tribute. On the anniversary of his death, fans gather in the park to celebrate his life and memory. Controversy erupted in July 2009 when a monument to Cobain in Aberdeen along the Wishkah River included the quote, "Drugs are bad for you, they will expletive you up." The city ultimately decided to sandblast the monument to replace the expletive with F --. But fans immediately drew the letters back in. In December 2013, the small city of Hoquiam, where Cobain once lived, announced that April 10th would become the annual Nirvana Day. Similarly, in January 2014, Cobain's birthday, February 20th, was declared annual Kurt Cobain Day in Aberdeen. In 2003, David Frick of Rolling Stone ranked Cobain the 12th greatest guitarist of all time. He was later ranked the 73rd greatest guitarist, and 45th greatest singer of all time by the same magazine. So they revised it from 12th to 73rd. That's a big gap. MTV 22 Greatest Voices in Music. In 2006, he was placed at 22 by Hit Parader on their list of 100 greatest metal singers of all time. In June 2020, the 1959 Martin D18E acoustic electric guitar used by Cobain for Nirvana's MTV Unplugged performance sold at auction for $6,010,000. So they wanted to sell it for $6 million, and someone outbid them by $10K. It was the most expensive guitar and the most expensive piece of band memorabilia ever sold. Alright, so that's the breakdown on his life and some details towards the end there. And again, from what we've seen with his relationship with Courtney Love, again, what you have here on one side, Courtney Love herself, very, very successful. What would be the true motivation? You know, obviously there is, you could always have more money, I guess, but this wouldn't necessarily fit the crime. I mean, a lot of these other cases, it's a lot different scenario. So let's jump into the details of the actual death, listed as the suicide. April 8th, 1994, Kurt Cobain, the lead singer and guitarist of the grunge band Nirvana, was found dead at his home, Seattle, Washington, at the age of 27. It was determined that he had died 3 days earlier on April 5th. The Seattle Police Department incident report states that Cobain was, quote, was found with a shotgun across his body, had a visible head wound, and there was a suicide note discovered nearby, end quote. Conspiracy theories that Cobain was murdered began shortly after the incident and have persisted into the present day. Okay, so another point to the Rome hospitalization from March 3rd, 1994. This was regarding an overdose of painkillers. His management agency, Gold Mountain Records, said that the overdose was accidental and that he was suffering from influenza and fatigue. So here's the thing, though. Let's say it was accidental. Obviously, they would say it's accidental. Now, if it's not accidental, they would probably still say it's accidental because this is PR damage control. So again, we can't really trust that too much. Cobain's wife, Courtney Love, later said that the overdose had been a suicide attempt. He took 50 pills. He probably forgot how many he took. But there was a definite suicidal urge to be gobbling and gobbling and gobbling. So the other thing is, how much of a devious mastermind is Courtney Love if she killed her hospital? Because she would have had to have added all of these commentaries and nuanced explanations to cover her path, unless he really was suicidal and those really were suicide attempts, just not the one that he was actually killed on. Again, we're not going to fall for any black and white logical fallacies here. This is Mindshock, of course. We're examining all theories, all possibilities. Commentators have cited Cobain's persistent drug addiction, clinical depression, and handwritten suicide note as proof of his poor mental state. Members of Cobain's family had noticed patterns of depression and instability in Cobain before he achieved fame. Cobain mentioned that the stomach pains were so severe during Nirvana's 91 European tour that he became suicidal and that taking heroin was his choice, saying, "This heroin is the only thing that's saving me from shooting myself right now." Cobain's cousin, Beverly, a nurse, stated that the singer's family had a history of suicide and that Cobain's bipolar disorder and his struggles with drug addiction led him to suicide. Now, again, is his cousin Beverly in on it with Courtney Love? Or if Courtney Love is guilty of the murder and trying to cover it up as a suicide, is it just circumstance and happenstance that there was a history of suicide? I don't know. It's also tough to regard is there a reference to Cobain's stomach issues before Nirvana? Because if this was an undiagnosed lifelong thing, that could prove that he wasn't doing heroin because of it and the heroin caused it. I don't know if there's enough detail there. In Charles Cross's biography, Heavier Than Heaven, Nirvana bassist Chris Novoselic is quoted on seeing Cobain in the days before his intervention. Quote, "He was really quiet. He was just estranged from all of his relationships. He wasn't connecting with anybody," end quote. Novoselic's offer to buy a dinner for Cobain resulted in unintentionally driving him to score heroin. His dealer was right there. He wanted to get expletive up into oblivion. He wanted to die. That's what he wanted to do. March 31st, 1994, Cobain left the rehabilitation center he had checked into the day before, Exodus Recovery Center, by scaling a 6-foot brick wall. On April 2nd, 1994, a taxi driver drove Cobain to a Seattle gun shop where Cobain received a receipt for firearm shells. Cobain told the driver he wanted to buy shells because he had been burglarized. April 8th, 1994, a body was discovered in the greenhouse above the garage at Cobain's Lake Washington Boulevard East house by VECA electric employee Gary T. Smith, who arrived that morning to install security lighting. Smith thought he was asleep until he saw blood oozing from Cobain's ear. He also found a suicide note with a pen stuck through it inside a flower pot. A Remington Model 11 20-gauge shotgun purchased for Cobain by his friend musician Dylan Carlson was found on Cobain's chest. It had been legally purchased by Carlson at Stan Baker's gun shop in Seattle. Cobain did not want the gun purchased in his name because he thought the police might seize it for his own protection. The police had taken away his guns twice in the previous 10 months. The King County Medical Examiner noted puncture wounds on the side of both right and left elbows. The shotgun, a 20-gauge Remington Model 11, was not checked for fingerprints until May 6th, 1994? According to the fingerprint analysis report, 4 Latin prints were lifted, but they were not usable. The Seattle police report states the shotgun was inverted on Cobain's chest with his left hand wrapped around the barrel. Huh. So again, this is why some of these conspiracy theories spring forth if there's just a certain amount of either incompetence. Why would you wait that long? It was not it says the shotgun, we're not talking about running the prints. The gun wasn't even checked for prints until May 6th. They're going to wait a whole month just to check the fingerprints? I mean, how do you verify that it was don't you want to verify that it was a suicide? Obviously, it looks like a suicide. It's probably a suicide from the history. But again, especially if you're doing a police investigation, there's no emotion here. The history doesn't even matter. You have to look at the physical evidence at the crime scene to make a determination. And they did not do that for a whole month, and then the prints were not usable. See, that's an issue. That's an issue, because if someone did murder him and they staged it as a suicide, I mean, obviously they'd probably put his hand on it anyway, so it'd be his prints on the shotgun anyway. But again, you never know. I mean, depending on who's doing it, people do get sloppy sometimes, so I don't know. That's obviously an issue. April 14th, 1994, the Seattle Post-Intelligencer reported that Cobain was high on heroin when he pulled the trigger. The paper reported that the toxicological test determined that the level of morphine in Cobain's bloodstream was 1.52 milligrams per liter, and that there was also evidence of Valium in his blood. The report contained a quote from Randall Basalt of the Chemical Toxicological Institute stating that Cobain's heroin level was, quote, at a high concentration by any account, end quote. He also stated that the strength of that dose would depend on many factors, including how habituated Cobain was to the drug. Now again, different scenarios here. Cobain could have injected the drug himself and been high and not killed himself, right? Somebody else killed him. Or somebody else could have injected him and then also staged it as a suicide. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know. It's, again, we got to be careful not to fall for any logical fallacies here regarding the known and unknown variables. March 2014, the Seattle Police Department developed 4 rolls of film that had been left in an evidence vault. According to the Seattle Police, the photographs depict the scene of Cobain's corpse more clearly than the previous Polaroid images taken by the police. Detective Mike Szynski, a cold case investigator, was asked to look at the film because, quote, it is 20 years later and it is a high media case, end quote. Szynski stated that the official cause of Cobain's death remained suicide. The images would not be released to the public, but in 2016, the images were released. According to a spokesperson for the Seattle Police, the department receives at least 1 request weekly, mostly through Twitter, to reopen the investigation. This resulted in maintenance of the basic incident on file. Reactions from Cobain's friends. Several of Cobain's friends were surprised when he committed suicide. Mark Lanigan, a longtime friend of Cobain, told Rolling Stone, "I never knew Cobain to be suicidal. I just knew he was going through a tough time." In the same article, Carlson stated that he wished Cobain or someone close to him had told him that Rome was a suicide attempt. Danny Goldberg, husband of Carol and founder of Gold Mountain Records, refers to his book Dispatches from the Culture Wars, How the Left Lost Teen Spirit, to, quote, the crazy internet rumors that Kurt Cobain had not committed suicide but had been murdered, end quote, stating that Cobain's suicide, quote, haunts him every day, end quote. You know, the thing is, though, the coincidence theorists that are really shocked at some of these conspiracy theories, I mean, obviously, framing a murder as a suicide is very popular within a murder. Now, we don't know that this was a murder, but if it was, to frame it as a suicide, I mean, that's not that outlandish. Murders are framed as suicides all at a time. So it is quite silly to think that it couldn't happen under any circumstance. Now, is that what happened here? It seems like it didn't. Again, just going over just the quick overview. I'm gonna go deeper as well because of course this is Mindshock. But to completely think the notion's the silliest thing in the world because I mean he could have crazed, deranged fans. I mean his life has been threatened before. This is a popular celebrity. We're not talking about some unknown faceless Joe Schmo here. Which of course they do get murdered and framed as suicides as well. So but it wouldn't take that because of course he was a prominent personality. Anthony Kiedis, lead singer of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, expressed his feelings in his autobiography Scar Tissue, writing, "The news of Cobain's death sucked the air out of the entire house. I didn't feel like I felt when Hillel died. It was more like the world just suffered a great loss. Kurt's death was unexpected. It was an emotional blow and we all felt it. I don't know why everyone on earth felt so close to that guy. He was beloved and endearing and inoffensive in some weird way. For all of his screaming and all of his darkness, he was just lovable." The song Tearjerker from the band's One Hot Minute album was written about Cobain. A musical hero of Cobain's, Greg Sage, said in an interview, "Well, I can't really speculate other than what he said to me, which was he wasn't at all happy about it. Success to him seemed like, I think, a brick wall. There was nowhere else to go but down. It was too artificial for him, and he wasn't an artificial person at all. He was actually, 2 weeks after he died, he was supposed to come here, and he wanted to record a bunch of Leadbelly covers. It was kind of in secret because, I mean, people would definitely not allow him to do that. You also have to wonder, he was $1 billion industry at the time, and if the industry had any idea at all of him wishing or wanting to get out, they couldn't have allowed that, in life, because if he was just to get out of the scene, he'd be totally forgotten. But if he was to die, he'd be immortalized." Huh. That's a scenario I hadn't really considered before. I mean, those words have another theory. Is it possible he really was possibly doing enough drugs to overdose, but instead of saving him, someone else killed him to make sure he would die? Because if they got the paramedics there, whatever, he would survive, then he would leave. Again, if this is some kind of crazed fan, music exec, whomever, somebody as of yet unnamed that nobody knows about, if he really was having an overdose, someone wanted to make sure it couldn't be saved, what would they do? They wouldn't call the police, maybe get the shotgun, frame it as a suicide, and make sure it's a done deal. Is that what happened? Again, I don't know. And what if, because again, if he really was trying to commit suicide and someone else actually made sure the job got done by setting the scene up a particular way, maybe even leaving the suicide note, and we'll get into issues with the suicide note as well in a moment, but let's finish up here with the main conspiracy theories. The official ruling of suicide has been disputed by people familiar with the death. Richard Lee. The first to object publicly to the report of suicide was Seattle Public Access host Richard Lee. A week following Cobain's death, Lee aired the first episode of an ongoing series called Kurt Cobain Was Murdered, claiming there were several discrepancies in the police reports, including several changes in the nature of the shotgun blast. Well, I mean, and going back to that a little bit, if you shoot yourself with a shotgun, are you going to look like you're asleep? Point blank with a shotgun. I mean, again, we got to get some independent ballistic experts here. So the electrician said he was sleeping and there was only a tiny little blood in his ear. I mean, if you shoot yourself point blank with a shotgun, what is the scene going to look like? I don't know. It's an interesting point. Lee acquired a video that was taped on April 8th from the tree outside Cobain's garage, showing the scene around Cobain's body, which he claimed showed a marked absence of blood for what was reported as a point-blank shotgun blast to the head. Several pathology experts have stated that a shotgun blast inside the mouth often results in less blood, unlike a shotgun blast to the head. Wouldn't it blow most of your skull apart, though? I mean, shotguns are pretty powerful. So there was a video that was taped April 8th. So somebody had a video camera hiding in a tree. Is that what this is alleging? Because obviously the police wouldn't have to go climbing trees to get videos. Huh. Tom Grant, a private investigator hired by Love to find Cobain after his departure from drug rehabilitation, said he believes that Cobain was murdered. Okay, so this is getting into the issue here. So if Courtney Love, okay, so I guess if Courtney Love really did have him murdered, and then she hired Tom Grant to make it look like she didn't, but he was not in on it. So that's what this would have to mean, because if he was in on it, why would he be pointing to murder? Unless they wanted to frame somebody else for murder, and then it gets really, really convoluted. But, I mean, this is Mindshock. We're known for going down every rabbit hole, but I don't know if I want to, as of yet, go down the one where Courtney Love murders him, stages it as a suicide, but wants to frame it on someone else murdered him, staging it as a suicide, and then the private investigator is or isn't in on it. I mean, I guess that'll be the new McGuire theory, but I'm not saying that happened. Okay, Grant's theory has been analyzed and questioned by several books, television shows, films, and the 2015 docudrama Soaked in Bleach. Grant was still under Love's employment when the body was found. Grant has stated that the events surrounding the death of Cobain are, quote, filled with lies, contradictions in logic, and countless inconsistencies. Motivated by profit over truth, as well as a web of business deals and personal career considerations, Courtney Love, her lawyers, and many of Courtney's industry supporters have engaged in an effort to keep the public from learning the real facts of the case, end quote. There are several components to Grant's theory. Grant argues that Cobain could not have injected himself with such a dose and still have been able to pull the trigger. Grant does not believe that Cobain was killed by the heroin dose. He suggests that the heroin dose was used to incapacitate Cobain before the final shotgun blast was administered by the perpetrator. Grant, Wallace, and Halperin have used the dosage reported in the Seattle Post-Intelligencer, not the actual autopsy report, and may not have the correct figure. The Seattle police cannot release the information to the media because reports and records of autopsies are confidential and protected under state and federal law. While working for Love, Grant was given access to Cobain's suicide note and used her fax machine to make a photocopy, which has since been widely distributed. After studying the notes, Grant believed that it was actually a letter written by Cobain announcing his intent to leave Love, Seattle, and the music business. Grant asserts that the lines at the very bottom of the note, separate from the rest, are the only parts implying suicide. While the official report on Cobain's death concluded that Cobain wrote the note, Grant claims that the official report does not distinguish these final lines from the rest of the note and assumes it was entirely written by Cobain. Now that is quite interesting. What is the best of both worlds? If you are framing a suicide, having an actual note written by the person that you murdered and set up as a suicide, and then possibly trying to forge a small part of the letter, assuming that most people would just assume it was his because most of it matches. I don't know. I mean, it would be interesting to note how many cases that has been discovered to be the case. Despite consulting with many handwriting experts, some disagree with Grant's claims. Document examiner Janice Parker concluded that the note was written by Cobain after spending 2 weeks examining the original copy. When Dateline NBC sent a copy of the note to 4 different handwriting experts, one concluded that the entire note was in Cobain's hand, while the other 3 said the sample was inconclusive. 75% inconclusive, 25% conclusive. One expert contacted by the television series Unsolved Mysteries expressed the difficulty in drawing a conclusion given that the note being studied was a photocopy rather than the original. But in the same documentary, 2 other experts found the writing, especially the last 4 lines, suspicious. Grant also cites circumstantial evidence from the police report. For example, the report claimed that the doors of the greenhouse could not have been locked from the outside, meaning that Cobain would have had to lock them himself. Grant said that when he saw the doors for himself, he found that they could be locked and pulled shut. He also questions the lack of fingerprint evidence connecting Cobain to key evidence, including the shotgun. Grant notes that the official report said that Cobain's fingerprints were also absent from the suicide note, as well as the pen that had been shoved through it, and yet Cobain was found without gloves on. None of the circumstantial evidence directly points to murder, but Grant said he believes it supports the larger case. In studying the Rome incident, journalists Ian Halperin and Max Wallace contacted Dr. Osvaldo Galletta, who treated Cobain after the incident. Galletta contested the claim that the Rome overdose was a suicide attempt, telling Halperin and Wallace, "We can usually tell a suicide attempt. This doesn't look like one to me." Galletta also specifically denied Love's claim that 50 Ropanol pills were removed from Cobain's stomach. However, they also stated Grant believes Courtney may have mixed a large number of pills into Kurt's champagne, so that when he took a drink, he was actually unknowingly ingesting large amounts of the drug, enough to kill him. But if that's the case, why did she call the police when she found him unconscious on the floor? If she wanted Kurt dead, why didn't she just leave him on the floor until he died? Okay, so my analysis on that is this. First of all, it seems like Courtney Love really did love Kurt Cobain. And again, when you're dealing with individuals, a lot of drugs involved, let's not fall for black and white fallacies. We're dealing with human beings, emotional human beings, and then also emotional human beings with drug dependencies and drug effects that are always in play here. What if Courtney Love really did want to kill him? And then as he was dying, she changed her mind. And she realized she couldn't live without him. But if she's crazy, then later on, she maybe hired someone else to do it because she realized she couldn't do it herself because she loved him too much. But then there were other issues. Again, not every individual involved in murder is 100% logical, emotionally normal. All of these things that, for whatever reason, within the true crime sphere, a lot of people so-called debunk theories based on, well, this person, they would have done this or they would have done that. We're dealing with human beings here, emotional human beings who can change their mind, who can be affected by drugs. Is it possible Courtney Love really did love Kurt Cobain? She tried to kill him in Rome, realized she couldn't do it because she loved him too much, and then had to hire it out because she realized she wasn't strong enough to do it? Or was she being manipulated by other entities as well, and she really didn't want to do it, and she was being forced to? Again, we don't, like, there's a dark side to the music industry. There's blackmail going on. There's a lot of darkness in not just Hollywood and the movie industry, but in the music industry as well. We're dealing again with human beings here, human beings of various moral compasses, so to speak. Are there things they would or wouldn't do? We don't know. We don't know these people. We don't know their backgrounds in terms of if Courtney Love was being manipulated by other people. So let's continue on here with Grant. Grant believes that the claim of the Rome incident being a suicide attempt was not made until after Cobain's death. He claims that people close to Cobain, including Gold Mountain Records, specifically denied the characterization prior to Cobain's death. Grant believes that if Rome had been truly a suicide attempt, Cobain's friends and family would have been told so that they could watch over him. Others have asserted that the claims made by Gold Mountain and others were simply efforts to mask what was happening behind the scenes. Lee Ronaldo, guitarist for Sonic Youth, told Rolling Stone, Rome was only the latest installment of those around Cobain keeping a semblance of normalcy for the outside world. Grant spoke to Love's attorney, Rosemary Carroll, at her office April 13th, 1994. He said she pressed him to investigate Cobain's death and that Cobain was not suicidal. So this is what Rosemary Carroll is allegedly stating to Grant. So both of them technically work for Courtney Love. So Rosemary Carroll, who's obviously privy to attorney-client privilege with Courtney Love. So for whatever reason, she's telling him to investigate Cobain's death. Courtney Love's attorney is allegedly telling this private investigator, Grant, that Cobain was not suicidal. Carroll also claims that Cobain had asked her to draw up a will excluding Love because he was planning to file for divorce. Grant said this was the motive for Cobain's death, thus alleging he had been murdered by Love. Carol also provided Grant with a handwriting practice note that she found in Love's backpack that was left at her home. It has been suggested that the handwriting on this practice note is markedly similar to the handwriting found on the last 4 lines of Cobain's suicide note. Okay, so now the plot thickens. Now, when we're on the surface, where Courtney Love would probably have no reason to kill Kurt Cobain unless he was filing for divorce. Now, how does a female react of the personality type of Courtney Love when, I mean, this is basically the it couple of the music world. And he's, of course, capable of making a lot of money. She's capable of making a lot of money. Now, how is it going to look? Now, again, people's egos are possibly the second most, I mean, a lot of this is intertwined, but obviously, or scorned lovers are, of course, one of the most murdering entities, be it a man or a woman, within human existence. Now you mix in the money, okay, well, now you got a lot of problems. Grant has contended that another motive for Love wanting Cobain dead was him turning down nearly $10 million to headline the 1994 Lollapalooza Festival. Okay, so that is another issue. So where the circumstantial evidence is mounting, and see this is why we need competent police work, because if you didn't have these question marks at the scene, then this would be a little bit easier to sweep under the rug. Whereas because there's so many question marks at the scene, and then you have the circumstantial evidence piling up. So you have Courtney Love's attorney. So is she also Cobain's attorney? Because it's stating here that Grant spoke to Love's attorney, Rosemary Carroll, and that Carroll also told him that Cobain himself had told her to exclude Love from the will, and he's filing for divorce. And Carol gave Grant a handwriting practice note from Courtney Love's backpack that was left at her home. Now, why would that note be there? Why, if Courtney Love was doing practice notes, shouldn't she have gotten rid of them, or did she forget? Again, if she's on drugs, if her kid's distracting her, if a music exec needs her attention immediately, maybe she forgets to get rid of all of the practice notes? I don't know, it seems a little strange, but what would be the motivations for Grant and Carol to be making all of this stuff up? So would they be getting paid by somebody, by a rival of Courtney Love, to make her look bad? I mean, what's the motivation here? Or are they just simply mistaken? Can we write off all of these anomalies and coincidences? Obviously, coincidence theorists do, but this is Mindshock. I mean, I'm still not convinced, but it is interesting. And it's also interesting that Grant was hired by Courtney Love herself. So is this a case of a guy with a conscience, in which case he should be celebrated? Because how often are people hired by people just to peddle whatever they're paid to peddle? I mean, that's human nature. So again, I'm not willing to dismiss Grant outright. Grant counters the claim that he profits from the sale of casebook kits on his website by stating that it offsets some of the costs of his investigation. Grant stated, quote, "I wrestled with that. But if I go broke, I'll have to give up my pursuit and Courtney wins," end quote. And that's a good point. I mean, how often can people just work for free indefinitely? People got to make money. That doesn't necessarily point for or against anything. Sergeant Donald Cameron, one of the homicide detectives involved in the case, specifically dismissed Grant's theory, claiming Grant hasn't shown us a shred of proof that this was anything other than suicide, end quote. But here's the thing, though. The burden of proof is one making a positive claim. So if they're stating it's a suicide, they have to conclusively prove it. If you have no fingerprints, if you have a shotgun point blank in someone's mouth that has no effect on their face or their head and it looks like they're sleeping, I mean, those are issues. Those are definitely issues. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Grant, in turn, has accused Cameron of being a personal friend of Courtney Love's. Dylan Carlson told Halperin and Wallace that he also did not believe that the theory was legitimate, and in an interview with Broomfield, implied that if he believed that his friend was murdered, he would have dealt with it himself. That's pretty dark. So here's the thing, though. Again, Dylan Carlson might truly believe that it was suicide, even if it's not, and he might be completely truthful there. Maybe he would have wanted to go kill Courtney if he thought she was responsible, regardless of whether she was or she wasn't. In Kurt and Courtney, a 1998 British documentary, he specifically states that he would kill Love and any others involved if he believed that they had murdered Cobain. Quite dark, quite dark. So again, what does that prove? That just proves that maybe either he was really paid off, or he truly believes that it was a suicide, regardless of whether it was or it wasn't. So Nick Broomfield, filmmaker Nick Broomfield, deciding to investigate the theories himself, brought a film crew to visit a number of people associated with both Cobain and Love, including Love's estranged father, Cobain's aunt, and one of the couple's former nannies. Broomfield also spoke to the Mentors' bandleader, Eldon Eldus Hoke, who claimed that Love had offered him $50,000 to kill Cobain. Wow, from 10 mil to 50,000. Although Hoke claimed that he knew who killed Cobain, he did not mention a name and offered no evidence to support his assertion. However, he mentioned speaking to someone called Alan of the band Kill Alan Wrench before quickly interjecting, "I mean my friend," then laughing, "I'll let the FBI catch him." Okay, so is this guy a loon or did he slip up there? According to Mentors' bass player Steve Broy, the whole story was concocted to sell supermarket tabloids. Broomfield incidentally captured Hoke's final interview as he died days later when he was struck by a train in the middle of the night. Okay, all right, we're getting into crazy land here. We're getting into Mindshock crazy land. Okay, now I'm mildly interested in this theory because the coincidence stack is starting to pile on here. Okay, days after this interview, he just happens to be struck by a train in the middle of the night. So how often do people get struck by a train in the middle of the night? I mean, maybe I've watched too many Hollywood movies, but there are setups that are done to make it look like people got struck by a train. Some of them are quite ominous. Isn't there one involving Joe Biden? Not to get political, but there were some crazy conspiracy theories with Biden. But if someone knows if someone has that on the top of their head, they can jump in with that and elucidate the point. So let's get more into this Hoke character. So here's the thing, though. Let's say he did make up the story for headlines. How do you know it's not true either? Because I mean, it's a popular theory, so that doesn't really say much. Even if his bandmates admit again, according to the self-published book "Truth is Funnier Than Fiction" by Mentors bass player Steve Broy, the whole story was concocted by Mentors associate Reverend Bud Green in order to sell supermarket tabloids. Whether true or not, I mean, I don't know. So let's go over the backstory here. After the death of Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain was discovered in the greenhouse of Cobain's Lake Washington home, April 8, 1994, Hoke began making the claim that Cobain's wife, Courtney Love, had offered to pay him to kill Cobain. He promoted his story in such media outlets as TV's Jerry Springer Show, the National Enquirer weekly tabloid, and in Nick Broomfield's documentary film, Kurt and Courtney. In 1996, Hoke passed a lie detector test when he claimed that Love had offered him $50,000 to kill Cobain. Now again, referring lie detector tests, of course, they're not admissible in court because they're not that reliable, but they're mostly not reliable on a fail. So if you fail it, it doesn't really mean anything, even though it makes you look bad. If you pass it, it means you weren't that nervous. But more likely, if you pass, you're telling the truth than when you fail, you're lying. So either he was that crazy, he really made himself believe it, but it is quite interesting that he did pass a lie detector test. They should have done more than one. I just see that there was one down here. It doesn't give a lot of details, but that he was offered $50,000 to kill Kurt Cobain. In his interview in Kurt and Courtney, recorded April 11th, 1997, again claimed that Love had offered him $50,000 to whack Kurt Cobain, and further claimed that he knew who did kill Cobain, giving the name Alan, some say from the band Kill Alan Wrench, but said he would let the FBI catch him. On April 19th, 1997, one day after his final performance and talking to Brent Alden, and 8 days after filming his interview with Nick Broomfield for the Kurt and Courtney documentary, Hoke was found dead on the railroad tracks in Riverside, California, decapitated in the accident. He was hit full on by a freight train doing 60 miles per hour, according to Steve Broy, the Mentors' bass player. You know, see, this is pre-social media days, so 1997, 8 days after filming the interview. 8 days is a long time. 8 days is enough time to get the word out that this guy did the interview, right? I mean, that's enough time to find out and set something up. I'm not saying that's what happened, but again, it's interesting here. Subsequent tests indicated a high blood alcohol content, and thus Hoke's official cause of death was given by the coroner's office as misadventure. Al Jorgensen of the industrial metal band Ministry wrote in his autobiography that El Deuce was killed by the train when some fans on the other side of the railroad tracks called his name. As he attempted to cross to meet them, his foot became stuck in the track. Due to the timing of his death 8 days after the Kurt and Courtney interview, people have speculated that his death was related to the statements he made that Courtney Love offered him $50,000 to whack Cobain, and that someone named Alan took the offer. See, here's the thing, though. I mean, this is quite a coincidence, because how often do people get decapitated by trains? I mean, even drunk rock stars, drunk people in the music industry, drugged and druggies, drunk people, how often do they get decapitated by trains? I'm just saying. And how often does that happen within days after making highly controversial claims? So again, it's a lot of coincidences there. Broomfield titled the finished documentary Kurt and Courtney, which was released February 27th, 1998. In the end, Broomfield felt he hadn't uncovered enough evidence to conclude the existence of a conspiracy. In a 1998 interview, he summed up his thoughts: "I think that he committed suicide. I don't think that there's a smoking gun. And I think there's only one way you can explain a lot of things around his death. Not that he was murdered, but that there was just a lack of caring for him. I think that Courtney had moved on, and he was expendable." So that's another interesting dynamic, because if Courtney was done with it, but he was supposedly the one that was going to file for divorce, maybe that's not true. I don't know, but what motivations would the lawyer have, would Carol have, for making all this stuff up, and then the practice note found in Love's backpack? I mean, it's hard to make heads or tails of this, but I just keep coming back to, if you put a shotgun in your mouth and pull the trigger, is it really going to look like you could just be sleeping? I mean, that's one critical point there. That's tough. It's tough to get around that. But I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure, and I'm not sure what that points to, because if this was a murder, how did they kill him in some other manner and then set it up with the shotgun? I don't know. And obviously that would be found out in the autopsy. So was the fix already in with the police department where it didn't matter how this all went down? Now, again, when you're dealing with some of these major players in the music industry, I mean, if they have millions to throw around like nothing, perhaps they did pay off the police department. I'm not saying they did or they didn't, but it seems like there has to be some explanation for all of these inconsistencies, and it's just simply not enough in either direction. Even in the suicide, there's not enough there. With the murder theory, there's not enough there. So it seems like no theory has enough to support it at this point. Ian Halperin and Max Wallace. Journalists Ian Halperin and Max Wallace followed a similar path and attempted to investigate the murder theory themselves. Based on evidence gathered in interviews, Halperin and Wallace believed that Cobain wanted to divorce Love near the time of his death, and that she was looking for a vicious divorce lawyer to help crush a prenuptial agreement she'd reportedly signed that would keep their respective fortunes separate in the event of divorce. They also made the case that because Nicholas Hartshorn, the coroner in Cobain's case, was an admitted friend of Love's, that this was a conflict of interest. Okay, the plot has thickened sufficiently. Okay, now with Hoke, with the possible police detective being friends with Courtney Love, now we have an admitted friend who's the coroner. How is he allowed to do the autopsy then? I mean, that is indeed a conflict of interest. Yeah, this is rough. This is really rough. Add in Hoke's death and then the coroner happening to be an admitted friend of Courtney Love's. We are definitely in the territory of conspiracy at this point. Whether it was or wasn't, there now seems to be a bit there. Their initial book, Who Killed Kurt Cobain, was released in 1999 and drew a similar conclusion to Broomfield's film. While there wasn't enough evidence to conclusively prove foul play, there was more than enough to demand that the case be reopened. And I think everybody can agree with that, right? Because there's enough funny business here, regardless of what really happened. There's enough funny business here. A notable element of the book included their discussions with Grant, who had taped nearly every conversation he had undertaken while he was working for Love. Halperin and Wallace insisted that Grant play the tapes of his conversations with Carol so that they could confirm his story. Over the next several years, Halperin and Wallace collaborated with Grant to write a second book, 2004's Love and Death, The Murder of Kurt Cobain. Friends and family. Now again, just to put this in perspective with the coroner, how often, whether this is Hollywood, whether this is famous people, music industry, Hollywood, whatever, politicians, how often is the significant other of whoever committed suicide or was murdered, their friend is the coroner? I mean, that's a problem. I don't know. That's a problem. They said it was an admitted friend, so apparently there's no denial on that part. So I don't know. That's rough. That's really rough. I don't know what to make of that. Friends and family. Several of Cobain's friends and even members of his own family also believe Cobain was murdered. Hank Harrison, Courtney Love's father, has shared his belief that Love had a motive, there is evidence of foul play, and the case should be reopened. Cobain's grandfather, Leland Cobain, also publicly stated that he believed Cobain was murdered. In August 2005, Sonic Youth's Kim Gordon was asked about Cobain's death in an interview for Uncut magazine. When asked what she thought to be Cobain's motive in committing suicide, Gordon replied, "I don't even know that he killed himself. There are people close to him who don't think that he did." When asked if she thought someone else had killed him, Gordon answered, "I do, yes." In the same interview, Gordon's then-husband and collaborator Thurston Moore said, "Kurt died in a very harsh way. It wasn't just an OD. He actually killed himself violently. It was so aggressive, and he wasn't an aggressive person. He was a smart person. He had an interesting intellect." So it kind of made sense because it was like, wow, what a expletive gesture. But at the same time, it was like something's wrong with that gesture. It doesn't really lie with what we know. So here's another point, though. The whole intervention with his drug use, was that some kind of a setup? Did he... So here's the thing, though. He did use drugs, obviously. So again, we're not going to fall for any black and white fallacy here. So it's tough to say without swinging completely to one side or another side of any issue. But what if Courtney Love was prepping this suicide angle and she was telling people he was suicidal when he wasn't? How much would that piss him off? Would that make him not want to go to rehab? And then he realizes what the whole thing looks like. It kind of looks like she's right to other people, so he just did it to kind of shut them up. And then he was just very conflicted the whole time. I mean, this is very, very tragic in a lot of ways. And then also, if Courtney Love is bipolar, has some kind of split personality, one of them loves Kurt Cobain, one of them wants him dead. So how would that play out if that were true? And is that what we see playing out? The other thing that I think probably doesn't get enough attention is Kurt's plans to go record those covers that would be unauthorized in Kansas. So obviously people wouldn't want him to do that. So if he really was planning to leave the industry, I mean, how often do we see this kind of tragic case of someone wanting to get out of a situation and other people don't let them? If that's what happened here. I mean, it almost reminds me of the Brianna Maitland case. If you haven't checked out the Mindshock true crime episode on Brianna Maitland, check that one out. It seems like she hung with a bad crowd, but then she was going back to school. She was getting herself together. She wanted to leave the drug scene, but then she ends up dead because other people don't want her to get out. So that reminds me a little bit of a theoretical scenario here. Kurt obviously could have been trying to get out and still killed himself, but there are definitely questions here. Again, questions that we don't have in other cases. That's really the metric here, right? In open and shut suicides, of which, I mean, I'm sure out of all of the open and shut suicides on the books, that at least a couple were probably murders set up to look like suicides. And if they were done very well, nobody would be the wiser, especially if no motives were uncovered, if no one did any digging. And people aren't going to do a lot of digging for nobodies, so to speak. I mean, it's sad. Obviously, everybody deserves justice. But with high prolific figures like Kurt Cobain and some of these other celebrities, you always have to wonder why there are inconsistencies. Again, I still think there's a little less here than in other cases to just flat out call conspiracy for sure. This is Mindshock. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. If I do a follow-up episode, I will also address some body language and micro expressions from Courtney Love in the years that followed. Just reading over other people's theories, some people actually believe Courtney Love did it without actually knowing any of this information, simply because at the time as this was all unfolding, just watching interviews or seeing her in the media, they felt that she was insincere. And so these are hardcore fans of both Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love that thought this. I did not watch these interviews as it was unfolding at the time, and I'm not a hardcore fan of either of them, actually. I would say I'm a fan of Nirvana, but I wouldn't say I was a hardcore fan. I didn't go to Kurt Cobain shows or any of that. And Courtney Love, too, barely familiar with her other than her rock star status, so to speak, and popularity. But people who were actually said that they did not feel like she was sincere, and they've seen a lot of media on her. Now, the reason for that could be different, too, because maybe she was planning to leave him, then he commits suicide. Maybe she really didn't care about him, but she had to put up the act afterwards, even if she didn't murder him. So again, that's why when examining some of these micro expressions, Freudian slips, body language, all of these things, the reason why behind them isn't quite known. All you can tell is they're either being insincere or lying. You don't really know why, and that doesn't make them guilty of any particular claim. So let's go over some mind shocks in the case and a couple more details. This is from Listverse, 10 Dark Theories and Claims Surrounding the Death of Kurt Cobain by Marcus Loth, posted April 8th, 2018. On April 8th, 1994, the body of Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain was discovered in a room that sat above his detached garage. Cobain has been described as the voice of a generation. Now he was silent, courtesy of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head, allegedly. However, almost a quarter of a century later, many still question the verdict of suicide. And we're not just talking about crazed fans and conspiracy theorists who insist Elvis is still alive either. It's funny because there can't be any rational conspiracy theorists either, right? It has to be compositional logical fallacies and hasty generalization logical fallacies, where the small portion of conspiracy theorists are painted as the whole. In the 2015 documentary Soaked in Bleach, former Seattle Police Chief Norm Stamper expressed significant regret that they didn't more closely examine key individuals who, quote, had a motive to see Kurt Cobain dead, end quote. So perhaps this police chief was not in on it? I don't know. It's kind of weird. Okay. 10 no fingerprints on the gun. Hopefully these are in mind-shocking order, so we'll get to the most mind shocks at the end. According to investigation records, there were no usable fingerprints recovered from either the shotgun that Kurt allegedly used to end his life or on the shells that had been loaded into it. Given that Kurt was not found wearing gloves and the gun lay on his lifeless chest with his left hand clasped around it, they should have been present in several places. Furthermore, There wasn't any hint of gun residue that would have been present on Cobain had he fired the weapon. Wow, that's insanely mind-shocking. Or when did they test for it? Because again, this investigation looks like it was shoddy one way or another. Perhaps as a further twist, the gun in question was found to have been freshly loaded with 3 shells. While this is only circumstantial and admittedly not very convincing, given that the assertion was that Cobain had obtained the shotgun in the immediate run-up to his death in order to kill himself, it was odd that he would load it with 3 shells instead of just 1. 9. Too much heroin in his system. It has been argued that not only would the amount of heroin and Valium to boot that was found in Cobain's system likely would have found him unable to pull the trigger of a gun, but it almost certainly would have killed him. In his paper, Dead Men Don't Pull Triggers, Canadian toxicologist Roger Lewis argued this point passionately, stating it would have either immediately rendered him incapacitated and in a comatose state or killed him instantly. Although Lewis stopped short of saying that Cobain was intentionally drugged and murdered, he stood by his claim that Cobain didn't pull the trigger on the gun that killed him. Many who dismiss these claims point to the experiments of Dr. Colin Brewer, who, after orally taking up to 2 times the amount of heroin that Cobain had in his system when he died, was still able to comprehend and even balance on one leg. However, there is a difference in intensity between orally administered doses and injections of street heroin. The arguments on this one are not strong on either side. Okay, let's see how big Colin Brewer is, because again, Kurt Cobain was not a large man. I can't find Brewer's stats, height and weight, but if he's a bit bigger, yeah, he doesn't look that small. He looks either average or larger than average size. So Cobain would have probably been a bit smaller than him. And then, of course, the street heroin angle. Okay, 8, the suicide note. And even on it, you could see, yeah, obviously the last 4 lines look different. They do look different. I mean, it could be as a result of getting more and more emotional. They get bigger. I mean, I really don't know. But, I can't say how anybody could just brush it off and say definitely 100% conclusive. They're definitely different. Now, whether he wrote it or not, I mean, that's, again, it's hard to really say definitively either way, but the last couple lines are definitely off from the rest of the note. I mean, that's a fact. The suicide note that Kurt left appears to be quite a thought-provoking, well-planned piece of writing. It has been argued by some who have studied it, and many have, that the note doesn't make any mention of suicide at all until the last 4 lines. Until then, it speaks mainly of his love for music, but no longer having a love of performing it. Many believe the note was actually talking about his intent to leave the band, something which he may have planned to forward to the media in the days that followed, assuming the theory is correct. What makes those last 4 lines even more interesting is that the handwriting appears to be written by someone else. The note has been analyzed by many experts, and the findings seem to be pretty much split down the middle. Some say it is the same handwriting, others are certain that it isn't, and insist that another person added the last 4 lines after Cobain's death. 7. Credit card used after death. It is widely agreed that Kurt Cobain likely died on April 5th before the discovery of his body on April 8th. What is perhaps strange then are the records that show 2 transactions on Kurt's credit card on April 6th. Some take this as an indication that Kurt's card was being used after he died. Whoever was using it would have a better understanding of the timeline around his death than most. Others have pointed out that the dates on the credit card statement probably only show when the card was charged, not when the transaction took place. On a possibly related note, a different brand of cigarettes than the ones that Cobain smoked were found in the ashtray in the room where his body was discovered. Cobain's brand was also in the ashtray. Whoever may have smoked that other brand of cigarette has never been identified. Could it be someone who used Cobain's card, either with his permission or after discovering the body and taking the card by way of opportunism? And again, is there a DNA sample from those other cigarettes? Because if they still have this evidence, they could test it. If it was a sloppy person. Who knows? 6, Cobain's lawyer and claims of divorce. Tom Grant is a former detective and private investigator who was originally hired by Cobain's wife, Courtney Love, on April 3rd to find Kurt after he'd left drug rehab 2 days earlier. According to Grant, his investigation uncovered evidence that Kurt was planning to divorce his wife and that this was the reason he was, in Grant's opinion, murdered. Grant claimed he had spoken with Cobain's attorney, Rosemary Carroll, just days after his body was discovered. According to Grant, Carroll had agreed with his theories and urged him to continue his investigation. Furthermore, the private detective claimed that Carroll had confided in him that in the weeks prior to his death, Kurt had her change his will so that Love would be excluded because he was indeed just about to divorce her. While Grant had spoken publicly about this alleged conversation, Carroll herself hasn't. However, this lack of response is seen by some as Carroll indirectly confirming that the conversation took place due to her not denying the claims. Furthermore, in the documentary Kurt and Courtney, a former nanny who worked at the Cobain property claimed there was increased talk about divorce from Kurt during phone calls in the weeks leading up to his death. And again, does that really prove anything one way or another? Because if he did want to get divorced, that would make him more emotional. So would that be more likely to commit suicide again? Or, of course, I mean, it could be ammunition for either theory, so to speak. So regarding Carroll publicly speaking, I mean, if these are major players involved, she probably shouldn't speak publicly, right? And then didn't she violate attorney-client privilege by telling Grant information about her client or clients? Apparently she was both of their lawyers. I don't know. Here it's stating that she's Cobain's attorney, not Love's attorney. But okay. 5. The claims and death of El Deuce. One of the strangest incidents surrounding the death of Kurt Cobain was the death of El Deuce. The Los Angeles heavy metal musician, whose real name was Eldon Hoke, had claimed to British documentary maker Nick Broomfield that Love had offered him $50,000 to, quote, blow his expletive head off, end quote. He stated that this conversation had happened outside the rock shop in Hollywood. Apparently, the manager of the shop, Karush Sepajan, had witnessed the exchange between Love and Hoke and would later confirm that what Hoke said was true. Hoke also took a lie detector test on the matter and passed with a 99.9% certainty. Days after being filmed for Kurt and Courtney, though, he was found dead on the railway track near his home in Los Angeles. His death was ruled as accidental. He had gotten drunk and had wandered onto the track near his home. Needless to say, quite a few eyebrows were raised in certain corners. So if this track was that close to his home, how come he didn't get decapitated earlier? I mean, a lifetime of getting drunk and wandering tracks. I mean, again, I'm not saying that it's not a coincidence, but the timing is suspect. And now we have the manager of the shop, Karush Sheptjan, is confirming that he had a conversation with Courtney Love and Hoke. But so he overheard the conversation, so he was close enough to hear what they were saying? Okay, so I found this post. This was posted June 8th, 2014 on Kurt Cobain discussion on Facebook. The first third of 1996 was a very interesting time in the case of the 3-year-old open and shut suicide of Kurt Cobain. A man had come forward to the Los Angeles police stating that he was offered by Courtney Love $50,000 to whack Cobain. The unthinkable proposition came in front of an LA record shop called The Rock Shop when Courtney Love allegedly exited a limo on December 30th, 1993, and staggered up to Eldon Hoke, or El Deuce, Hoke's stage name in the band The Mentors. According to Hoke, she came into the store with him and made a deal for him to kill Kurt at an undisclosed future date, which was all witnessed by the shop manager, Karush Sheptjan, who gave Courtney a business card as a contact number to reach Hoke when the job needed to be done. Huh. Wait, so the shop manager was part of this negotiation? Love had been proven to be in LA that day, as Nirvana was playing 5 miles away that night. Courtney was also undeniably proven to know Hoke, as his former bassist, Moostic, was dating Love's former drummer from Hole, Caroline Rue. The Mentors and Hole were both based in the same seedy Riverside area of LA and played multiple shows together in the early 90s. El Deuce, who wore an executioner's mask on stage, was a no-brainer for a hitman for Courtney. Okay, all right. Oh man, this whole saga of Hoke and being a hitman. I mean, if you're in some kind of drug induced stupor, possibly mental, possibly with a split personality like Courtney Love, and you see a guy in an executioner's mask on stage, if you're on drugs, is that the guy you're gonna go to? Is that your best option? Then things got complicated. At the end of March 1994, Nirvana's label DGC asked the band's management company, Gold Mountain Entertainment, to stage an intervention for Kurt. John Silva, Danny Goldberg's owner of Gold Mountain, right-hand man, was put in charge of getting the intervention together with Courtney's reluctant help. So Courtney didn't want to do the intervention? Is that because she was planning to kill him already? Or other reasons? The intervention was a failure, with Kurt refusing treatment and Courtney left to go to LA for her own controversial hotel detox, in which she was to stay in her room and not do drugs, and in this scenario most likely set up the hit on Kurt. Wait, so they're both doing their own type of detox? So Courtney's doing a self-detox by just hanging out in a hotel room? This isn't making a lot of sense. A recording, which is now on this page, shows that she did not expect Kurt to follow her or actually believe that he even needed help. But Kurt did end up following her to LA a couple days later, only to real rehab at Exodus Recovery Center, where he would have been kept safe and left clean. A couple of days into Kurt's stay, Pat Smear and Joe Mama Nitzberg, both old LA friends of Courtney's before she knew Kurt, showed up at Kurt's rehab with candy, fanzines, and a letter from Courtney. Cobain promptly jumped the fence and flew home after reading it. The letter has never been recovered. Wow, this is some mind-shocking revelation here. If this is true, that's crazy. Around this time, Courtney called the rock shop and spoke to the manager who she had talked to El Deuce in front of a few months ago, Karush Septjan. He later stated to police that Courtney told him she called him because she needed El Deuce for, quote, the job, end quote, and that she was furious when he told her Deuce was on tour. So wait, they all agreed to do this? And then, oh, I'm on tour. I can't do the hit right now. I got to do the hit later. This is really bizarre. She actually asked if Septjan would do the hit, a whole solicitation for murder charge on its own if anybody ever wants to pursue it, and Septjan claimed he hung up on her at this point. But that may not be the case. What if he set her up with a different man for the job? A loser who El Deuce knew closely named Alan Wrench. A week after the phone call, Kurt was dead. So is this true that this Septjan guy told police this? And they verified this call? This is crazy. I mean, this would be the smoking gun. Or close to it. A week after the phone call, Kurt was dead. For 3 years, tales of suicide and often theories of murder flew around with no real basis that could be proven either way. That is, until early 1997, when El Deuce came forward to the Los Angeles police and told his story. Now again, people making up stories for tabloids and all this stuff, would they risk making false statements by going directly to the police department? Because it's a different story to make something up on your own and pretend it's fiction than to actually walk into a police station and make a statement. El Deuce and Karush Septjan later took lie detector tests conducted by Dr. Edward Gelb, one of the top men in the field in the country, and El Deuce passed with flying colors. Septjan nodded out from heroin halfway through his test, and it was inconclusive. So both of these guys were willing to take the test. So apparently El Deuce he passed with flying colors, which I guess, I mean, if Dr. Edward Gelb is stating that he passed the test with flying colors, No deception at all. That's interesting. And Septuagint was passing out from heroin during the test. Okay, so that's an inconclusive test. But they were both willing to even take the test. What does that tell us? At this point in time, the film Kurt and Courtney was being made by Nick Broomfield, and when he heard of Elduce's spectacular claims backed up by a lie detector test, he just had to go investigate for his film. Elduce was drunk when the crew, Broomfield and Soundman, arrived, and during his interview, he let the name Alan slip, causing him to become red-faced and flustered. He was obviously very worried that he had said that.
So, but you did some deal with Courtney, right?
Yeah. She offered me 50 grand to whack Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, I was telling you this. She what?
50 grand to whack Kurt Cobain.
And that's a fact, is it? But people might think you're not the most reliable witness.
Well, that's too bad. You may not be the reliable witness your own self. Now think about that one.
Yeah.
You know, when she offered me money, God dang, I wish I would have taken it, man. But I know who whacked him.
But how were you gonna whack him? Did she tell you how to do it?
Yeah, blow his fucking head off.
So where were you gonna find him to do it?
Well, up there, and she gave, mapped it out. I mean, up there in Bellevue, wherever they live, right outside Seattle. I know right where the house is. I know right what garden pop him in. I just didn't think she was serious.
But did she tell you how she wanted you to pop
she
him?
says, blow his fucking head off. I got the shotgun.
But she didn't say anything about
Make it
making
look like a suicide.
Well, yeah, but if you just blew his brains out like you said, it wouldn't look like suicide. It looked like you blew his brains out, right?
But I told Alan, my friend, who I'll let the FBI catch him. But that's just the way it's done. End of story. Hey, 50 grand does a lot of talking. You buy me a beer, I might do some more talking. Ah!
7 days later, Elduce was dead, but not before getting out the full name of Cobain's killer on tape. The night before his death, he gave an interview to the Rocket magazine before he was to go on stage with his new band titled Courtney Killed Kurt. He told the interviewer, "You see, I actually know the real killer who murdered Cobain." At which point the interviewer eagerly asked, "Who is?" Hoke answered, "His name is Alan Wrench." And he headed to the stage for his last show. So this is even more damning. This is the night before his death, where he's actually giving the full name. Okay, that makes it... Okay, so now the coincidence stack, which was turning into a coincidence mountain, is now officially a coincidence peak at a very... this is beyond coincidental. This is rough. This is rough. I don't know what to make of this. The next morning, April 19th, 1997, witnesses and Wrench himself claimed that he, Wrench, showed up at Elduce's ranch furious. After Wrench manhandled Hoke into a bedroom and screamed at him for a while for giving him up, the two told witnesses that they were going to get some beer, and Wrench drove. That was the last time anyone saw Elduce, who ended up hit by a train less than a block away from the liquor store they were supposedly headed off to. Alan Wrench, on the record, said that he dropped Deuce off and then never saw him again. How many times have we heard that in true crime before? However, in the book Love and Death by Wallace and Halprin, Wrench gives a different version of events where he heavily insinuates that he is responsible for the death of Elduce and straight out admits, if only, quote, off the record, unquote, that he killed Kurt Cobain. So what came of all of this? Sergeant Cameron was in the middle of starting a joint investigation between the SPD and the LAPD into Deuce's allegations about Kurt Cobain's death. It was going to be a full-fledged dual-agency investigation. Then, as quick as Sergeant Cameron could pull out the memo announcing the groundwork for the new investigation, he was stripped of his post because of a corruption investigation, and the case was closed again. Okay, all right. No, we're higher than a peak now. I mean, wow. Is this the Mount Everest of coincidences? So, if this is all true, and the Los Angeles Police Department and Seattle Police Department were going to do a joint investigation, and as soon as the investigation was slated to begin, the lead detective is stripped of his post. But why wouldn't someone else take the case? Huh. The case was closed again. That is until Detective Sysinski's poignantly deep 3-page large font all caps re-looking at of Cobain's death in April 2014, in which he reassured us that all was kosher in Cobain verdict. Wait, verdict implies a just outcome in court that requires an unbiased investigation. Let's go with debacle. On a side note, Tom Grant has been saying from the beginning of his own appearances that he just wants the case reopened. And in 1997, it was reopened. Why didn't he tell us about this? If you go on his page, all it says is that Alan Wrench is a hoax and not to listen to anybody about the subject, lest you feel stupid when the, quote, real truth, end quote, comes out. There seems to be a lot of weight to this particular hoax, and the fact that El Deuce had close ties with Courtney Love adds a lot of extra clout to his allegations. Why is Tom Grant and the entirety of the media completely disregarding this information and not following up on the best lead backed by a polygraph as well as a confession by the alleged killer in this case? Please, somebody with the authority, strip this case away from the Seattle Police Department and investigate it for real. This is just a Pandora's box full of dead bodies they do not want reopened. So this is quite interesting because... Okay, let's look at a different scenario. Let's say both Hoke and Wrench are innocent, but Wrench was really pissed off that he named him as either a joke or whatever, and then he really did kill him because of that, but he didn't kill Kurt Cobain. Is that a possibility? But Deuce and Wrench were actually close friends. So it's really bizarre. And also, why is the FBI not investigating? Because if this is allegedly a multi-state conspiracy to murder involving hitmen and solicitation for murder across state lines, I mean, this sounds like a case for the FBI, particularly when Seattle seems to not be able to prove anything. Further details here, someone posted that he wasn't waving at fans. That was just a made-up story. El Deuce was at home. Alan showed up with Slim Moon and was furious, took Deuce out for a beer run. Across the street from the liquor store were train tracks with a hill blocking the view at that point. Deuce ended up dead behind the hill and was most likely led there to talk it out with Alan and got pushed. So that's interesting. When you look at that landscape, that's why Deuce, who was a known drunk and possible drug user, if that was that close to his house, he would have stumbled on the track and got killed a long time ago. So it seems like it was an out-of-the-way area, and it was not an accident. Coincidentally happening the previous night is when he first said Alan Wrench's full name. I don't even know if that's his real name, Alan Wrench, or whatever, his stage name. The other thing that's kind of crazy, though, is Courtney is soliciting for murder. If this is proven, she could be charged for that, but they chose not to press charges there. Regardless, I mean, what if, again, she could have actually been trying to kill him and hired to kill him, but he committed suicide before she could do it. So she might not be guilty of, these people might all be telling the truth, and none of them killed Kurt Cobain, because he might have committed suicide, but they were setting up to kill him. And if that's the case, should they be tried and prosecuted for conspiracy to commit murder? Another issue that I don't know if people have talked about, some of his hardcore fans, there's photographs of Kurt Cobain holding guns, and he holds guns in his right hand, which is interesting. But the shotgun was in his left hand. The other thing with a lot of these tabloid people supposedly going out for tabloid attention, It's interesting because that would be where would you want the truth out in the open getting laughed at so nobody believed it, or would you want it swept under the rug? I mean, both can be good strategies, but if it's hidden under the rug and then brought out, I mean, would it be more convenient to have it in the tabloids and just say, oh yeah, that's debunked nonsense, these people were just out for attention? That way the truth will never be known because it's kind of been mocked and ridiculed. If this whole thing really is a hoax, I don't know. Also, from what some people are saying, Karus Sheptjian is currently unable to be located. So did he go into hiding, fear for his own life? I don't know. Okay. Continuing on with the 10 Dark Theories, moving on to number 4, Tom Grant. The main driving force behind the push to have Cobain's death reinvestigated is Tom Grant. This is ironic given that Courtney Love, who Grant would ultimately accuse of having had her husband killed, is the one who initially hired him. During his investigations, including the aforementioned discussion with Cobain's lawyer, Grant began to strongly suspect Love had campaigned for years since Cobain's death for the case to be reopened. While many have accused Grant of simply seeking monetary gain off the back of a case of a suicide, and it has been said that there is plenty of work available for a charge concerning his claims, he has continued his campaign at the expense of his reputation, credibility, and very likely any further work in his field. But again, I mean, if you have integrity and you're hired by someone who you suspect might actually have killed who they've hired you to find, I mean, what is an honorable man with integrity supposed to do? I'm not saying this is Tom Grant. Maybe Tom Grant really is just some random opportunities. But if you are a man of integrity and honor, what do you do in that situation? Do you pretend it didn't happen, or do you push for the truth? Number 3, Greg Sage. We saw earlier that the suicide note is believed by some to have been about Kurt's desire to leave his band. According to Wipers guitarist Greg Sage, Cobain had planned to record some acoustic Lead Belly songs on his own that summer with Sage producing. Although his words need to be taken with a pinch of salt, some believe in the following comment. Sage was alluding to how much Kurt Cobain, and in turn Nirvana, would be worth to the record company should he pass away instead of simply going solo. Sage stated, well, I can't really speculate other than what he said to me, which was he wasn't at all happy about it. Success to him seemed like, I think, a brick wall. There was nowhere else to go but down. It was too artificial for him, and he wasn't an artificial person at all. He was actually 2 weeks after he died, he was supposed to come here, and he wanted to record a bunch of Lead Belly covers. It was kind of in secret because, I mean, people would definitely not allow him to do that. You also have to wonder, he was a billion-dollar industry at the time, and if the industry had any idea at all of him wishing or wanting to get out, they wouldn't have allowed that, in life, because if he was just to get out of the scene, he'd be totally forgotten. But if he was to die, he would be immortalized. 2. Michael DeWitt and Courtney Love. As we mentioned above, Tom Grant believes Courtney Love to be responsible for the death of Kurt Cobain. Grant also accused the family's male nanny, Michael DeWitt, of conspiring with Courtney to kill Cobain. DeWitt was hired by Love, who had known him for some time. Although it was ultimately the conversation with Rosemary Carroll that truly set Grant on the path to his eventual conclusion, he noticed increasingly suspicious behavior from the pair almost immediately upon meeting them, particularly from Love. It's an interesting dynamic to an already darkly intriguing case. If Grant is correct, was his hiring by Love an attempt to cover her tracks, only to be outthought by Grant? It should be noted that many are critical of Grant, in particular of his investigation of the Cobain case. However, our last point is worth taking on board. 1. No legal action taken. Perhaps the most damning evidence, at least in terms of the accusation that they were involved in his death, is that Courtney Love and Michael DeWitt, who Grant had accused of actually pulling the trigger no less, have taken no legal action against the man who has persistently accused them of having the rock singer killed. To his credit, Grant stated that this would be the case, claiming that if Love tried to take him to court, the evidence that she was involved would be allowed to unfold before the world. It's an interesting argument to make, and similar to ones that David Icke and other such conspiracy theorists have made to back up some of their more outlandish and unsubstantiated claims. Do they have a point, or are the claims being made simply not worth the time or money to respond to? Well, Courtney Love did block the use of music and all of these things in the Kurt and Courtney documentary with Broomfield. So she has gone out of her way in certain cases. But when you leave the door open for discovery and all these things, I want to know, I want to see if anybody matched who smoked the other brand of cigarettes that were found in the ashtray with Cobain's. Was it Michael DeWitt? Was it Hoke? Was it Alan Wrench? I mean, obviously that's not damning. There's a finite amount of cigarette brands, of course, but it would just be interesting to mix and match and just to see. All right, I'm going to get into the final mind-shocking theory in a moment, but first I just wanted to go over a couple of thoughts posted on Reddit from various users over the years. I picked up the Love and Death book that describes the reasoning behind the Kurt Cobain was murdered theory. I am not one to subscribe to conspiracy theories, but I have to say that Courtney Love's actions to confuse and mislead the private investigator she hired to find Kurt did come across as somewhat strange. In particular, she had information on where Kurt had been after leaving rehab, along with a phone number for where he could be reached. Why wasn't this shared with the investigators she claimed to have hired him? Highly unusual. Independent of the whole murder theory, I've considered that maybe this wasn't the reason why she hired him, but I can't come up with a valid alternative short of possibly making herself appear concerned. Has anyone who's familiar with this book or the events described in it considered it much at all? Someone responded with this: at the time this all happened, I had a close friend whose brother worked for them in an assistant sort of way. It's weird because I've never read the book, but it completely mirrors the same expletive he told us. Poor Frances Bean. More discussion here. One of the counter arguments, if she was involved, why did she call 911 when he went into a coma after mixing his medication and alcohol in Rome? It would have been easy to just let him die then. It was odd that she waited 2 hours to call 911 after finding him comatose. But still, the authors admit it was hard to reconcile this with a murder theory. Why? Because she could have either changed her mind in an emotional state, or she might have thought, see, waiting 2 hours is a long time. She might have thought he was already dead, because apparently she did say that he was dead when she called for the ambulance. As a side note, the first thing he did after regaining consciousness in Rome was to ask for a pen and paper and wrote F you and gave it to Courtney. Interesting. So again, people discussing this, maybe 2 hours, was hoping he was past the point of saving, but still able to claim she did the right thing and tried to save him. I have no idea, just throwing out a possible explanation. In the same chapter covering this particular counter-argument, they counter-argue something that resonated strongly with me. Courtney called for an ambulance stating that Kurt was dead. While there is circumstantial evidence from Love's own mouth, no less, that she waited 2 hours to call for help, the thing that struck me was when the authors mentioned a photograph of Love in the back of the ambulance with her dying husband on the way to the hospital. After she repeatedly says she woke up and found him dead, she's wearing full makeup. And there is indeed a photograph. As a woman, I found her nicely done makeup at complete odds with her alleged panic at finding her husband dead. That makeup to me negates her statements about immediately calling for help. I can't think of a single girl I know who would take the time to doll herself up before calling for help if the love of her life was dead on the floor. It absolutely does not ring true. And this isn't even taken into account the first communication that Kurt had with Courtney when waking up was an angry 2-word note he wrote her. He had tubes in his mouth upon regaining consciousness. F you. Why such instant hostility? Why does Love claim there was a suicide note in Rome, yet admit to burning it before anyone else could read it and verify her claim that it was indeed a suicide note attempt? Wouldn't that make her claim that Kurt was suicidal that much more strong? And okay, so now we're going into the realm of, is Courtney setting everything up to make everyone think Kurt Cobain is suicidal when he's not? And was that incident in Rome, so to speak, either a trial run or her first attempt to murder him and frame it as a suicide, and then thinking the next time around it'll be even easier because now there's an established history? This is all quite bizarre. All right, it's time for a blast from the past. I found a really good write up from angelfire.com. I don't even see an author here, but yeah, I'm just going to read this. April 8th, 1994, Kurt Cobain, lead singer of the band Nirvana, was found dead in the greenhouse of a Seattle home after he had been missing for several days. The coroner determined that he had been dead roughly 72 hours. That was death by suicide. From the very beginning, Nirvana fans, even some of Cobain's closest friends, didn't think Kurt's death was a suicide. Thus, the murder theories began. Tom Grant, the PI Courtney Love hired to find Kurt when he was missing, opened an investigation looking into what really happened April 5th, shortly after Kurt was found. The information he gathered was enough to make upset Nirvana fans look a little deeper for the truth about Kurt's death. The facts that Tom Grant and dedicated Nirvana fans turned up all pointed to one person as the murderer, Courtney Love, Kurt Cobain's wife. I believe that Courtney Love killed Kurt Cobain. For your convenience, I have a list of names that appear in this essay and who they are. Kurt Cobain, lead singer. Courtney Love, wife, suspected murderer. Dylan Carlson, Kurt's best friend. PI Tom Grant, Courtney's private investigator, founder of the murder theories. L. Deuce, musician in an underground metal band. Hitman, Frances Bean Cobain, Kurt and Courtney's daughter, age 2 at father's death. Iris Cobain, Kurt's grandmother. Callie, the Cobains' hired nanny for Frances Bean. Nick Broomfield, creator of the movie Kurt and Courtney, that looks into the murder theories. Wow, people still use Angel Fire? That means this came out after Kurt and Courtney. Evidence directly related to Courtney as the murder. A month or two before Kurt was found dead, he had suffered from a drug overdose in Rome while on tour with his band. Courtney Love referred to it as an accident. However, just after Kurt's death, she said it was a suicide attempt. After Kurt's death, she said this. If she thought it was a suicide attempt, why didn't she do anything to protect Kurt from trying again? Why didn't she say anything to Dylan Carlson before he bought another gun with Kurt? Kurt was in the midst of divorcing Courtney. He had made a new will, which he hadn't yet signed. According to several insiders, he excluded Courtney from his new will. What it meant for Courtney was that once he had divorced her, she would no longer have access to all his money. Kurt had stated that his band Nirvana was not going to take part in Lollapalooza, for which they would make millions. Courtney went ballistic, says Dylan Carlson. She was totally pissed off that Kurt was giving up so much money. When Courtney hired PI Tom Grant to locate Kurt, she failed to mention that Callie had seen Kurt at the Lake Washington home, the Cobain mansion, the day before. Wouldn't that be the first thing you would tell someone if they were looking for your missing husband? Oh yeah, he's actually at home. Wow, this is rough. Furthermore, Courtney asked Tom Grant to set up surveillance at various points, but not at their house, the last place he had been seen. El Deuce, an LA musician featured in Nick Broomfield's documentary, claimed that he was offered $50,000 by Courtney to kill Kurt just a couple months before Kurt's body was found. He passed 2 lie detector tests by the world's top polygraph expert when questioned about that offer. Just a week after he was interviewed by Nick Broomfield, he was found dead. A train hit him while he was going to buy some beers with a friend he had just made whom nobody had ever seen before. Supposedly it was Alan Wrench, this other friend. And then this other friend. The police stated that his death was an accident. Nobody ever saw the person he was with again. That's totally useless information, except that he had just revealed a somewhat large piece of evidence against Courtney to a video documentary that a great deal of people were going to see. Not to mention, of course, the interview the night before, which I guess this writer doesn't know about. Some believe it looks like Courtney covering her tracks. Just a week before Kurt's death, Courtney called the place where El Deuce worked and said that she needed him for something they had arranged. At the time, El Deuce was on tour with his band. Courtney went ballistic again, according to the person that answered the phone. The medical examiner in Kurt's case knew Courtney well before she got married to Kurt. In fact, they were pretty good friends and used to go out bar hopping together. This should be reason for someone else to handle the examination. Shortly after this potential conflict of interest was revealed, he left the King County Medical Examiner's office and took a job in a small town in Florida. Coincidence? I think not. The electrician that found Kurt's body was sent out by Courtney to make sure everything was working correctly at the Cobain mansion. No one was going to be at the mansion anytime soon. This random task for the electrician leads me to believe that he was sent out to discover Kurt. Courtney went on tour with her band Hole a few weeks after Kurt's death. This wouldn't be worth mentioning except for the fact that she was his wife and she should have been mourning his death, not playing concerts. It is a fact that Courtney Love is violent by nature. Proof of this is her tendency to attack and threaten people that speak against her, both people of the media and people like myself. Courtney's own father believes she killed Kurt. He wrote an entire book about the murder theories. When Courtney still lived with her father, she often wrote poetry but threw it away. Her father salvaged many of the poems. There was one that interested him particularly, but he didn't realize its significance until Kurt's death. The poem was about how she planned to marry people, use them for all they were worth, and kill them. Though this sounds unreliable or maybe just untrue, it's entirely fact. The documentary Kurt and Courtney shows the original copy of the poem and has Courtney's father reading it. Okay, I mean, that's quite damning, but that's still not, I mean, I would say that's the least convincing out of all of these just because, I mean, how old was she when she wrote that? I don't know. Was she already on drugs? Kurt-related topics. When Kurt checked into Exodus Recovery Center to try to get over his heroin addiction, he called his grandmother and made a date to go fishing with his grandfather the following week. Kurt's grandmother, Iris Cobain, recalls that he sounded very happy when he called her. Kurt loved his daughter, Frances, being too much to leave her alone. He said, "Holding my baby is the best drug in the world." Frances was what he lived for, so why would he kill himself? Kurt used the phrase, "I hate myself and want to die" often, which some people now point to as proof he was suicidal. The fact of the matter is Kurt was being sarcastic. He is quoted in many interviews as mentioning that he almost named Nirvana's In Utero CD, "I hate myself and want to die," but he didn't because he knew people wouldn't get the joke. On Monday, April 4th, a Michigan investment counselor says that he met Kurt in a park near Kurt's house. During their lengthy conversation, Kurt said he feared for his life due to his refusal to have Nirvana in Lollapalooza. A lot of people were losing a lot of money as a result of that. Kurt's blood contained 1.52 milliliters per liter, which is more than twice the fatal dose, even for a heroin addict who has built up a certain tolerance to the drug. According to a study on narcotics, Cobain's morphine heroin level would be 75 times the lethal dose for a non-user, and Kurt had been clean for around a month. Even if Kurt did survive the overdose, he wouldn't have been capable of much more than sitting around and drooling. If he actually intended to kill himself after surviving all those drugs, why did he load the shotgun with 3 cartridges? In case he missed? The counselor is very interesting because if this is true, on Monday, April 4th, he met Kurt in a park near his house, and Kurt told him that he feared for his life. Doesn't cite his name here. Facts from other people indicating Kurt's mental well-being. Kurt's best friend Dylan would have never bought a shotgun for him if he thought Kurt was going to kill himself. They knew each other inside and out, so if Kurt had been suicidal, Dylan would have known. According to Dylan, Kurt made all sorts of plans, fishing with his grandfather, for example, for when he got out of rehab. One of Kurt's visitors at the rehab later said, quote, "I was ready to see him look like expletive and depressed, but he looked so expletive great." End quote. Facts the Seattle Police Department overlooked, police neglect. When Kurt's body was found, the police automatically assumed it was a suicide. Only a few Polaroids were shot in the greenhouse where Kurt's body was, and other film that was taken was not even developed. The case was closed before it was even opened. The police work was also so sloppy right down to taking Kurt's fingerprints. The lack of attention to detail and evidence is why I think Courtney hasn't been convicted of Kurt's murder yet. 2 handwriting experts found that there were 2 different sets of handwriting on the suicide note. The interesting point here is that the part that Kurt definitely wrote didn't say that he was going to kill himself. It implied he was leaving the music business. A note for his fans rather than for his wife and child. No legible fingerprints were found on the shotgun Kurt used to, quote, kill himself, and the pen used to write the note or the box of drug paraphernalia sitting next to Kurt that had the needles he had shot up with in it. Wouldn't there be fingerprints on the trigger, though? The gun that killed Kurt was laying across his chest. It would be nearly impossible to achieve that unless someone else placed it. Summing it all up, with all of these facts established, this is the scenario that would have had to take place. Kurt would have had to have survived the overdose, or at least still be conscious, rolled down his sleeves, tucked all his drugs, etc., neatly away in his box, wiped the fingerprints off that, and then used the pen to write his suicide note, pick up his gun, locate his mouth, pull the trigger, wipe all the fingerprints off the gun, then place it on his chest. Not only is that extremely unlikely, but it's also physically impossible. Certainly there are arguments such as he could have wiped his fingerprints before he shot up, but that would still leave fingerprints on the gun. And why the hell would he do that anyway? Why would he bother wipe any fingerprints off anything? In fact, why would he do any of the things that make this so obviously a murder case? Okay, next thing I'm going to go over is the Soaked in Bleach review, 15 key points that lead to Kurt Cobain's murder. This was updated December 5th, 2015, written by Eric Senich. I will tell you right now that if I were the chief of police today, I would reopen this investigation. This is a quote from Norm Stamper, the chief of police in Seattle at the time of Kurt Cobain's death. So is he backpedaling or what? I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense. The new docudrama Soaked in Bleach made its debut on Netflix November 15th. Since the theatrical release in June was limited, most fans like myself never had the chance to see it until now. As someone who has doubts as to the conspiracy theories regarding this case over the years, I had those same doubts going into this film. After watching it, however, I am now absolutely convinced that Kurt Cobain did not take his own life. He was murdered. On Friday, April 8th, 1994, the body of Kurt Cobain was found dead at his home in Seattle, the victim of what was officially ruled a suicide by a self-inflicted shotgun wound to the head. Less than a week earlier, Courtney Love had hired a private investigator to find her husband. That's where the Soaked in Bleach story begins. The film was written and produced by Donnie HR, and Benjamin Statler, who deserve serious credit for their contributions. Soaked in Bleach is beautifully shot and arranged with the storyline weaving in and out from actual phone recordings and testimonials to reenacted scenes. Those scenes are delivered effectively by professional actors Daniel Roebuck, August Emerson, Sarah Scott, and Tyler Bryan. The credibility comes from very reliable sources, among those being Tom Grant. Grant was the Seattle PI hired by Love on April 3rd, 1994. Prior to that, he was an LA police officer with an impeccable record and reputation as both an officer and detective. Now that's very interesting if they dug deep into his past. So if this is a guy of integrity and honor, when he finds something fishy about all these things, what does he do? Does he turn tail and run? Or does he believe justice should be served if this is indeed a murder? The film includes several recorded phone conversations by Grant with both Love and Rosemary Carroll, another highly credible source. Carroll was a close friend to Cobain and Love, served as their attorney, and is also the godmother to their daughter Frances Bean Cobain. It's these phone conversations by Grant with Carroll that prove to be damning evidence against Love. I urge any fan to watch this film to get the whole story, but I've compiled the 15 most compelling points. 1. The credit card story. Courtney Love did not initially hire Detective Tom Grant to find her husband Kurt Cobain when she called him Easter Sunday, April 3rd, 1994. Easter Sunday. She told Grant that someone stole her credit card. When Grant first met Love in person, however, she told him that the card was not stolen, and she believed Cobain had it. She informed him she called the credit card company to cancel the account in hopes he would come home. Grant later revealed that someone was attempting to use Cobain's missing credit card after he died, but the attempts stopped when his body was discovered. In the middle of the conversation, she began to say Cobain was suicidal, that he escaped from rehab and bought a shotgun. Grant would later find out from Cobain's best friend Dylan Carlson that Cobain in fact purchased the shotgun on March 30th before he was in rehab, and it was due to a recent burglary in his home. Trust me, if he was suicidal, I would never let him get a shotgun, said Carlson. Grant said he was suspicious of Love from that day on, as most of what she talked about centered around divorce, money, her career, and the possibility that Cobain was having an affair. He heard no concern whether her husband was dead or in danger. And was he really missing, or was he just hanging out at home? 2. Courtney's career more important than Kurt. Love admitted to Grant that she paid people to plant a story that she overdosed, was in the hospital, and having a breakdown while Cobain was missing. Love, who admitted to being unethical, also stated that it would help sell copies of the upcoming album with her band Hole. She said to Grant, "People would believe me if I deny it. Then it would appear that I attempted suicide. That way there's no drugs involved and the sympathy goes to me, and selfishly it would help sell records." 3. Courtney Love, aka Wendy O'Connor, spreads more lies. Love admitted to filing a missing persons report with the Seattle police on Monday, April 4th, under the name of Cobain's mother, Wendy O'Connor. All the media reports that followed were totally false, including the story that Kurt has a shotgun and is suicidal. Love's comment on Grant, quote, "That should get things going, right?" End quote. 4. Liars using liars to hide the truth. Grant told Love that he wanted someone from his detective squad watching Cobain's home in Seattle. Love responded by telling him that wasn't necessary and he was probably hiding out and wouldn't be at the house. So Grant is not incompetent. He did want to go to his actual house in Seattle. Love told him that wasn't necessary. Interesting. She told Grant that Cobain liked to stay in fancy hotels under the names Simon Ritchie or Bill Bailey. Later, Grant asked Cobain's friend Dylan if that were true, and he laughed, adding that Cobain only stayed at the cheapest places. Grant initially followed Love's lead and searched only the nicest hotels in Seattle but found nothing. He then went to smaller, cheaper hotels and motels before finding a motel that had a Bill Bailey registered there. When he told Love this information, she didn't want Grant to go to the motel to find Cobain. Instead, she said she wanted to have someone there just to watch the outside of the hotel, which left Grant confused and curious. He then told her he needed to go to Cobain's home to look for him. Love's response, "No, he's not going to be there. Callie is there. He'll tell me if Kurt shows up." Michael Callie DeWitt was a live-in nanny for Frances Bean Cobain. Callie was also a longtime friend and former boyfriend of Love. I mean, if that doesn't spell trouble, I don't know what does. Earlier in the day, she said Callie was one of the best liars she ever met and didn't trust him. It was later discovered that Cobain visited Callie and his girlfriend in their bedroom at Cobain's Lake Washington house on Saturday, April 2nd. Kurt was seen by Callie for the last time that day. Phone records show Courtney spoke to Callie 8 times on April 2nd. Courtney did not reveal Kurt was seen when she hired Tom Grant on April 3rd. 5. Courtney can't or won't leave LA. On Wednesday, April 6th, Grant spoke in person with Love in Los Angeles. He once again told her that he wanted to go to the Cobain home to look for Kurt. This time, however, Love thought it was a great idea. Just a day or two before, she said it wasn't a good idea at all. At that point, Grant figured Love would want to go to Seattle with him, but she immediately said no, alleging she couldn't because she had business to do in LA. A fact later refuted by Rosemary Carroll. As Grant left the room, Love shouted out sarcastically, "Save the American icon, Tom." 6. Dylan Carlson and the Greenhouse Secret. Love eventually told Grant that he should speak with Cobain's best friend, Dylan Carlson, for information regarding Cobain's whereabouts. Grant did. From that point on, however, all the information from Love was no longer given directly to Grant. It was always given to Carlson first. He would then relay that information to Grant. It was later revealed by Rosemary Carroll that she heard Love talk to Carlson about the greenhouse where Cobain's body was eventually discovered by the electrician. This piece of information became vital to the case since Carlson never told Grant to look in the greenhouse when they previously searched the home. In fact, after news of Cobain's death, Grant confronted Carlson, asking why he never mentioned the greenhouse. Carlson responded by downplaying its importance, saying it was just a dirty little room above the garage where they stored lumber. Huh. It would later be revealed that Carlson depended on Love for drugs and money after Cobain's death. She was paying his rent for many years and supplied money for his heroin addiction, according to Max Wallace, an investigative journalist and co-author of Love and Death, the book which claims Cobain was murdered, possibly by Love. Huh. This is all circumstantial, but it leads me to believe, again, this might be blasphemous to some, but did Courtney really just buy out Carlson and some of these other people around Kurt Cobain? Because if he's going and saying he would kill the person responsible if he thought Courtney did it, is that just a diversion to make, because if she paid him off to say that, regardless of who did what and whether it was a suicide or not. Again, I'm not saying Carlson was the one that killed Kurt Cobain. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but he definitely could have been paid off to say whatever. 7. Planting the Cobain curse theory. Love eventually told the media that suicide was in Cobain's family. She claimed 3 of his uncles had committed suicide and referred to them as the result of the Cobain curse. According to Cobain's friend Mitch Holmquist, there is no Cobain curse. Holmquist debunked 2 of the so-called suicides. He started with Cobain's great-grandfather Arthur Cobain, who was a deputy sheriff in Grays Harbor, Washington back in 1938 when he died of a freak accident. His gun dislodged from the holster while sitting in a bar. After the gun hit the ground, it fired a shot into Arthur, which killed him. Holmquist then mentioned Kurt's uncle, Leland Cobain, who died under similar circumstances. He was intoxicated and as a result fell down a staircase. He died from complications from the fall. Huh. See, if that's true, that's weird, but there was another cousin that I think went along with Love's claims. Now, did she pay off this cousin as well? Courtney Love does have deep pockets, so who knows? 8. Kurt Cobain was not suicidal. Friday, March 4th, 1994, the story got out that Cobain had accidentally overdosed in Rome, Italy. He went into a drug coma due to champagne mixed with Ropanol, the same drug found under Courtney Love's mattress the following month by Tom Grant. We didn't go over that detail, very damning. Love at the time said it was not a suicide attempt. After Cobain's death, however, she changed her story, stating that he had swallowed 60 pills that night. Dr. Oswaldo Galletta treated Cobain and, quote, categorically denies, end quote, that Cobain had 60 pills in him and that it was not a suicide attempt. And for the so-called stomach pain that Cobain was experiencing that Love has said led to a suicide, it was diagnosed and treated, according to Cobain himself in an MTV interview in 1993. In fact, he said it was diagnosed and treated as far back as mid to late 92. You know what's interesting? When you nail down some of the details of this case, like, okay, maybe he used heroin because of the issues, maybe the heroin caused the issues, regardless. If this was truly taken care of, it would be inaccurate to say that he committed suicide because he was in pain and doing heroin or whatever, especially if he was clean for a month. I don't know. This is all rough. This is definitely not as simple as it appeared to be from the outset. Along with many so-called suicide attempts Love referred to after Cobain's death, there was also a supposed suicide note written by Cobain while he was in Rome. She told Grant that the letter was left under the pillow on her bed. Grant immediately disagreed with Love. He told her he had been to the home, turned over the pillows, even flipped the mattress over on the night of Thursday, April 7th, and there was no note. Love insisted it was there and agreed to show the letter to Grant. She never did. Finally, Grant asked Cobain's closest friends, along with his family lawyer, Rosemary Carroll, if they thought Cobain was suicidal, and all of them emphatically said he wasn't. 9. The failure of the Seattle police. Friday, April 8th, 1994, Kurt Cobain's body was found by the electrician. According to Grant, the police had already decided it was a suicide on the very day they found the body. In fact, a patrol officer with no homicide investigative experience made the call that it was a suicide and it was never questioned. Norm Stamper was the chief of police in Seattle at the time of Cobain's death. He said, quote, "I wouldn't pretend that there aren't police officers who are cynical and suspicious and skeptical. That was the case in the Kurt Cobain death. We should, in fact, have taken steps to study patterns involved in the behavior of key individuals. Who had a motive to see Kurt Cobain dead? If, in fact, Kurt Cobain was murdered as opposed to having committed suicide, and it was possible to learn that, shame on us for not doing that. That was, in fact, our responsibility. It's about right and wrong. It's about honor. It's about ethics. If we didn't get it right the first time, we damn well better get it right the second time. And I will tell you right now that if I were the chief today, I would reopen this investigation," end quote. And that, my friends, is very rare. A police chief taking responsibility. When have we heard this before? This is quite rare. The crime scene photos were never developed by the police because, according to them, there was no need since it was a suicide. The photos remain in the possession of the Seattle PD to this day. By their negligent investigation, the Seattle police, 1, allowed Kurt Cobain to be cremated 6 days after being discovered. 2, waited 30 days to process the shotgun for the fingerprints. 3, gave Courtney Love the shotgun to have it melted down. 4, allowed the greenhouse crime scene to be torn down and destroyed. The police report stated that Cobain was found with the shotgun upside down in his left hand, grasping the barrel in a vice-like grip. The shotgun shell, however, was found on Kurt's left side rather than his right side. With the shotgun upside down, the exit chamber is clearly on Cobain's right side. The police determination for this was that the gun was right side up when shot, then it flipped upside down, expelling the shell to the left. Grant says this is impossible because, among other reasons, shotguns do not flip upside down when they are fired. 10, the media reports proven wrong. The media report stated that Cobain barricaded himself in the greenhouse. The reports also stated there was a stool blocking the entrance. Not true. It was simply sitting in front of the 2 unlocked French doors at the other side of the room. John Fisk was a paramedic for the Seattle Fire Department and was there at the scene. He said, quote, "Someone reported that there was a stool blocking the door. That wasn't the case. I don't know where that came from," end quote. The media reports said Cobain was unrecognizable and had to be identified by fingerprints. Fisk said his head was not grossly deformed or badly damaged. And unless they're all lying, it couldn't have been because the electrician said he looked like he was asleep. Does someone with their face blown off look like they're just asleep? I don't know. 11, Rosemary Carroll's shocking phone recordings. Rosemary Carroll was recorded by Tom Grant on the phone several times. She stated Love called her shortly before the death, saying Cobain was leaving her, and she wanted the, quote, meanest, most vicious divorce lawyer, end quote, she could find. She also wanted to know if there was a way to avoid their prenuptial agreement. Carroll also said that Cobain had called her from Rome, wanting to take Love out of his will. That call was made on Tuesday night, March 1st, 1994, from Munich, Germany, just moments before going on stage for the last time. 2 days later, as a result of near-fatal levels of Rohypnol dissolved in champagne, Kurt was rushed to the hospital in Rome. Carroll noted that Love never had business in LA on Wednesday, April 6th, even though that's what she told Grant. Carroll later stated that Love was in fact at Carroll's home in Los Angeles on the 6th of April and heard Love tell Dylan Carlson on the phone to check the greenhouse. This was 2 days before Kurt's body was discovered by the electrician. Grant was told a different story by Carlson, who said Love never told him to look in the greenhouse. "It's obvious they're lying," said Carroll. All right, so the plot has thickened quite severely to the point where we can't see anything. Okay, so that's interesting. So Cobain made this call to Carroll. Did Carroll feel guilty? Did Carroll, if she's both of their lawyers, did she disclose to Courtney that Kurt had told her that he was going to take her out of their will, and that's why Courtney possibly put all the pills in the champagne and tried to kill him? I mean, is that convenient that if these suicide attempts are murder attempts, the first one comes right around the time Cobain calls from Rome to take Love out of his will. Interesting. And then when Kurt Cobain can't speak, his only method of communication is writing, and he writes F you to Courtney. Is that because he realized what she did? I don't know. This is all quite bizarre. The coincidences are stacking really high now. 12, the impossible shotgun theory. The toxicology reported that Cobain had 200 milligrams of heroin injected into him. This is 2 to 3 times the amount that would be considered to be lethal. Investigative reporter Max Wallace said there hasn't been a single case where someone could have that level of heroin in them and remain conscious. Dr. Cyril, a forensic pathologist and former president of the American Academy of Forensic Science, said, quote, I cannot think of a case in which I have had someone inject himself with a large amount of heroin and then proceed to kill himself. It just doesn't make sense, end quote. Now, again, we could be, how many toxicology reports are there? Because was there a typo? Was there an error? I mean, we don't really know. 13, the forged suicide note. When Rosemary Carroll finally saw the so-called suicide note, she said it was forged. That suicide note is a past speech of things that I think that he had written before and of someone copying his handwriting, Carroll told Grant. This is my theory, and it might be, and it's a lot of intuition. I think all of that weirdness with Callie being it obviously had living in the house for several days while there was Kurt's corpse in the other place. I think it had to do with the suicide note. So Callie's living in the house the whole time Kurt's corpse is there? I don't know. This case just, it's so weird. Carroll stated that on the night of Wednesday, April 6th, Love was at Carroll's house in Los Angeles and left a backpack which had a sheet of paper in it. On that sheet of paper was a series of letters written out in a style nearly identical to Cobain's handwriting. I think someone went through his notebooks, found passages that could plausibly be cobbled together to a suicide note, and traced them or forged or something like that, said Carroll. When Grant asked Courtney if she could give him the original suicide note so it could be analyzed and determined whether it was written by someone else than Kurt, she agreed. To this day, Love hasn't given Grant that note. 14, still waiting for the coroner's report. Tom Grant confronted Courtney Love by phone with the theory that Dylan Carlson knew Cobain was dead before the electrician found him. She did not deny that. Grant also addressed his suspicions about Love's involvement. He assured her that any speculation will come to an end if she simply gets the copy of the coroner's report for everyone to see and get Callie to take a polygraph test. Courtney agreed to get him the coroner's report, saying, I'm coming to LA on the 17th, and I'll bring it to you. I will give it to you from my hand to your hand, and you can do whatever you want with it. You owe me a big expletive apology when this is over, by the way. Grant's response, and believe me, you'll get it if I'm wrong. Courtney never met with Tom Grant on the 17th and never gave him the coroner's report. Callie never took a polygraph test. And now we do have the brain fingerprint scan. Again, I've mentioned it many times on True Crime Podcasts. You cannot, so far nobody's been able to fool the brain fingerprint scan. If you do, you get $100,000, so. All right, 15, the odd note from Callie. Around Thursday, April 7th, Courtney Love told Dylan Carlson to inform Grant that she was in the hospital and got arrested. She added she wanted Grant and Carlson to go back in the house and look for the shotgun. She said it was a hidden compartment of the bedroom closet. She hadn't mentioned that to us before, said Grant. When Grant and Dylan arrived at the Cobain home, they found a note on the steps that wasn't there the night before. It was written by Callie saying, Kurt, I can't believe you managed to be in this house without me noticing. You're an expletive for not calling Courtney and at least letting her know that you're okay. She's in a lot of pain, Kurt, and this morning she had another accident, and now she's in the hospital again. She's your wife, she loves you, and you have a child together. Get it together, or at least tell her you're okay, or she's going to die. It's not fair, man. Do something now. Grant thought the letter came off as odd and felt it was contrived, later stating that it was just another trick by Love to throw Grant off the path. It was also later stated by Grant that he believed Cobain was already dead by the night he read that letter. So let's get to the most mind-shocking theory of all. This was posted on a Facebook page, Kurt Cobain Death Discussion. Kurt's not dead. After Rome, Kurt was made aware of people, as in more than one, trying to kill him. After confirming this in rehab, he escaped and took his story to the Seattle police, where they placed him under surveillance and waited to catch the would-be killer. The would-be killer did in fact show up, but contrary to the agreed plan, the would-be killer told Kurt he was supposed to kill him, but he wasn't going to do it. At this point, the police entered and interviewed the hired gun, at which point it was noted that the assassin had had no contact with the person who hired them. It was all organized through a third party, so the police could not press charges. This is where it gets interesting. A plan was hatched to place Kurt in witness protection and fake his death in order to catch the person responsible when payment for the hit was made. Payment was made to the hired gun but was deposited from an untraceable account. This was the first of many F-ups. Kurt was relocated to another country under an assumed name while the police and now FBI continue to build their case. 20 years later, they are no closer than where they began. Kurt has moved on with his life, happy to be out of the limelight. He has a new family and has no interest in returning to the States. You will say I'm crazy, but I really don't care. Take it or leave it. That is, of course, one of the most mind-shocking theories. So I don't know about that one. That seems a little bit crazy, but it would explain certain issues with the police department. However, there are theories, of course, that he's still alive. He faked his own death without police involvement and some of these other issues. But when you look at all of this circumstantial evidence against Courtney Love, it's hard to ignore this much of it. And then with these other characters involved, passing polygraphs and all of these things, it's interesting. That's what I could say about that. I mean, this has been a pretty big deep dive into the case. And I'm just going to close this out with one more interesting post here from Reddit. Once again, this is actually from the Conspiracy subreddit. Kurt Cobain's alleged suicide note. If you believe in the murder theory, which I do almost 100% at this point, Courtney, Callie, or someone else went through his journals and traced or copied passages that could sort of be strung together to make a suicide note. Courtney sold his journals for millions of dollars in 2004, even though he once said he had felt raped when someone stole his journal. A large chunk of it reads as a quitting Nirvana note. Then there just seems to be random other sentences thrown in at the beginning and end that have little or nothing to do with each other. The only text that sounds suicidal is the last few lines. They were written larger, and some handwriting experts have said by a different person. Early in Soaked in Bleach, you can hear Tom Grant say, "No one would believe that's a suicide note," during the credits montage. I have to say I agree with him. Rosemary Carroll, Kurt and Courtney's lawyer, thinks it's a pastiche of things Kurt said in the past. She found handwriting practice sheets in Courtney's bag. It's highly unlikely someone would write a suicide note to their fans. This is the same guy who flipped off the camera in the behind the CD photo in the Nevermind case. I'll paste the body here, and if you'd like to bear with me, provide my own analysis after. To Boda. Speaking from the tongue of an experienced simpleton who obviously would rather be an emasculated infantile complainee, this note should be pretty easy to understand. All the warnings from the Punk Rock 101 courses over the years, since my first introduction to the, shall we say, ethics involved with independence and the embracement of your community has proven to be very true. I haven't felt the excitement of listening to as well as creating music along with reading and writing for too many years now. I feel guilty beyond words about these things. For example, when we're backstage and the lights go out and the manic roar of the crowds begins, it doesn't affect me the way which it did for Freddie Mercury, who seemed to relish in the love and adoration of the crowd, which is something I totally admire and envy. The fact is, I can't fool you, any of you. It simply isn't fair to you or me. The worst crime I can think of would be to rip people off by faking it and pretending as if I'm having 100% fun. Sometimes I feel as if I should have a punch in time clock before I walk out on stage. I've tried everything within my power to appreciate it, and I do, God believe me I do, but it's not enough. I appreciate the fact that I and we have affected and entertained a lot of people. I must be one of those narcissists who only appreciates things when they're gone. I'm too sensitive. I need to be slightly numb in order to regain the enthusiasms I once had as a child. On our last 3 tours, I've had a much better appreciation for all the people I've known personally and as fans of our music, but I still can't get over the frustration, the guilt, and empathy I have for everyone. There's good in all of us, and I think I simply love people too much, so much that it makes me feel too sad. The sad little sensitive, unappreciative Pisces, Jesus, man, why don't you just enjoy it? I don't know. I have a goddess of a wife who sweats ambition and empathy, and a daughter who reminds me too much of what I used to be, full of love and joy and kissing every person she meets because everyone is good and will do no harm. And that terrifies me to the point to where I can barely function. I can't stand the thought of Francis becoming the miserable, self-destructive death rocker that I've become. I have it good, very good, and I'm grateful, but since the age of 7, I've become hateful towards all humans in general. Only because it seems so easy for people to get along that have empathy. Only because I love and feel sorry for people too much, I guess. Thank you from the pit of my burning, nauseous stomach for your letters and concern during the past years. I'm too much of an erratic, moody baby. I don't have the passion anymore, and so remember, it's better to burn out than to fade away. Peace, love, empathy, Kurt Cobain. Francis and Courtney, I'll be at your altar. Please keep going, Courtney, for Francis, for her life, which will be so much happier without me. I love you, I love you. So it's addressed to Boda, which was his imaginary childhood friend. For a long time, I saw that as evidence that it was a legit suicide note. Why would his murderers be stupid enough to make the suicide lines at the bottom larger and different, but smart enough to address it to his imaginary friend? But the rest of the letter is addressed to either his fans or the music industry, so that hardly makes sense. Speaking from the tongue of an experienced simpleton who obviously would rather be an emasculated infantile complainee, that's an odd way to start a suicide note. Looks more like a sentence from his journal that sort of makes sense as a good intro line. All the warnings from the Punk Rock 101 courses over the years since my first introduction to the, shall we say, ethics involved with independence and the embracement of your community has proven to be very true. To me, this sounds like it's addressed to a record label. The next chunk of the note is about how he doesn't get excited to play on stage anymore. No one would kill themselves over that, especially with a brand new daughter. He gave an interview to Rolling Stone in late '93, 4 months before death, that he was happier than he had ever been, and he was finally prescribed the right medication for his stomach ailment. He also wrote his grandpa a Christmas card in '93, again stating that he was happier than he'd ever been before in his entire life. The fact is, I can't fool you, any one of you. No longer addressed to Boda or record execs. And you can tell me he may have added the Boda part when he decided he was going to kill himself, not just quit Nirvana under the influence of a lot of heroin, I'll give you that. I have a goddess of a wife who sweats ambition and empathy. It's unlikely he would say this about Courtney. Per Rosemary Carroll, they were in the process of getting divorced. Courtney asked Rosemary to find the meanest, most vicious divorce lawyer out there. Kurt called Rosemary from Rome before he went on stage a month before his death and asked if Courtney could be taken out of his will. The first thing he did when he woke up from a coma in Rome was write F you on a piece of paper and hand it to Courtney. Then he just left her a message that simply said, Elizabeth's phone number is whatever the number is. Almost like he was rubbing it in that he was going to be with another woman. Courtney herself told Tom Grant in their first meeting that he bought airline tickets for himself and another person either right before leaving rehab or shortly thereafter based on what the credit company told her. All right, so, and that's another point there that we didn't discuss so far in the podcast. Going on 3.5 hours now. This has been quite a deep dive. But, so a lot of people say, oh, Courtney Love had money, she was famous, why would she kill her husband? Well, jealousy, of course. I mean, that might actually be a better motive than anything else thus far. Because would she go crazy over him rubbing it in that he's going to be seeing another woman, or she was no longer going to be in the picture? Would that make her flip? The next several sentences aren't about playing music anymore and appear to be pretty random. I can't stand the thought of Francis becoming the miserable, self-destructive death rocker that I've become. If that were the case, it sounds like he would want to stay around and prevent that from happening. His suicide would arguably only lead to Francis becoming that kind of person. And just as a quick counterpoint, if somebody's really messed up on drugs, they're not really going to be thinking about it that logically. But I have it good. Interesting tidbit. When Courtney read this note for fans, she changed that part to had. Uh-oh. Ooh. That's not good. That's damning. That's pretty damning. I have it good. Courtney changes it to past tense. Though I suppose since they're reading it in the past tense, he's already dead. I mean, is it possible she changed it to past tense because he's no longer with them? Or to hide the fact that he had it good at the moment he was writing it? I don't know. Thank you all from the pit of my burning, nauseous stomach for your letters and concern during the past years. A. Boda? Question mark, because obviously he's not talking to Boda. B. His stomach was no longer bothering him. I'm too much of an erratic, moody baby. That has to be one of the most random parts of the entire note. Why would he throw that in at the end? Sounds more like they were saving a powerful line from his journals to go out on, making him out to be a moody baby who wants to kill himself. I don't have the passion anymore, and so remember it's better to burn out than to fade away. This line is strange for two reasons. First of all, he sounds like he's just basically saying, I'm going to shoot myself in the head because I don't have the passion to make music anymore, which is, in my opinion, ridiculous. And rumor has it he was going to get out of Nirvana and start collaborating with Michael Stipe. It also sounds like he's encouraging others to kill themselves if they no longer have a passion with that remember. Yeah, these are all really good points. And how often do we see jealous individuals? Maybe it wasn't Courtney Love, maybe it was someone else. But if he's leaving this famous band and going out to do his own thing, some people don't want to let that happen. Again, we see this in a lot of cases. I mean, even if it's just a circle of friends. I mean, whether it's a romantic relationship, a circle of friends, whatever it is, a club, a group, people don't, depending on the people, if they're criminally minded, they don't always just let people walk. And we know the mafia doesn't. I love you also goes against Kurt and Courtney's relationship at the time. Someone posted here as of last year, apparently Courtney is being sued by her daughter's ex-husband for hiring people to kidnap him, hack into his text messages to make him appear suicidal, and murder him to get Kurt's unplugged guitar back. That is really, really insane. And of course, she did file a police report under Kurt's mother's name, stating that he escaped rehab, bought a shotgun, maybe suicidal. Obviously, the shotgun was purchased prior. I think this all comes down to this. Kurt Cobain wants to divorce Courtney Love. Possibly he has another lover himself, and possibly rubbed it in her face. And he wants her taken out of his will. They have a prenuptial agreement. Is it convenient that he happens to die before he gets any of these things accomplished? And who benefits here? Courtney Love is the one who benefits. Is that all coincidental? I mean, that's what it really comes down to. You're asking yourself that question, is it coincidental? The more you look at it, the more these patterns emerge, and the more these coincidences get piled on, the harder it is to just logically and objectively say there's nothing to it, and it was just a standard suicide. We know it's not standard suicide, because again, there's so many problems with the crime scene, or suicide scene, whatever you believe it is. Before we get to this lawsuit with her daughter's ex-husband and all of this madness, I do want to address Kristen Pfaff. Okay, so Kristen Pfaff, member of Hole, band with Courtney Love. This is something that's not really talked about a lot. I don't know why, but again, we're going to be examining the coincidence stack here because it just keeps going up. So Kristen Pfaff was a very talented, self-taught musician, and she was with a band, Janitor Joe, in Minneapolis. They were gaining some traction, and she was recruited to Hole by Courtney Love. And she died of a heroin overdose in her Seattle apartment in June 1994. Now, here's where it's going to get really tricky, because Kristen Pfaff was actually very close with Kurt Cobain. According to Kristen's younger brother and other people, she would talk on the phone with him for hours and hours. Now, Kurt Cobain was notorious for not liking people and keeping to himself, but he seemed to really like Kristen. Now, Courtney Love, of course, very interesting personality type. Is she the type of egomaniacal narcissist that needs to control everyone at all times? A lot of people who know her and have spoken out have said yes. Kristen Pfaff said this of Courtney Love when they were recording in Atlanta, that she's just the most egomaniacal person she's ever known. And so she wants to leave Hole, go back to Minneapolis. Kurt Cobain is leaving Nirvana, leaving Seattle. What did they talked about a lot of things. Kurt gave her some book as a gift that Courtney Love actually flipped out on. So Courtney Love, of course, does not like Kristen Pfaff. Now, the thing that's really crazy is that Courtney Love is the one who gets, allegedly, Kristen Pfaff addicted to heroin. She gives her heroin for free. She gives her like a purse with needles, and so she's her drug connection. She makes Pfaff think that everybody in Seattle does drugs, and that's just the way it's going to be. And it's actually really, the Pfaff story is really, really sad on so many levels, because this is a very, very talented individual. She was actually gifted academically as well. I mean, she was getting scholarships and all this, and she left school to pursue a musical career. So now she's very talented at music too, talented at everything basically. And the dark side of music, of course, and not just music, but all aspects of the entertainment industries, a lot of these soft-spoken souls, we can call them, like Kurt Cobain, Kristen Pfaff, they get eaten up and chewed up and spit out by the music industry because there's so many narcissists out there. And then also, of course, the toll that drugs can take. It's all quite sad in its own way, especially with these just good, so by all accounts, really good-hearted and caring people that get sucked into these situations with these narcissists and money, greed, drugs, all of these things. So there are things that don't add up about the Pfaff story. So she's actually, she's from Minneapolis, and she formed the band Janitor Joe. So Janitor Joe was doing pretty well. They were getting a lot of attention, and they were in California in 1993, and Pfaff was noticed by Eric Erlandson and Courtney Love of the band Hole, who were looking for a new bassist. Love invited Pfaff to play with Hole. Pfaff declined, returned to Minneapolis, but Erlandson and Love continued to pursue her. Pfaff, reluctant to leave Minneapolis and join Hole, reconsidered after advice from her father or stepfather, Norman. From a professional point of view, there was no decision, he told Seattle Weekly, because they're already on Geffen Records and already have this huge following in England. If you're wanting to move up the ladder, that's the way to go. Although Kristen's mother, Janet, was more reluctant for her daughter to leave Minneapolis and Janitor Joe in favor of Seattle and Hole. Following international critical acclaim for their first independent album, Pretty on the Inside, Hole had generated a great deal of major label interest, eventually signing an 8-album deal with Geffen Records for a reported $3 million. In 1993, Pfaff moved to Seattle, Washington to work with other members of Hole on Live Through This, the major label follow-up to Pretty on the Inside. The band's new lineup, Love, Erlandson, Pfaff, and Patty Schemmel on drums, entered the studio in early 93 to begin rehearsals. That's when we took off, Eric Erlandson said of Pfaff joining. All of a sudden, we became a real band. Now, coming to Seattle, of course, she's a young woman. It's a new city, crazy city, new job. So she actually entered a relationship with Eric Erlandson, who was later her dealer. Initially, supposedly, by all accounts, Courtney Love was the one that got her hooked, and either through Eric Erlandson or in addition to. And she entered the relationship with him. I believe her younger brother or one of her friends from Minneapolis, said it was because he was like he was the first guy that she was around in Seattle, and it was mostly just a vulnerable point. So that was her go-to. It wasn't really a love-based relationship, so to speak. So this guy, Eric Erlandson, who actually ended up showing up to her funeral after her parents said they didn't want anybody from Hole there or any of these dark influences on their daughter, rightfully so. In Minneapolis, she was clean and happy with her friends. And then if you look at photographs of her in Seattle with people around her doing a lot of drugs, she did a lot of drugs herself. Of course, peer pressure is a very real thing for a lot of people, especially when there's a certain acceptancy or commonality or just the perception that drugs are just part of the scene, which obviously there was a lot of that back then in Seattle. So this Erlandson guy, it's weird. He actually ended up dating Drew Barrymore, and Drew Barrymore actually got Courtney Love some additional Hollywood movie roles. So some people think this is just one of entertainment industry's just dark secrets, because they don't want to out Courtney Love, so to speak, because there's so many intertwining threads here. It would just look bad for the industry as a whole. And there are so many parties that this touches. Again, the multi-billion-dollar brand that Nirvana was and could be if Cobain dies, as opposed to moves on, becomes an indie artist, or just goes into obscurity or whatnot. Yeah, it's really hard. But with Faf, she also became close with Kurt Cobain, which obviously Courtney Love did not like, the control freak that she was. So it's weird because, again, Wikipedia and all of these official sources, they kind of peddle the official narrative that's been formed here, because with all of these more in-depth accounts and how people paint Courtney Love as this narcissistic, egomaniacal user of people and drugs and getting her way, she does not do well with rejection. So what's initially, Faf only joined Hole conditionally. It was just for the album and for the summer tour. Then she was going back to Janitor Joe. Now, of course, how does it look, especially with everybody liked Faf, the band was successful. She's going to leave the band mostly because of Courtney. And so rejecting Courtney in the band. And then Courtney's husband's doing the same thing. He's getting divorced, leaving Seattle, leaving his band. Everybody's leaving Courtney. Would she be able to handle it? And the coincidence stack's going to get a whole lot higher. So, of course, Seattle was known as Washington's heroin capital. So Erlandson says this. So again, with the spin that Wiki promotes here, Courtney Love says this. Everybody was doing it. Everyone. All our friends were junkies. It was ridiculous. Everyone in this town did dope, said Love of this period in the Seattle music scene. Which, of course, is not true. Not there were bands who were clean. By most accounts, Faf's own drug use was relatively moderate. Kristen dabbled in drugs before she was in our band in Minneapolis, but it was very light, Erlandson told Craig Marks of Spin. And I don't know if anybody's verified that. And by light, what does that mean? Does that mean marijuana? She moved to Seattle and felt disconnected from everything, and she made friends, drug connections, which I told her not to. This is what Erlandson is saying. Is that because he's her drug? He wants to be her exclusive drug connection? The only way you can survive in this town is if you don't make those connections. After the critical acclaim of Hole's Live Through This album, Faf decided to move back to Minneapolis, partly because of her drug problem and partly because of creative differences with Hole. And that, again, this is just a really brief summary on Wikipedia that doesn't go into the details, that this was all conditional, issues with Courtney Love. Faf entered a Minneapolis detox center for heroin addiction in February 1994. And left Hole later that spring to tour with Janitor Joe. She went on tour, and when she came back from that, she was clean, says Erlandson. In the wake of Cobain's death in April 1994, Faf decided to leave Hole and return to Minneapolis permanently. After her tour with Janitor Joe, however, Faf made plans to return to Seattle in order to retrieve the rest of her belongings, making the trip to Seattle on June 14th, 1994. Death. On June 16, 1994, at around 9:30 a.m., Faf was found dead in her Seattle apartment by Paul Erickson, a friend with whom she had planned to leave for Minneapolis that day. The day she's leaving for Minneapolis, she's found dead. She was 27 years old. Again, the coincidence stack just keeps getting higher and higher. On the floor was a bag containing syringes and drug paraphernalia. Pfaff's death was attributed to acute opiate intoxication. She died 2 months after Cobain, who was a close friend, as well as the husband of Hole's frontwoman, Courtney Love. Her father, Norman Pfaff, described her as bright, personable, wonderful, very, very talented, smart, and she always seemed to be in control of her circumstances. Last night, she wasn't. In the book Love and Death, released April 2004, Kristen Pfaff's mother, Janet Pfaff, states she has never accepted the official story regarding her daughter's death. Janet was interviewed by authors Wallace and Halpern in August 2008. You know what's weird? Kurt Cobain aside, like just the Kristen Pfaff, just on the surface, there's something fishy about this whole story. I mean, even without factoring in Kurt Cobain. Eric Erlandson, the last person to see Pfaff alive before she overdosed on heroin, would later comment, "I admit I made some stupid mistakes with some people, and people are dead because of my stupid mistakes. That's what I want to say, and I want to use that so that other people don't make the same mistakes that I made, and other people start understanding. I get emotional about this. We've all lost people." Who's he talking about? But anyway, is it coincidental that Eric Erlandson, another a member of the band Hole, which Pfaff is leaving, technically not on good terms, so to speak. I mean, she even made comments to a magazine or a media outlet that she couldn't get off the ground in Seattle, the scene was stagnant, etc. I mean, I'm sure Courtney Love read that, and she might have not liked it, and then she was getting really, really close with Kurt Cobain, Courtney Love's husband, with these multi-hour-long conversations on the phone. Kurt is giving her treasured books as gifts. Courtney is not liking that, and believe it or not, we're just getting started with the coincidence stack regarding Pfaff. I'm going to read part of an article from hauntedpublications.com, The Peculiar Death of Kristen Pfaff, What You Need to Know, written by Emily Lyman, July 10th, 2019. So there's a brief intro on her background. So basically, she was 21 years old when she learned how to play the bass guitar, and shortly after the article begins, on June 16th, 1994, Kristen Pfaff was found dead in the bathtub of her Seattle, Washington apartment. What ensued would be a peculiar series of events, each more confusing than the last. In order to better understand this case and each puzzling detail, it's important to truly understand who Kristen Pfaff was, musically and personally. Kristen Marie Pfaff was born May 26, 1967 in Amherst, New York, a suburb of Buffalo in the western part of the state. She was the only child of her mother's marriage, which ended in divorce when Pfaff was very young. Her mother, Janet, remarried to Norman Pfaff, whom Kristen was adopted by. She later took his last name. Growing up, she was trained in classical piano and cello. In 1985, Kristen graduated from the Buffalo Academy of the Sacred Heart, a private Catholic high school. She relocated to Europe for a brief time, but eventually returned to America to study in Boston, Massachusetts. Shortly after, she moved once more to Minneapolis, Minnesota, and enrolled at the University of Minnesota. It was here at age 21 Kristen learned how to play the bass guitar. While living in Minneapolis, Kristen formed her first band, Janitor Joe, in 1992. The band released their debut single the same year and their debut album, Big Metal Birds, 1 year later in 1993. Janitor Joe was formed alongside guitarist-vocalist Joachim Brewer and drummer Matt Ensminger. During a Janitor Joe performance in California, Courtney Love and Eric Erlandson found Kristen Pfaff, and her life was changed forever. The duo's band Hole were scouting out a female bassist, as they had just lost theirs, Jill Emery. Love asked Pfaff to join Hole, but she refused and returned to Minnesota. However, Love and Erlandson were persistent that she fill Emery's space in Hole. Eventually, Pfaff agreed and moved to Seattle, Washington in order to join Hole. In early 1993, Pfaff began rehearsing with Hole in preparation of their second studio album, Live Through This. During her time in Seattle, Kristen began using heroin, most likely due to her inner circle of friends all being users. And again, I'm just going to add here again, if it's true that Courtney Love was the one that was giving her heroin for free, that's always a red flag. Getting people hooked when you're their only source for the drug, that means somebody is trying to control you. It is reported that Pfaff hated Seattle and eagerly longed to return to Minneapolis. Pfaff told a reporter with the University of Minnesota newspaper what she allegedly told her whole bandmates. Look, if you want me to be happy and sane, I just need to get back home. Home was not the New York suburb where she was raised. Rather, it was Minneapolis, where she attended college and was heavily involved in the city's music scene. After nearly a year in Seattle, she left to return to Minnesota in March of 1994. In April, she returned for friend Kurt Cobain's funeral, and in June, she returned one final time to collect the remainder of her belongings. Kristen never returned from that June trip to Seattle. In an interview with the Buffalo News following Kristen's death, her mother Janet recalls an incident in February of 1994 where she rushed to Seattle following her daughter had what she called an incident that led to her hospitalization. In this brief time in her life, for the first time, Kristen had a fling with drugs, Janet Pfaff told the Buffalo News. I think it was peer pressure. I think it was part of a music scene in Seattle where drug use is glamorized and emphasized. Janet said her daughter was not a regular drug user or addict by any means. Following the death of Cobain, Janet said her and her daughter talked regularly and states that her daughter struggled with the passing of somebody so close to her. It is reported that following Cobain's passing, Pfaff entered a depression. It's also been reported that the day she learned of Cobain's death, she never did drugs after that point. Many circumstances surrounding Pfaff's death are extremely suspicious. Before we dive into the peculiar details, let it be known that this article is simply stating the strange facts of the case and is no way intending to accuse anybody of being responsible for Kristen Pfaff's death. Prior to her death, Pfaff had finished a drug rehab program to help her combat her heroin problem. The plan was to return to Minneapolis, as stated earlier. Kristen was only in Seattle to collect the last of her things to bring back with her. A packed U-Haul was outside the apartment at the time of her death. The last person to see her alive was boyfriend and ex-boyfriend and fellow Hole member Eric Erlandson, also her main drug connection. That's not part of the article. I just added that. Suspiciously, while talking about the death of his ex-girlfriend, Kristen Pfaff, Erlandson is quoted as saying, I admit I made some stupid mistakes with some people, and people are dead because of my stupid mistakes. And again, we can postulate that Kristen Pfaff might not be the only individual he is talking about, and the mistake being, what did he do? Did Courtney Love put him up to something to make Kristen Pfaff OD? Is this how Courtney Love dresses up all of these murders if she's going around committing these murders or attempting to? Pfaff was found dead in a bathroom in her Seattle apartment, the one which she was making a final trip to in order to pack up her belongings, by friend Paul Erickson. Drug paraphernalia was found on the scene, the presence of which automatically changed how the scene was analyzed. Without much of a second look, police had decided Kristen overdosed, despite the fact that multiple sources claimed she was doing much better. I mean, this is almost the same MO as Kurt Cobain. Was he even using drugs anymore? Are these people recovered and moving away from Courtney Love's circle of influence? And how would an egomaniacal narcissist handle that? Because again, it's not just about them and it being personal. It's about how the world perceives it. Courtney Love, what would she be thinking? Her husband wants to divorce her. Not only that, but remove her from the will. They have a prenup. She's not getting any of his money ever, and he could be worth billions by the time his career is over, or same amount dead, possibly more dead. And also their bassist Courtney Love's bassist in her band Hole, she doesn't want to be around Courtney Love either. They're both leaving her at the same time. How would an egomaniacal narcissist respond to that? I don't know. Courtney Love's own father doesn't think very well. To put it bluntly, Kristen's autopsy was a joke, but there are some important points that need to be made regarding it. The autopsy was performed by Dr. Nicholas Hawthorne, a coroner who conveniently also performed Kurt Cobain's autopsy and was close friends with Courtney Love. So apparently this is somebody who was this an ex-boyfriend of Courtney Love, some kind of music promoter. They went bar hopping. Who knows what the deal was there, but this is all known. This is not a theory. And so I actually have come across another theory that might explain some of these issues involving the police and the coroner and both of these highly suspicious deaths when you're factoring in all of these coincidences and anomalies. So you'll have to wait a little bit for that mind shock. Let me finish up with this. If you recall, Kurt Cobain's death was ruled a suicide despite some suspicious circumstances that lead some to believe he was possibly murdered. Love's close relationship to Dr. Hawthorne also makes things complicated, as the autopsy report could have potentially been biased. An immediate cause of death could not be determined by the preliminary autopsy. Hawthorne stated it was a classic suicide comparable to that of Cobain's. This is where the case of the autopsy gets more suspicious. Pfaff's body was found in a room with drug paraphernalia. The police believed she overdosed, and Dr. Hawthorne believed that was the method used for Pfaff to commit suicide. However, there is no record of a toxicology report being conducted. If it was believed Kristen Pfaff overdosed on drugs, why wouldn't they perform a toxicology? It would be crucial information to know what was in her system at the time of her death. The drugs in her system and the concentration of them would better help establish a cause of death for Pfaff. The only explanation for Dr. Hawthorne not performing a toxicology report would be him knowing some damning information regarding Courtney Love and her relation to Pfaff's death. This information could have been kept secret by the lack of a toxicology report. Of course, if no or an excess amount of heroin was found in her bloodstream, the death would automatically become suspicious in the eyes of investigators. Is it possible Dr. Hawthorne bypassed an autopsy and gave Kristen a seemingly obvious cause of death to save somebody else's reputation, rather Love herself or somebody in her close circle? And so just looking at the MO here, the possible MO of Courtney Love, if this is her doing and not somebody else, there could be somebody else in their circle. Again, I'm not claiming to know everything about this case. I do not. I am just looking over this. The rabbit holes have gone much farther than I anticipated. We are now in hour 4 of this podcast, making this the longest Mind Shock on record. And we're not even done yet, because there's a lot of problems here. But is this the MO? Because the DeWitt, Callie DeWitt, did Courtney Love put him up to murdering Cobain? And now is she using Eric Erlandson to take out Pfaff? Now, Erlandson, supposedly he moved on, but who knows? On some level, he must know that she never really loved him. I mean, some of this stuff is just innate. Maybe she even admitted it to him. We don't really know. We're not privy to their personal conversations. If he was holding a grudge, or even not, even if he was still hopelessly in love with her, the power of Courtney Love and the manipulation and influence, by all accounts, that she seems to be exhibiting over all of these people. I mean, they went, again, this doesn't prove a lot. Certain bands have trouble with, I mean, usually it's the drummer, but Hole had several bassists leave and a drummer. People just can't handle Courtney Love. For what reason is that? I don't know. Like, it's all, and now she's like, over time she became kind of a staple of the industry. If she knows compromising information about other major moguls, they would protect her, because if they don't, she's taking them down with her. Again, these are kind of, if this theory is true, if Kurt Cobain really didn't commit suicide, if and maybe he did, and Kristen Pfaff was set up, and she was, because she's even more mysterious to me. There's even more evidence of the Pfaff storyline not adding up, but obviously they're just intertwined. The timeline, you cannot ignore the timeline. They're both leaving Courtney Love and the Seattle scene and their spheres of influence. It's interesting. It's very interesting. And supposedly Kurt Cobain actually bought 2 plane tickets to Atlanta. Were they planning on some kind of collaboration, and would someone like Courtney Love be able to handle that? The plot thickens even further. Kristen's full autopsy report was never released to the public. It has been 24 years since her death. Courtney Love is the main suspect in the death of Kristen Pfaff. With holes in her story, I don't think that was an intended pun. A hole in Courtney Love's story. Many holes. A turbulent past between the two and Love's intense paranoia, she certainly fits the profile. According to reports, Courtney was obsessed with the idea that Kurt Cobain was cheating on her. On April 1st, 1994, shortly before his death, Cobain had bought 2 round-trip airline tickets for him and another female besides Love. Apparently, Love thought this mystery woman of Kurt's was possibly Kristen Pfaff. Multiple reports say Courtney thought Kurt was having an affair with Kristen, though the pairing claimed they were only good friends. Kurt has been quoted as saying, "She's an expletive, talented musician. She's also a beautiful soul. I think she's so beautiful, but if I ever told her that and Courtney found out, it would be hell." About Kristen. So before I even said, would jealousy be a good motive for Courtney Love, someone who's already rich and famous? They don't particularly need Kurt Cobain to live necessarily. Although who knows how expensive all the various drug habits and the lifestyle is. I mean, I guess they do if they want to support the lifestyle. Maybe she does. I don't know. But now you have not only Kurt Cobain ending up dead, but someone who Kurt Cobain possibly was associated with, or even Courtney Love suspected that he liked Pfaff, regardless of if anything happened there. But she knew there were already blowouts regarding Kurt Cobain and Pfaff. They both end up dead within a month of each other, all coming on the tail end of Cobain wanting a divorce, and Cobain and Pfaff both leaving the Seattle area and leaving Courtney Love's circle. I mean, how many coincidences can we stack? I mean, I might actually stack a few more. According to multiple sources, including Pfaff's own brother Jason, Kristen feared Courtney greatly. At the time of her death, Kristen was in the process of leaving Hole. She had rekindled her relationship with her Janitor Joe bandmates and was excited about returning to Minneapolis to possibly start their career again. Overall, Kristen's attitude of returning to the city she called home was positive. She seemed excited. However, Courtney Love was most likely not as thrilled. It was reported that Kristen was just taking a break from Hole, but why would she abandon the city of her bandmates, take a U-Haul full of her stuff back to Minneapolis, and restart a relationship with her old bandmates if it was just a break? It is important to note that, like the death of Kurt Cobain, Kristen Pfaff died while she was separating herself from Courtney Love. And just again, regarding Pfaff, Courtney Love painted the picture that Pfaff was just on break or whatever, that she didn't leave the band. Again, she didn't want that negative press. She didn't want that reflected badly on her, even though she knew Pfaff was not coming back. And I believe they also had another bassist lined up. So, yeah, so again, Courtney Love's flat out lying and manipulation of the media to kind of push forward a certain persona that she wanted to portray for her own gain is evident every step of the way here. Does that mean she's a murderer? No. But it is, again, it's convenient. It's definitely convenient if she were a murderer. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. If you're still with us, going past hour 4 now, feel free to jump in with your thoughts. In December 1994, Courtney Love gave an interview to Rolling Stone magazine, which was just all the more confusing and did not make much sense. She stated, quote, "I had to go over there and get Eric away from the body. Kristen had been his lover for a really long time. He'd already broken down the bathroom door for her. Although, if you remember, it wasn't Eric Erlandson that found Kristen. It was friend Paul Erickson. So it wasn't Eric, it was Paul. Additionally, the initial police report from the scene does not mention Courtney's presence at all. Or Eric's, does it? Huh. When Janet Pfaff, Kristen's mother, received her daughter's belongings post-mortem, she noticed something quite odd. Every day, Kristen journaled before falling asleep. Her journal contained truly the deepest parts of herself. When Kristen's diary was returned to her mother, multiple pages were torn from it. These missing entries were the ones during the week of time when Kurt Cobain was missing before his body was found. Rather, Kristen, Courtney, or somebody else tore those pages out will remain a mystery forever. All right, so here's another coincidence stack. Here's another coincidence to add to the stack. So coincidentally, her private thoughts about what occurred in the days before Kurt Cobain's death are gone, vanished. What did they say? See, if Courtney was there when Faf's body, if she put up Eric Erlandson or Courtney were responsible, if they OD'd her or whatever, made her look like an OD, suicide when in fact it was not. Did she find the journal and rip those pages out because she didn't like what they said? Were they accusatory of Courtney? Did Kurt Cobain tell Kristen something about Courtney, or that he feared for his life and that Courtney would be responsible? Because he was allegedly he was telling these investment individuals from Michigan who he met with, if that's true, days before his death, that he was fearing for his life. Who did he think was coming after him? Is it possible that it wasn't necessarily Courtney Love by her own volition, but maybe she was manipulated or blackmailed by other people, and it's easy, if they're her drug source, drug provider, or affiliated with such individuals, or if they could possibly be in charge of ruining her career or terminating it if they didn't go along with what they said. Is it possible some kind of music exec put her up to setting all of this in motion? And because clearly, again, with the recordings with Courtney Love's and Kurt Cobain's lawyer, Carol, where she states that, she wants this vicious divorce attorney and she wants to get rid of, somehow invalidate the prenup. So she really doesn't seem to care much about Kurt Cobain anymore at this point, except in public or when the cameras are rolling. But it's very strange. It's very, very strange. There's also, before I forget, there's also a clip of Courtney Love and Eric Erlandson. It's some kind of behind the scenes footage from some kind of program relating to their band. And she actually makes a joke related. So Eric Erlandson says something about drugs and it's bad. And she makes a joke, or like he can't get off of them or whatever. Courtney Love viciously, emotionlessly makes a joke. Didn't your ex-girlfriend die from heroin or something? She's talking about Kristen Pfaff, and she doesn't even name her as this is her bandmate. And she refers to her simply as an ex-girlfriend of Erlandson, and she's almost got a half smile. Like it's almost like she's reveling in the viciousness of that statement, especially if she knows that Eric Erlandson actually loved her more than anybody. And if she actually put him up to murdering her, that would, it's a really bizarre clip. I'm going to throw it up right now so you guys can check it out.
I think I was wearing these.
Eric's the most insecure one.
No, I think they're purple.
No, and I don't think about it.
No, they're green cords.
Yeah, but you latched onto my arrogance.
I hate
And she
your arrogance.
latched
Yeah, but you
onto-
used it and created it to your own arrogance.
Oh, that's right. I'm arrogant. You're right. It rubs
Well,
off
you
on
were
you.
arrogant.
Watch out for
You
arrogance. It
quit.
rubs off on you.
You would have quit when your girlfriend died.
But it's really weird. Everything from not using her name to the vicious pleasure she seemed to have gotten from making that crack at Eric. And obviously they've probably got so much dirt on each other, they would never really blow the whistle on each other. Who knows? Maybe one day they will if they get pissed off at each other. But that's the thing with a lot of these conspiracies, criminal conspiracies involving big industries or big money. If people have dirt on each other, there's vested interest not to blow the whistle, because they could take them down with you. So unless you're prepared, if you're in one of their situations, you have to be prepared to go down in flames for everything you've done if you want to expose somebody else. And that's a lot of reasons some of these conspiracies stay hidden. A lot of coincidence theorists don't understand that aspect of it. Okay. Multiple suspicious details surround the death of Kristen Pfaff. Every person in Kristen's immediate family, including her brother, mother, and father, do not believe Kristen overdosed, as the police and coroner state. As far as everybody knew, Kristen was doing great and rehab had helped her kick her heroin addiction. Some believe Kristen was given a hot shot, an especially potent bit of pure heroin, which is almost always lethal. Others believe Kristen was murdered and the drug paraphernalia was placed by Paul Erickson upon discovering Pfaff's body. Why Paul Erickson? He was her friend going to Minneapolis. Was he in on it? Or was it more likely that it was Eric Erlandson? This is her article, so that's what maybe it's a typo. I don't know. Rather, this was a true overdose or something more sinister. We will never know. The only people who truly know what happened to Kristen Pfaff are herself and any others involved, rather innocently or in a more sinister way. I think that's a bit. I don't know. That's a bit nihilistic. I think we can know. I think there's enough information here, and if enough awareness is brought forward, because a lot of people talk about Kurt Cobain. On one hand, you say, oh, well, you couldn't find out what happened to Kurt Cobain. I don't know. Kristen Pfaff wasn't as big of a moneymaker as Kurt Cobain. There might be less to lose, but of course, since it's connected to Kurt Cobain in a certain way, if it could be discovered without the connection or possibly giving immunity to parties responsible if they were also involved in Kurt Cobain's death, it can be done. Never say never. But it's this just on the surface, it's already more fishy than Kurt Cobain, but because they're intertwined, it's even more fishy. The day that she's leaving, the U-Haul is outside. She's gonna shoot up. Everything's ready to go. She's excited to get back with janitor. I mean, technically, she never left. I don't know the exact circumstances, but the whole gig was supposed to be temporary anyway, right off the bat. So, yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane. So 5 days prior to her death, from her journal, according to BuffaloNews.com, I'll write it on my sleeve, she would say in her journal, I know how to live. 5 days later, Pfaff was dead. One does have to note, with a lot of these music industry or entertainment industry conspiracies where there's drugs involved, if you're thinking ahead, I mean, getting somebody hooked on drugs is kind of convenient, because then if you do want to take them out of the picture at some point, you could just hot shot time, drug overdose, boom, make it look like a suicide. Nobody knows better, or not, or just accidental. Awfully convenient, especially if there's a pattern, and we seem, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to just write everything off as a coincidence. So here's another Reddit post on Kristen Pfaff. This was posted on Reddit. Apparently, the circumstances of her death are as follows. She had her U-Haul packed and was ready to leave early the next morning. That night, she took a bath and Eric Erlandson came by. Later on, her roommate heard her snoring in the bathtub, so he went to bed. The next morning, the bathroom door was still locked and he had to break it in and found her dead in the tub of a heroin overdose. Why? Wait. Now here's where it gets murky. Courtney claims that she had to drag Eric away from Kristen's body, yet she and Eric weren't there that morning when Kristen's roommate broke in the door. Tom Grant's theory is that Courtney supplied Eric with the heroin and he stopped by to see Kristen and give her a present of one last hit. The heroin, which was also 3 times the lethal level, was purer than usual and Kristen died. Eric panicked and called Courtney and they cleaned up and left. Murder, very possible. Eric may have been used as a patsy. This is all just theory, but remember, Courtney and Kristen didn't get along. Courtney was heard telling Kristen, first you make eyes at my husband, now you're telling me how to sing. Do not expletive with me or you will live to regret it. Again, it comes down to the question, was Kristen the other woman? It's obvious from Kurt's remark about her being a talented musician and a beautiful soul that there was an attraction between the two. When Kurt died, Kristen was distraught and determined to get away from Courtney. She never made it. Murder or accident, you decide. Well, it's also kind of interesting because it seems like they're polar opposites, Courtney Love and Kristen Pfaff, because Kristen Pfaff remarked that Courtney Love was all about the glamour and making money and the lifestyle, whereas Kristen just wanted to make the music. So obviously Kristen had a lot more in common with Kurt Cobain than Courtney. So here is another, this is an article here. Did the FBI investigate Courtney Love for the death of Kristen Pfaff? Off and on for several years, an anonymous poster had posted comments to online boards and forums claiming that she was the ex-girlfriend of Jason Pfaff, Kristen Pfaff's brother. Kristen Pfaff was the original bassist for Hole and died about 2 months after Kurt Cobain. According to this anonymous poster, Jason Pfaff allegedly told her that after her sister died, the FBI came out and interviewed him for hours. Interestingly, Jason allegedly claimed that the FBI seemed to be focused on Courtney Love and spent the time asking questions about her and her relationship to Kristen. Was the FBI secretly investigating Courtney Love? The Pfaff family rejects the official cause of death from the SPD. The Pfaff family has gone on record saying they believe that Courtney Love had something to do with Kristen's death. Courtney Love and Kristen Pfaff fought constantly. Courtney Love constantly accused her of sleeping with Kurt Cobain. Finally, when the SPD returned the possessions of Kristen to her mother discovered that her diary had been tampered with. The pages for the week that Kurt was missing and up to when his body was discovered had been torn out. It makes one wonder what information was included in those missing pages. So normally I would say we need all that satellite footage of the exterior of the apartment in Seattle, but I don't know, 94 is a lot tougher. I'm not sure what kind of surveillance they had. For any cases, I mean, going into the 2000s, it seems like it'd be there. I don't know, that's a lot tougher. 1994. Were there gas stations around? Was there security footage? Was that looked into? Because if Courtney Love is in that area, I mean, that would be pretty crazy. Or even Eric Erlandser, because supposedly he's not supposed to be there either. One of the posts from allegedly an ex-girlfriend said regarding Jason Pfaff, he did believe that Courtney Love likely played a part in his sister's death. He believed that his sister knew what part Courtney played in Kurt's death. I mean, how high is the coincidence stack already? I mean, I don't know what to, it's tough. It's tough to dismiss all of this. And again, if you remember at the beginning of the podcast, I thought that this would probably be one of the cases that was probably overblown in terms of conspiracy talk because there's so many around so many famous people. But the more you look at the case, when you factor in Kristen Pfaff, it looks worse and worse. And by the way, the reference to I had to go over there and get Eric away from the body that Courtney Love stated, because supposedly Courtney and Erlandson weren't supposed to be there. It was Paul Erickson who discovered the body in the morning. This is from Rolling Stone, December 1994. So it is not some random obscure claim. It's from a major magazine quoting her. I mean, that's kind of crazy that she said it and it was printed, but then again, a lot more, supposedly people that have been following this more closely than I have noticed some Freudian slips, body language, microexpression issues throughout the years. So again, it comes down to this. You have Kurt Cobain wanting to leave his band of Nirvana, which Courtney Love was directly profiting from. They have a kid together, etc., and he wants to divorce her, and she gets nothing because of the prenup. He doesn't get to do it. He doesn't get to escape. And then inside 2 months, you also have Kristen Pfaff wanting to escape Courtney Love, the band Hole. And possibly, at least Courtney Love suspected she was involved with Kurt. Whether she was or wasn't, I mean, they were definitely at least friends who liked each other. We know that in some capacity. It is kind of crazy, though. There's a lot more evidence here, even against Courtney, than there is of Stephen Avery. I mean, or even Scott Peterson. It's crazy. It's really crazy. I know some people are going to find those controversial if you haven't checked out the Mindshock Stephen Avery series or the Scott Peterson. I'm not saying he's innocent in any way, but Scott Peterson, Avery, there's really no evidence against him, but yeah, you do have. I mean, it's mostly circumstantial. There's not hard evidence here. I'm not saying Courtney Love would be proved guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. Obviously, there's just the fishy business regarding everything. It's so fishy. We're approaching 4.5 hours here in the longest Mindshock podcast I've done, but there's still more to go over, and this is Mindshock, so hopefully you guys had a coffee handy if you're listening to this in one shot. But yeah, here's the thing. I'm about to go down 2 deep conspiracy rabbit holes, even deeper than I've previously gone down, just because a lot of this information, it's way too difficult to ignore. It's too difficult, particularly if anybody's done any research into the drug scene and other issues regarding police and CIs. That is the next thing I'm going to tackle. Some people believe that Courtney Love was a CI for Seattle PD, and that's why she was protected. So, couple different, this theory can involve a couple different scenarios. Either Courtney Love was already involved in the drug scene, they recruited her, and she was giving up dealers or whoever, maybe some bigger power players. So at that point, she could do whatever she wants. And if she's got an in with the coroner, who used to be one of her best buds, she could take these people out. They're not going to touch her over 2 murders if they're going after bigger fish that are killing a lot more people, possibly some mob connections, possibly government connections. Who knows what the deal is? There were issues there. So if she's a CI, would she be protected? Would she get away with it? Would she take advantage of it? Again, what happens when you add jealousy to the table? People's egos and jealousy on top of the money. It's not just the jealousy. I mean, any one of these motives has been used to kill people. But now stack all the motives. That's a lot of motives. So the people that say she had no motive, clearly she had several motives. Now, whether she did it or not, again, separate issue. So that's one of the scenarios. The CI scenario explains quite a lot. It explains the shadiness with the police. It explains why there weren't really investigations into either one of these murders, Cobain or Fafs. Okay, so the last rabbit hole I'm going to go down is, it's dark. It's really, really dark. Actually, I found another post from an investigator, allegedly, if he's not lying on Reddit. I've been a homicide investigator for 4 years now, and I would bet a year's pay that she either did it or had it done. I believed it was her when it happened, and everything I've learned only makes it more convinced that she did it. So he believed it was her before he became a police officer, a homicide investigator. And he said, everything I've learned only makes me more convinced that she did it. I have seen multiple suicides, but I have never seen an addict use a gun when there was enough dope to do the job. That's the first thing that struck me. The second was that he had so much dope in his system, he should have been in and out of consciousness. Junkies call it nodding out, and it can make them extremely vulnerable. I just don't see someone who is that expletive up being able to shoot himself with a shotgun, much less wanting to. Nodding out is pretty much the goal for an opiate addict, and it's not a state of mind that lends itself to suicidal impulses. If he had been in withdrawal, I would believe it, but he wasn't. If you ask me, she hired someone to do it, and that someone has been smart enough to remain silent all this time. She made a good choice. I can't help wondering if the killer will come clean on his deathbed or something like that. Someone else chimed in here. Seriously, I'm not a professional by any means, but I've lived in states with huge heroin problems. And heroin addicts never shoot themselves with a gun over a needle. In terms of pain, quickness, chance of mistake, a lethal heroin shot is much quicker than a gunshot. Another heartbreaking post reads this: it's sad that a lot of people who are most likely involved directly in killing him, junkie friends and hangers-on, were considered intimates that he trusted. It's known that these parties were supplying him with dope while he was in hiding after leaving rehab just before his death, and they were also in Courtney's camp. It's not inconceivable these fellow drug addicts would have carried out whatever Courtney had asked them to, with the promise that she would later compensate them. And besides that, it would be easier and a better selling point to make it seem like he was a tortured artist than being murdered by close associates. And easier for law enforcement to close the book on it. Everyone wins except for the guy that got killed. Actually, I want to go over, since we're making this a long one, I might as well go over another article I found very interesting. And if this guy is one of Courtney Love's lackeys, Eric Erlandson, of course, if he took part in at least Faf's death, if not Cobain's, this interview is quite interesting. Eric Erlandson talks about Letters to Kurt. Whole Guitarist takes account of a dark and turbulent period by Steve Appleford. April 8th, 2012. It's afternoon in a downtown Los Angeles loft, and Eric Erlandson is about to share some new music. The former Whole Guitarist slips a blank CD into his laptop and burns a copy of the raw instrumental demos he recorded to accompany his first book, the prose poem memoir Letters to Kurt, which is quite sick if he was involved, but I don't know. He then scrawls a confrontational title onto the disc, Contempt to Tape. Then again, he wouldn't be the first guy to write a book if he was directly involved, pretending not to be. So, nearly 2 decades after the 94 suicide of Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain, Erlandson looks just as he did at the height of grunge. Tall, thin, stringy blonde hair to his shoulders, Letters to Kurt is his accounting of that turbulent time, looking back with rage and affection for an era of great creative successes and a crushing wave of heroin and death. We were in the middle of that creative energy that was happening, Erlandson remembers, but at the same time, he tells Rolling Stones, quote, I was in the abyss. I quite literally had 1 foot in, 1 foot out. The 1 foot out was my anchor, which is my Buddhism, but sometimes I'd feel too clean and I'd want to get dirty. There's different forms of suicide. When you're playing around with drugs, it's a pretty clear suicide death wish, end quote. Now that's interesting phrasing. So if he's trying to play it off like Cobain and Pfaff they were both heroin addicts with a death wish, nothing to see here. No reason to investigate foul play of any kind for any reason. Continuing with the article, he saw the self-destruction and depression up close, not just of Cobain, but also in Hole bassist Kristen Pfaff, who died 2 months after the Nirvana leader. She was Erlandson's ex-girlfriend, and he was the last person to see her before her heroin overdose, or alleged heroin overdose, soon after the release of Hole's Live Through This. You know what's interesting, though? Again, if someone's murdered, usually the person that did it, well, I would say if they were murdered, the person that did it is the last person that they saw, obviously. In a lot of cases, it's also the last known person to have seen them, which happened to be this man, Eric Erlandson. You know someone's suicidal, you know someone's playing with death, but you don't know how to deal with it. You don't really know what's going on until somebody defines it for you in a clear way where you get it, says Erlandson. I admit I made some stupid mistakes with some people, and people are dead because of my stupid mistakes. That's what I want to say. And I want to use that so that other people don't make the same mistakes that I made and other people start understanding. I get emotional about this. We've all lost people. Is that a way to deflect? There are other revelations from the opening pages of his book, including his romantic relationship with Hole leader Courtney Love before her marriage to Cobain. Even other members of Hole were unaware of it until much later. She buried it. She would never talk about it. She would always skip it, he says. She's going to brush it off and say it didn't happen. At a certain age, you grow up and you have to say this happened. I did this. I did that. What else did you do? The impact on his life continues, he says. There was a relationship and it was very profound because it changed my life on so many levels. She gave me the darkness, crazy stories, drugs, but also the Buddhism. I still have a lot of confusion about my relationship with her. Obviously, writing the book helped define it for me. When Love released a new album as Hole with an all-new band, Erlandson was shocked. He insists they had a contract barring either of them from using the Hole name without the other. Obviously, I haven't sued her, he says. I've made mistakes, so I have to allow people to make what I feel is a big mistake. Huh. Are there other reasons he hasn't sued her? Even so, Erlandson doesn't rule out a musical reunion with Love. I never say never, he says. I don't know what's going to happen to her. I don't know what's going to happen to me. I like things to be open. It's all quite dark. I'm going to skip a little bit here, I'm writing these letters to him. He's talking about Kurt now. Tapping something deep inside myself, but am I really talking to him? No, he says. At the same time, I think he would really like this book. He had a really dark sense of humor and he loved wordplay. Look at his lyrics. He would know what I'm talking about. And again, it's very possible that Erlandson had nothing to do with Kurt Cobain's death, but he did with Pfaff's. Or maybe not Pfaff's either, but again, it's very convenient. If somebody else was there with him, they knew maybe Pfaff would let Erlandson in and not them if they were a stranger and it was someone else. Courtney wanted to do this deed, and perhaps Erlandson didn't even know what he was doing, because if he really loved her, maybe he wouldn't have killed her. Maybe he really did just want to do one regular dose, but whoever was with them gave her the hot dose, the hot shot, and he didn't know they were going to do that. And maybe that's why he didn't even want to leave if he was there and Courtney had to go get him. I don't know. Clearly, this man is a tortured soul for what a lot of different reasons. We don't know all of them. But it is kind of weird. He's trying to talk to Kurt. It's possible he had nothing to do with Kurt. But again, we keep having these guys pop up in and around Kurt who were former lovers of Courtney Love. Like Callie, who happened to be in the house. I mean, that's convenient. I mean, it's rough. It's rough. Even the guy doing the autopsy was formerly involved with Courtney Love. I mean, come on. It's crazy. It's crazy. The coincidence stack. It's out of this world. Now, before I get to the darkest of the dark theories, there's a comment. There was a comment on a site here. Kurt was apparently so scared of being exposed as fake, and he ended up marrying one. It's a living nightmare in which he drew to himself all that he despised and feared. I really want to know why Jessica Hopper, who was apparently residing with DeWitt at Cobain's residence at the time of his supposed suicide, was never questioned at length. She said people entered and exited the house whilst she was in bed. Who were these people? What does she know, and why is she still so defensive about the events that transpired so many years later? If my good friend died in suspicious circumstances, I'd still be asking questions today, and I'd be an open book about what I knew. Well, unless you were scared of certain people and you knew they were involved. It just doesn't add up. I don't know if it was Courtney, but I think there were a lot of people who were jealous of Kurt, including his old so-called friends from Olympia. I think they need to be investigated as well. That's an interesting point. People do get killed because of jealousy from former friends when one of them achieves a high level of success. Was there some of that going on? I don't know. I don't know if those avenues were ever pursued. But that's something we didn't specifically discuss. All right, so now let's get into the darkest of dark theories, the most mind-shocking of them all. Okay, so I don't know if I even want to do a podcast on the CIA's involvement in drug trafficking within the U.S. Dark topic. Here are some interesting comments once again from Reddit. Who do you think was supplying the Seattle music scene with cheap heroin? That's why in the 90s the whole Seattle scene was junked out. Courtney, she was a CIA plant. The CIA has always been the root of the drug trade, especially heroin, and what better way to keep potentially politically active minds out of the game so they are dropping out and doing nothing? Get them hooked on heroin. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if the motivations behind that would be true. But just regarding Operation Mockingbird and the CIA's involvement in the entertainment industry, is it beyond the realm of possibility that they would have certain plans to promote certain things? Now, I'm not saying that's heroin. I'm not saying it's Courtney Love. But the idea itself isn't as preposterous as many think it is. Another comment here, it's pretty well known. I don't know well known to who that he's talking about here, but it's pretty well known. Courtney was a CIA plant who worked as a stripper/prostitute in both Seattle and Anchorage and was a drug supplier and informant. People seem to forget how influential a musician that gains popularity can be when it comes to voting and drastically swing a vote if they tell their fans to vote a certain way. Same reason John Lennon's mile-long FBI file was started when he announced in 1972 a tour across the U.S. to raise voter awareness and how mass consciousness voting can change the country. The FBI ordered his green card expired once a week, and he had to renew it once a week until he called off the tour, and magically his green card never expired again until they expired him in 1980. He was a CIA hit based on his high level of influence with potential voting. Key phrase is potential voting influence. Same with Cobain, and yes, Courtney was connected. My guess is Kristen Pfaff probably knew too much and couldn't be trusted to not spill the beans. All right, so again, let's not fall for any black and white fallacies. Perhaps this notion is a bridge too far, but perhaps some of it is partially true. Now, again, regardless of whether Courtney Love was a CI for the police, and that's why some of that went down. I mean, we also have to think Geffen Records or some of these major music moguls, if they have potentially billions to lose, would they set up a hit? Would they pay off everyone involved? I mean, I'm sure it's happened. So, in the scope of history, so I don't know. I don't know. Perhaps they used Courtney. Perhaps Courtney had no problem with it. Perhaps Courtney was was happy about it being done, but wasn't the one who initiated it. I mean, is that a possibility? Does that check all the boxes and account for all the variables? Someone also mentioned, I also find it surprising that Dave Grohl and Eric Erlandson, who have family backgrounds as dubious as Courtney's, are so often overlooked. The other members of Nirvana likely know what went down and had to pick a side. Look at Dave Grohl now, Hollywood's elite sellout, pushing deep state propaganda the way they want him to. I mean, these comments were actually posted yesterday. Oh, for sure, they will crucify you at the official Nirvana sub for even suggesting that Dave was extremely outspoken for a drummer, despite the fact you could see him controlling the narrative in interviews. All right, so other theories, of course, that Courtney Love somehow got some of Kurt's close friends to do the hit. It's just, yeah, a lot of this is the rabbit holes run deep. They run very, very deep. But I'm just going to close this out with more of the possible CIA connection. There are sites attributing quotes to Courtney Love. I don't know if they're true, saying that she didn't kill, that it wasn't a suicide, the CIA killed him. I don't know. There's dubious websites of all kind. But there is an author. His name is John Potash. Claims that the Nirvana guitarist and frontman was murdered by U.S. intelligence authorities amidst growing fears that he would turn his generation into hard left politics. Too late, right? So he wrote a book on this, Drugs as Weapons Against Us. Evidence suggests that unknown to Cobain, U.S. intelligence used him to promote heroin use similar to the way U.S. intelligence and media assets helped promote acid in the 1960s. Suppressed evidence indicates that U.S. intelligence helped orchestrate Cobain's murder due to his anti-materialistic, radical leftist politics, along with his implicit threat to promote sobriety when he stopped using drugs. Potash argues that Cobain's heroin use had glorified and popularized the drug. Of course, this is referring to the heroin chic, I guess, fashion idea where the whole drugs are cool thing. I don't know. I don't know. There might be something to that. Just some points here. Supposedly, Potash claims this started with Operation Chaos. He states CIA intelligence services have been compromising and sabotaging important musical figures that are either anti-war, anti-government, or anti-elite agenda. He says that Courtney Love was an intelligence asset tasked with bringing down Cobain, the voice of Gen X that was beginning to promote anti-drug, anti-war, very left-wing advocacy by hooking him on heroin and possibly orchestrating his untimely death. So what's interesting is that Courtney Love actually did travel internationally. Now, she was an erotic dancer in many different countries. And again, whether that was before or after CIA recruitment, if she was recruited by the CIA at all, I'm not saying this theory is true in any way, but she's definitely well traveled. So if she were a CIA asset, her movements around the world could possibly lead credence to that possibility. So some interesting notes here. Courtney Love's father, Hank Harrison, was manager and longtime associate of the Grateful Dead. And I won't be going down that rabbit hole, but there are some CIA connections there. I'm probably going to have to do a separate podcast on that because that's just way too much. I mean, we're already approaching 5 hours here. Courtney Love's biological mother, Linda Carroll, is an heiress of the Rissy family gold mine fortune. Here's another thing, though. Now, again, Courtney Love's father thinks that she killed Kurt Cobain, and he was the manager and longtime associate of the Grateful Dead. Now, here's the thing, though. Linda Carroll is her biological mother. Is there a connection to her and Kurt Cobain's lawyer, Rosemary Carroll? Because they both spell their last names 2 R's, 2 L's. 2 R's, 2 L's. I mean, how common of a last name is that? Not the rarest, but it's interesting. We're stacking that coincidence deck. Linda Carroll says in her memoirs she was sexually abused herself as a child by her father, Jack Rissy. Linda Carroll is also known for coincidentally being the therapist of anti-war extremist Catherine Ann Powers. Courtney Love was also sexually abused in her daycare as young as 3 years old and likely developed dissociative identity disorder. She was put on psychohypnotic medications like Tunals and Secanols, MK Ultra mind control drugs, very young by her counselors who were also sexually abusing her. She was a drug addict by 16. She was prostituting herself in her teenage years with powerful Army generals and government officials like Nixon's Assistant Secretary General David Packard of Silicon Valley's Hewlett-Packard fame. As a teenage junkie, she was traveling with undercover CIA operatives around the UK and flooding the upstart music scene with LSD. I believe she also traveled in Asia, and these are from official sources. Most interesting, Love in 2016 has since blamed Cobain's death on a CIA conspiracy. After the police released some new pictures of the crime scene in April, I began receiving a lot of letters, emails, and phone calls from Kurt's fans. Quotes the magazine. Among all the fan mail, I received some classified files emanating from the CIA. I don't know who sent them, but I know they are legitimate. How would she know if they were legitimate or not? They clearly prove that Kurt was being spied upon, and they designate him as a target to be eliminated. I know they killed him, and I will prove it. The CIA had already tried to poison Kurt in March 1994 while he was in Italy, she claimed. The press had reported that he was suffering from an overdose-induced coma, but he was actually the victim of strychnine poisoning. Kurt refused to make the information public because he was afraid for me and Francis. The papers I received proved that the CIA was behind the poisoning. The government had been trying to kill him for months, and I think they finally got him. Kurt was murdered, and the CIA is behind it. Okay, so a couple points there. If she does have a split personality, one of the personalities was involved. Was she the CIA asset tasked with murdering him? 1. 2, if they really wanted him dead that badly, they could probably do it. Depends on how they wanted it to look like, but this was actually posted regarding her comments here on worldnewsdailyreport.com, which is, of course, a highly contested website, so it's interesting. I don't know if this has been corroborated with other sources. And it looks like, was this put on, this was put on social media? So apparently this is from an official interview with the Hollywood Inquirer. Huh. It is a California tabloid. Courtney Love said she had always known that her husband was being followed and tracked by the CIA. She adds that for many years she believed that the stress caused by the Secret Service's constant harassment had pushed him to commit suicide. When the Nevermind album came out, Kurt was rapidly hailed as the spokesman of a generation, and he gained tremendous influence, she said. He was almost immediately approached by the Freemasons, the Illuminatis, and other secret societies, as well as the CIA and other agencies, because all of them wanted to recruit him. Kurt wanted nothing to do with any of them, and he told them to go to hell. That's when they began to seriously harass him. They followed him everywhere, made creepy phone calls in the middle of the night. It made Kurt very nervous, and he began carrying a gun and using more and more drugs to cope with the stress. I had always thought that he had reached a point where he was no longer able to take it and had decided to kill himself. And then, of course, she goes on to... Other people are claiming that Courtney Love's name is circled in Epstein's Black Book. And I think we're already approaching 5 hours here. For those that stuck around, big thanks to exploring every rabbit hole within the Kurt Cobain case. So, Courtney Love, again, she said she recently received CIA files proving the murder. Her father may or may not have been involved in CIA operations with the Grateful Dead, which would make a good podcast all on its own. A lot of funny business going on. Coincidence stacks a mile high. But I think, the Kristen Pfaff situation, definitely shady as they come. Very, very shady. That aspect of this whole case actually makes me think the Kurt Cobain a murder is more likely just based on the Pfaff situation. And people who don't know, again, I wasn't that heavily, I had looked over the case briefly. I hadn't known all the details about Pfaff prior to the podcast. So it definitely, for people that don't know about that, I mean, adding that coincidence stack, and a lot of these same individuals now in high-ranking circles in terms of the entertainment industry. Is this how it's run? Is this how it's always been run? Because how do we get the details from cases from the 80s, 70s, 60s, 50s? Is this how everything operates? I mean, obviously there's a darkness to mankind. Man is capable of dark, dark things. Again, I'm not saying the entire industry is like that. Maybe 80% of the industry is good. Maybe 90%. But there's some darkness there, and unfortunately some very, very good people get caught up in that. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime. If you enjoyed the podcast, donate to our PayPal. You can check the link in the description. Help us get out more podcasts quicker for the biggest deep dives in true crime, conspiracy, and paranormal podcasts and logical analyses of all kinds. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through, or you can just go to youtube.com/Mindshock for the latest podcasts and videos. If you like this particular podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests, and depending on your tier, you can be a guest on the podcast. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And Johnny Mills.
And today, we are going over the mysterious death. Some people think it's not mysterious. Some people think it's a closed case, but we'll be going over anomalies in the death of rap icon Tupac Shakur.
Man, he's in Cuba.
Some people think he's alive. Some people think the Illuminati conspiracy was involved to kill him. Maxwell doesn't even know who Tupac Shakur is.
What?
Have you been living under a rock?
I don't know what he looks like, but does he have this weird logo thing like
he's got your same haircut.
Mask. What?
You kind of look like him.
Oh, he kind of looks like me. I don't know if you should give it that way.
We got Tupac here on the podcast.
Yo, what up?
Well, we're gonna have your image on the Maxwell Powers coffee mugs and Maxwell merchandise coming out soon. We didn't get it out in time for the holiday season, but it'll be up soon, so everybody will know what Maxwell Powers looks like, or at least a little bit. He sort of looks like Tupac. So how do you not know who Tupac Shakur is? You're not a big fan of gangsta rap, Maxwell?
All right. What songs has he? I don't know. Like
California Love is probably his most famous,
play some
right?
Tupac stuff.
But we can't play it.
Like just a little bit.
We can't.
5 seconds. Not gonna interrupt it.
All right, guys. While we're listening, make sure if you like the podcast to donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit like. Make sure to leave any questions, comments, suggestions, anything in the comments section. And you could also check us out on social media. Make sure to like our Facebook page, and you could check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon as well.
Wow, that's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, so
he's hardcore.
Yeah,
Like
some people regard him as the greatest rapper of all time.
Why?
And definitely the most influential. Well, have you been living under a rock in the 90s?
I like Eminem. Eminem is awesome. he's I like his song.
Well, in his
God.
time,
Like,
in his time, Tupac was a lot bigger than Eminem. So, like way bigger.
Oh, so Tupac was kind of like before Eminem.
Yeah,
I guess. I mean, a lot of people would find it insulting to compare Tupac to Eminem.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Basically, a lot of people think
so. Tupac is like
Tupac was like the
of,
first. Yeah, the superstar legend.
So he's kind of like the Michael Jackson of rap.
I guess that would be a little bit more apt comparison.
Okay.
that would draw less ire from the hardcore Tupac fans. But Johnny Mills here was a huge Tupac fan. I think I was one of the few people that got into him kind of late. I haven't really listened to his music until probably about 2 years ago. So.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I've heard his songs before in passing because he's so popular, and obviously I knew who he was, unlike Maxwell. But I never really listened to a lot of his music until more recently. Okay, so just real quick, I mean, we're going to go over the background of Tupac for people who don't know who he is, like Maxwell. Maxwell might be one of the only people who doesn't know who Tupac Shakur is.
I don't know what he looks like. That was the first song I probably ever heard. Or maybe I've heard his other songs, I just don't know it was Tupac. Or didn't know it was
Put
Tupac.
on California Love.
All right, here, I'll put this.
That one is just the most, like, pop... Like,
Yeah.
California Love?
It's the more mainstream
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
like the
song.
most mainstream Tupac song, probably.
Okay, I must have heard it.
It might also be the most financially successful. We'll break down the financials for Maxwell as well.
Oh, that's Tupac? Get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
It's Tupac and what's his name?
That's
forget
cool.
His name now.
Yeah, this is like one of the most...
Dr. Dre.
It's alright.
like-
I mean, it wasn't like, you know. Okay. Yeah,
I mean, it's
pretty
not
groovy,
so...
I guess.
yeah,
That's
it's more
like-
of the mainstream... It's more of a mainstream
year
song
was
as
that?
opposed to...
It's probably like 93, 94.
I think it was
Oh,
93.
it's like, okay.
Yeah.
That's when he came back after out of jail. Suge Knight signed him to.
Why'd he go to jail?
All right, so let's go
Get into
let's
it.
go over. Well, before we go over all the background, just real quick, right off the bat, Johnny, you think he's alive?
Wait, he's fucking dead? wait, he's fucking dead? What the fuck?
is he?
Wait, is he like the Elvis
Officially,
type
he's
shit?
no.
He's what?
It's Elvis. Elvis. He's the Elvis of rap.
Wait.
Yeah, I guess
Oh
he's like
shit!
the
So
Elvis
so
of
if
rap,
there's
man.
some conspiracies and shit that he's alive, like
Yeah.
Elvis and shit like that.
You never
Because-
heard it? Like the conspiracies that Tupac is alive are more popular than Elvis at this point. Have you
Oh,
really been living
shit.
under a rock?
I don't fucking listen to Tupac. I don't know. I wasn't into him.
Well, if you know who Elvis is, shouldn't you know who Tupac is? And you're always plugged into your phone, and you always
Well,
have
I listen
been.
to
So
fucking podcasts and audiobooks and shit. Yo,
So you could sit back and kind of pull it.
just make sure it's
You want-
super close because you were getting far.
like that, like kissing it and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Like
want to taste metal.
rap into it.
There's a metal screen.
All right,
I
so
don't wanna-
so yeah, I don't know. At first glance, after reviewing all the research, out of all of the cases we cover, right off the bat, my first inclination was this is the least likely to be a conspiracy, and that he really was just killed over a gang feud, just gangsta rappers beefing.
rappers.
You got the Crips and the Bloods, West Coast, East Coast, or wait, East Side and West Side.
North side, south side.
So but however, if there was to be, some people think the police were involved. The police killed him. He's actually one of the only rappers to kind of get away with shooting police, which we will get into. And with the climate of police and minority relations today, it's kind of relevant too, as well.
Did you mention this was like related to like the OJ thing, or was
No.
that you guys, or
No, this
okay.
was '96, but we actually have Mike Tyson. This happened after a
Yeah.
Mike Tyson fight as well. It was
In
huge
Vegas.
news. Yeah, in Vegas, right on the Strip.
Wait, so what happened there?
Well, this happened right after. Well, Tupac knew Mike Tyson as well.
Okay.
He knew a lot of people. He was always in the news. I don't know how you don't know who he is, because even if
I
you have
just
no
didn't-
interest in gangster rap, he
sort
was
of-
all over. He was on
I don't- I-
magazine covers.
I
He
don't
was like,
really-
you know how like people who don't know pop or don't listen to pop, they know who Michael Jackson is because he's so famous. Tupac was like the Michael Jackson of rap. Like, you don't have to listen to Michael Jackson music to know who Michael Jackson is.
He might have even dated Madonna.
Michael
I
Jackson or Tupac?
I don't know that shit, man.
There were some
So-
letters that came out of Madonna.
So
or
he's
whatever.
an Illuminati member or some shit, and he was trying to speak.
Well, one
out
of
and
his,
fucking killed him.
yeah, he even had an album called
Oh, shit.
Killuminati.
Oh shit! Just like Madonna. Madonna has a freaking whole album of Illuminati shit.
Well, that's the podcast you want to do. Madonna is part of the Illuminati.
Her
Maxwell
whole
Powers
her whole,
hosting.
did you ever hear his shit? Like it's messed up.
Like a virgin?
No. I'm talking like one of her latest stuff, like Illuminati details and shit.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
I don't really listen to any new music. I kind of keep it old school.
Old school.
Anyway, go on. I'm curious about this Tupac dude.
Okay.
How do you think it's spelt, his name?
Tupac. I
Yeah.
think I've seen it.
Oh, so you do know who he is?
No, I just know the logo is shit. Like,
Because there's two ways. There's like TUPAC, then also the two, number
show
two.
me a logo. Show me his logo. Is it like a big T, like a Batman looking motherfucker? like it's like black and white, right?
Tupac was the Batman of gangster
there's
rap.
Official Tupac logo. I don't think so. His face.
Oh, so
comes
that's
up.
what he looks like. Oh shit, he's been in movies and shit.
Yeah, he's been in movies.
Oh damn! Well, what he play in movies?
Not big
like
movies.
His face
but
looks really familiar.
Juice, he was in Juice.
Yeah, Juice.
That one was pretty good.
What's that about?
I didn't even see that. I never seen any.
Yeah, that
of
one was
Tupac movies.
good. That one was
Wait,
good.
what's
Do you
Juice
remember
about?
Coachella 2012, 13?
I have no idea.
They did a hologram of him, and he did a
shit.
live performance.
Maxwell goes to all the Coachellas. What are you talking about?
Wait. Well, why did he do it a hologram? Because he was dead, or?
Well, he's dead. Yeah.
Supposedly.
2012,
Yeah.
they did like a hologram of him on stage rapping.
He also releases quite a bit of music for a dead guy, so that's
Yeah.
one of the other theories
There's
that
a lot
they
of
think he's
albums.
still alive. He released a lot of post.
He recorded a lot of tracks though before he died.
So he recorded a lot of songs based on dead dudes. And wait, is that what you're saying?
Wait,
no, I'm saying after he supposedly died, he kept releasing albums.
Not someone else. Well, his management.
Or him, who knows? Some people say it was a way of making money. I mean, it is like if you did fake your own death, you do make more money when you're dead because you're more famous after you died. So those but it seems to me
can't be public.
There's quite a few anomalies in this whole thing, but I mean, Orlando Anderson has been named as his killer, as the shooter in the car that pulled up on the street in Vegas and shot him. However, there were a few people in the vehicle, and the other weird thing is Suge Knight would have probably seen the people in the car.
Wait, he's another rapper or some shit?
He's in jail now.
For what?
For running somebody over.
Just recently?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Well, didn't you run him over a while ago?
Yeah, it was like
why
3 years
run him
ago.
over? Just drunk or like?
He might have been scared for his life.
We're talking about gangster rappers here in the hood with their gang warfare.
Marion something. I think his name is Marion.
So this is not rich kids trying to play rapper and like they actually came from the ghetto and just.
Yeah. No, these are people that were involved in the life.
Yeah, like Suge Knight was from like Compton.
Oh shit.
And Tupac was from all over, but Harlem,
New York,
Atlanta,
he just traveled all the ghetto places. And
so we'll see how far. But as I was saying, what I was saying though is if there was some kind of police conspiracy or Illuminati conspiracy. By the way, one of the police officers investigating this did turn up dead. I mean, there's a lot of
oh shit, that's not.
There's a lot of weird things in this case. However, if you were gonna conspire to knock somebody off who's a public figure. The backdrop of having this particular individual be involved in gangs and turf warfare, blood versus Crips, that is convenient backdrop. So if it was a conspiracy, the cover is all there, and the cover looks good. It does really seem like it was just a gang feud, and he was caught in the crossfire like many rappers were. This isn't really anything new. It's just Tupac was the most famous.
And he wasn't shot one time. He was shot like 2 years before that as well in New York.
He also survived the shooting in Vegas and went to the hospital and died several days later.
7 days later. And he had an album called The 7 Day Theory.
And supposedly the doctors. Well, there's plenty more. There's plenty more weird things.
Wait, why did you say he wasn't shot before? As if it's so important. Like.
So there was like this beef between East Coast, West Coast.
Yeah.
Do you know Puff Daddy is?
Sort of, yeah.
And Notorious B.I.G. Biggie.
Wait, Puff Daddy is Sean Combs?
Yeah, okay, P. Diddy, Sean
P.
Combs,
Diddy, yeah.
Puff
They
Daddy.
go when you're researching. If you're new to this case or you're new to gangster rap, you really got to watch out because some of these guys have multiple names. So I'll be talking to Johnny about this, and I will have no clue he's talking about. And then it's like, oh wait, do you mean this guy? And he's like, yeah, but he was using a different name. Yeah.
So they have like these real names, and then their rapper names, and then there's other gangster names, and then gangster.
Well, some of them have multiple rapper names also. So then their gang name, then their real name.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it depends on which city they visit, I guess.
Or what mood they're in. Or what period of life they're in. So, as they rise in status, some of them take...
Yeah, you know Snoop Dogg, right?
Yeah.
For a period of time, he went for Snoop Lion.
Snoop Blind.
Snoop Lion. Like
Snoop
a roar.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You're a big Snoop Dogg fan?
That didn't.
I don't think it
fly.
stuck that well. But he did an album. He might have done an album or like a
I remember
song.
that.
Well, Snoop Dogg, I like because
So Snoop Dogg,
snooping and a dog. I don't know. It's just,
Snoop Dogg was in the same.
I don't know. Just snooping for something like Snoopy or.
You're a big Snoopy fan, which makes you a Snoop Dogg fan.
So
I
Snoop
don't know.
Dogg
It
was.
just kind of. I don't know.
All right, let
it's just-
Johnny
it's
finish
just
his
easier.
point.
Okay,
Yo,
go
so
ahead.
Snoop Dogg was actually
Okay,
in the
go ahead.
same.
What were we talking about?
Snoop Dogg was in the same like camp as Tupac.
Oh, okay.
They were like on the same label, Death Row.
Supposedly
Records.
Tupac didn't like him though. Right?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Because he was too cool.
Well, there's a lot of beefs.
Beefy beef.
But what were you saying about Sean Combs?
Oh no, I was just trying to get into that whole like when they got shot, when Tupac got shot in New York City. Tupac thought it was like Biggie and Puffy, and it was a hit that they tried to put on Tupac because that whole beef West Coast East Coast.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of overarching storylines here, and there's also personal beefs that have nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
That are on the side beefs, which might have something to do with it.
And that song I played in the beginning, "Hit 'Em Up," it was like an attack or like a rap thing against Biggie. And then Biggie came back, he made a song called "Who Shot Ya?" So it was like, oh, what? Who did shoot me?
And then he was killed.
Yeah, he was killed after
6
Tupac.
months.
Yeah, 6 months.
So they're talking about
after.
shooting and who shot you and all this shit, and then he gets killed and.
Yeah, some of the lyrics from a couple of his songs are kind of ominous.
Damn.
They're, some of them, he even mentions suicide. Like, he was a marked man. So people around him have said that he knew he was not going to live long. And he was only 25 when he was killed. I mean, we're talking about pretty much relatively young kids
what's
here.
Other dude, big, what's his name?
Biggie.
Biggie.
He has a bunch of names too.
He got killed the same day as
I just said 6 months later.
Oh, 6 months later. Oh, okay, sorry.
In L.A., Los Angeles.
So, all right. So let's get in the background of Tupac. Well, actually, one more point real quick. Maxwell, you've never seen any of these kind of like Menace to Society or any of these gangster movies in like South Central LA, Compton?
No.
You've never seen any of these films that kind of document the street gang life? Like inner city street gangs?
I remember I remember watching a gangster movie, like, I don't know, everyone just got shot. I don't know.
Boys in the Hood.
Like, something like that. Like, they just drive across and they shoot everyone in front of the house.
yeah.
And they shot a kid, and then that I don't know. I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
All right, so let's get into the background of Tupac. So Tupac Amaru Shakur, born Lizanne Parish Crooks. So his last name was Crooks.
I actually never. I don't know if I heard that before.
So he's born June.
What's his first name again?
Lizanne
Lazanne.
Parish Crooks. Sounds like an Amish guy. Amish Paradise.
It's kind of a cool
Amish
name,
Paradise.
Lasagna. It's kind of a cool name.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
Lasagna.
June 16th, 1971. And then, of course, he was shot and killed September 13th, 1996. 13th, very lucky number. For
Wait. They said shot and killed September 13th?
Oh, no, my bad. He was killed. He died September 13th, 7 days later
Okay.
after he was shot, which that would have been, what, on the 6th?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing he was
Also-
in a coma.
So some of his stage names, some of his stage names were Tupac, the number 2, P-A-C, and Machiavelli. By the way, an acronym for Machiavelli is I'm Alive K, as in okay, question mark. Was an American rapper and actor. He is considered by many to be one of the greatest hip-hop artists of all time. Shakur was born in the Harlem neighborhood of New York City, but relocated to Los Angeles in 1988. When he released his debut album, Tupacalypse Now, in 1991, he's really creative, actually. And if you read some of his poetry, even not as part of songs, like it's pretty deep. He became a central figure in West Coast hip-hop, introducing social issues in the genre at a time when gangsta rap was dominant in the mainstream. Shakur achieved further critical and commercial success with Strictly For My Niggaz... ... 1993, and Me Against the World, 1995. Later that year, after suffering illegal troubles and a robbery and a shooting, which, by the way, he felt he was set up, which there is plenty of evidence for that as well, Shakur became heavily involved in the growing East Coast-West Coast hip-hop rivalry. His double-disc album, All Eyes on Me, which was released in 1996, later became one of the best-selling albums in the U.S.
Everybody except Maxwell heard of it. On September 7th, 1996, Shakur was shot 4 times by an unknown assailant in a drive-by shooting in Las Vegas. He died 6 days later.
6?
That's what the Wikipedia says. I guess it depends on the hours
maybe. Shot on September 7th.
He died 6 days later, and the gunman was never captured. Rapper the Notorious B.I.G., known for his feud with Shakur, was at first considered a suspect, but was also fatally shot in another drive-by shooting in Los Angeles several months later. 5 more albums have been released since his death, all of which have been certified platinum. Once again, everybody besides Maxwell has listened to them or heard of them.
You got a song with Eminem.
Really? Oh shit, I like Eminem.
Outside music, Shakur has also gained success as an actor, with his roles as Bishop in Juice 92, Lucky in Poetic Justice 93, Ezekiel Whitmore in Gridlocked 97, and Jake Rodriguez in Gang Related 97, all of which garnered praise from critics. Shakur is one of the best-selling music artists of all time, having sold over 75 million records worldwide.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, everybody except Maxwell knows about him. Much of Shakur's work has been noted for addressing contemporary social issues that plagued inner cities, and he is considered a symbol of resistance and activism against inequities. He was born on June 16, 1971, into an African-American family in the East Harlem section of Manhattan in New York City. His birth name was Lazan Parrish Crooks. The following year, he was renamed Tupac Amaru II, the 18th century Peruvian revolutionary who was executed after leading an indigenous uprising against Spanish rule. His parents, Afani Shakur, born Alice Faye Williams in North Carolina, and Billy Garland, were active members of the Black Panther Party in New York in the late 60s and early 70s. The plot thickens, Maxwell. The plot thickens. There's a lot of conspiracy theories about the Black Panthers turning into the Bloods and the Crips, or one of each or both in a splintering, or something relating to the Black Panthers as part of some kind of grand government conspiracy. But this is not the podcast for that. Lazan was born a month after his mother was acquitted of more than 150 charges of conspiracy against the U.S. government and New York landmarks in the New York Panther 21 trial. Many people in Shakur's life were involved with the Black Liberation Army. Some were convicted of serious criminal offenses and imprisoned, including his mother. His godfather, Elmer Geronimo Pratt, a high-ranking Black Panther, had been convicted of murdering a schoolteacher during a 68 robbery, although his sentence was later overturned. His stepfather, Mutulu Shakur, spent 4 years at large on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list, beginning in 82. Mutulu was wanted for having helped his friend, no relation, Assata Shakur, also known as Joanne Chesimard, Tupac's godmother, to escape from a penitentiary in New Jersey in 79. Mutulu was caught in 86 and eventually convicted and sentenced to prison for the 81 robbery of a Brinks armored truck, during which 2 police officers and a guard were killed. Shakur had an older stepbrother, Mopreme Komani Shakur, and a half-sister, Sekiwa, 2 years his junior. Mopreme performed in many of his recordings. In 86, the family moved from New York to Baltimore, Maryland. After completing his second year at Paul Laurence Dunbar High School, Shakur transferred to the Baltimore School for the Arts. There he studied acting, poetry, jazz, and ballet. He performed in Shakespeare plays and in the role of the Mouse King in the ballet The Nutcracker. Shakur, accompanied by one of his friends, Dana Mouse Smith, as his beatbox, won many rap competitions and was considered to be the best rapper in his school. He was remembered as one of the most popular kids in his school because of his sense of humor, superior rapping skills, and ability to mix with all crowds. By the way, Johnny, since you seem to know a lot more about this than I do, the whole East Side versus West Side rivalry, Tupac is technically East Side, right? Because that's where he came from and that's where he started rapping. How does that factor into his switch to West Side?
I think you'll get into it later with the whole Suge Knight thing when he signed over to Death Row Records, possibly.
Wait, when he switched to West Side, did he start singing like West Side?
Yeah.
Like Really?
Because technically, would the East Side rappers view him as a traitor because he kind of rose up on the East Side, and he's from East Side. He was born East Side.
Another thing is they're saying it was just a conspiracy that was just built up by media.
The East Side versus West Side.
West Side.
But
kinda
weren't
thing.
rappers killing each other over that?
I guess I don't know if it really had anything to do with East versus West. It was more like the whole.
But they
gang
said
thing.
it did.
Yeah,
They
it
said
might
it
have been
did,
like
yeah.
just on MTV News, like Kurt Loder and like I don't know if you guys
that's
watched that.
interesting. Was it that rivalrous though? Like, would they like the West and East? Was it that rivalrous? Like, would I mean? Like, if you,
I remember at the time, a lot of people were talking about like the people that were buying the records. Because at the time when I was in school, I knew a lot of people who were really into gangster rap, and they were always like, if you were East Side, you were buying the East Side rappers material.
Gotcha,
if you
okay.
were West Side, you were buying West Side, and everybody was like, "Oh, East Side rap is so much better. Oh, West Side so much better." So it was kind of like
so
that.
if you were in the West Coast and you were playing some East
It's
Side
almost
rap,
like, yeah,
like,
that'd be
would
you'd get
would
shot,
you get rocked?
right?
Like,
I don't know.
It was kind. It's almost like it's kind. I think
guess so.
a comparison that might be warranted is probably like sports teams. Like there's crazy people out there.
Oh,
like
yeah,
if you
gotcha.
wear
Yeah,
some
yeah, yeah.
paraphernalia or a jersey of a rivalry of that town, like not
gotcha.
you might get killed, but you might just get beat up at a bar when you're wearing the colors of a rival sports team.
Yeah.
So, like it was. I was always fascinated by the East Side versus West Side thing because it seemed to be. Yeah, it seemed to be exaggerated by the media, but there were always those crazies that would still get crazy over it. Shakur developed a close friendship with Jada Pinkett, later Jada Pinkett Smith. Do you know who Will Smith is, Maxwell?
Of course, the Man in Black dude.
Maxwell's always on the ball with his Men in Black references. With Jada Pinkett Smith that lasted until his death. In the documentary Tupac Resurrection, interesting name, Shakur says, "Jada is my heart. She will be my friend for my whole life." Pinkett Smith calls him one of my best friends. He was like a brother. It was beyond friendship for us. The type of relationship we had, you only get that once in a lifetime. A poem written by Shakur titled Jada appears in his book The Rose That Grew from Concrete, which also includes a poem dedicated to Pinkett Smith called The Tears in Cupid's Eyes. Here's the poem. "The day you chose to leave me, it rained constantly outside. In truth, I swear the rain to be the tears in Cupid's eyes." During his time in art school, Shakur became affiliated with the Baltimore Young Communist League USA. He began dating the daughter of the director of the local chapter of the Communist Party USA. Did you know that, Johnny?
Nope.
Maxwell, you're a Communist Party member?
Does that mean yes?
Is that a yes, Maxwell?
Nah, the opposite.
Maxwell's an anarchist. Isn't there a communist anarchist
It's
chapter?
kind of weird. Like a lot of communists consider themselves anarchists, so it's like you could say anarcho-capitalist, but
What about
it's a big
anarcho-communist?
argument. It's a big argument between anarchists.
The move to California. In 88, Shakur and his family moved from Baltimore to Marin City, California, a small unincorporated suburban community located 5 miles north of San Francisco. He attended Tamalpay High School in nearby Mill Valley. Shakur contributed to the school's drama department by performing in several productions. In an English class, Shakur wrote a paper, Conquering All Obstacles, in which he said, "Our raps, not the sorry story raps everyone is so tired of. They are about what happens in the real world. Our goal is to have people relate to our raps, making it easier to see what really is happening out there. Even more important, what we may do to better our world." He began attending the poetry classes of Leila Steinberg in 89. That same year, Steinberg organized a concert with Shakur's group, Strictly Dope. The concert led to his being signed with Atron Gregory. Gregory set him up as a roadie and backup dancer with the hip-hop group Digital Underground in 1990. So his career from 87 to 93, beginnings and rise to fame. Before using his first name as his rap name, Shakur went by the alias MC New York when starting his career in Baltimore. Did you know that?
No. I know he was in some rap group.
Although Shakur began recording in 87, his professional entertainment career did not take off until the early 90s when he debuted in Digital Underground's Same Song from the soundtrack to the 91 film Nothing But Trouble. Shakur also appeared with the group in the film. The song was later released as the lead song of the Digital Underground extended play. This is an EP release, the follow-up to their debut hit album, Sex Packets. Shakur appeared... Is that Maxwell's favorite album? Actually, probably not, because he doesn't know Tupac Shakur.
No comment.
Shakur appeared in the accompanying music video. After his rap debut, he performed with Digital Underground again on the album Sons of the P. Shakur went on to feature Shock G and Money B from Digital Underground in his track I Get Around, which ranked number 11 on the U.S. Billboard Hot 100. In November 91, Shakur released his debut solo album, Tupacalypse Now. Though the album did not generate any singles, Tupacalypse Now has been acclaimed by many critics and fans for its underground feel, with many rappers such as Nas, Eminem, Game, and Talib Kweli. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, it's close. Talib Kweli.
Talib Kweli.
Wait, you say Game?
Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about throughout his whole career? Not at that point in time. The 90s.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I didn't finish the sentence.
Yeah.
So many rappers such as Nas, Eminem, Game, and Talib.
Yeah.
Talib.
Yeah.
Kweli.
Yeah.
Talib Kweli.
Yeah.
And Talib Kweli have pointed to it as inspiration. Although the album was originally released on Interscope Records, the rights to its distribution are now owned by Amaru Entertainment, the label owned by Shakur's mother. The album's name is a reference to the '79 film Apocalypse Now. Tupacalypse Now generated significant controversy for numerous reasons. The songs...
I gotta say that was a cool name. Tupacalypse. That's awesome.
The songs...
No, I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
it.
The songs Trapped and Brenda's Got a Baby were widely noted both for their poetic qualities and their strong critiques of unjust social policies. Dan Quayle criticized the album after a Texas youth's defense attorney claimed he was influenced by Tupacalypse Now and its theme of police brutality before shooting a state trooper. Quayle said, "There's no reason for a record like this to be released. It has no place in our society." Man, this guy wants to shut down free speech. You ever hear the song F the Police, Maxwell?
Yeah, is that him?
No, that's Ice Cube, right?
Think so, yeah.
Yeah. That might have been my first gangster rap song that I heard. There was something kind of funny on social media. I forget where this was posted, but they were like, that song is not about killing cops, it's about corrupt cops. That's why there's no song called F the Fire Department.
That might have been NWA.
Who?
That song.
Yeah, but that was Ice Cube, right?
Yeah, Ice Cube and Eazy-E.
Yeah. Which, by the way, he figured into the Tupac legend as well, right?
Ice Cube?
No, Eazy-E.
He died too.
Yeah, there's a conspiracy that somebody stabbed him with an HIV needle.
Yeah.
At somebody's order. Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going on. The truth is stranger than fiction. Okay, so Shakur stated that he felt he had been misunderstood. He said, "I started out saying I was down for the young black male, and that was going to be my thing."
Down with the homies.
"I just wanted to rap about things that affected young black males. When I did that, I didn't know that I was going to tie myself down to just take all the blunts and hits for all the young black males, to be the media's kicking post for young black males. I just figured that since I lived that life, I could do that. I could rap about that." The record was important in showcasing Shakur's political conviction and his focus on lyrical prowess. On MTV's Greatest Rappers of All Time, Tupacalypse Now was listed as one of Shakur's certified classics albums, along with Me Against the World, All Eyes on Me, and The Don Killuminati, The 7-Day Theory. Tupacalypse Now went on to be certified gold by the RIAA. It featured 3 singles, Brenda's Got a Baby, Trapped, and If My Homie Calls. His second studio album, Strictly For My NIGGAZ ... was released on February 93. This album did better than its predecessor, both critically and commercially, debuting at number 24 on the Billboard 200. The album contains many tracks
emphasizing Shakur's political and social views, and there are noticeable differences in production from his first effort. While Tupacalypse Now had an indie rap-oriented sound, Strictly For My NIGGAZ ... is generally considered Shakur's breakout album. It spawned the hits Keep Ya Head Up and I Get Around, and reached platinum status. On vinyl, Side A, tracks 1 through 8, was labeled The Black Side, and Side B, tracks 9 through 16, The Dark Side. It is Shakur's 10th biggest selling album with 1.366 million units moved as of 2004. 1993 through 1995, acting and rise to prominence. In late 93, Shakur formed the group Thug Life with a number of his friends. And that's actually where the phrase, did you choose the Thug Life or did the Thug Life choose you, comes from. Have you heard about that?
Yeah. I didn't know that's where it came from.
Well, that's what Shakur's
sounds
group,
like that.
Thug Life, yeah.
Gotcha. The meme.
Well,
You're talking
yes,
about the meme. Yeah.
Well, the group's name is because of Thug Life.
Yeah.
That's why.
I didn't choose the Thug Life. The Thug Life chose me. I got
Well,
you.
because Shakur's group name is referencing Thug Life on the street.
He has that tattooed on it. Does he? Yeah, I think he has that tattooed on
I
his
like
body
those
somewhere, too.
videos where they show like normal people doing weird things, and then they put the cap in
Thug
the
Life?
sunglasses, like Thug
Oh,
Life. You know what I'm
yeah,
talking
the
about?
cigar, like,
yeah,
those
those are funny, man. I love it.
He formed the group Thug Life with a number of his friends, including Big Sky, Tyrus Himes, Macadocious, Dyron Rivers, and his stepbrother Mopreme Shakur, and the Rated R, Walter Burns. The group released their only album, Thug Life Volume 1, on September 26, 94, which went gold. The album featured the single Pour Out a Little Liquor, produced by Johnny J. Jackson, who went on to produce a large part of Shakur's album All Eyes on Me. The group usually performed their concerts without Shakur. The album was originally released by Shakur's label Out Da Gutta Records, although Amaru Entertainment has gained rights to it since. Among the notable tracks are Bury Me a G, Cradle to the Grave, Pour Out a Little Liquor, which also appears on the soundtrack to the 94 film Above the Rim. Did you see that, Maxwell?
No.
It's a pretty good movie.
Cradle to the Grave was a movie too with
Yeah, it was
DMX, right?
Yeah, with DMX and Jet Li.
right?
Yeah.
What's Above the Rim?
It's a basketball movie. It's pretty good, actually. How Long Will They Mourn Me? That's an interesting title for a song. And Straight Ballin'.
Ballin'.
STR number 8. As a result of criticism of gangsta rap at the time, the original version of the album was scrapped and re-recorded, with many of the original songs being cut. The album contains 10 tracks because Interscope Records felt many of the other recorded songs were too controversial to release. Although the original version of the album was not completed, Shakur performed the planned first single from the album Out on Bail at the 94 Source Awards. Thug Life Volume 1 was certified gold. The track How Long Will They Mourn Me later appeared on Tupac's posthumous Greatest Hits album. Shakur's third album, Me Against the World, was released in March 95 and was very well received, with many calling it the magnum opus of his career. It is considered one of the greatest and most influential hip-hop albums of all time, and yet Maxwell never heard of it. It is Shakur's fourth best-selling album, with over 3.5 million copies sold in the U.S. as of 2011. Me Against the World won Best Rap Album at the 96 Soul Train Music Awards. Dear Mama was released as the album's first single in February 95, along with the track Old School as the B-side. It would become the album's most successful single, topping the Hot Rap Singles chart and peaking at the 9th spot on the Billboard Hot 100. The single was certified platinum in July 95 and later placed at number 51 on the year-end charts. The second single, So Many Tears, was released in June, 4 months after the first single. The single would reach number 6 on the Hot Rap Singles chart and number 44 on the Billboard Hot 100. Temptations, released in August, was the third and final single from the album. It would be the least successful of the three released, but still did fairly well on the charts, reaching number 68 on the Billboard Hot 100, number 35 on the Hot R&B Hip Hop Singles and Tracks, and number 13 on the Hot Rap Singles charts. Maxwell's familiar with these charts, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of yeah, no.
What kind of music did you listen to?
I don't remember.
You don't remember what kind of music you listened to your whole life?
Kind of like Well, at that time, like I don't know, it changes a lot, but like
In the 90s, what did you listen to?
Like everything
get
popular, I
knocked
guess.
down,
Like I don't know.
But I get
just-
up again and never gonna keep me down. You listen to that?
Pop music? Okay. 95 through 96, the final recordings. All Eyes on Me was the fourth studio album by Tupac, recorded in October 95 and released February 13th, 96 by Death Row Records and Interscope Records. The album is frequently recognized as one of the crowning achievements of 90s rap music. Steve Huey of AllMusic stated that despite some undeniable filler, it is easily the best production Tupac's ever had on record. It was certified 5 times platinum after just 2 months in April 96 and 9 times platinum in 98. Yet Maxwell never heard of it. The album featured the Billboard Hot 100 #1 singles How Do You Want It and California Love. It featured 5 singles in all, the most of any Tupac album. Moreover, All Eyes on Me, which was the only Death Row release to be distributed through Polygram by way of Island Records, made history as the first double full-length hip-hop solo studio album released for mass consumption. It was issued on 2 compact discs and 4 LPs. Chart-wise, All Eyes on Me was the second album from Tupac to hit #1 on both the Billboard 200 and the top R&B hip-hop albums charts. It sold 566,000 copies in the first week of its release and was charted in the top 100 for 1 week SoundScan sales since 91. By the end of 96, the album had sold 5 million copies. The album won the 97 Soul Train R&B Soul or Rap Album of the Year award. Shakur also won the award for Favorite Rap Hip-Hop Artist at the 24th Annual American Music Awards. The Don Killuminati, the 7-Day Theory, commonly shortened to the 7-Day Theory, is Shakur's 5th and final studio album and was released under his new stage name Machiavelli.
It's a lot of names.
The album was completely finished in a total of 7 days during the month of August 96. The lyrics were written and recorded in 3 days, and mixing took an additional 4 days. In 2005, MTV.com ranked the 7-Day Theory as number 9 on their greatest hip-hop albums of all time list. They should have ranked it number 7. In 2006, recognized it as a classic. The emotion and anger showcased on the album have been admired by a large part of the hip-hop community. George Papa G. Price, former head of publicity for Death Row, claimed that Machiavelli, which we did, was sort of tongue-in-cheek and it was not ready to come out. And after Tupac was murdered, it did come out. But before that, it was going to be sort of an underground record. The album peaked at number 1 on the Billboard Top R&B Hip-Hop Rap Albums chart and the Billboard 200. The album generated the second highest debut week sales total of any album that year. It was certified 4 times platinum on June 15th, 99. Death Row Records. In October 95, Shakur was released from prison after serving 9 months of a sentence for sexual assault and formed a new group called Outlaw Immortals. Shakur joined the Death Row label under which he released the single California Love. What's interesting with Outlaw Immortals, does Tupac know he was going to be immortal? An immortal outlaw? California Love is perhaps Shakur's best known and most successful song, so Maxwell has heard of it. He just didn't know that that was Tupac's song.
Yeah.
Did I get that right, Maxwell?
Yes.
Okay. Earning the number 1 spot on the Billboard Hot 100 and 2 posthumous Grammy Award nominations. On February 13th, 96, Shakur released his 4th solo album, All Eyes on Me. This double album was the first and second of his 3-album commitment to Death Row Records. It sold more than 9 million copies. The record was a general departure from the introspective subject matter of Me Against the World, being more oriented toward a thug and gangsta mentality. Shakur continued his recordings despite increasing problems at the Death Row label. Dr. Dre left his post as in-house producer to form his own label, Aftermath. Shakur continued to produce hundreds of tracks during his time at Death Row, most of which would be released on his posthumous album Still I Rise, Until the End of Time, Better Days, Loyal to the Game, and Pac's Life. He also began the process of recording an album, One Nation, with the New York-based Boot Camp Click and their label Duck Down Records. On June 4th, 96, he and Outlaws released the diss track Hit 'Em Up, a scathing lyrical assault on the Notorious B.I.G. and others associated with him. In the track, Shakur claimed to have had sexual intercourse with Faith Evans, the wife of Wallace, Shakur's former friend and rival, and attacked Bad Boy's street credibility. Shakur was convinced that some members associated with Bad Boy had known about the 94 attack on him due to their behavior that night and the information that his sources gave to him. According to a 2005 interview with Jimmy Henchman in Vibe magazine after the attack, Shakur immediately accused Henchman, an associate of Bad Boy CEO Sean P. Diddy Combs, of orchestrating the attack. Shakur therefore aligned himself with Suge, Death Row's CEO, who was already bitter toward Combs over a 95 incident at the Platinum Club in Atlanta, Georgia, which culminated in the death of Jake Robles, the friend and bodyguard of Suge Knight. Knight was adamant in voicing his suspicions about Combs' involvement. In the years following their killings, associates of both Shakur and the Notorious B.I.G. made comments indicating the pair, were it not for their deaths, would have reconciled. Collaborator Buckshot claimed in 2015 that Shakur defended himself against Suge Knight, who had insisted that the East Coast rapper could not come with him to Las Vegas on the grounds of the ongoing hip-hop rivalry. Shakur asserted that he would not board the plane unless accompanied by Buckshot, and was described by the fellow rapper as looking discomforted while they recorded a song together in a studio after Shakur tore up the plane tickets. During an August 15, 96 appearance at the Brotherhood Crusade rally, which featured several artists discussing the importance of voting, Shakur compared the sales of Death Row Records to voters in the U.S. and the influence he and other artists had over an adoring fan base. Outlaws. When Shakur recorded Hit 'Em Up, a diss song toward Biggie, he recruited 3 members from the former group Dramacidal. Dramacidal, with whom it also sounds like some kind of pharmaceutical drug. Dramacidal, who he had worked previously and was eager to do so again. Shakur, with the 3 New Jersey rappers and other associates, formed the original lineup of the Outlaws. Well, you know what else is kind of weird? He's getting East Coast rappers in his group, and he's supposedly West Side with Death Row.
That is interesting. I think they're in the Hit 'Em Up song, too. They go in on Biggie, saying stuff.
Is that Hit 'Em Up song any good?
Well, we just listened to it at the beginning.
Oh, that was the one.
Well, you put on a couple different ones, but
that was pretty
hardcore.
That was just like the first 20 seconds.
was that his most hardcore one?
It was the one. It was probably the only one where he does like a diss. It's a diss track, so that's what that is.
A diss track.
Yeah, so you could say whatever you want. I'll kill you this. I'll kill you that. I'll stab you in the eye. Whatever you want.
We should have JR on this podcast. He was actually contemplating releasing a rap album.
Oh
wow.
my god.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to give this a try on the Tupac 2 Mindshock.
Tupac 2?
I'm waiting for Maxwell to ask if they have...
4-Pac? Or 3-Pac. It should be
6-pack. I'm waiting for Maxwell to ask if they're ever going to do a movie on this.
This would make a good movie.
Guess what? They did a movie, man. You should check it out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, they did a couple, right?
Well, they did one like official kind of thing.
All Eyes on Me.
All Eyes on Me. And the guy looks exactly like Tupac.
Well, so does Maxwell.
Oh, did you play him?
And coincidentally, have you seen Orlando Anderson? He kind of looks like Tupac too, especially his older photographs. The guy that supposedly shot him.
Oh, really? Wow.
Have you seen the documentary this past summer? They actually have a confession. I'll get into that. You don't know about that?
No.
Oh.
Wait, say that again?
Keefe D confessed?
No. Wow, yeah, this guy does sort of look like him.
Well, if you look at his old gang photographs from when he's even younger, if you look when he's even younger, he looks exactly like, he looks more like Tupac when he's younger.
You said he's the one that supposedly shot him?
Yeah. Keefe D, that guy's uncle, admitted that he was in the backseat of the car when they pulled up, and that he's dead now. Anderson got shot as well. Keefe D's still alive, though, but he had a cancer diagnosis, so he's got immunity. Damn. And so theoretically, some people point... Well, we'll get to that. Look at
this.
Let me finish.
This is the guy that played Tupac. That looks just like him.
What's his name?
Demetrius Shipp.
He does look.
He wasn't an actor though. He just looked just like him, but he actually did a pretty good job. Yeah.
So they just taught him how to act. He does look exactly like.
Maybe it's him.
Everybody looks like Tupac. We're gonna get into the cloning theories on one podcast as well. I know Johnny likes those theories.
That's just him like chilling. That's not even him playing the character.
So he played some good guys in on movies? Because I don't know, he looks like doesn't look like a gangster.
That's not him. That's the guy
Oh,
that
that's
played
not-
him. And all.
That's
Are you
the actor.
paying attention to any of this conversation,
Oh,
Max?
wait, who was it?
That's the That's
Johnny
the
just
actor
said his
that
name.
that's the actor that
Oh, that's
played.
okay.
him.
Got it.
What's
got
his
it, got
name?
it, got it.
Demetrius.
Yeah, but you said
Ship.
he looks exactly like him.
He does.
He does.
So what?
And so does the guy that supposedly shot Tupac.
This guy.
There's a
looks
lot of
like
guys
him.
that
So
look
it's
like
probably him. So he can make a
including
movie.
you, Maxwell. There's also other guys who look like
So
Tupac.
I'm a
All right, here you go. I'm gonna
suspect.
show side by side real quick.
All right, so when Shakur signed to death row after his release from prison, he recruited stepbrother Mopreme Shakur and Big Sky from Thug Life, Hussein Fatal, Napoleon, Idi Amin, Castro, Yaki Gaddafi, and Storm, the only female outlaw. Don't you love their names, Max?
Yaki Gaddafi. Wow.
Were also added, and together they formed the original lineup of the Outlaw Immortals that debuted on All Eyes on Me. They later dropped the immortal part of their name after the untimely deaths of Shakur and Yaki Gaddafi and moved on as Outlaws without the other members of Thug Life. Young Noble was later added and appeared on Shakur's second death row release, The Don Killuminati, The 7-Day Theory. It was on this album that the Outlaws first came to the greater rap community's notice, appearing on a few songs. The idea behind the group was for each member to have a rap name coinciding with the names of various tyrants or enemies of America, past and present. Outlaws chose in later years to make a backronym out of the letters of their group, naming operating under Thug Laws as Warriors, although it does not stand for the group's name and is used infrequently. On forming the Outlaws, Shakur gave each of them a name of a dictator, military leader, and or enemy of America. Yaki Gaddafi, later Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi, Hussein Fatal after Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, Mussolini, formerly Big Sky after Italian fascist dictator Benito Mussolini, Khomeini, Shakur's stepbrother Mopreme Shakur after Iranian Islamic revolutionary leader Ruhollah Ayatollah Khomeini.
I never knew that. Yeah, they got rid of everybody in the Middle East. Saddam.
Theoretically, if you believe those theories. The mysterious disappearing bodies as well. Castro after Cuban communist revolutionary and leader Fidel Castro. Idi Amin after Ugandan president and dictator Idi Amin.
They didn't do Hitler?
Napoleon after French military strategist and leader Napoleon Bonaparte. For himself, Shakur created the alias Machiavelli from Renaissance Italian philosopher and political theorist Niccolo Machiavelli, whose writings inspired Shakur in prison, but who also preached that a leader could eliminate his enemies by all means necessary. He mentioned Machiavelli Records a few times before his death. This was supposed to be a music label for up-and-coming artists that Shakur had an interest in developing or potentially signing, and his own future projects would have been published through it as well. Those who believe that Suge Knight had something to do with setting up Shakur's death point to the fact that Shakur supposedly wanted to go out on his own with his own label, Machiavelli, but on the other hand, people say he would still be working with Death Row and Suge Knight anyway, just because he had his own label, because a lot of them had multiple companies. So
it's like a tree or
so two sides of that. So
yeah, I know he wanted to just get his albums done and just get out. That's what I remember.
Well, there's conflicting reports on that. Some people say that, other people say that him and Suge were really good friends. So we don't know. But the thing that doesn't make sense for the people that say Suge Knight was involved, he's in the driver's seat of the car. They pull up on the passenger side of Tupac. So he actually got struck in the head with a bullet, either a bullet fragment or whatnot. Some people's phrases he got shot.
Through the arms too, right? Or just the head? He got grazed.
Yeah, he got hit in the head with a bullet fragment or some kind of shrapnel or something. But he's right next to Tupac. So if they're shooting Tupac, they're obviously, and Suge is really fat. Like, he's really big. So the chances that he's not going to get shot are really, really low.
Yeah.
So would he orchestrate that? It seems unlikely. Unless he put out the hit and they didn't see that Suge was in the driver's seat and they pulled up already shooting. We don't really know the specifics. But in general, people kind of downplay Suge's possible involvement because he was in the car with them and he was with them a lot.
You think he might have just been taking that chance? Like, might have just got
Well,
Like, Tupac
we're
was
also
just-
not dealing. We're not dealing with the most intelligent individuals here, and some of these gangbangers are in like their early 20s. So if they don't know that Suge is in the front seat, or they don't care if the hit is on Tupac, they might still try to kill Tupac regardless of who's in the driver's seat. So they might not be thinking too far ahead. We don't know, but it does cast some doubt that he wouldn't have wanted Tupac killed at that moment when he was driving in the car anyway, regardless of whether he wanted to have him killed in general.
Yeah.
But we don't know. There's conflicting reports on everything. It's a very complex case. There's definitely more than meets the eye, and there's a whole lot of anomalies.
And there was a photo taken that night too, of him and Suge in the BMW. Somebody they were stopped at a light.
Yeah,
and,
the police stopped him, right?
I don't think so.
The
There
police
was
stopped him.
fans. There was fans that
After the police stopped him, there was a girl screaming Tupac's name, and he kind of came up through the roof or whatever and was waving.
Oh, really?
And
Okay.
and supposedly that's when Orlando Anderson and Keefe D and their crew, they saw Tupac only because he was kind of coming
Oh,
out of the
crap.
vehicle, responding to a girl's screaming his name, because they were just driving around. They wouldn't have even found him if it wasn't for that. Other people point to that there's a lot of coincidences that would have had to happen for that to go down that way.
Mhm.
So that's why they point to Orlando Anderson just being a fall guy. There's a lot of weird things with it, and the police did stop him. Oh yeah, that's the famous photo. There's also a photo of Keefe D and Orlando Anderson with a supposed Cadillac, with the Cadillac that was supposedly used in the shooting.
Oh wow.
So that's his last photo then, right? Because that's the shootout right there.
It happened this photo was taken like right before it was a fan. They were stopped at a light and they just snapped a quick photo.
So it was like 2 seconds, and then shooting.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
There's a timeline. You could see what light this was and all that stuff.
Yeah, we'll get into the specifics. Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff with this case.
What was the gun used?
I don't know.
I think it was a
must have
Glock,
handgun.
right?
Yeah,
It was a
something like
Glock.
that. I don't think it was like a machine gun or anything like that. But
I do remember did they not recover, the gun was recovered and the vehicle was found. There was, I mean, we'll get into the specifics.
that car is for sale, actually. The BMW.
Are you going to buy it? Maxwell should buy it.
I'm in.
You could do a rap video with it.
You should get OJ's truck too. You should start collecting vehicles.
Damn.
Acting career. In addition to his endeavors in the music industry, Shakur acted in films. He made his first appearance in Nothing But Trouble '91 as part of a cameo by the Digital Underground. His first starring role was in the '92 film Juice. He played Roland Bishop, a violent member of the Wrecking Crew, for which he was hailed by Rolling Stone's Peter Travers as the film's most magnetic figure. I don't know, I thought Omar Epps did a pretty good job as well. He then went on to star in Poetic Justice '93 opposite Janet Jackson and the basketball drama Above the Rim '94. After his death, 3 more completed films featuring Shakur were released: Bullet '96, Gridlock '97, and Gang Related '97. Shakur had been slated to star in the '93 Hughes Brothers films Menace to Society, but was replaced by Lorenz Tate after assaulting Alan Hughes as a result of a quarrel. Shakur reportedly wanted another type of role, but Hughes would not conform to his wishes, leading to the altercation between the pair, which, according to Tyrone Turner, also led members of Shakur's entourage to become physically aggressive towards Hughes. In 2013, Hughes said Shakur would have outshined the other actors had he been in the film, because he was bigger than the movie. Hughes' comments were seen as validation that he had forgiven the rapper since the incident. Lorenz Tate, who had several rehearsals with Shakur before his part was recast, recalled Shakur being close to the Hughes brothers, but that his actions were the result of creative differences. According to former Death Row Records sound engineer Rick Clifford, Shakur reportedly read for the role of Mace Windu around the time that George Lucas was holding auditions for Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. The role ultimately went to Samuel L. Jackson.
He auditioned for Mace Windu?
According to Rick Clifford, Shakur reportedly read for the role of Mace Windu. Yeah.
You think that would have worked though?
I don't know. I don't know.
Curious.
Wait,
Okay,
that
what do you guys
movie
think? Because I don't know
came out-
Tupac that well.
Do you know what Star Wars is, Maxwell?
Yeah, I know that. But just saying, like, I know what's his name?
Sam
played.
Jackson?
Yeah. Like, I know the Jedi that he plays. So I'm thinking, since I don't know Tupac, I'm asking, well, like, you think?
I think it would have been. I don't know. It would have been weird.
Tupac Jedi?
Yeah, Tupac as a Jedi. Yeah.
Wait,
Actually, it would have been cool. It would have probably been pretty
He's like
cool.
rapping as he's like
Yeah.
lightsabering.
But was he a good actor? Or?
The thug Jedi, like.
Wait, was he a good actor? Or?
He's pretty good, yeah.
Wait, so the Star Wars movie came out in like 2000, I thought, though, right?
Was it 99 or 2000?
Maybe 99. It just seems like it's so far off that it doesn't make sense. Unless they... Episode 1, 1999. So when did he read that script?
That movie came out in 99.
Yeah. And he died in 96. So like when was that movie planned? How long were they finding actors for?
Oh, so 3 oh wow. So that was 3 years prior release. So
and it takes a while to make
yeah,
the
it takes
movie,
a while,
right? The
yeah,
shoot
like
and all that.
A year and a half sometimes.
That's a little
plus the planning phase takes like another year.
Yeah.
So that's actually makes sense. The script must have been written. Yeah.
Yeah, it was probably
that's
written.
a good timeline. So at the end.
It says filming started June 26, 97. That's when they started filming. So they probably
Damn.
casted a
So that
year
does
more
work.
for it, yeah.
Wow. I mean, he didn't really have a big part in the movie.
So we could
Samuel
have had
Jackson.
Tupac as a Jedi.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
We should Photoshop his face.
Director John Singleton mentioned that he wrote the script for his film Baby Boy with Shakur in mind for the lead role. It was eventually filmed with Tyrese Gibson in his place and released in 2001, 5 years after Shakur's death. The film features a mural of Shakur in the protagonist's bedroom, as well as featuring the song Hail Mary in the film's score. Artistry. Shakur's music and philosophy are rooted in many American, African American, and world entities, including the Black Panther Party, black nationalism, egalitarianism, and liberty. Shakur's love of theater and Shakespeare also influenced his work. A student of the Baltimore School for the Arts, where he studied theater, Shakur understood the Shakespearean psychology of inter-gang wars and intercultural conflict. During a 95 interview, Shakur said, "I love Shakespeare. He wrote some of the rawest stories, man. I look at Romeo and Juliet. That's some serious ghetto expletive. You got this guy Romeo from the Bloods who falls for Juliet, a female from the Crips, and everybody in both gangs is against them. So they have to sneak out and end up dead for nothing. Real tragic stuff. And look at how Shakespeare busts it up with Macbeth. He creates a tale about the king's wife who convinces a happy man to chase after her and kill her husband so he can take over the country. After he commits the murder, the dude starts having delusions just like in a Scarface song. I mean, the king's wife just screws this guy's whole life up for nothing." In an interview in Spain, American music journalist Chuck Phillips said that what impressed him the most about Shakur was that he was a poet. Phillips said, "I like sacred texts, myths, proverbs, and scriptures. When Tupac came along, I thought he was quite the poet. It wasn't just how cleverly they rhymed. It wasn't just the rhyme or the cadence. I liked their attitude. It was protest music in a way nobody had ever thought about before. These artists were brave, wise, and smart, wickedly smart. Tupac had so many sides, he was unafraid to write about his vulnerabilities." Shakur's debut album, Tupacalypse Now, 91, revealed his socially conscious side. Shakur helped extend the success of such rap groups as Boogie Down Productions, Public Enemy, X-Clan, and Grandmaster Flash and Furious 5, as he became one of the first majorly socially conscious rappers from the West Coast. On his second record, Shakur continued to rap about the social ills facing African Americans with such songs such as "The Streets Are Death Row" and "Last Words." He also showed his compassionate side with the anthem "Keep Ya Head Up," while simultaneously putting his legendary aggressiveness on display with the title track from the album "Strictly for My Niggaz ... He added a salute to his former group Digital Underground by including them on the playful track "I Get Around." Throughout his career, Shakur expressed an increasingly aggressive attitude on his subsequent albums. The contradictory themes of social inequality and injustice, unbridled aggression, compassion, and playfulness and hope all continued to shape Shakur's work, as expressed in his incendiary 95 album, Me Against the World. In 96, Shakur released All Eyes on Me, and many of the tracks are considered by critics to be classics, including Ambitions as a Rider, I Ain't Mad at Cha, California Love, Life Goes On, and Picture Me Rollin'. I think Maxwell's gonna go listen to Shakur's entire discography now.
I like these titles are funny.
Shakur described All Eyes on Me as a celebration of life, and the album was critically and commercially successful. Influences. Shakur had enjoyed and been influenced by the work of contemporary English and Irish pop musicians as a teenager, such as Kate Bush, Culture Club, Sinead O'Connor. Is that how you pronounce it? Is it Sinead O'Connor or Sinead O'Connor?
I don't know. Sinead.
Sinead O'Connor, and U2. His style on Tupacalypse Now was highly influenced by the social consciousness and Afrocentrism pervading hip-hop in the late 80s and early 90s. All Eyes on Me was a change of style from his earlier works while containing socially conscious songs and themes. This album was heavily influenced by party tracks and tended to have a more feel-good vibe than his earlier albums. Personal life. Shakur never professed to follow a particular religion, but his lyrics in singles such as Ghetto Gospel and Only God Can Judge Me, and poems such as The Rose That Grew from Concrete suggested he believed in God. Many analysts currently describe him as a deist. He believed in karma, but rejected a literal afterlife and organized religion. Shakur had several family members who were members of the Black Panthers. Matulu Shakur, his stepfather, Asada Shakur, his step-aunt, Billy Garland, his biological father, and Afeni Shakur, his mother. Shakur publicly spoke out against interracial marriage in an interview with Source magazine in '94, but later retracted these comments. His bandana tied into rabbit ears was considered by British writer Rob Marriott as one of hip-hop's most recognizable style choices. Shakur was friends with boxer Mike Tyson. Do you know who Mike Tyson is, Maxwell?
Of course.
Well, you would think you would answer.
What about him?
Shakur was friends with him.
Okay.
You paying attention?
I missed that part.
Shakur was friends with Mike Tyson, Chuck D, Marlon Wayans, Jim Carrey, and Rosie Perez. He befriended fellow rappers Snoop Dogg and Freddie Fox, with 3 X's, collaborating on songs with the pair and writing to Fox while in prison. Shakur married Keisha Morris Shakur in April '95. The marriage officially ended in March '96. His father, Billy Garland, said Shakur's anger developed from his frustrations in being misunderstood. He particularly reacted when people questioned his commitment to the black community and the West Coast. According to his bodyguard and friend Frank Alexander, Shakur's favorite color was green. He wore a green tank top on the night of his death. Is that true?
It might have been under.
I don't know. Shakur lived with Kidada Jones, his fiancée, daughter of Quincy Jones and actress Peggy Lipton, for several months until his death. Jones was waiting for Shakur in their Las Vegas hotel room when she was notified he was shot. She rushed to the hospital and remained with him until he died from his injuries 6 days later.
I always thought it was 7 days from everything I remember.
Because of the album?
Might be Mandela effect. I don't know.
Legal
we might have to
issues.
look that up.
Legal issues. In October '91, Shakur filed a $10 million lawsuit against the Oakland Police Department, alleging that the police brutally beat him for jaywalking. Don't you jaywalk all the time, Maxwell?
By accident.
By accident. What is jaywalk anyway?
I think it's
if your name is Jay and you walk in the street, you're jaywalking.
I think it's when you walk not on the path where you're supposed to walk. Like if you go,
yeah,
if you
you're
cross,
not on the sidewalk,
if you,
right?
Yeah, if you cross a
but why is
major
it
highway
called
and you
jaywalk?
I have no idea. I think Jay is like a.
Because you're like a bird, a blue jay straying from your path.
Possibly, I don't know. You can look up Urban Dictionary or something. Wait, what does that have to do with anything?
Weren't you paying attention?
No.
He sued the Oakland Police Department for allegedly beating him for jaywalking.
Oh, okay,
Shakur received approximately $43,000 in settlement money, much of which went to pay his lawyer. On August 22nd, '92, in Marin City, Shakur performed at an outdoor festival and stayed for an hour afterwards, signing autographs and pictures. A confrontation occurred and Shakur drew a legally registered Colt Mustang and allegedly dropped it. As it was picked up by a member of his entourage, a bullet was discharged. About 100 yards away, Kaid Walker Teal, a 6-year-old boy, was riding his bicycle at a school playground nearby when he was fatally struck by a bullet in the forehead, killing him. Although the police matched the bullet to a .38 caliber pistol registered to Shakur, and although his stepbrother, Maurice Harding, was initially arrested on suspicion of firing the weapon, no charges were filed. Marin County prosecutors have said that they were stymied by a lack of witnesses. In 1995, a wrongful death suit was brought against Shakur by Kaid's mother. The defense attorney acknowledged that the bullet that killed Kaid was traced by authorities to a gun registered to Shakur. The suit was dropped when Shakur agreed to pay a $300,000 to $500,000 settlement to the parents. Did you know about that?
I only knew about it from the movie. I never heard about it before that. I know what jaywalking is now.
What?
It's called, so people think it's because you walk as a J or something, the letter J. That's what some people think it is.
I didn't think that.
But it's really this. It comes from the fact that J-A-Y, used to be a generic term for someone who was an idiot.
Okay.
So jaywalking.
I'm going to start calling people Jays.
That's it?
Is that why I called a blue jay?
Or a Jay bird.
Someone who was an idiot, dull, rube, unsophisticated, poor, or simpleton.
So they wouldn't walk on the sidewalk because they're too dumb to walk on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
All right, interesting. On April 5th, 1993, Shakur was charged with 1 count of felonious assault. He was accused of attempting to hit rapper Chauncey Wynn from the group MAD with a baseball bat at a concert at Michigan State University. The incident reportedly began when Shakur became angry and threw a microphone. Shakur pleaded guilty on September 14th, 1994 to a misdemeanor in exchange for the dismissal of the felonious assault charge. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail, 20 of which were suspended, and ordered to perform 35 hours of community service. In October 1993, in Atlanta, 2 brothers and off-duty police officers, Mark and Scott Whitwell, were with their wives celebrating Mrs. Whitwell's passing of the state bar examination. The officers were drunk and in possession of stolen guns. As they crossed the street, a car with Shakur inside passed them or almost struck them. The Whitwells argued with the driver, Shakur, and the other passengers who were joined by a second passing car. Shakur shot one officer in the buttocks and the other in the leg, back, or abdomen, according to varying news reports. Mark Whitwell was charged with firing at Shakur's car and later lying to the police during the investigation. Shakur was charged with the shooting. Prosecutors dropped all charges against the parties. That's kind of unheard of, right? For someone to get away with shooting police officers, even if they were off duty, even if they were drunk, even if they had stolen guns. In early 1994, Shakur was found guilty of assaulting Alan Hughes, co-director of Menace to Society. He served 15 days in jail. The previous year, Shakur had boasted during an appearance on Yo MTV Raps that he had beat up the director of Menace to Society, the line later being used against him in court.
Yo!
Rape conviction. In November 1993, Shakur and others were charged with sexually assaulting a woman in a hotel room. Shakur denied the charges. According to Shakur, he had prior relations days earlier with the woman that were consensual. The woman admitted she performed oral sex on Shakur. The complainant claimed sexual assault after her second visit to Shakur's hotel room. She alleged that Shakur and his entourage raped her. At trial, Shakur was convicted of first-degree sexual abuse and acquitted of the weapons and sodomy charges. The judge described the crimes during the sentencing of Shakur to 1.5 to 4.5 years in prison as an act of brutal violence against a helpless woman. While appearing on the Arsenio Hall show, Shakur said he was innocent of all charges and he was hurt that a woman would accuse me of taking something from her when he was raised by and was surrounded by females. In October 1995, Shakur's assault case was on appeal. Because of his considerable legal fees, he could not raise the $1.4 million bail. After serving 9 months of his sentence, Shakur was released from the Clinton Correctional Facility on October 12, 1995. Suge Knight, the CEO of Death Row Records, had posted the $1.4 million bail pending Shakur's appeal of the conviction in exchange for Shakur releasing 3 albums under the Death Row label. On April 5th, 96, a judge sentenced Shakur to serve 120 days in jail for violating the terms of his release on bail. Okay, so a couple points here. One, what do we think of the sexual assault charge?
I don't know.
It's
How do
kind of
you
weird
say,
because
like-
if you're the woman, it's kind of tough because you admit to a consensual relationship with the guy, but then supposedly, because I suppose I haven't investigated this aspect of the case thoroughly, but I suppose it's possible Shakur's so-called entourage might have acted somewhat without his knowledge, possibly.
Yeah, maybe.
But they don't have any money, so she's gonna
But
sue
did they?
him, right?
Yeah, but did they do like any tests? Is there like a rape kit thing?
I don't
or
know.
whatever?
I don't know.
You probably don't have that there, but like. they
I
were able
also
to
read.
prove it,
I
then,
also
guess.
read that some of the conspiracy theories said that again these people conspiring against Tupac paid her to say that, or whatever. There's
Yeah.
some shadiness involving the incident. Very unfortunate in either case. But moving on to Suge Knight, how do you think Tupac felt? Did that seem kind of like sort of not blackmail, but sort of like extortion, where it's like, oh, I'll get you out, but you
Yeah.
got to do 3 records? That's a lot of records.
Yeah, it is.
Especially when you're Tupac. Because he's already kind of big at the time. Because this is 95. So
What do I think
it's
about
not-
what?
That should be on the mug. On the
And then
Maxwell.
he also
About
had this
what?
like reputation too. Like Suge Knight had
Wait,
this
so-
reputation to be like this gangster dude or whatever. He's like people are afraid of him, and
This
all
is-
that kind of stuff.
This is off topic, but did he have like a sneaker to his name, like a shoe?
Not
'Cause a lot of
Suge
these- a
Knight.
lot of these famous-
Suge Knight.
No,
Oh.
what I mean,
did
like
Tupac
shoes.
have a sneaker like Michael
Yeah.
Jordan? Like you wear
Like-
Tupacs instead of Jordans?
Like
I
I
don't
don't know.
know.
A lot of these famous people are getting shoes, and they start appreciating in value over time, and they sell them.
Dr. Dre
I'm just
had
curious. I don't
headphones.
know. Like a lot of these are like. I mean, Gary Vee has a shoe.
So what's some motivations behind him signing with Suge? Like you said, maybe it's because Tupac knew he had a lot of enemies, and he wanted like kind of like a big time gangsta with street cred who.
Or he just really wanted to get out. And
Yeah.
he didn't want to do like the whole.
Yeah.
And then this, he's in jail. He's writing music. He has songs written. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be in here. Like, get me out and I'll do some albums.
What do you think, Maxwell?
I don't know.
But from all accounts I've seen, wasn't Suge the one who reached out to him and kind of offered
That's what
a
I
deal?
thought, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
But then I was reading something else that was saying that his wife also had like a big stake in the company as well. The Death Row. You gotta look more into that.
Maxwell, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm kind of lost. I don't know what
Because
you're talking about.
his wife might have actually did all this
I'm thinking
stuff
about
behind the
shoes and
scenes.
shit.
Suge's wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, Shakur's in jail.
Okay.
So Suge Knight, this big-time player in both the record label industry, rap industry, as well as with street cred, as being this super tough gangster that everybody's afraid of, he's offering Shakur to put up $1.4 million for Shakur's bail to get him out. But Shakur has to record 3 albums for him. Not 1 album, 3 albums.
This is Suge Knight right here.
Okay,
Are you
that's-
following?
The bigger one.
Okay,
the bigger one.
okay, that's
Maxwell,
Suge.
are you following? He said he would get him out of jail if
So
he recorded
Tupac-
3
yeah.
albums for him.
Tupac's in jail for like 5 or 6 years. He has to be in for
Okay,
5 or
I'm
6
getting
years.
mixed up. Is Shakur is the same person as
As Tupac? Yes.
As Tupac. Because like
Maxwell Powers, Maxwell Army.
because like throughout this thing, I'm like, she's talking about Shakur all the time. What the hell? This is a Tupac podcast. I'm like,
Why is he talking about Shakur all the time?
I didn't want to
It's a
interrupt
Tupac
your,
podcast.
Wait, who the fuck is Shakur?
I didn't want to interrupt your
Yes,
stream.
it's the same guy. Tupac
Okay.
Shakur is in prison.
So can we just stick with Tupac and shit? I don't know. It's
Tupac
just-
Shakur is in prison.
Oh, it's Tupac. Oh, that's his fucking last name on his fucking like his rap name is Shakur.
Do you know
so
who-
it's Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
Do you know who Machiavelli is?
Well, that's Tupac, right?
Oh, look at
No, 'cause-
Maxwell
'cause-
paying
wait, 'cause-
attention.
'cause-
Oh, you almost caught
Okay,
it there.
yeah, because that was like because you mentioned it like 3 times and shit.
Wait, who's Amaru?
What the hell is that? Wait, is that the same person?
That's his real
Who's
name,
Mr.
right?
Who's Mr. Crooks?
Man,
perish.
I wish he stuck with Lazan and shit. I don't know.
Lazan Crooks.
Maybe that wouldn't have stuck.
All right,
But
Maxwell. Lazan Crooks, aka Tupac Shakur, aka Machiavelli, is in jail.
okay.
And
And
Suge
Suge comes
Knight
up, yo, I
is,
need
like,
$1.4
$3
million to take
no,
you
no,
out.
he's offering to put up the 1.4
A
million.
$1.4 million.
But Tupac, to get Tupac out, but Tupac Shakur
has to agree to make 3 albums with him.
released, yeah.
And this
Is
is,
that
like
is
this,
that is that a is
That's kind of
is
like
that
the deal.
extortion or what? Or,
Well, it's kind of like the deal. If he agrees
but
to it, it's
what,
not
what do you
extortion.
what do you think of that deal?
I would do
like
it.
Johnny said, if he really wants to get out, I mean, he doesn't have a lot of bargaining, right? Or do we? Maybe they did bargain. How do we know that Suge didn't say
2
5
albums or
albums
5?
So-
Yeah,
so-
five albums, and Shakur's like 1.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, fine, 3, final deal. And then Shakur feels pressured. Tupac, Shakur, Lazan, Crooks, Machiavelli.
So what you're saying is the Suge's
Sugar Knight.
Suge's investment of 1.4 would 100x over time. Is that's what he's hoping for because of Tupac.
Well, if he's the bail is returned, right?
I don't know. Is it? So then you might as well use a credit card.
What's your limit on your credit card? Is it 1.4 mil?
10 million, baby. You got the black card.
All right, so here's bail. If you paid cash bail to the court, the full bail amount, you will have that money returned to you after the defendant makes all required court appearances. So if you skip town, you don't get the money back. Or if you're late, whatever, you skip one, you have to make all your court appearances. If the person does not show up in court, the money will be forfeited and you will not see it again. This is from aboutbail.com.
Oh, but he is in jail already.
Yeah, so the only way, so if you can't post bail, you have to stay there for the duration of everything until you get sentenced throughout everything.
So
but if you post bail, you get to get out and walk around as long as you make your appearances.
And then you get your money back.
If you make all the appearances. So that's
kinda
how
cool.
bail works. Yeah. So the 1.4 million, he doesn't lose unless Tupac doesn't show up.
Yeah.
But Tupac doesn't have the 1.4 mil. So he's kind of trapped. So Suge would get the 1.4 mil back if Tupac makes all his court appearances. So to a certain degree, we're talking about criminals here. Is Tupac a criminal? He's a gangsta. Okay, so is there 100% guarantee he's going to make all his court appearances? Maybe not, because what if he gets into some kind of altercation, whatever. So Suge is taking a little bit of a chance because there's a possibility he might not get 1.4 back, but there's a strong possibility he will get the 1.4 back. So this deal is clearly in Suge's favor.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of think like Johnny, if he really wanted to get out and be out, especially if he thinks like the court is going to screw him over and he's going to have to stay longer, like he'll probably take, and we don't know the specifics. So maybe Suge wanted 5, Tupac offered 1, which is a little more fair, right? 1's not that bad.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, for $1.4 million, I don't know about 1. You know what I mean?
But if he
In
gets the
terms
money
of
back,
Suge
though,
Knight, yeah.
yeah. But if he gets his
He'll-
bail
he'll
money
get back.
back,
Oh, yeah,
it's
true.
kind of like a favor.
Yeah, true.
It's just a favor.
True.
Off topic, but I'm thinking like a conspiracy with like the bill, like if setting up things for you not to make court appearances, so they keep. It's just weird. Like,
That would make a good movie.
I know.
I'm sure they did movies about it. All right, let's move on. So the attack at Quad Recording Studios. Some people think that this was actually set the stage for Tupac, for the beef that culminated in Tupac's murder. On the night of November 30th, 94, the day before the verdict in his sexual abuse trial was to be announced, Shakur was robbed and shot 5 times. Oh, somebody's trying to prevent him from making his court appearance. He still made it, though.
Oh, wow.
Wait, what did this
In his
have something-
wheelchair. Yeah,
So
in
this,
his wheelchair.
so was Suge setting it up? Wait, was somebody setting it up so Suge wouldn't get his money back?
Nah.
Or are there details of that deal we don't know where Tupac is like, if I don't make the court appearances and you're out the 1.4 mil, then I'll do the 3 albums. So then Suge is like, oh, let me get this guy shot so he doesn't make it so he can make 3 albums. There's your conspiracy, Maxwell. There's your conspiracy. Or by somebody else. So, or Suge's wife. We don't know any of this. Yeah, we don't know any of this. So Shakur was robbed and shot 5 times by 3 men in the lobby of Quad Recording Studios in Manhattan. Shakur said that he believed the robbery was simply a setup for the attack, wondering why they would take jewelry and leave his Rolex watch. 3 hours after surgery for his wounds, Shakur checked out of the Bellevue Hospital Center against doctor's orders. In the day that followed, he entered the courthouse in a wheelchair In the verdict hearing for his sexual abuse trial, he was found guilty of 3 counts of molestation and found not guilty of 6 other charges, including sodomy, stemming from his 93 arrest. In a 95 interview with Vibe magazine, Shakur accused Sean Combs, P. Diddy, Jimmy Henchman, and Biggie, among others, of setting up the Quad Recording Studios attack. Vibe changed the names of the accused assailants upon publication. Later evidence did not implicate Biggie in the studio assault. When Biggie's entourage went downstairs to check on the incident, Shakur was being taken out on a stretcher, giving the finger to those around. On March 17th, 2008, Chuck Phillips wrote in the LA Times about an alleged order for an attack on Shakur. The article was retracted by the LA Times because it relied partially on FBI documents, which were discovered to have been forged. So we got a pretty big full-on conspiracy here. We got forged FBI documents. Like, what is going on? Did you hear about that before? Nope. Nope. Supposedly, the man who supplied the documents had previously been convicted of fraud. In 2011, Dexter Isaac admitted to having attacked Shakur on henchman's orders. Following Isaac's public confession, Phillips named Isaac as one of his unnamed sources for the retracted article. Be funny if it wasn't. Okay, so prison sentence. Shakur began serving his prison sentence on sexual assault charges at Clinton Correctional Facility on February 14th, 95.
Is that in New York? Because I always thought he was in New York.
Yeah, Clinton Correctional Facility is in New York. It's in Dannemora, New York. It's a maximum security state prison. So Shakur began serving his sentence February 14th, 95. Shortly afterward, he released his multi-platinum album, Me Against the World. Shakur became the first artist to have an album at #1 on the Billboard 200 while serving a prison sentence. Tupac's got a lot of records. Me Against the World made its debut on the Billboard 200 and stayed at the top of the charts for 4 weeks. The album sold 240,000 copies in its first week, setting a record for highest first week sales for a solo male rap artist at the time.
Is platinum 100,000 or 1,000,000 copies?
I think platinum is 1,000,000, right?
Okay, and then gold is like 100.
Yeah, platinum means 1,000,000.
Is there a diamond?
For albums, 2,000,000 for singles. Gold means 500,000 for albums, 1,000,000 for singles. These are complicated rules
I know.
There's different rules for albums or singles.
In case you guys didn't know, watching the podcast, if we hit 100,000 subscribers, we'll get a silver play button. So tell all your friends.
Yeah, let's get that
podcast
silver
will
play
go
button.
silver.
I thought you get a pillow or something.
A pillow?
Like a play. Like I've seen.
Not everybody falls asleep during podcast, Maxwell.
Wait, but I see.
That's people buy those as props and stuff for like the background.
Oh, I thought
you
that was
actually
for
get like
YouTube.
a plaque, like a thing.
Yeah, I've seen that before, but like.
So this podcast will go silver, maybe platinum.
So let's get the word out. Feel free to share this podcast or any podcast. Just throw up the link on your Facebook, Twitter, or whatever social media, and get more people listening to the podcast.
Do a podcast on our podcast, about our podcast.
While serving his sentence, Shakur married his longtime girlfriend, Keisha Morris, on April 4th, 95. The couple divorced in 96. Shakur stated that he married her for the wrong reasons. In an interview after his release, Shakur claimed to have written only one song during his incarceration. What do you think about that, Johnny?
Only one song, so
what was he doing?
He's
reading
freaky,
Machiavelli.
He's getting freaky with his wife or something.
While imprisoned, Shakur became interested in philosophy of war, and military strategy by studying the works such as The Prince by Italian philosopher Niccolo Machiavelli and The Art of War by Chinese military strategist Sun Tzu. The works inspired his pseudonym, Machiavelli, under which he released the album The Don Killuminati, The 7-Day Theory. The album presents a stark contrast to previous works. Throughout the album, Shakur continues to focus on the themes of pain and aggression, making this album one of the emotionally darker works of his career. While in prison, Shakur wrote to Death Row Uncut director Nina Badresher about his plans to begin a new chapter of his life. According to Kevin Powell, who spoke to Shakur following his release from prison, the performer seemed like a completely transformed person. Powell recalled Shakur being more dark and menacing to the extent that Powell wondered whether he had really known him before. Death, the September 96 shooting. On the night of September 7th, 1996, Shakur attended the Bruce Seldon vs. Mike Tyson boxing match with Suge Knight at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, Nevada. After leaving the match, one of Knight's associates spotted Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, an alleged Crip gang member from Compton, California, in the MGM Grand lobby. Earlier that year, Anderson and a group of Crips had robbed a member of Death Row's entourage in a Foot Locker store. Knight's associate told Shakur, who attacked Anderson, assisted by his and Knight's entourage. There's actually some controversy over whether or not he was even wearing that necklace, the chain, which is kind of weird, right? Because either he was or he wasn't. Why is there so much controversy about that?
They would have like bounties, right? Like to steal, if you could steal their necklace or whatever, like you get money.
But
for
why
it.
is there so much controversy whether or not he was wearing it or not?
Is it something to do with the photo? I don't know.
Well, different people said different stories that were there. Either he was wearing it or he wasn't, or they just simply recognized him.
There's a video, there's security footage. I think he does have it like dangling on his neck, no?
I can't tell. It's grainy.
It's black and white, yeah. You can see the stomping, though.
Yeah, you can see the stomping. The fight was captured on the hotel's video surveillance. After the brawl, Shakur went with Knight to Death Row-owned Club 662. Shakur rode in Knight's 1996 black BMW 750 IL sedan as part of a larger convoy. At 11 to 11:05 p.m., they were halted on Las Vegas Boulevard by Metro Bicycle Police for playing the car stereo too loudly and not having license plates. The license plates were found in the trunk of Knight's car, and the party was released without being ticketed. Isn't that also kind of weird? Why would they let them go without ticketing? The plates have to be on the vehicle. Having them inside, not on display, how does that help?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, why would they not have the plates on so that nobody would know
it was
who
them,
they
I
were?
guess.
Or like,
I don't know.
And how was the car there? Was it actually his? Because they flew there, right? Or did he have like a place he could keep his car, or like?
I know we're gonna have to dissect
This
all
is
of
just
the vehicles.
the introduction, right?
Yeah. At 11:15 p.m., when they were at a stoplight, a white four-door late model Cadillac with unknown occupants pulled up to the right side of Shakur's sedan. Someone inside rapidly fired gunshots at Shakur. He was hit 4 times, twice in the chest, once in the arm, and once in the thigh. One of the bullets went into Shakur's right lung. Knight was hit in the head by fragmentation. Shakur's bodyguard, Frank Alexander, was not in the vehicle. He said that Shakur had asked him to drive the car of Shakur's girlfriend, Kidada Jones. After arriving at the scene, police and paramedics took Knight and the wounded Shakur to the University Medical Center of Southern Nevada. According to an interview with music director Gobi, while at the hospital, Shakur received news from a Death Row marketing employee that the shooters had called the record company and threatened Shakur. Gobi informed the Las Vegas police, but said that the police claimed to be understaffed. No attackers came. At the hospital, Shakur was heavily sedated, placed on life support machines, and ultimately was put under a barbiturate-induced coma to keep him in bed. While in the intensive care unit on the afternoon of September 13th, 96, Shakur died from internal bleeding. He was pronounced dead at 4:03 p.m.
I wonder what happened from that point on until then. He was put in an induced coma?
Yeah. Some people say he talked to them, though. So
yeah, he had to have said something, right?
Yeah.
Like, was any of that released? Because he did leave the hospital on the previous shooting. He was done 3 hours after he left.
Yeah. The official cause of death were noted as respiratory failure and cardiopulmonary arrest in connection with multiple gunshot wounds. What's interesting is statements at the time said this: emergency surgery at Universal Medical Center saved Shakur's life that night, and in the days following, doctors announced that his chances of recovery had improved. So is there a conspiracy that someone got to him at the hospital? There's also a crazy conspiracy theory that Shakur was willing to testify against some people. He went into witness protection, but most people that know Shakur said he would never do that because he hated the police and authorities. Unless they somehow convinced him that maybe Suge wanted to kill him and they had some kind of proof so that he couldn't get out alive. I mean, even then, he was pretty crazy, right? So he He might have still said no, right?
What if they were just blanks?
That shot him?
Yeah. Just to like fake this whole thing. No, he got hit in the head with something though.
Shug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could have been like a blank or something.
On September 13th, 1996, however, Tupac Shakur died of his wounds. Shakur's body was cremated the next day. Some of his ashes were purportedly later mixed with marijuana and smoked by members of the
Hold on,
Outlaws.
wait. He died, and then the next day they cremated him.
Yeah.
So when did they do the autopsy? Because there's autopsy photo.
Well, they have a day to do the autopsy, right?
Just one day.
Well, it only takes a couple. How long does it take to do an autopsy?
I don't know. It just seems kind of quick. Because they say supposedly that photo is real of his autopsy photo.
Some of his ashes were purportedly later mixed with marijuana and smoked by members of the Outlaws. However, Idi Amin claimed in 2014 interviews that the ashes did not belong to Shakur. So they were smoking somebody else's ashes?
They really smoked?
It looks like he admitted that he smoked ashes, but he said that it didn't belong to Shakur. That's kind of weird, right? So he'd admitted to smoking somebody's ashes. His fifth album, The Don Killuminati, The 7-Day Theory, was released 2 months later, and numerous other posthumous albums followed. The aftermath. In 2002, the LA Times published a 2-part story by investigative reporter Chuck Phillips titled Who Killed Tupac Shakur, based on year-long research that reconstructed the crime and the events leading up to it. Information gathered by the paper indicated that the shooting was carried out by a Compton gang called the Southside Crips to avenge the beating of one of its members by Shakur a few hours earlier. Orlando Anderson, the Crip who Shakur had attacked, fired the fatal shots. Las Vegas police discounted Anderson as a suspect and interviewed him only once briefly. He was later killed in an unrelated gang shooting. The article also reported the involvement of East Coast rapper The Notorious B.I.G., Shakur's rival at the time, and several New York criminals. What's also interesting is Orlando Anderson had a few different interviews. One of them is on video, and he's obviously lying like the entire video. Like, he said he was home in L.A. when he was actually on video in the fight in the Vegas, and his lawyer is with him in the interview. We'll go over the interview in the following episodes. His lawyer is with him, and he kind of tells the interviewer, don't ask that. Because they got him on video on the on the MGM Grand Security.
Yeah.
And in another interview, he actually says he's not even a gang member, which is kind of funny, because he was a well-known gang member at the time. Like, supposedly he had a lot of street cred. Before they died, the Notorious B.I.G. and Anderson denied any role in the murder. In support of their claims, Biggie's family produced computerized invoices suggesting that he was working in a New York recording studio the night of the drive-by shooting. His manager, Wayne Barrow, and fellow rapper Lil Cease, James Lloyd, made public announcements denying Biggie's role in the crime and claimed further that they were with him in the recording studio the night of the event. The New York Times called the evidence inconclusive, noting, the pages purport to be 3 computer printouts from Daddy's house, indicating that Wallace was in the studio recording a song called Nasty Boy on the afternoon Shakur was shot. They indicate that Wallace wrote half the session and was in and out, sat around and laid down a ref, shorthand for a reference vocal, the equivalent of a first take, but nothing indicates when the documents were created. And Louis Alfred, the recording engineer listed on the sheets, said in an interview that he remembered recording the song with Wallace in a late-night session, not during the day. He would not recall the date of the session, but said it was likely not the night Shakur was shot. We would have heard about it, Mr. Alfred said. In 2011, pursuant to the Freedom of Information Act, the FBI released documents revealing its investigation of the Jewish Defense League for making death threats against Shakur and other rappers. You knew about this, Johnny?
Nope.
We got sealed FBI documents. This is quite a conspiratorial episode. Since his death, Tupac has become an international martyr, a symbol on the level of Bob Marley. Do you know who Bob Marley is, Maxwell?
Some reggae dude.
So how do you know Bob Marley and not Tupac?
Red wine.
Yeah. Don't worry, be happy. Or Che Guevara, whose life has inspired Tupacistas on the streets of Brazil, memorial murals in the Bronx in Spain, and bandana-wearing youth gangs in South Africa. Vinyl ain't final. Hip-hop and globalization of black popular culture.
It's funny, he's like Che Guevara was, I think, from Cuba. And people think he went to Cuba.
Many consider him the most influential rapper of all time. For this reason, it also gave rise to conspiracy theories that any major revolutionary who has the power to tip the balance against the status quo or the man must be taken out, like JFK, Martin Luther King Jr., etc. So also, 6 months after Tupac's death on March 9th, 97, the Notorious B.I.G. was killed in a drive-by shooting by an unknown assailant in Los Angeles, California. By the way, this assailant has been named since. And some people theorized that Suge Knight, the retaliation against Tupac, since Tupac was kind of Suge Knight's right-hand man, and Notorious B.I.G. was Sean Combs' right-hand man, that was the retaliation, was to kill Notorious B.I.G. In 2018, Eminem, do you know who that is, Maxwell?
I like Eminem. I like his rap.
Is that the chocolate or? I got a laptop in my back pocket.
Oh, he's got a chocolate song? I don't know about that.
In 2018, Eminem released the diss track Kill Shot, in which Eminem makes reference to Diddy being responsible for putting the hit out that got Pac killed.
Oh, is that what he was talking about?
Yeah.
He says that, I'm sorry, Diddy. Or
Yeah.
something like that at the end of
Yeah.
the song.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was against Machine Gun Kelly. They had like a little beef going on.
Say that again. What's he apologizing for?
Say that again. You worded it better.
He's saying that Eminem makes reference to Diddy being responsible for putting the hit out that got Pac killed.
Oh, no kidding.
Why would he include that? That's funny.
Well, supposedly this is common knowledge among like the rap circles.
It's just the
And
song
again-
had nothing to do with that, I don't think. The song was more about a diss against this other rapper.
I don't know.
Huh.
But
Interesting.
here's a funny article from Rolling Stone. Well, funny depending on how you define funny. May 23rd, 2014 by Ryan Reed. Tupac's final words revealed by police officer on the scene of the murder. So these might not have been his final words because some people said that he did say something in the hospital. Possibly multiple somethings. But retired Las Vegas Sergeant Chris Carroll was the first responder to the rapper's 96 shooting. The first police officer at the scene of Tupac's 96 drive-by murder has revealed the last words spoken by the late rap legend, and they're not exactly peaceful. He looked at me and he took a breath to get the words out, and he opened his mouth, says Chris Carroll, a retired sergeant with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And then the words came out, F you. He's been listening to that to the Ice Cube song. So I grab him with my left arm and he falls into me, and I've still got my gun in the other hand, the officer tells Vegas 7. He's covered with blood, and I immediately notice that the guy's got a ton of gold on, a necklace and other jewelry, and all of the gold is covered in blood. That has always left an image in my mind. And as Suge is yelling Pac, I look down and I realize that this is Tupac Shakur. And then I saw his face. In his movements, all of a sudden, in the snap of a finger, he changed, he says. And he went from struggling to speak, being non-cooperative, to I'm an at peace type of thing, just like that. And that's when I looked at him and said one more time, who shot you? I thought I was actually going to get some cooperation, and then the words came out, F you. And this information came out in 2014 because now he's retired, so he doesn't feel the need to hold that information back. I don't know. And also, this specific police officer apparently doesn't like Tupac. He said he didn't want Tupac to be a martyr or a hero because this is what he told the police. It's kind of weird. You know what else is weird? So Orlando baby Lane Anderson, supposedly he, again, this is just a rumor. I couldn't find a source on this. It was reported that he'd take a lie detector test to prove his innocence, but he was killed shortly after that. So LAPD officer Greg Kading, who actually investigated Notorious B.I.G.'s murder, became involved in the Tupac investigation. And he said that Keefe D, the uncle of Orlando Anderson, confessed. So he said this: after the altercation at the MGM, Orlando licked his wounds and found his uncle, Keefe D. Keefe D was with some characters from New York, including a guy named Zip. They had a conversation about how Orlando was attacked by Tupac and they planned retaliation. However, they didn't take any guns out there. So Zip, who did have a gun, offered his, got hold of the Glock 40 caliber gun and handed it to Keefe D, and off they went in search of Tupac and Suge. So Keefe D doesn't specifically name Orlando Anderson, but he says the shooting came from the back seat.
So I got these. I wrote down some mug quotes.
That's what you're doing instead of paying attention to the podcast?
This was a while ago, so I have that would make a good movie. What do I think about what? Who's James Renner? Who's that again? And Tupac is dead.
Oh my god.
Question mark?
Tupac and Shakur are the same person?
What's that?
So that's a diagram of who was in the car based on Keefe D's confession.
So Suge Knight, Tupac. This is their BMW.
I see. Orlando. Wait, who's that other dude?
So he names Terrence Brown, T. Brown, and DeAndre Smith, Dr. Dre. Keefe D is saying that Dr. Dre was in the back seat with them.
Damn.
Oh.
DeAndre Smith. So
Not
yeah,
funny,
he alleges
it's
Keefe
weird.
D alleges that Orlando was in the back seat and Keefe D was supposed to shoot Tupac, but for whatever reason either lost his nerve or whatever. So Orlando grabbed the gun from him and shot across through the driver's side window to shoot Tupac. So there's a lot of problems with the logistics of this whole thing. Some people say that Keefe D actually shot him and that he just blamed Orlando because Orlando was dead. So it's kind of weird. There's a lot of weird
So
issues.
Dre
with
was
this
in
case.
there. I wonder if he had ever said anything about that.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
that's
there's
what he said.
Yeah, that's what Keefe D said.
That's what
correct.
he's saying.
So
That
this is
doesn't mean it's-
only Keefe D's words.
Yeah.
And then also supposedly Orlando Anderson did brag about it in LA, and everybody in LA knew that he had shot him. But other people say that if he had really shot him, people that were loyal to Tupac would have killed him. So how did he live for we don't know. There's a lot of this case.
Yeah.
There's definitely more than meets the eye to this case as well as other cases. So it is a mystery, and there have been quite a few documentaries that have come out recently that kind of go with the Keefe D story and Orlando Anderson. We're going to dissect them and also look at anomalies within those stories as well and examine other possibilities. So we hope you enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime. If you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. And make sure you subscribe to the channel. Click the bell for notifications. If you like the video, like the video. Leave any questions, comments, requests, and we will look at them. And make sure to like our Facebook page as well. And check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
And Johnny Mills.
We'll see you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And JR.
And today we're talking about a case near and dear to JR's heart. We're talking about the Lori Loughlin situation with the college admissions scandal, something I don't know that much about, but JR is dialed in with his government connections and possibly the Justice Department. I don't know. We'll find out what he has to say about it. If you like the podcast, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Like our Facebook page, you can also check us out. Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. And any thoughts, comments, questions, suggestions, or insults, drop them in the comments section. All right, JR, what's this all about?
Well, apparently Lori Loughlin is guilty from her two daughters were, I mean, like, you know, and you have to understand Lori Loughlin. Apparently she's a B actress. I mean, there's no A-list.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people out there that might take offense to that. Maxwell, are you a Lori Loughlin fan?
I don't know who she is.
Okay, well, let me just, like, put it out there for you. She was Aunt Becky in Full House. Do you know what Full House is, Maxwell?
Is Full House the one with the twins, the twin daughters?
Yeah.
Oh, man, Maxwell knows something. Wow.
Well, I just, because I know they have a sister who's like a real superstar now. Like a younger sister.
But, like, you know, like, in addition to be, like, you know, within the series, she had her own twins, and she was the significant other of John Stamos. Do you know who he is?
Nah, who the fuck is that?
He does the Oikos Greek yogurt commercials currently.
Greek yogurt.
Yeah, he does the Oikos Greek yogurt commercial.
No, I don't see the commercial.
Do you know what Greek yogurt is?
Yeah, I've seen the Greek yogurt at
Okay, I mean, like, you know, that's okay. I mean, like, FIO and, like, you know, others, like, they're considered better than Oikos, but you know what Oikos is.
I didn't know you were a Greek yogurt connoisseur, JR. You're full of surprises.
Well, I'm just asking, like, you know, I don't really, like, I'm not a Greek yogurt fan, but, like, I'm just asking, like, Maxwell, because, like, so I'm just asking, like, you know, like, whether or not he knows, because if he doesn't, then I want to educate the fans.
What's shocking to me, okay, Maxwell, you've never seen an episode of Full House.
A long time ago, but I wasn't really a fan. Like I found the twins kind of funny and they're like cute together and stuff, but I don't know. Actually, they were never together. They were just like, weren't they like they were playing each other so they could take breaks?
Yeah, but I mean, like, you know who the Olsen twins were, right? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the only thing, obviously, I've heard of Full House. I've seen a couple episodes. That was a very popular show back in the day. I didn't really like the theme song too much. It was kind of grating in my opinion, but I might be alone here. But yeah, the only thing I really was a fan of Lori Loughlin is I'm not necessarily a Lori Loughlin fan, but I'm a fan of Rad, and that was a very rad movie. And you know, Send Me an Angel, yeah, that was a funny scene. So I know her from that movie. I liked her in that movie because I liked the movie. But that's all I know. So like, I don't know. I thought Maxwell would be a bigger fan, but he doesn't even know who she is.
It's not his fault. I mean, like, she's, like, truly, like, E trying to be B. I mean, like, we're not really, like, we're not talking about anybody that's, like, you know, like, relevant.
Where would you place Bob Saget in all this?
Well, I mean, like, you know, he's lucky he's not behind bars right now because, like, he knows her. So, I mean, like, Bob Saget, like, you know, I mean, like, he's known for being part of, like, the Full House family, but, like, he was part of, I think it was, like, 1 vs. 100. It was a game show. Like, so if I was his agent or whatever, I would be worried about, like, distancing myself from, like, Lachlan and saying, hey, you know, like, I did this game show. Like, that's where I would be, like, personally.
But just to round out the intro, I was curious as to whether or not Maxwell would have heard about this scandal with Lori Loughlin. Even I wasn't expecting that he wouldn't know who she is. So that's another mind shock for everybody out there. Anyway, so JR, you continue with your intro.
Well, I mean, like, let me just say this. Like, you know, okay, like, so, Maxwell, do you know why she's currently under investigation?
He doesn't even know who she is.
Oh, I thought she was dead or something. I thought this was like I thought she was murdered or something.
Well, she should be. I mean, like, she's looking at, like, you know, like, 20 to 40 years in federal prison.
Yeah,
so,
but,
I mean,
okay,
like,
so
you know, like,
I might be in the minority here. I don't know that much about what's going on. So JR, you can explain it and possibly.
All right. So let me just put it out there. Okay, so basically, Lori Loughlin, who married a fashion designer, is worth approximately $125 million. What do you think of that, Maxwell?
That's great.
Okay. All right.
Good for
So, I mean, like, you know, okay.
Maxwell,
Well, just hold on a second. Okay.
I believe Maxwell amassed his fortune by divorcing his ex-wife, who was rich, and he got. Is that correct, Maxwell? You mentioned that on one of the other podcasts, and then you never talked about it again. So Maxwell, so Maxwell might know a thing or two about marrying for money.
All right. So this is basically what happened. Her daughter, I think it was Olivia and, like, Elizabeth or whatever. Okay, so they wanted to go to USC, which is considered a fairly reputable college for actresses, actors, and people that want to get into the program based on other people as well. And, you know, directors' children attend the school and so on and so forth. Have you ever heard of the program USC?
UFC or USC?
USC.
What the hell is that? What the hell is USC?
It's the
Okay.
University of Southern California.
Yeah, I mean it's very respected by
why are you calling it a program?
I'm not, because like it's not necessarily about education. It's about who you know and like what you want to connect with to become a part of it, so you can become successful within the entertainment film industry.
How do you know so much about that, JR, by the way? Do you have connections in Hollywood as well?
I'm not talking about shit, fucking Bruce. I mean, like you can.
I think
I'm
Maxwell
just
should
saying,
have.
like
I think Maxwell should have his own TV show. You should pitch something.
I don't need to be dick for like fucking Maxwell. That's his own fucking TV show. Like you're gonna have followers already. But like, all right, like look, like this is a story. The one from Desperate Housewives pitched 15,000. That her daughter. She had a specialist take her own SAT exam and then get accepted into a rival university. Lori Loughlin, she paid almost $500,000 for her daughter, as well as her older daughter, Olive and Elizabeth, to be put on the rowing team of some sort of bullshit to where she's now accepted to USC for, credit as being part of the rowing team. But, wait, we're not done yet. Her own daughter, who was accepted to USC, posted YouTube because, unlike, Mindshock, she has her own Mindshock where she posts her own videos on YouTube. And she explicitly said she's not interested in college studies, but wishes to just be involved in the partying of USC. In addition to that, she went on for a 3-part, I believe it might have been 3-part, it might have been 2-part, I'm not 100% sure. She has separate closets in her household where blazers, pants, shirts, and ties are put in separate closets within her household.
Maxwell, are you following? Because I think I'm getting a little lost.
Yeah, I don't know what. So okay, so her husband was a millionaire, and she paid.
Husband? No, it's mommy and daddy paying for this.
Okay, so okay. Okay.
Wait, who did they pay the $500,000 to?
They paid $500,000 to I forget his name offhand, but he ran a quote unquote charity that was able to get kids with no talent or class or ability into these high-end schools. He paid enough.
So he was the head of this scam or fraud, and he had ins at admissions at different colleges. Is that what this is?
Yes, and Lori Loughlin paid not just her youngest, but also her oldest to get into these scams at the tune of about $500,000 apiece.
It must be nice to be able to throw that kind of money around. I mean, you could buy any kind of knowledge you want for a lot less than that without. So basically,
well, I mean, in addition to like forging the SAT requirements, they also claim that she was part and her sister was part of crew. Which,
okay.
I mean, I don't know if that's all this, but like, it's a rowing organization.
So before we get into our analyses, here's my issue. I don't really give a crap, and I don't think they did anything wrong as long as other prospective students weren't disqualified from attending because of them. So was it an in addition situation where USC admits X amount of students and they paid to have her daughters admitted in addition to other students, or did they take students who got in legitimately off the list for her daughters?
Well, they took additional students off the table based on their daughter.
Well then, yeah, then that's messed up and fraud. So, Maxwell, what do you think?
I kind of missed it a little bit, but can you like repeat what you just said?
Well, I said I don't see a problem with it if you want to pay a ton of money to go to a school that you might have not qualified for via SAT, as long as you didn't as long as you didn't take someone else's spot. So if the extra money was just for them to admit extra students, I don't know. I don't really care. I don't really see that as an issue. But if the money was to displace qualified students who would have been admitted instead of her daughters, that's messed up because that was fraud.
I don't think it's I don't think it's I don't think it's wrong at all. I don't think it's wrong at all. Even if it would replace another student, who gives a shit? Private institution.
They were entered as members of crew, and additionally, like, they were not ever, like, athletic at all, as well as the one daughter, Olive, she makes actual comments on YouTube because she's a YouTuber, where she makes comments where she's not really concerned about college education. She's worried about a party. So, I mean, like, her daughter, like, they paid $500,000 for her daughter to be worried about partying.
All right, hold on a second. I don't really understand this whole thing. Okay, it is private. However, okay, so they have I'm looking at the Wikipedia right now. They have 45,687 students. So why not just take money and take 2 extra students? Why push other students off the list? I don't get it.
Because they were actually talented or they had a purpose.
Yeah, I know, but let's not push. Yeah, admit the students that were talented and qualified. Still admit them. Take $500,000 and take 2 extra students that year. Who gives a crap?
Well, that's why the federal investigation pursued, because I think there were a lot of people that shared the same values. So, I mean, like, why do this and do that? But at the end of the day, like, if you've been wrestling your whole life, or if you've been, in crew your whole life, or you've been playing softball your whole life, like, there's a tremendous amount of personal sacrifice regarding that. I mean, like, like, if you're, or whatever, like, you've given up personal opportunity to go to an actual show and produce. If you've been playing crew your whole life, like, you've given up a certain percentage. The fact that her parents produced a Photoshop shot of her, her kids on a boat, which, by the way, the actual boat was Photoshopped. They never actually did any of that, just to make them a member of the crew. It would disturb me to a point. I mean, I don't know, like,
So what's the crime here? What's the crime?
The fact that Lori Loughlin paid $500,000 per kid to have them enrolled in a school that they didn't belong in.
That's it?
She was charged with conspiracy to commit mail fraud and honest services mail fraud. I think is that all she's being charged for? I just looked it up right now.
No, she's also being fraud, because she claimed she was giving the money to a charity. She's also being charged with actual physical fraud on multiple levels. Yeah, she's looking at 40 years behind the clink.
All right, so here's the.
Wait, so you can go to jail for paying a
Hold on,
university to bring a kid in?
Let me read the brief here. This is from Wikipedia. Loughlin and her husband were among 50 individuals charged by the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office on March 12th in a large-scale nationwide college entrance cheating scandal. The indictment against the couple alleged that they had paid $500,000 disguised as a donation to the Key Worldwide Foundation in order that the University of Southern California's admission committee would be led to believe their 2 daughters would be joining the school's women's rowing team if admitted, when in fact neither young woman had ever trained in the sport and had no plans to do so. So, okay, that's a little different because they're saying they're going to commit to join the rowing team having never rowed. So now the legitimate rowers who dedicated their, a large portion of their life to rowing, they wouldn't have the spot on the rowing team because
these two young women who had never rode.
Right, and if you look at their YouTube, like, they make no bones about the fact that, like, they're not only gonna row, but, like, they're gonna fucking fuck what's moving, and they're not concerned about, like, rowing, and they're not concerned about college either.
So I don't think there's anything unethical about it. They're voluntary accepting money, and they're paying money.
So
you think there's?
But if there are rules with the rowing community, then that would be.
Hold on, Maxwell. They're also Lachlan and her husband are also being sued in private class action lawsuits by other university graduates who claim their education and degrees have been devalued due to their school's association with the scandal. What do you think about that, Maxwell?
It's bullshit.
Well, if anybody can buy a degree,
Yeah.
how legitimate? It's like buying a degree to a certain extent, right? Because if the admissions office is fraudulent,
what you're saying is that it's okay that they spent $500,000 giving their daughter a degree, that's it.
Maxwell doesn't.
That's fine.
Wait, hold on.
I'm okay
Maxwell,
with
you
that.
think it's fine to commit? They committed, so they pretended they were really good rowers, and they committed to join the rowing team. Like, college rowing is no joke. We're not talking about some kind of neighborhood rec program.
Yeah, no, but that goes.
Well, what about the homeless? What about the people that actually suffered, had to have their parents take out mortgages to pay for their education? What about those people?
What about them?
Man, Maxwell's ice cold on this. Wait, hold on. Maxwell, you don't think that potential rowers who were actually good and devoted their life to the sport, they weren't given a chance, they weren't admitted because these two spots were bought on the basis of fraud, because they're not rowers and they said they had no plans to even become rowers.
I mean, and they have physical YouTube videos showing their closets where, they have a sweater closet, a pants closet.
Nobody cares. Okay, whatever.
It's irrelevant.
You're allowed.
It's irrelevant.
If they were also rowers, who cares if they have if they were all actual really good rowers, the amount of closet they have wouldn't matter. But anyway, Maxwell, you don't have a problem with that? That's kind of weird.
No, because but also the college has ramifications for bad reputation. So now so less students will enroll in that school. So it backfires on them. So who gives a shit? So what? Take the fucking money for the losses for future losses of students. That's it. Who gives a shit?
But hold on, Maxwell.
So what? Fucking.
Hold on, Maxwell.
These people who worked hard all their lives. Oh, I can't get to the school that I worked so hard for. I'm a rower. Fuck you. Go somewhere else, bitch.
JR, hold on a second. Oh man, correct me if I'm wrong, JR. The USC admissions, they didn't know. Did they know it was fraud or not, or was this other guy that brokered the deal and led the admissions to believe it? Right.
According to the admissions people, they knew nothing. Conveniently,
Okay,
but that's it.
Maxwell, well, let's say we don't know if that's the case, but Maxwell, if that's the case, what do you think about that? Because the admissions were not accepting the $500,000. It was this other guy, right?
Yeah.
So Maxwell, that changes everything, doesn't it? Because it's not the university taking the $500,000. It was this donation to this foundation and this other shady guy that tricked the admissions office.
Then that would be fraud, and
well, that seems to be the situation.
Okay, so
well,
yeah,
she has a personal chef, she has servants, she has everything. She has elected to not take the plea deal of 2 years, even though she's facing 40 years in prison, because she feels that she's justified. She has a personal chef. She doesn't eat out because her personal chef is that good. She doesn't deal with any of the riffraff. She has a security team, and she feels that she's above the law, basically. How do you feel about that, Maxwell?
I didn't understand. Can you summarize?
Well, I mean, let me just put it to you this way. She admits that she did what she did, but she did it for her daughter, who's God, and she has personal servants that serve her food, and she has a security team to where when she was indicted, she was signing autographs on her way to court because she's that confident. And she's not going to go to jail because she's who she is. So, what do you think of that?
I don't know. It's just kind of corny.
But Maxwell, this is also bigger because they allegedly falsified SAT scores as well. So the SAT scores, I mean, again, you might not even believe in college. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of degrees. I mean, you know what you know. Degrees is just you memorize information for regurgitation. But in any case, there's an SAT program and they falsified the SAT scores. So you think that's okay?
Just say
like,
fucking
yeah,
no,
I'm
because
okay.
I mean, honestly,
No, I want to know.
I mean,
want to know Maxwell. I want to know Maxwell's real opinion.
I'm okay with it because I don't really care that much about it. Like, so you lied about your SATs and you got into a college.
No. We're not talking about lying. We're talking about actual falsification of the SAT score that was reported to the college. We're not talking about taking somebody's word for it.
It's kind of it's a bad. You're giving yourself a bad reputation when you keep getting caught. But do you?
So it's okay if you don't get caught, Maxwell?
Well, I don't know.
what about the ones that actually studied and had single parents and had to actually work 3 jobs to make it work? What about them?
That's just too bad. They came across a dishonest person, and
They came across some cunt that was given everything because her mother happened to be an actress and her father happened to be a clothing designer, so
yeah,
they're given the golden touch.
That's pretty much how life is. Life is unfair, and you gotta accept that shit.
So in other words, we're willing to accept some piece of shit who goes on fucking YouTube and actually has a YouTube video, which Bruce,
all right, come on, JR,
Wait,
let's curtail the insults. Let's curtail the insults.
I'm not insulting. I'm not insulting. But just please.
The children are children. You can refer to Lori Loughlin any way you want, but her kids are still kids.
It's not about that. Her kid, Olive, the one that is in question, actually posted a YouTube video where she showed that she had a separate closet for her pants.
Who cares?
Her sweaters, her blazers, her socks.
She's a kid.
She has a separate closet for
How old is she?
Individual item.
How old is she? 18? 19? 20?
Somewhere about 18, 20.
Okay, so how much did you understand? I don't think any I mean, I can't really fault her for anything.
It just shows the spoils of the riches.
Yeah, but you focus on but she wasn't the one who spoiled herself.
Look at the babies of Detroit who have nothing.
JR, she didn't spoil herself now, did she? If you have an issue with Lori Loughlin and her husband, focus that on them.
I'm not blaming the daughter, but even though the daughter is I'm sorry, the daughter's a raw bitch, honestly. But
I told you to curtail.
I'm not blaming the daughter, but that said, okay, so she's innocent, quote unquote. But what about the kids in Detroit who grew up in the gutter, eating fucking shit from a dumpster, and tried to get into Harvard, and they could only get into Stanford? What about them? Because Lori Loughlin, Full House, it's not even it's some sort of fucking, I mean, we're not talking about Forrest Gump here. We're not talking about some sort of true independent picture that made some sort of money. We're talking about Full House. We're talking about the Olsen twins, where one's bulimic and one's just happy to be alive because she was able to stave off bulimia. Like, we're talking about that. And like now we're talking about Fuller House because Candace Cameron. I'm sorry. Let me say that right. Candace Cameron Bure was, like the producer because she was the team during Candace, during Full House. Now they have Fuller House.
Yeah, I'm still a fan of Rad. Have you seen Rad? Come on, Crew Jones and Health Track. I mean, that's a good movie.
Yeah.
Come on, Bill Allen. Come on, man. Talia Shire. Like, that was a quality film.
Okay. Name a second one.
Well, I mean, I don't have. That doesn't mean I'm
Yeah,
not a fan
you
of
don't
Rad.
know. Then, like, all of a sudden, like, you start rolling, like, yeah, like, I mean, like, like, okay, one quality film after, like, what, like, a 30, 40-year career? I mean, like, yeah, like, come on. Like, okay, like, if it was one film, I mean, like, look at Tom Hanks. I don't have a lot of respect for Tom Hanks, but let me tell you something, like, he's got, like, a fucking, showpiece in terms of resume. Like, all right, like, I could sit there and say, okay, this movie, Forrest Gump, which was his opus. Okay, like, let's look at, like, like this movie, that movie. But, like, there's at least an argument. Lori Loughlin?
Rad was pretty good.
I mean,
Lori Loughlin was in Amityville 3D. I don't know if I've seen that one.
as what? Witch number 3?
I don't know. Like, I'm actually looking at
And
Lori.
you don't know.
I'm looking at Lori Loughlin's filmography. I mean, she
Yeah,
did a lot of
because you're
Hallmark.
looking at the filmography, but, like,
She did
you
a lot of
don't know
Hallmark.
because
She was on Suddenly Susan.
Amityville 3D.
She was in Casper, A Spirited Beginning. Is that a prequel?
Casper. Yeah. Casper was a fucking cartoon that died on the vine, like, what, like, 20 years before she was even fucking born?
She was on 2 episodes of the Drew Carey Show. Is that your favorite show, Maxwell?
Which one?
The Drew Carey Show.
Just pretend like you don't even know what that is.
Is that the impromptu show?
It's that guy that's now doing fucking Price is Right because Bob Barker's just, like, out there.
All right, so let's round this out. Final thoughts, Maxwell. You don't see any problem with falsifying SAT scores or, like, Maxwell, let's say you went to go get a job somewhere and someone else falsified their resume or credentials through fraud and they got the job and you didn't, even though you were more qualified and now you can't feed your family. You think it's all good?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Maxwell Powers, ladies and gentlemen. He is one of a kind.
Bless you. Bless you, my friend. Bless you.
Oh man! Any final words, Jr. on this? You know, I must say this though: if the punishment must fit the crime, wouldn't some kind of fine be more in order than serving jail time? I mean, there's
They
child murder.
actually added fucking conspiracy and money laundering charges.
Yeah, but
after the fact.
don't child murderers get out sooner than that in some cases?
Look, let's just put it this way, Bruce. When they fucking shine the flashlight up her asshole to look for the tins of caviar that she shoves up there, like, God bless her. Because, I mean, like, she's looking at fucking prison time. It doesn't really matter about what's going on with her brain or Full House or the Olsen twins or Joey Sweeten or Candace Cameron Bure, who seems to suddenly fucking own fucking
But hold on
Hallmark
a second.
Channel.
Hold on a second. Would you be cool? Would you be cool with, let's say, so the 500 G's that she paid? What if that was tenfold? What if
Per child.
All right,
We're
so 1
seven.
million. Okay,
We're 7 figures.
so let's say, so you wouldn't be cool with her, let's say, paying 10 or 20 or 30 million dollars in terms of as some kind of college tuition scholarship fund to make amends, not just to USC but all these other schools that would
No,
but
no, she doesn't, because she doesn't give a shit. she's trying to buy her way out of. I mean, like, if look, let me tell you something. If me and Maxwell were smoking a doob, okay, and all of a sudden, like, you know, like we had rollers like roll up on us, and like all of a sudden there was a situation, we'd go to the clink, okay. We would be fucking processed.
Don't you have connections in the government, JR? They wouldn't put you away,
It
right?
doesn't matter. Like, I mean, like, you know, like, it is what it is. I mean, like, I have connections in the federal government, but, like, that doesn't translate to the state government. It doesn't translate to the municipal government. So, I mean, like, you know, I can say what I say. I can produce the cards that I have, but it may or may not actually work. But let's, for the sake of theory, if me and Maxwell were to, like, you know, smoke, like, you know, like some good shit.
Some people think you guys already do that every show, and me
I
as
don't
well.
give a shit what they think. But like what I'm saying is, like, thanks to Phil Murphy, that's never gonna happen. But like,
everyone thinks I'm high and shit. It's kind of funny.
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, so, but like, let's say we were, like, I mean, like, we would go to the clink, and we'd have the asshole inspection like everyone else, and we'd have to, like, you know, like, produce our property and all this other shit. All of a sudden, Lori Loughlin, I mean, it's not even like, you know, like, anyone of any stature. I mean,
Hold
we're
on,
not
hold on.
talking about like.
Let me round this out with one final thought. Maxwell, JR, let me know what you think. Okay, we don't have $50 million. I don't know, maybe JR does, and some stashed in some kind of top secret fund, and then obviously Maxwell has some decent money. He's got a Lambo, but yeah, we don't really have 50 or 100 mil. So like, if the choice is between Lori Loughlin going to jail for 5 to 40 years or whatever it is, or her buying her way out, not paying the federal government, but putting, let's say a huge amount of money, let's say $50 million. $50 million for a fund for people to go to college, like a scholarship fund where that could literally help dozens, if not hundreds, of prospective college students go to a college they wouldn't normally be able to afford. Would you rather have her rot in prison and all those dozens or hundreds of children not be helped, or her just pocket up 50 mil or some kind of astronomical? I'm not saying like.
Well, I mean, I personally, Bruce, I would love to see her go to prison because, I mean, like, I would love. She has a personal chef as well as a butler and several servants. I'd love to see her eat what America eats.
Yeah, but there are 2 million. You would rather have that than dozens or hundreds?
Well, I will say that her house is currently on the market, so I think that's the plan to make it where all of a sudden there's the Loughlin Fund, you know, to help, you know, underprivileged youth go to college. But I mean, not
even underprivileged, like anybody. Like, what if it's just?
I would love to see her sleep on a foam fucking mattress that's 3/4 of an inch thick, and I'd love to see her fucking eat dog shit.
But hold
that
on,
the rest of the world eats.
To quote Office Space, wouldn't she be going to some like white collar resort?
No, not in the federal system. Not with 5 years. I mean, you have to understand, with money laundering, that charge alone is a maximum of 20 years. She's looking at prison, babe. Like, she's not looking at fucking jail. She's looking at
Maxwell. What do you think of? Would you rather her pay out like 50 mil and help dozens or hundreds of kids, or go to prison?
Well, she doesn't have 15 mil. Only her husband has 15
Yeah, but
mil.
they're both charged, so that you know.
Well, yeah, but she's worth 10. He's worth 100, and currently they're arguing over who did what. So there's inner conflict. So
well, whatever, between the two of them, they put up the money, whatever which way. But Maxwell, what do you think? What are your thoughts? You don't even think she did anything wrong, right? Did I get that correct?
Well, yeah, it's a good time to clarify. I don't agree that it's right. I just don't think it should be punished for it. I mean, look, I don't think.
I mean, but seriously, here's what Maxwell. I mean, like, forget where you graduated from. How much do you owe? I mean, seriously, like, you're talking about, like, fucking little kids that not only did they never owe anything, but they were given the golden compass or being able to be actresses and
I
actors.
think it's
and,
irrelevant. Their fortune is irrelevant.
Well, I mean, like
their,
you have
their
to
circumstances is irrelevant.
but you have to understand that her daughter actually went on YouTube because she's a YouTuber.
For what? For what?
She actually physically said she's not interested in college.
She's an
She just
I
wants
think
to
she's also like an Instagram influencer or whatever.
Yeah.
that
So
is.
what I'm saying is like so the kid is not even at fault. He's just like an innocent bystander, and the parents gave money who they were trying to be dishonest and trying to manipulate the system, and it's okay too because they're the college is like you guys said, it was this one guy who tried to
So let's say
get the money.
for the sake of argument, the college is innocent. So that you think they should just accept the tarnished reputation with nobody being liable?
The daughter physically said she was not interested in college. She just wanted to get accepted.
Yeah, but
the college does not own the public's mind. You can't own reputation, so you can't control other people's minds. Do you know what I
So
mean?
Maxwell, so if somebody used fraud to tarnish your reputation, you wouldn't care.
Of course, I would care. I would care.
Well,
but
what if it cost you a ton?
I can't. What I'm saying.
I
I can't use force to change people's minds.
No, what about the kids that year that actually struggled and went to the did advanced placement courses and actually struggled and had single parents and
but it's
didn't
irrelevant.
have the money.
It's irrelevant though because it's not even. It's unfortunate, but there are.
But how is it irrelevant?
JR,
I can understand if it's unfortunate.
JR,
but how is it irrelevant?
So Maxwell doesn't even know who Lori Loughlin is. How much more interesting would this podcast have been if Maxwell was like a hardcore Full House fan?
What I don't understand is, I can understand if it's unfortunate, but how is it irrelevant if children that were born into poverty actually struggled for 20 years through?
They can go to other colleges. Who gives a shit? They didn't get to the same fucking college that the fucking USC and shit. There's a fucking you can go to fucking.
You can fucking whatever, without doing anything.
That's fine. That's fine. Who gives a shit if you fucking ate off a fucking a garbage can and shit?
It matters to the people that tried.
Maxwell,
like I said, it's unfortunate.
Maxwell, it looks like it's a bigger issue too. There were 50. There's 50 people involved with many different colleges. It wasn't just USC.
I mean, what I'm concerned about, in this conversation, is we're not talking about people that phoned it in. We're talking about the difference between people that really their whole existence led up to this acceptance.
Maxwell's
and were
ice
rejected.
cold. Maxwell's ice cold on this one, man.
Well, and that's fine. But what I'm saying is we were led up to this conversation where there were kids that had no chance, no scholarship, no money. They were throwing their feet at the college to get a better education. And then there are people like Laughlin's daughter who made physical YouTube videos saying, I don't care about education. I just want the parties.
Yeah, but
she was
accepted
because her parents gave $500,000 to the college.
I understand the empathy for the hardship, but their misfortune is irrelevant to the
JR,
situation.
I don't think.
How so?
Okay, hold on. I think it's relevant. I also think it's completely irrelevant whatever the daughters said or did or how much closets they have, because the daughters were not the ones that paid anybody for anything.
What I don't understand is how are the ones that actually tried irrelevant and demanding their money back, and now there's a rejection based on because these kids were accepted based on no credentials at all? I don't understand how that's relevant.
No, it's worse than no credentials. It's falsified credentials because they never were on any rowing team, according to the information.
Well, did you see the photos?
I have not looked at the photos.
They photoshopped the boat.
They didn't even sit in a real boat. Like it was photo.
That's funny. They couldn't even afford to get a real fake photo.
Well, they could have afforded, but they weren't willing to. Keep in mind, like these people, they have personal chefs, about three to four housekeepers.
They couldn't even be bothered to go take a real fake photo.
Nope.
That's funny, Maxwell. You don't find that funny?
Yeah, I'm still not understanding what the crime is. Like, I mean, like, who gives a shit? Like,
if you did understand, you would fucking give a shit.
JR,
Just put it that way.
I'm letting you handle this one.
I don't know, cause like these guys like who wanted to go to fucking USC can go to fucking UCS and shit or whatever the fuck. Like,
Maxwell, what college did you go to? I'm just blatantly asking because I'm being honest. I'm putting myself out there. I dropped out of college. Let me tell you something to you, your viewers, your followers, the children that are watching this, looking to advance themselves. Walking out of college is the ultimate walk of shame. It was the hardest thing I ever had to fucking do in my entire life. But that said, I'm putting myself out there and saying, hey, I did this, I failed, I had to walk out. Let me tell you something. Walking out of college, in the middle of college, is the hardest fucking thing you will ever have to do. It is the walk of shame. It's not like West Point where they have a little separate door that you walk out of. You don't need that. When you walk out of college, everyone knows that you failed.
Did you go to West Point?
No, but I'm saying that, like, when you walk out of college, it's the biggest walk of shame ever. Because everyone in the fucking building knows, hey, this guy's leaving. I'm not leaving. Why is this guy leaving? Oh, wow, he failed out. And it wasn't that I failed out. I had to leave for personal financial reasons. But that said, it's a walk of shame.
Well, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs also dropped out. I mean, you know.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about success versus whatever. When you walk out of college at the age in which you walk out of college without achieving that level of success of Steve Jobs or Bill Gates, it's the walk of shame. So it doesn't matter, like, whatever. Like, it's the walk of shame. What I'm saying to you is that these people didn't even fucking sit in an actual boat. They were sat in some sort of green screen room, shot as if they were part of a crew team, their parents paid $500,000 a piece for them to believe, USC to believe that they were part of some sort of crew team. And they accepted that. And they were given this opportunity to go to college, having no credentials whatsoever. I don't know about you. Again, I'm putting myself out there. As an individual, I've worked for the federal government for many years. That said, when I actually went into college for the first time after high school, I had a lot of personal issues. I had a lot of emotional issues. I was put on academic probation from day one by my college. I was accepted to a university. I appreciate the one that I went to. I won't discuss where I went because it's my own business. But that said, from day one, I was put on academic probation. I wasn't given any fucking leverage from my parents where my parents paid $500,000 to some bullshit school. And then all of a sudden I'm part of a sports team where I don't even, like, participate. And not only that, I have the nuts to go on YouTube and say, I don't give a shit about any of this. I'm not worried about education. I'm worried about partying. I mean, like, this is like some sort of fucking shit, some sort of Rod Serling Twilight Zone garbage.
Maxwell, were you a party animal in college?
Not too much, but
garbage.
Well, all this deception stuff, it kind of like. I see like a.
What do you mean, like
it's
deception
like
stuff? The whole fucking thing was a facade. It wasn't even deception. It was like.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, it's.
They hired architects to produce the fraud.
What I'm saying is,
like,
who gives a shit if they fucking sign them up for rowing and shit? Like, who gives a shit? Like.
Well, I mean, like, okay, like, who gives a shit? The IRS gives a shit because, after all, not only did they do all this stuff for their daughters, they wrote it off as a tax write-off because
they fucking gave the money to a quote
Well,
unquote
first off,
charity.
I don't think the IRS.
No, wait, Maxwell, please, just bear with me for a second here. Not only did they do this for their kids, which every parent on earth, you, me, Bruce, would do that for their kids. It's not a matter of that. It's not a matter. I mean, like any parent out there would do that for the kids. Okay, but in addition to that, they wrote it off as a tax write-off because not only did they defraud their kids getting into a college, they wrote it off as a tax write-off.
Okay, everything should be a tax write-off.
They gave it to a charity, quote unquote. So they got a tax deduction sending their kids to college illegitimately, and they received $500,000 for free to write off on their taxes because they, according to their tax documents, said that they were actually sending this to a charity and not doing it for their kids. See, for me personally, if I wrote it off to my kids, yeah, I sent my kids to college, I spent this and this and this and this because I love my kids. If you sent your kids to college, yeah, I did this and this and this for the kids. It wasn't about the kids. It was about, hey, I gave $500,000 to this charity, and I need $500,000 in compensation to my taxes. It had nothing to do with my kids. Are you cool with that?
I think Maxwell's gonna start a meme. Lori Loughlin did nothing wrong.
I mean, if you believe that, that's cool. But I mean, you're talking about some bitch that. The ironic part is she didn't even raise her kid. Her servants raised that kid because she has 10 to 15 servants in her household. Which, when she finally starts eating bologna loaf in prison, I mean, God bless her, because I mean, she has this chef, according to her husband, that can't be beat. I mean, she doesn't even go out to dinner because her chef is that good. I don't know if you've ever eaten Aramark food, but I have when I was in elementary school, and to be quite honest, it smell alone will make you sick. I mean, it's.
Well,
but I mean,
Rad is still a pretty awesome movie, so I'm still a fan. But Maxwell, have you seen the movie Rad?
No.
Oh, you love movies. How come you didn't see that one? You're not a fan of BMX?
I like BMX.
Yeah, it was like the BMX movie. Everybody was out in their yard trying to do backflips on their bike after that movie.
All I'm saying is that, this bitch is guilty as hell. I mean, there's no, I mean, look, you don't have to believe me as a government worker or whatever. You can think I'm some sort of, park service, janitor or whatever. But, I know people in a lot of places. They don't make examples out of people for, no reason. She's fucking guilty as shit. And, the day that she joins the chain gang, I feel sorry for her because, I mean, she's got a personal chef, she's got a butler, she's got security. When she's sitting alone in a cell for 23 hours a day, eating bologna loaf, and I don't know if you guys know what bologna loaf is. I mean, I've gone through several prisons for, just because of my particular situation. When you work with convicts and so on and so forth, the government puts you through a program where you actually visit the actual prison itself. Yeah.
So Maxwell, any final thoughts? Lori Loughlin did nothing wrong, Maxwell?
Yeah, I mean, it was fine. It's cool.
All right. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Maxwell is ice cold. All right, so if you enjoy the Mindshock podcast, feel free to donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. If you like this video, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any thoughts, comments, suggestions, insults, drop them in the comments section. Make sure you like our Facebook page. You can also check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
And JR, if you have any actual questions over the actual physical fucking institutional process of government workers, just let me know, because the other two seem oblivious.
Wait, are you talking about us?
Yeah.
Well,
damn straight.
I wasn't oblivious. I said it was pretty messed up what she did.
Dude, I mean, come on. I mean, she's looking at 40 years. I mean, come on.
I do.
She did nothing wrong.
Yeah, well, 40 years is kind of excessive. I mean, child murderers and serial killers get out earlier than that sometimes.
I'm the federal system.
I gave my opinion on this. I think she should just pay 10x and, help.
Oh no, she's going to the asshole inspection. She's going to prison. Like there's no. I mean, I'll cast my bet right now between the both of you. Like her asshole. They will flash a light up in there looking for the caviar tin. Like there's no. She's looking at jail time. Like I mean, like whatever. But like that said, that's my opinion. I mean, like.
All right, some very choice words from JR. We'll catch you guys next time.